It was pouring rain outside, in the luxury villa. Inside the villa, there was a baby lying in a cradle sleeping soundly. There was a big man, staring at the baby. Looking at the baby looks like he is sleeping very well. But he said with a disgusted look, "What a disgusting thing." Davin said that on the day I was born, my father looked at me and said that, the greatest misfortune of my life is being born on the same day and month as Kajin. Kajin is a child blessed by the sword god, with both looks and talent. At this moment, in the large room, there was a woman holding that poor child. She said sadly, "If only you were Karen." Very soon, I learned that both my parents were disappointed in me, because I was born without a right arm. Every night my mother whispers in my ear, "Why don't you die, son?" At that time, he innocently said to himself, "I'm sorry mom, but I really don't want to die." I heard the words my father said when I was in my mother's womb. At that time, he said, "This child is our hope. Throughout this life, I can never be as good as my brother, but my child will probably be better than his child, no, definitely better than his child." My father had hoped that I could be better than Kajin, but since birth, I only had one arm, and was not blessed by the gods, and so I became a disgrace, a stone that crushed all my parents' hopes. I was that kind of person. Time passed, the two children were now older. The female servant happily opened her arms to welcome him. "Young Master Kajin, come here, young master." Oh my God, the young master looks like an angel when he smiles. They were playing happily together when, from afar, the figure of a woman appeared. She watched silently and sighed. Kajin already knew how to walk. Then she looked at the poor child and said, "Why is he so slow?" At that time, when I was just learning to stand up and walk. The mother lamented gloomily, "Kajin already knows how to hold a sword, what's the point of you just learning to walk now?" When I learned to hold a sword, my mother lamented, Kajin had mastered the use of mana and was practicing swordsmanship at the sword-making place. Oh my God, if only my child was Kajin. And so, Kajin became someone I both envied and admired. Winter has come in the blink of an eye. In the cold snowstorm, a horse carriage was speeding on the road. Davin sat in the car with a sad face and said, "When I was 7 years old, I was taken to be Kajin's entourage. On the surface, I was Kajin's right-hand man, fighting alongside him as his cousin, but in reality, my parents sold me for 300,000 luden." Davin was tortured to the core. The evil people laughed loudly and mocked, "Davin, look at yourself. This is the first time I've seen a pathetic guy like you." At that time, he was stripped naked and tied to a tree in the snowstorm. The cruel Kajin continuously beat Davin without mercy. Because the Ca Din didn't like me from the beginning, I was always the target of his anger. He even enjoyed saying, "Cry more, cry out loud." At that time, Davin silently comforted himself, "I had to always try to hold back my tears. No matter how much pain I feel." What's more bitter is that even though the adults witnessed this scene, they just turned a blind eye. There are no adults here. My uncle was a very distinguished man, but he left the family long ago and never returned. So no one here could control Kajin, causing him to grow up more and more like a madman. The arrogant Kajin always bullies the weaker ones. His punches make others exclaim, "Too fast." Hearing that, he smugly sneered, "It's because you're too slow." After saying that, he struck a palm strike that broke the spear in half. Faced with that situation, the man quickly raised his hands and said, "I lost." It must be said that the sword god's innate talent and blessing became a poison that destroyed him. The Ca Din then arrogantly said, "Do you think losing is the end?" Then he didn't say a word and immediately killed that man without any mercy. He arrogantly pointed to the side and said, "Next person." He pointed at Davin and said, "Your turn, Davin." At that moment, Davin bit the cloth rope tightly with his teeth. He said to himself, "I am very jealous of Kajin's strength and talent. I want to be strong too." With that determination, Davin charged forward to attack Kajin. Looking at Davin's strong appearance, Kajin sarcastically said, "Don't stare at me like that. I don't like you." He just needed a light flick of his hand to send Davin flying dozens of meters away. Kajin said with contempt, "A pathetic one-armed guy like you, how dare you look at me like that? You think you can beat me just by trying? If you're good then try. People like you, no matter how hard you try your whole life, will never be able to compare to me." Davin was trampled by Kajin. He thought to himself, "I want to win against him. I really want to beat him, with that determination." He knew that, but that dream could not be achieved by effort alone. The older Kajin got, the more he neglected his training. He spent his days drinking and partying, and even took drugs, but I still couldn't beat him. He is a wandering genius, and I'm just a fool trying in vain. However, things cannot go on like this forever. In the match between Davin and Kajin in the hall witnessed by everyone. The battle was extremely intense, neither side willing to give in. Davin single-handedly fought back Kajin with determination. His eyes were filled with determination and effort. He used his sword to slash the ground hard. Causing Kajin to be unable to stand, he angrily cursed inwardly, "Damn it." Kajin said in confusion, his vision. Suddenly Kajin's face had a look of surprised tension. At this moment, Davin took advantage of the opportunity, he rushed towards Kajin. A fierce look stared at him. Davin shouted, "Kajin," then a direct hit on him. The blow caused the ring to shake violently. The crowd there witnessed this scene and could not help but panic. Everyone was amazed at Davin's strength at that time. Everyone cheered non-stop. Davin had defeated Kajin's sword storm with one strike, only to see Davin pressing his sword against Kajin's neck with great momentum. He frowned and said to himself, up until now, he had lost to Kajin, a total of 21 matches. But when I was 29, I was able to defeat him. In the previous makeshift matches, I always lost to him, and the others kept telling me to give up. They laughed at me, saying I was a loser. It was a waste of my time, but I won in the end. Below the stands, people were cheering the name, Davin, Davin. In the ring, Davin angrily said, "How long do you think you can keep bragging?" Kajin frowned and replied, "How could I lose to a loser like you?" At this moment, Davin thought to himself, those words that I had heard so many times that they filled my ears. He recalled his mother's reproachful words, "I wish you were Kajin." His father lamented, "I wish my child was Kajin." Davin said, "If I were you, I definitely wouldn't live like you." As soon as he finished speaking, Kajin became angry and cursed, You bastard." Davin replied loudly, "If I were you, I would not waste my time on women, alcohol, and drugs. I would live a more meaningful life, leaving my footsteps at the top." After saying that, he immediately turned around and left. In the end, I won. Everything was over, and suddenly Davin's face showed a bit of surprise. It turns out that the evil Kajin stabbed Davin from behind. Everyone witnessing this scene could not help but stare in horror. They were all talking nonsense. "What's going on?" Kajin stabbed Davin in the back. Davin calmly said, "Karen, until the very end you were still just a coward." At this moment, he had gone crazy and lost all reason. He was trembling. Davin thought to himself, "It hurts, not like it hurts to death. I finally defeated Kajin, and yet, it seems I'm done for." The Sunlight Sword, a sword that can only be passed down to the descendants of the Samyeon clan. The sword contains the Samyeon clan's mana, an anti-demon mana. Even if the Saint Guy La appears, I have no chance of survival. Davin calmly said, "You will be known as a loser for the rest of your life, Kajin." Then, Davin slowly closed his eyes and fell to the ground. In some dark basement. Poor Davin was tied to a chair. When he woke up, he couldn't help but wonder, is this hell? As soon as he finished speaking, a big man said, "Hell. You're in luck. Who would have thought that the miraculous Saint Thorn would appear in Arena?" Hearing this, Davin asked in confusion, "Saint?" The mysterious man replied, "The Saint has healed your mortal body, with a magical spell, just like her name." Hearing these words, Davin wondered to himself, "So I'm still alive, but my whole body is ruined, now I can only breathe." The man asked curiously, "Did you make a pact with the devil?" As soon as he finished speaking, Davin replied blankly, "What flag?" He asked in surprise, "Why so surprised? Only by signing a contract with a demon, can a loser like you defeat Kajin. Your parents have already admitted it, why do you still deny it?" Davin thought back to the image of his cruel parents and replied, "Oh, so that's how it is." The mysterious man continued, "Blood and sacrifices were found in your home. You are a devil who took the lives of 300 innocent children in exchange for power. Young Master Kajin killed you, to protect the honor of the Samyeon family, personally executing his cousin and childhood friend. The young master must be very sad." Hearing this, Davin laughed and said, "I understand, I defeated Kajin, but it didn't do anything to the clan, yet they chose him instead of me." The mysterious man replied that Davin had tarnished the family's honor, so he would be sealed away and sentenced to life in prison. Forever, prepare to rot in prison, Davin. Davin said that at that time, the tendons of my hands and feet were cut off. Mana was also sealed with many layers of chains and thrown into prison. After some time passed, the door was opened. Kajin walked in with an arrogant look on his face. Seeing Kajin, Davan absent-mindedly called his name. Kajin smiled smugly and said, "This look suits you, Davan. I have become the Sword King. People out there always praise me as an outstanding swordsman." Kajin leaned close to Davan's ear and said, "It's all thanks to you. Thank you, scum." Davan said that after Kajin came to humiliate me, the amount of food brought became less and less. At that time, Davan was just a skeleton. He thought to himself, "I'm so hungry." He suddenly coughed continuously, blood fell on his hand. Davan asked himself, if he had to die, he wanted to die with his head held high. I should have died in arena, it was so cold. At that point Davan seemed to have given up all hope of survival. He wondered if his life would be different if he hadn't lost an arm. If I were an adopted child, if I were a child blessed by the sacrificial sword, would my life be different? Davan whispered, "I don't want to die.
I want to live." Just like that, Davan gradually faded away.
Davan's eyes slowly closed. A dark night began to surround him. Suddenly a ray of light flickered through the darkness. Making Davan regain his determination, he said to himself, "No matter what, I definitely won't die." A voice echoed, "The elders of the family were talking to you, did you hear them?" The sound of a Vincen woke Davan up. He woke up feeling everything right now. He secretly exclaimed, "This painful feeling, is it coming from his right hand? Is this a dream? If so, why does it feel so real? This person is an elder of one of the family's branches. How do I know this person? Wait, he just said his name was Vincen, the seventh son of Adenka. What are these memories?" However, this dream was not entirely a nightmare. The air was so fresh, not having the disgusting and musky feeling like in the underground prison. "I had a dream that I had a right arm. Was this a gift given to me right before I died?" The blonde man angrily shouted, "You! How long do you intend to ignore me?" In this situation, Vincen was confused and thought to himself, "Mana, he is trying to use mana to make me suffer. The method to stop this kind of thing is," at this moment, Vincen quickly grabbed the old man's hand. Then he forcefully struck the old man with a palm, thinking to himself, simply physically isolating himself from his opponent. This attack isn't strong enough to push someone away that far. He can control mana to this extent, so why is he moving so slowly? Seeing the injured blonde man, Vincen shyly said, "I'm sorry. I accidentally." Vincen politely reached out to help the blonde man stand up. At this moment, he angrily shook off Vincen's hand and shouted loudly, "You, shameless brat. Just because you belong to the main branch, my son will crush you without mercy. This will be the first time a branch overthrows a main branch." Hearing these words, Vincen thought to himself, so this person is just like his father, he always wants to defeat his uncle. The moment he realized he could not fulfill that dream, he began to project it onto himself, his son, and as a result he became an unfilial son. The blonde man turned and left, saying, "I will not forget your arrogance and rudeness today. Just wait for the sword conference to take place." After saying that, he immediately left, leaving Vincen standing alone and bewildered behind. Then, Vincen returned to his room to rest. He sat down comfortably in his chair and took a deep breath. Vincen wondered to himself, is this not a dream? I should be asleep by now. Now other memories are starting to come back. My mother died after giving birth to me. Dad didn't care about me even a little bit. All the other kids treated me like a scapegoat. Among the 8 children of the prestigious Adenka sword family, I, Vincen, am the 7th child. I am so cowardly that I would cower and stay in my room crying after being abused by the youngest child of the family. An ugly duckling, abandoned by the others in the Adenka branch, a target of the sub-branches who want to surpass the main branch. Davan, a one-man of the Simeon clan, became a useless Vincen of the Adenka clan. I think this is called reincarnation. I don't understand anything. Vincen stepped down. He went to the bookshelf and picked up the diary. In the diary, it was written, "Why can't I do the things my brothers and sisters can do? All the relatives from the branches are looking for opportunities to trample on me. The maids and servants all ignore me. I have no advantages at all. I'd rather die." He said to himself. The diary was filled with his self-deprecating words. It seemed like his self-esteem had fallen to the lowest possible level and he had given up on everything. "Looks like God answered our prayers, kid. Until the last moments I still wanted to live, and you, Vincen, always wanted to die, not knowing if things were really like that. Those who wanted to die disappeared, and those who wanted to live were revived." Suddenly a voice came, "Do you really want to believe such a silly thing? Those words made Vincen suddenly turn around to look. He asked in confusion, "There is someone in this room, who are you?" He calmly replied, "Are you naive or simply stupid?" Vincen quickly asked, "Is the devil trying to trick me because my reincarnation is something that shouldn't happen?" He said, "What are you thinking so deeply? I am the original owner of that body." Vincen calmly asked, "The original owner of the knife, so you are, Vincen?" The voice replied, "Exactly. My name was Vincen, but since I gave my body to you, so I don't have any name anymore, please call me Julian." Vincen was confused and asked, "Aren't you dead? How could this happen?" Julian replied, "An enlightenment." Vincen wondered and asked, "What enlightenment?" He wondered, enlightenment, something that the gods bestowed upon humans. He had heard that those who were blessed from birth could sometimes hear words of enlightenment. "So when?" Vincen pointed at Julian's face and said, "Are you saying you are a god?" Julian replied, "Yes. But I am just a little god." Vincen exclaimed in surprise, "A little god?" Julian further explained, "I originally intended to call a spirit god, who had taken his place. If I wanted to become a real god instead of a petty god, then I would need to achieve countless accomplishments. We call it a tribulation. If we complete our tribulation, we will be able to become a true god." Vincen replied, "I understand your situation, but I have no interest in your achievements. If everything is as you said, then I have been reincarnated. I will be very busy living my life, so I won't have free time to listen to some ghost's wishes." Julian replied, "Yes, I gave up my life and you wished for it, and this happened. However, my spiritual power is extremely weak. If my spiritual power disappears completely, that body will die. Do you think that's okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen said in confusion, "What, are you threatening me? This body is too healthy, it cannot die soon." Suddenly Vincen's face showed extreme surprise. You bastard," he said angrily. Julian calmly observed the situation. He said, "See." Innocently, Julian looked at Vincen deeply. He said, "From now on, I will show you my true memories." Then Julian opens the past memory for Vincen to see. This made Vincen fearfully exclaim, "These memories. Words, trash, stupid things, kick it some more." Image of Vincen in the past being bullied miserably by everyone. He was scared and hugged his head tightly and said, his expression, "What's wrong?" So he wasn't desperate, while pretending to be a coward. He is building the foundation for revenge. Are these really the thoughts of a 13-year-old? What kind of world have I reincarnated into? Julian asked, "How is it? My acting is perfect, right? I had to escape the family's supervision. The subjects I wanted to learn were considered to be at the level of apostles. Now you want me to say it, this matter will not be disadvantageous to you. Okay, so do you know the great demon Davan and the brave king Kajin?" Hearing these two names, Vincen was surprised and stared with wide eyes. He glanced at Julian and asked, "What? Great demon Davan, heroic king Karen?" Vincen exclaimed in surprise, "This happened 500 years ago." Julian recounts that, and the one-armed swordsman, Davan, escaped from the prison of Samion. Because of a deal with the devil, he destroyed thousands of lives to become stronger. It is rumored that he killed more than 10,000 people. That is why he is recorded in history as the Great Devil. Vincen exclaimed in surprise, "The Great Devil Davan from 500 years ago, I came 500 years into the future, it doesn't make sense at all. But how many more people named Davan and Kajin, with the same Samion bloodline?" Julian continued, "and more." Vincen thought to himself, "I must have died 500 years ago in prison, right? The Samion clan abandoned the one-armed man and chose the sword. When the one-armed swordsman died alone, the sword became the Sword King. But they distort history and talk about the great devil and the brave king like that, they make up some terrible stories. You bastards." Julian saw him angry and said, "The brave king Kajin is a friend who loves the great demon Davan very much, isn't that romantic?" As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen angrily shouted, "Stop that crazy thing." Julian wondered, "Why are you angry?" "Because history is distorted." Julian asked curiously, "Are you from that era?" He nodded and replied, "Yes." He continued asking, "Oh, you must be very old. Don't be angry, old man, after all, history is only the story of the victors." Vincen replied, "Why is a 13-year-old talking like that?" Julian shrugged and said, "Children nowadays grow up so fast, not like in your time." Vincen sighed and said, "Go on." Julian began to tell. The brave king swallowed his tears, and cooperated with the outstanding hero of that time. his close friend, the Sun Sword King, to defeat the great demon Davan. Vincen wondered and asked, "Who is the Sun Sword King? I have never heard of his name." Julian replied, "Don't you know who Atlan is? He is the ancestor of the Adenka family." Vincen exclaimed, "Adenka, that clever brat, he became the first head of the Adenka family." In the past, when Atlan was still young, he walked up to Davan and happily said, "Hello Mr. Davan, I am Atlan, I admire you so much. When I grow up I want to be like him." Vincen recalled that moment. He said to himself, even though Atlan was still young at that time, he was still my friend and student. What good is a one-armed guy like me? Atlan visited me several times while I was in prison. He affirmed that you have never committed any crime. Power will never overcome the truth. I will definitely make sure of that. I will definitely restore your honor, no matter how long it takes. Vincen recalled, after Atlan said that, the boy never came again. Julian replied, "He was the first head of the Adenka family and left us a lifelong mission. It is related to my achievements." Hearing this, Vincen wondered and asked, "What is it?" Julian further explained, "Passing the Simeon clan and fighting for the truth." Hearing this, made Vincen stand still. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, fighting for the truth is a coincidence. Atlan definitely said that the boy will reveal the truth, and he is the one who knows about his story. Well, it's definitely not a coincidence, and while we don't know everything, we know this much. Atlantean Fawn Co abandoned the Adenka clan, to fight for the truth. Adenka is a new family created to restore my honor, Atlan's family. This must be fate that I was reborn into this family. Vincen said, "You are from the Adenka family and my mission is to complete the assigned tasks. If I complete that mission then you will truly become a god." Julian replied, "Yes, if that happens, you will truly become the master of my body. If I become a god then I can also bless you. This is beneficial for both of us, right?" Vincen walked back, picked up the sword, and said to himself, "Thank you, Atlan. I will inherit the mission you left behind. I will surpass the Simeon clan. I will climb up the family that betrayed me, by becoming a part of this family." Then, Vincen and Julian walked out of the villa. Julian said, "Old man, where are you going?" Vincen coldly replied, "I told you to stop calling me old man." Julian scoffed, "Come on, if you were from 500 years ago then you must be an old man." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen replied, "What else? A mission? Maybe because of old age my memory is failing." Hearing that, Julian quickly pulled Davan back. Vincen said sulkily, "Call me Davan." Julian immediately agreed and replied, "Yes Davan." Suddenly there was a loud shout. The fight started, causing the two of them to startled and look over. Somewhere, there is a sword fight. Vincen wondered what kind of martial arts people used in this era, how much martial arts had progressed after 500 years. The Simeon clan, the descendants of Kajin, have become much stronger. It will be fun. But, why is my body so heavy? My body. At this moment, Vincen felt something unusual. Just like that, he passed out right after that. He secretly exclaimed, "Vincen, this kid's body is trash, he faints too easily. This body is so bad that if we don't stop mana from controlling it, we can't live normally." Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, "What is this flow of mana, could it be?" Vincen quickly called out, "Julian, Julian, where are you?" Hearing the call, Julian yawned and replied, "Why are you looking for me?" Vincen angrily asked, Why don't you learn swordsmanship?" Julian explained, "Because I am sick I cannot study." Vincen shouted, "Why?" Julian replied fearfully, "I was born like this." Vincen questioned, "You have holy bones, why don't you learn swordsmanship?" Julian now sulked and replied, "Let me go. What is holy bone and why are you so fierce?" He explained that, you can contain mana in every part of your body, more precisely, you can contain mana in your bones. Hearing this, Julian asked in confusion, "Containing mana, in the bone?" Vincen replied, "I'm crazy, how do you explain this?" Listen carefully, martial artists need to use mana to gain supernatural power that surpasses normal people. That amount of mana is usually contained in the human heart. But having holy bones means that in addition to the heart, you can also contain it in your bones, which means you have an endless source of mana. Julian asked in amazement, "That's great, I can do that, you still don't know how important it is." Kajin, the one you call the brave king. He also has holy bones. Vincen stared at his hand and thought to himself, how ironic, after being reincarnated as Kajin, someone he always hated in his previous life. But, the world 500 years later is a very strange place compared to what I used to know. Julian said, okay, listen to me, I can't associate the symbol with the heart. Vincen wondered, symbol, what is it? Julian helplessly buried his head in his pillow and exclaimed, what is that expression, this guy, since when do I have to explain these things? A symbol is a kind of image that represents your mana. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen angrily shouted, isn't mana stored in the heart, then what about the method of sitting in meditation? Julian replied helplessly, but what meditation method are you talking about? Vincen was confused and asked what meditation was. Fan Ko, the first person to have the ability to flow a huge amount of mana in his heart. Julian quickly continued, in the old days, we stored mana in symbols and called them stars, and the number of stars represented the power of each person. It's been a long time since people used their bodies to store mana, I don't think there's anyone left. Hearing Julian say that, Vincen could only sigh in response, unable to believe it. So, each person in the family must gather at least one symbol, connect the symbol and feel the mana is the first condition to achieve a star. It seems that the way mana is gathered in the symbol is to avoid the dangers that come when mana is stored in the heart. In the past, many people encountered danger because of using that method, because once it exploded, it would definitely be terrible. But, Vincen's hand tightly gripped the sword in his hand, showing his determination. Julian panicked and quickly stopped him. Wait, stop, are you gathering mana in your heart? Vincen replied, don't worry, my heart is very healthy. If you want to become stronger, you have to accept challenges. Vincen thought to himself, Davin had also used this method to become stronger. Julian quickly stopped him and said, wait, why did you let the mana scatter everywhere like that? The order is wrong, don't you know the pulse formula? Vincen angrily turned to scold, it was so noisy, is there any other formula? Julian replied, of course, who could do that? Of course there is a formula for using mana properly. Vincen hesitated for a moment and then replied, I'm just trying to remember how it was before. Julian said, there are many people who have failed. The magical energy will convert and explode, in just a moment. Julian looked scared and exclaimed, so it's death. Vincen said, in other words, consider it as having half a life left, does that sound okay? As soon as he finished speaking, he was so angry that he said, that body isn't yours so you can do whatever you want with it, can you please be a little respectful? Vincen lay down on the chair and replied, okay, what's there to be respectful about? But why did you do that to this body? This statement made Julian's eyes widen in surprise. Vincen raised his hand and exclaimed, his physical appearance is not bad, his heart is also very healthy, as long as you peacefully become a member of the Samion family, you will definitely succeed. The symbol is an important one to gather mana, but the mana itself also needs it, but because of the difficulty, for the past 30 years, no one has seen it anymore. At this rate, the body of Vincen Adenka will die before reaching adulthood. Outside the castle, night had fallen. Vincen said silently, meditation can help us avoid many things, but everything has its limits, maybe there are only 10 years left. 10 years, then, was enough time to become the Sword King, and Davin would one-handedly return. Back in the day, when Davin was imprisoned, in prison, slowly starving to death, what a miserable life. But those years were really scary, I had to endure for a long time. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. What are you doing in there, young master? Answer me. Hearing a loud noise, Vincen startled and looked around, wondering who it was. A man pushed the door open aggressively and shouted, come in. Oh my God, what's going on here, young master, what are you doing in the room? Vincen was confused and asked, are you my servant? Gyusun then smiled and replied, of course, who else could I be, young master? Vincen thought to himself, let's see, his name is Gyusun, the person Julian will kill with his own hands in 3 years. No, don't think too much. Vincen smiled and took off his shirt, saying, just in time, bring me a clean set of clothes and clean the room. Faced with this situation, Gyusun was confused and thought to himself, what's going on? Why does he look stronger than usual today? Is this still the weak Vincen I always knew? Gyusun wondered and asked, young master, what did you do to make the whole room so chaotic? Did you just do some crazy experiment? Vincen quickly denied, no, I didn't. He angrily asked, no, what's the use of you hiding in your room reading books all day until you go crazy? You must have learned black magic, right? I'll report this to the higher-ups. Vincen calmly laughed loudly in response. It was rare to see a servant talk like that to his master. Gyusun exclaimed in surprise, what? He continued, he kept wanting to do things that his master didn't want. which meant he didn't intend to listen from the start, right? Hearing these words, Gyu-sun was speechless and said, "That matter." Vincen said loudly, "It is true that I make you work more than usual, but don't you see that it is your duty?" As soon as he finished speaking, Gyu-sun immediately yelled, "I said I wouldn't do things I didn't want to do. What do you think I'm here for?" Vincen's sharp eyes glanced and said, "Yes, you are just a servant, am I right? Okay, if you don't want to do it, then don't do it, I'll go get my own stuff." Seeing Vincen leave, Gyu-sun wondered, "Where are you going, young master?" "I was going to the place where you are staying to find clothes. I will say that I have to go there because Gyu-sun does not want to do this." Before this statement made him extremely angry. Gyu-sun reluctantly replied, "I will do it right away, who says no?" Having said that, he took Vincen's clothes and left. "I will clean the room, so you just leave it there." At this moment, he thought to himself, the previous Vincen was truly a coward. Even a servant could be so arrogant. They definitely did this on purpose. Julian nodded and said, "Yes, I think so too." Vincen said, "They are just a bunch of people who don't know their place and like to provoke other people's limits. We have to let them see what kind of person the seventh master of the Adenka family is." Julian said with a panicked expression, "Moreover, Gyu-sun is also a member of the fanatics who killed hundreds of people. What should we do?" Vincen calmly replied, "Kill people." Listen carefully, a killer always has another kind of energy with him. But I don't feel that energy from him. He's just a loser, his eyes are still very innocent. I also see him as just a coward. Hearing these words, Julian said with interest, "Weren't you also that kind of person? Otherwise how could you understand so clearly?" Vincen replied coldly, "Because I have lived a life." Seeing Vincen's attitude, he wondered to himself, what's wrong with him? Did he summon something even more terrifying than the Demon King? On this side, Gyu-sun angrily stepped in and called out, "Sir, I have finished washing your clothes from yesterday. Do you like the way I cleaned the room?" Vincen replied calmly sitting on the chair, "Thank you for your hard work." Gyu-sun said resentfully, "Please don't turn the room into a battlefield next time." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen replied, "Okay, I won't do that again." At this moment, he secretly felt pleased that he seemed to be more docile now. What could the useless Vincen do even if he acted so arrogantly? Vincen suddenly ordered, "Gyu-sun, bring me a wooden sword about a meter long like this. It would be good if it weighed about 500 grams, and it should be made of black wood. There must be a lot of it in the warehouse." Hearing this, Gyu-sun arrogantly said, "What if I refuse?" Vincen stood up and smiled, "If you don't do it then I'll go get it myself." How should I answer the gatekeeper when he asks why I have to go get it myself? "Oh right, Gyu-sun, do you know that the guards in the warehouse are experts, and they are very loyal to the descendants of this family?" Seeing that, he quickly stopped them. "Wait, why are you acting like that again? Seriously, wait a minute." Gyu-sun quickly grabbed Vincen's shoulder. Reflexively, Vincen immediately grabbed his hand. Then forcefully threw it to the ground. Vincen said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I have quite a few bad memories of being hit from behind." Gyu-sun said painfully, "I've never heard of that happening before." Vincen then let go of his hand and continued, "That's even better. From now on, engrave that in your mind." He secretly lamented in his heart, "Just wrestling him made my body hurt so much, it really hurt." Gyu-sun could not swallow his anger, he immediately rushed to Vincen. Feeling that, Vincen glanced at him warningly, "What, do you want to say something?" Hearing this, Gyu-sun timidly replied, "No, sir, what did you say, 1 meter of black wood?" Vincen smiled and replied, "Didn't you say you didn't want to go get it?" Gyu-sun said angrily, "I didn't say I didn't want to do it." Having said that, he angrily slammed the door shut. Then, feeling guilty, he fearfully opened the door and quickly explained, "The door slammed shut because of the wind, I didn't do it on purpose." Seeing Gyu-sun's attitude, Vincen sighed and said, "This little mouse, I didn't even say anything." On this side, Gyu-sun was so angry that he was fuming and angrily walked out. He said to himself, "I cannot lose to him again, not again, I will let him know why I am a ghost." A moment later, he took the piece of wood and brought it in front of Vincen. He said to himself, "What, you feel so miserable, right? You think I will give it to you like that?" Vincen closed the book and said, "Gyu-sun, do you know, among all the people I know, there is one person who does not have a right hand." Gyu-sun nodded and replied, "Yes." Vincen added that because he didn't have a right hand, his life was quite difficult. In fact, he encountered something very bad at the end of his life. As soon as he finished speaking, Gyu-sun was scared and quickly raised his hand, bowed down and said, "Here is your wooden sword, sir." Vincen slowly picked up the sword and said, Thank you. Gu-sun was cursing in his heart. Damn it, this is so humiliating. Then he said, I have finished the task you assigned me, now I will take my leave. With that, he left angrily, the door slamming shut. Vincen held the wooden stick in his hand and thought to himself, okay, now I just need some proper exercises. Just like that, Vincen immediately started practicing. At the sword practice ground, Vincen was still engrossed in practicing with his wooden sword. He thought to himself, I knew this holy bone was weak, but I didn't think I would be exhausted after just a few swings of the wooden sword like this. It seems like I have a long way to go, however. This feels great, it seems like I was born to be a martial artist. At this moment, Vincen used a wooden sword to cut the mannequin in half. Suddenly a man came over and loudly said, excuse me. Because the mana is so weak, I don't think anyone is using a straw man. Vincen wondered and asked, who are you? As soon as he finished speaking, he proudly replied, I am Revan, aren't you just a useless Vincen? This statement made Vincen ponder for a moment. Julian once said, Revan was just a backup descendant. He is also one of the candidates predicted to win this time's sword conference. You met his father before, right? Hearing this, Vincen understood everything and replied, so he is that guy's son. At the same time, the arrogant Revan immediately angrily stepped in front of the Vincen. Julian saw this and quickly warned, be careful, he is the seed from the reserve descendant, the one with the best skills among the 13-year-olds in the Adenka family. He said smugly, I guess if I win this true sword conference, I will have to fight you, so I came to find you. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen exclaimed in surprise, the conference is over. It is a real sword tournament and gathers children from the martial arts master families of the Adenka family. Since there is no age restriction, people usually participate in the real sword conference at the age of 14. The champion of the sword conference will be given the chance to fight the official descendant of the Adenka family at the same age. The official descendant will have to fight the champion of the sword conference, which will be me, the useless Vincen, who is said to be the weakest among the official descendants. Revan saw that Vincen did not respond, then angrily shouted, you will not run away from me because you are too scared. In this sword conference, everything will not end with a wooden sword. Vincen calmly replied, how can a warrior be afraid of a sword? Revan laughed and said, I guess you speak very well since you are an official descendant. Not willing to be outdone, Vincen sarcastically replied, you crow quite well. These words made Revan exclaim in surprise, what? Even provocation needs to be moderate and have a level. At this moment Vincen thought to himself, how dare he tease his loved one who is practicing, he was too rude. Davin the one-armed had to respect both training and sparring. Even Kajin respected him. Vincen said, cutting down another person's straw puppet, you are a disgrace to all martial artists, you should feel ashamed yourself. I guess your father, who was also a backup descendant, taught you how to behave like that. These words made Revan angry. He pointed the wooden sword at Vincen's face and shouted loudly, you dog, you dare to insult my father. I have decided that I will not forgive you since the moment you insulted my father. Julian on the side worriedly asked, Revan, he is at 2-star level, and his attribute has also reached steel level. You have to be careful because he is stronger than you now anyway. Vincen replied, I know I will lose if I fight him at this time, but... It was obvious that he reeked of the inferiority of the one who raised him because they were just spare descendants. He was using mana even though he knew that I couldn't control mana yet. His father didn't even act like an adult and his son didn't know the etiquette of a martial artist. It seems that the thinking of martial artists is not the same as 500 years ago. I must make sure he learns this. Vincen pointed the wooden sword at Revan's face and said, in my time. Someone like you should be beaten by the eldest in the clan. Vincen thought to himself, fortunately, I still have a good sense of distance. At the unusual action of Vincen, Revan was surprised and secretly wondered, what is this? Is he pointing his sword at me? Not only does he not have mana, he can't even perform the image. How can he be so confident? I knew for sure that from the moment he pointed his sword at my face, he had no chance of winning, but... What's with this atmosphere? He's going to kill me at any moment. Suddenly Vincen pulled out his sword. Okay, let's stop here. If you're scared by just a few wooden swords, then how can I feel okay fighting you in a sword conference? In the sword conference, things don't end with just a few wooden swords, you know that, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Revan went crazy and shouted, this dog. I must kill you here, Revan said, charging at the Vincen. Revan, with a fierce expression, charged like the wind. Julian saw this scene. He was scared and quickly hid behind Vincen and said, what else are you doing? Quickly avoid the attack. Vincen calmly replied, don't worry Julian, he can't beat me. At the same time, a man appeared and held Revan back and said, "Young master, stop, you cannot fight with young master Vincen here." Revan angrily shouted, "What, let me go." Seeing that things had settled down, Julian sighed and said, "Thank goodness." Vincen stood to the side and said smugly, "See, I told you so." The blond man continued, "If you injure young master Vincen here, he will have an excuse to avoid this match. Young master has to fight him at the True Sword Conference, so please restrain yourself." Revan reluctantly agreed, "Then see you at the Sword Conference, coward." Back in the room, Julian kept complaining, "Seriously, why did you provoke Revan just now? If his guard didn't stop you, you could have been in trouble." Vincen replied arrogantly, "All I did was teach that ignorant brat a lesson." Julian wondered and asked, "I'm going crazy, how did you end up like this?" "I had to plan to summon the Spirit King," Vincen calmly replied. "Yeah, sorry, that's why I'm learning what's happening in this era from you." Vincen looked at the picture of Vincen as a child and exclaimed to himself, "This is a portrait." Julian angrily snatched the photo and said, Hey, focus, don't be distracted by random things. Have you finished studying the theory of illusions? Focus on magic and the 5 elements attributes." Vincen wondered and asked, "Attributes?" Julian explains that attributes are what people create power from, a self-created blessing. Hearing this, Vincen panicked and said, "What, you can create your own blessing? That is disrespecting the gods, you will be punished." He looked sulky and said, "What are you talking about? You don't respect any gods, you should be grateful that no one has died because of divine punishment." Vincen asked further, "Revan also has attributes, right? So what is the Iron Blessing?" Julian explained, "The Dwarf King's blessing includes many things. These attributes will help the recipient gain more power. The more special blessings, the more chances there are to open up stronger paths. It's like those branches. Iron Man is a mid-range blessing, its power is defense and attack." Vincen thought for a moment and then replied, "This seems like a pretty cool new thing." Julian continued, "Yes, you will become much stronger." At this moment, in Vincen's mind, he thought, just like what Julian said, the straw doll was cut in half right at the neck. Revan has shown me an unbelievable achievement compared to people in my time. Is that the power of the attribute? To fight someone like that, one needs to get used to those skills. Early the next morning, Vincen continued to go to the training ground. He worked hard to practice using the wooden sword. The guards who witnessed this scene gathered together in surprise and said, "It's the young master again, he's swinging the sword with his left hand. Then he gets bored right away, everyone knows that. He starts swinging randomly after 2 or 3 sword strikes, it's really funny to see." Suddenly someone came and interrupted, saying, "Don't speak so harshly to him." Seeing Merlin, the group of people shouted in fear, Deputy Commander Merlin." He calmly said, "What's so funny when the young master of the Adenka family is gathering to practice martial arts?" Hearing this, the group of people were scared and quickly replied, "We are sorry," then they immediately left. Merlin glanced at Vincen who was practicing, he sighed and said to himself, "That's what I wanted to say, but look at him, people always call him the disgrace of Adenka, a sword swinger without any attributes or mana, he is always looked down upon by others." Julian said shyly, "They are talking about you, shouldn't we practice in the forest?" Vincen replied, "Do you have the strength and time to go there?" Vincen recalled the past, he said, "I'm used to being looked down upon by others, ever since no one expected that I, Davin, had defeated Sword Dance. But I did it, I turned defeat into victory, with this body I need to try harder." Suddenly Merlin came and gave Vincen a glass of water and said, "Here is the medicine to restore spiritual power. It will be easier for you to practice with it." Vincen took the water bottle and asked, "You are?" Merlin quickly explained, "I am the deputy leader of the White Sword Unit, Merlin." Vincen pressed further, "Are you mocking me?" Merlin replied, "To be honest I am, but..." His eyes seemed to be searching for something. Anyone who would mock a martial artist like that should be despicable. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen nodded, "Merlin, I will remember this name." "Excuse me, you should be on patrol right now, you can go now," he quickly replied, "then I will take my leave." Merlin saw Vincen's determined look, he said to himself, "Something has changed the young master, I hope luck will come to you." Vincen, regardless of day or night, he practiced diligently from morning to night. Day after day, alone with a wooden sword just like that. Vincen practiced until exhausted, then sat down to drink water. At night, he diligently wrote something down. He remembered the moment of practice, Vincen said, his right foot balanced. "And with the rotation of the hips, we can feel the mana in our chest." "I'm starting to feel it, Davin," The path to defeating Kajin. Vincen felt the power when he fought Kajin before. He thought to himself, the sword path must follow the starlight points to reveal its full power. Right now, Vincen immediately continued to practice. Each punch is very decisive, quick and neat along the punch line. Seeing the results before his eyes, Vincen couldn't help but secretly rejoice. It was a success. I have successfully practiced swordsmanship. Gyu-sun was angry and kept nagging, damn it, how many days has it been? He's not a rooster to eat at 5 in the morning, his practice only makes me work. Suddenly Gyu-sun had an idea, why don't I insult him a little? Then he brought the food. Young master, breakfast is here. Gyu-sun slowly opened the lid, making Vincen surprised. Looking at the plate of food, some parts have been reduced. Looking at Gyu-sun's mouth full of food, Vincen angrily said, if you want to eat secretly, don't be so obvious. He pretended to be stupid and replied, what are you saying, sir? Vincen continued, if you have a conscience, at least wipe your mouth. Now we can easily ignore that, but I hope you don't go overboard. Gyu-sun quickly raised his hand to wipe his mouth and replied, sir, you know that I used to be a criminal too, right? I may look like this, but I have killed quite a few people. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen burst out laughing and said, I'm so scared. Gyu-sun replied smugly, yes, then. Before he could finish speaking, Vincen used mana to warn, it's easy to control others by threatening, but you can't threaten me, that's why I don't drown you by force. Hearing this, he was startled and quickly asked, telepathy, young master has mana, since when? Vincen calmly replied, the important thing is that we are using mana, right? Gyu-sun nodded and replied, yes, stop showing off in front of me and stand next to me, soon, you will not have to be embarrassed for serving Vincen Adenka anymore. At the right moment, you must decide between opposing me, or serving me with loyalty. Then, Gyu-sun went out the door, looked in and observed Vincen and asked, sir, what are you saying? Even if you oppress me like this, there is no way I will listen. Then he immediately closed the door, thinking deeply for a moment. Gyu-sun began to feel confused, why was he suddenly so cool? On the other side, Merlin leisurely walked in the sword practice area. He thought to himself, it seems like young master Vincen came early today. Suddenly, Merlin was startled by something. He looked at the straw man and exclaimed, what, this straw man, cut in half with a sharp sword? No way, from what we see, young master Vincen only uses a wooden sword. But to say, from this perspective, too accurate, can it really progress like this? Young master Vincen, what kind of swordsmanship are you learning? At this time, Vincen was leisurely enjoying breakfast. After finishing his meal, he changed his clothes. Gyu-sun agreed to sit on the floor to fold each set of clothes for Vincen. Julian said with delight, hasn't that bastard Gyu-sun become extremely obedient? He's just a little stubborn, just leave him alone and he'll get into shape. Suddenly Vincen lifted his sleeve and looked, then asked, Gyu-sun, about my clothes. It was made of Levitine fabric. He was confused and asked, what kind of fabric is it? Vincen explained further, using this type is very cost effective but in return it gets dirty easily. This type is not good enough for a noble person like me to use. As for the food, compared to our family's budget, the quality of such dishes is very poor. Julian wondered and asked, what do you mean? Vincen replied, someone stole the money, they must have embezzled it. Julian was surprised and asked, what, is it Gyu-sun? And stammered, Levi Din, embezzlement. Seeing Gyu-sun's attitude, they helplessly said to themselves, forget it. Vincen said, it's not Gyu-sun, he wouldn't dare do that, it must be someone above him. Elsewhere, Revan is training hard. Revan's muscular body makes the ladies jealous. Revan remembered what Vincen said, why are you so scared? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but angrily shout, who's afraid? Then, he used the wooden sword to slash wildly. Suddenly there was a knock on the door outside asking if Revan was there. Looks like you're practicing hard. Revan heard the noise, he turned around and called out, Father. Revan's father reminded him, Revan, you don't have much time left until the sword festival. We need to get out of a life of poverty and the sorrow of our fathers, then I must defeat Vincen. Hearing these words, Revan replied, I know, Father. Revan's father grabbed Revan's arm and shouted, forcing him. You are forced to become one of the branch members that can overthrow the main branch, you know that. Revan, faced with this situation, could only nod and reply, yes sir. Revan thought to himself, the conference day was approaching so his father looked more irritable than usual. Day by day, His father's obsession became worse and worse. Vincen, if I just defeat that bastard, my father and family, then they can all return to the days they once were. On this side, Julian said with delight, then now, it's finally over, the information about the participants in the True Sword Conference. Vincen said, what the hell, not only is there their personal information, but there are also their favorite techniques and their habits. Julian said smugly, how does it look, isn't it awesome? He turned to exclaim, you are really terrible, giving me goosebumps. Julian replied with delight, I will take it as a compliment. Vincen wondered and asked, your plan is to make a grand entrance at the True Sword Conference by borrowing the power of the Spirit King, right? Julian replied, yes, and the magic stone. This is the mana pearl that will be given to the champion. If you absorb that pearl, then your body and mana will both become stronger instantly, just as miraculous as its name suggests. Vincen secretly exclaimed, from the information he gathered in his expression, he could clearly understand how much the kid wanted him to win. It would be humiliating for a fighter to lose when he has all the information he needs. Vincen expressed, even though it is not a spirit king like you. But we will win this convention, so we can get what we need. Then he immediately rang the bell and called, Gu-sun. Immediately, he opened the door, panting, and asked, yes, young master, what's the matter? Vincen said, I have something I need you to make for me, Gu-sun. On the other side, in some room. A voice came from outside, I am Gu-sun, can I come in? Gu-sun slowly opened the door and asked, are you okay? Grand Chamberlain Realsa saw him appear. Realsa asked coldly, what's the matter? Seeing Realsa's unapproachable appearance, Gu-sun trembled and said to himself, she is truly a level 7 martial artist, she is so scary. Even so, he still had to pass on the message. Young Master Vincen had something to say to the family head. Realsa calmly replied, is that so? It seems like he doesn't even dare to personally go see the family head. He replied, he wanted the master to attend the sword conference. He said he would prove his worth as a member of the Adenka branch. Realsa said as he finished speaking, the head of the family never attended the sword conference, he had neither the time nor the reason to. Before he could finish speaking, Gu-sun took out a piece of paper and put it on the table, saying, this is the price for embezzling the budget. Her job is to make the impossible possible. Hearing these words, Realsa asked in a low voice, what did you just say? Gu-sun quickly replied, oh no, I just passed on what the young master told me. She angrily said, enough, get out of here. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu-sun immediately ran away. At this moment, Realsa thought to himself, he could have come here himself. No, even if he came here himself, he wouldn't be able to scare me anymore. He deliberately sent Gu-sun here, to show me that he is the one with power. He's finally gotten a lot smarter. On the other side, there was a man who was constantly working hard to practice. Realsa slowly walked inside. Feeling that, he called out the name, Realsa. Hearing the call, she said, Master, young Master Vincen wants to invite you to attend the True Sword Conference. As soon as he finished speaking, the man replied, it seems you care too much, Realsa. Stop doing meaningless things like this and, before he could finish his sentence, Realsa quickly explained, he said that he would prove his worth as a member of the Adenka branch. Hearing this, he said silently, proving the value of the stars. Realsa, do you think Vincen is qualified to speak about his values in the family? Realsa replied, of course not, that was also why he promised this time he would prove his worth. Then she bowed solemnly and said, please attend, Master of the house, I will be your notary. As soon as she finished speaking, the master of the Adenka replied, Miss, do you know what it means? Realsa replied, yes, if the young Master Vincen cannot prove himself, I will sacrifice my life. He frowned and said, I don't understand why you have to do things like this. Realsa replied, it's because the young Master Vincen has hit my weak point. Is it because you embezzled the budget? Is that brat really Sarvana's son? The day of the sword convention has come, and the young men are here. Revan entered the hall with a heavy burden of responsibility. He said to himself, prepare yourself, Vincen, today I will definitely defeat you. Revan glanced up at the stands, someone's figure caught his attention. Revan asked curiously, who was that person? No way, the owner is sick. Seeing Khan, Revan smugly thought to himself, he must have come here to see how I, the rising star among the descendants of the body double, would compete. This is my chance, I will defeat you in a cool manner in front of the family head. At this moment, the referee's voice sounded, the sword conference asked for permission to begin. The signal just ended, Revan said happily, so annoying, I might as well die. Faced with this situation, Revan's opponent was not afraid at all. He raised his sword high and said, "You dare to be arrogant." Suddenly the sword broke into many pieces, causing Revan to gasp in surprise. "What did you just do? You think that move will work on my steel attribute?" Then he kicked his opponent hard. Witnessing this fight, Revan's father excitedly shouted, "Yes, that's right, Revan." Everyone present was amazed. No wonder he was called the rising star among the descendants of the branch. He was so young and had already reached the 2-star threshold. That defensive attribute was impressive, right? A descendant of the branch could actually win this competition for the first time in history. Vincen stood to the side and said to himself, according to the standards of 500 years ago, they were all geniuses, extremely bright geniuses. But they have almost no profound understanding of swordsmanship. Their strength mainly comes from their own attributes, from their movements. I can't see any combat experience. It's as if they are puppets dancing on the answer sheet. That must be why he was able to use his attribute and attack so recklessly. On the opening victory, Revan bowed his head proudly to the cheers of the people. "I give you credit for not running away, Vincen," he said to himself. "Get up quickly, I'll wait for you." On this side, the host Khan was still attentively watching the competition. The atmosphere in the hall became increasingly heated. One by one, they were easily taken down by Revan. The bell rang. "Stop, the battle was over. The winner, Revan," Revan said with a smug smile. "It was over. I, Revan, have defeated all my opponents. Now, as the rules established by all the elders have demanded, I will fight my close friend, Vincen Adenka, in the final battle of the True Sword Tournament. I will fight with the direct descendants of my family." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen proudly replied, "I accept his challenge." Then, Vincen stepped up to the ring. The two faced each other. The man standing in the middle introduced himself, "I am Sun, the referee of this sword meeting." Both of them prepared. Suddenly Vincen interrupted, "Wait, I have a condition." Vincen called out loudly, "Sun." Immediately, Sun brought the wooden sword to Vincen. He held the sword and said confidently, "I will only use this wooden sword, and use my left hand to fight my distant relative. I will also give him 3 moves. Hearing these words, Revan's father was confused and asked, "What is he talking about?" The people sitting beside exclaimed in surprise, "I have heard some negative rumors about him. Has he gone crazy? I don't know." Vincen continued, "Until the first 3 attacks are completed, I will not move a step from where I am currently standing." As soon as he finished speaking, Revan angrily shouted, "What the hell are you doing, Vincen? How long do you plan to mock me?" Everyone was talking excitedly. "How silly, isn't it true that the young master of Vincen doesn't know any martial arts, so even if he is a direct descendant, it doesn't matter, how can he be so arrogant?" Revan's father shouted angrily, "The young master Vincen was only doing this to justify his loss, master." Immediately after, the head of the family calmly replied, "I allow it." Hearing this, Revan's father reluctantly nodded and replied, "Yes." The landlord said, "Vincen, you better use actions to prove your words." Vincen confidently replied, "I will do so, master." After the deal was done, Sun said, "If that was the case, the battle with the direct descendants would begin." "Both sides, get ready," Revan said angrily. "Charge, Vincen." Vincen smiled and replied, "Didn't you hear what I said? I told you I would accept your first 3 attacks." Sun waved the flag and said loudly, "Start." As soon as he finished speaking, Revan immediately said, "If that's the case then just die in that position." Then he immediately attacked. Vincen calmly watched, counting silently, the first attack. Going back a while ago, he told Julian that there was a high chance it would be a short stab. As expected, Vincen quickly dodged to the side. He said, "Let's see how long you can be arrogant." As the knife was pressed against Vincen's neck, Revan smugly thought to himself, "I've got him." Vincen thought to himself, "Most of them are just feints, the real attack will be the second stab." "Now," Revan said arrogantly, "I have you now, Vincen." Faced with this situation, Vincen calmly sighed inwardly. The way he moved was too obvious. He didn't even need Julian's information to see it, because his attribute prevented him from taking damage. He didn't even pay attention to the basics. Good swords from the start. Not used for stabbing, just a flick of the hand was enough to block Revan's attack. This made Revan exclaim, he just deflected his sword, no way. To be able to see where his sword was going he must be many levels stronger. Vincen smirked and said, "I have allowed you to attack first 2 moves." As soon as he finished speaking, Revan became angry and said, "You bastard. Don't get all cocky just because you learned some tricks." Then he frantically made a third move, but unfortunately for him, Vincen easily caught his hand. Then he used his foot to trip Revan, making him unable to stand. Immediately afterwards, Revan fell painfully to the ground. He lay on the ground screaming. Vincen said coldly, "That was the third attack." Revan was confused and asked, "You, how?" Vincen said to himself, "Julian, I will keep my promise to you." And keeping his promise to his father, Vincen picked up the wooden sword and said, "Now it's my turn to attack." Witnessing this scene, everyone had their mouths open in amazement. Even the referee Dissun is no exception. The landlord was restless, he frowned and observed the situation. Revan's father angrily yelled from the side. He said, "What are you doing, Revan? Get up." Why was he having trouble with a guy who didn't even know how to use mana? Even Revan wondered in confusion, what was going on? Julian said in surprise, "What's the matter, Vincen? I can't see clearly." Vincen replied, "That's basic hand-to-hand combat. Standing still and not attacking is also an effective defense, that way you can observe your opponent. There are many ways to suppress your opponent without using weapons." After a moment of thought, Revan said, "I understand now. To gain an advantage in such a short period of time, it must be thanks to this little god's help. Don't you feel too ashamed?" As soon as he finished speaking, Julian angrily said, "Little god, he's going a bit too far." Vincen sarcastically said, "If that makes you feel better then keep thinking that way, but your thoughts will end here." Revan got mad and said, "Shut up, your cheating games will end here." Faced with this situation, Julian panicked and shouted loudly, "It's very dangerous to block this attack, dodge to the left." Vincen calmly replied, "I know." Then he quickly dodged to the side. He immediately returned the attack with his sword. Vincen said to himself, "Damn it, my chance has come." Immediately, he used the wooden sword to slash Revan's neck. Making Revan bewildered and exclaim, "What's wrong? Why doesn't it hurt at all?" Revan's father heard this and was furious. Of course, a practiced sword could never break through such a steel-like defense. Vincen thought to himself, with a body that hasn't been trained much, he can't use any strong skills yet, but if he is confident enough, he will attack with that move again. Revan laughed proudly, "Let me show you that our gap cannot be covered by your limited talent." Vincen was now secretly thinking, taking advantage of the power of his attack. As Revan was about to launch his next attack towards the Vincen, he immediately unleashed his fatal move, and Revan was instantly sent flying. Vincen said, "Referee, Dissun, you better find a way to prevent this disaster from happening." This statement made Dissun open his mouth in surprise. At this moment, Vincen secretly knew that he only had one chance. Then, he immediately rushed forward to attack, thinking to himself, "If I use this skill one more time, my body will be shattered. I had to finish him off while he was suspended in the air from that move." Revan was surprised by Vincen's attack. Revan yelled angrily, "You son of a bitch." Looking at Revan's gesture, Vincen thought to himself, "I can see it." The starlight Revan left behind and the starlight he created, the sword path was connecting the two. "Look closely, Julian, this is the move I've been practicing." Having said that, Vincen punched Julian to witness. Instantly, the Vincen's wooden sword severed Revan's right arm. Witnessing this, Revan's father widened his eyes in shock. The homeowner was surprised at Vincen's strength. At this moment, Vincen thought to himself, quickly taking advantage of the opponent's imbalance and executing his ultimate move. And use it to control everything including the opponent's movements. This is called swordsmanship. At this moment, Revan kept screaming, "My hand, my hand." The referee couldn't believe his eyes, it couldn't be. Vincen turned and said, "Referee, what are you doing? Do I have to cut off his leg to be crowned the winner?" As soon as he finished speaking, Dissun immediately raised his flag and announced that the championship belonged to Vincen Adenka. Revan's father ran over in a panic and shouted, "Revan, stop the bleeding quickly." The referee, with his skin painted, said worriedly, "Medicine alone won't work. Doctor, call the doctor over here." Vincen said proudly, "I told you to find a way to stop it." Dissun, hearing this, Dissun bowed his head and replied, "Sorry, it was my fault." Julian said with amusement, "Why are you so calm? Your body has reached its limit, you have to rest soon." Vincen coldly replied, "I know, but it's not time to rest yet." Then he looked at the owner of the house and said, "I have kept my promise, father." At this moment, he calmly sat on the stage. Looking at the Khan family head, Vincen said to himself, I said I would directly prove my strength to the Adenka family. After thinking for a while, the landlord replied, I understand. The champion of the sword tournament belongs to Vincen Adenka. Vincen stood below and looked up at his father. Then the host Khan said, everyone, come inside, the award ceremony will begin. At this time, night had fallen over the castle. Everyone was present. The host took out a shiny object and placed it on the table. He said, the one who won will receive this magic stone. Vincen went to the ceremony to receive the award. Suddenly, Revan's father ran in, panting, saying something that didn't make sense at all. There must be some trick. He borrowed the power of some minor god, Master. Julian from behind continued, Master, there's a small problem. The homeowner asked, what is the problem, doctor? Julian explained further, it looked like young Master Revan's arm. It cannot be repaired anymore. Revan lay on the bed, his severed arm being treated by the medics, but he was still in great pain. Julian hesitantly announced, young Master Revan's arm. It looks like it's beyond repair. Chalit looked incredulous and asked, what are you talking about? Will Revan only have one arm forever? Julian bowed his head and expressed, I sincerely apologize. The priest almost went crazy. He grabbed the priest's collar and loudly questioned, you are priests, how can you not even be able to mend an arm? Julian explained, this is a type of wound we have never seen before. On the other side, Julian called out worriedly, Vincen, but he just frowned and didn't say anything yet. Julian let the other priests leave, and stayed behind to explain the situation. This wound was quite strange, it was hard to imagine, it seemed like it was cut by something that my divine power could not control. If we don't hurry, even the higher-ranking pastors won't be able to heal us. The priest was in tears at this moment. He angrily denounced, look at this family head, just a wound like this, and a third-level priest like him cannot even treat it. He must have learned a lot of dark techniques, there must be some force helping him. As soon as he finished speaking, the others also started whispering and discussing. Now that he mentioned it, he was right, it was so sudden, how could the young master's skills have? Vincen then spoke up, would it be okay if I responded to his words? The Adenka family head agreed, go ahead. Julian couldn't help but wonder, what are you doing? Vincen stepped forward very calmly and said, the great sword protection ceremony had taken place in the presence of the head of the family, so any action had to be approved by the head of the family's authority, and the head of the family had declared that I was the final winner. Therefore, all his words were flatly rejected by the authority of the host, and this was also the place where many special guests gathered. Father Adenka, do you believe that your understanding will be higher than the homeowners? He was asked a difficult question and immediately bit his lips, sweat began to flow. Not letting him explain anything, Vincen immediately ordered, Dasun, you must arrest him. Dasun hesitantly asked, your grandfather said? Vincen confirmed, yes, the father of my Revan, Father Lit Adenka. Chalit clenched his fists, what, even if you are a descendant of the main line, how dare you? Not letting him finish speaking, Vincen glared and questioned, are you asking about the authority of the family head here? Do you need me to say more? Dasun did not dare to disobey and replied, I will follow your orders. He walked over, tied the father up with a rope, and forced him to kneel on the ground. He struggled and shouted, what are you doing? Let me go. Then the cold voice of the Adenka owner rang out, Father, Adenka. Do you realize that you are in debt to Vincen? The law of Adenka does not forgive the same crime twice. If Vincen does not do this here, then you will suffer the punishment of the clan. We are both fathers, so I will forgive you this time, so don't complain anymore. The father then turned pale and bowed his head, yes, master. The Adenka family head then turned to praise, you did well Vincen. He placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head slightly in gratitude, thank you father. Julian couldn't help but be happy, he immediately smiled and asked, you look so happy. He scratched his head and replied, it's nothing, I'm so embarrassed, it's truly a valuable experience to be praised by the owner. On the bed, Revan couldn't help but cry out in pain, seeing that, his father was worried and quickly turned around to call, Revan. Julian went over and used his divine power to ease the pain. At this point, his right arm would be gone forever. Revan painfully tried to say, no. Julian leaned close to Vincen and whispered, Vincen. Vincen asked doubtfully, is it okay? Julian affirmed, this will definitely be a beneficial opportunity for us. Seeing that, he had no choice but to agree, okay, I will do as you say. Then Vincen went to Julian and asked, priest, that right arm, can the magic stone help heal it? Julian was confused, that, he thought doubtfully, the reward used to cure young Master Revan, it was a magic stone, he was asking me to use that stone. Not letting Dullin answer, Vincen laughed and guessed, I'll assume it's possible. Then he said loudly, I was the one who cut off Revan's right arm, is it okay if I handle this situation? The Adenka owner raised his eyebrows and said, okay, I'll let you take care of it. With approval, Vincen went in front of the father and said, Revan had mocked and laughed at me in the arena. He hurriedly begged, I'm sorry, I didn't know how to teach him, I sincerely apologize, please forgive him. Vincen suddenly reached out and pulled out a sword from a man in the room, who exclaimed, my sword, he said, everything should be proven by action. He swung his sword and cut the rope that bound his father. Just as he was still in shock, Vincen made a condition, show your repentance as the head of the family, then I will use the magic stone to heal Revan. The father asked suspiciously, what do you want? Vincen's cold eyes looked at him and said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and as for the right hand, I will need someone's right arm. At this moment, the father could not help but be shocked, his pupils contracted, and the veins popped out. Vincen coldly looked at Revan on the bed and secretly sarcastically said, what a useless guy. I know he has completely regained his senses, he refuses to speak no matter how things are going. Is your right arm that important to you? Where is all the filial piety of this generation gone? After a while of struggling, the priest took the sword, placed his right hand on the table and said, okay, I will sacrifice my right arm. Even so, the father was still trembling, the sharp sword slowly lowered. Julian exclaimed, it looks like he loves his son very much. Vincen replied, yes, it looks quite strange but it is still fatherly love. Father gritted his teeth, I have to do this, for Revan, I have to cut off my right arm. He shouted loudly, then raised his sword high, preparing to slash down on his hand. At this moment, Vincen coldly glanced to the side, I told you to prevent any risks. Sun finished speaking. Sun instantly swung his sword, cutting off the sword that was about to cut into the father's hand. He was breathing heavily in fear as if he still couldn't believe what had just happened. Sun's timely action could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Vincen reminded, I hope you will use this courage better next time. Having said that, he knelt before his father and reported as the Adenka family head, everything has been resolved, my lord. He smiled with satisfaction, picked up the magic stone and said, very good, Vincen. He cupped his hands and raised them to receive the stone. Then he took it and brought it before Dullin and said, Pastor, hurry up. Dullin obeyed, he took the tablet and put it in his mouth, his hand exerted his magic, halos appeared, O goddess of healing, Thorn, please have mercy, and grant us a miracle. After praying, he cut the stone into pieces. The power from the stone combined with divine power, flying to Revan's hand, reconnecting the wound. Father looked happily at Revan's arm. Julian exclaimed, precious magic stone. Vincen smirked and said, you're the one who told me to give it to him. Julian expressed a little regret, I still can't help but be sad. Vincen also somewhat sympathized, that's right, it's a rare item. Outside the door, Sun was listening closely. His face was full of excitement and he secretly praised, the young master is really cool, really cool. Remember before, Vincen once said, there will be a time when you need to decide to choose to oppose or swear allegiance to me. At this moment, Sun had made a decision, he clenched his fist, of course. Loyalty is much cooler. In the room, after being treated, the father and son and Revan hugged each other and cried until they had no more tears, but the atmosphere was now more comfortable, everyone was smiling, only the head of the Adenka family had an unchanged expression. Everything was settled. Vincen also returned to his room. Sun's attitude towards him now also changed 180 degrees, he warmly said, young master. I will start preparing dinner soon. Vincen nodded and said, okay. Julian couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with him? Vincen leaned back in his chair and said, isn't that what you want, for him to consider me as master? Julian frowned and sighed, of course not, I'm aiming for something greater than that. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Julian asked doubtfully, he brought it already, so fast, and Vincen immediately sat up straight and replied, come in. The door opened, it was not Sun, but Dullin. He came in and asked, how are you lately, young master? He looked at him and frowned, you are. The other person bowed and introduced himself, saying good evening. I am Dullin, a cleric of the Thorns. Vincen suddenly wondered why the priest came here. He replied, I came to express my gratitude for what happened earlier. Julian didn't know what he saw but his mouth was wide open in surprise. It turned out that Dullin took out a magic stone and said, please, take this. Vincen was also surprised, this was a magic stone. Dullin explained, I give this magic stone back to you, because today you helped cure young Master Revan. Vincen immediately asked, why did you give this to me? He expressed, in order for those who suffered pain to first stand up, then smile and become happy. That was the reason I became a priest. However, when I saw young Master Revan today, I was at a loss for words in the end. In the end, I put the value of the magic stone and human life on the scale. And, as if mocking me, he voluntarily gave up the magic stone he had just obtained. Thanks to young Master Vincen, thanks to you we were able to reflect on ourselves, please take this back. As he spoke, he placed the stone in his hand. Vincen laughed and said, I didn't do anything, the priest basically realized it himself. However, accepting this is also a reasonable way to show my respect for you. Dullin smiled in response, thanked him, and then he reached into his pocket for something, and here it was. He took out a wooden card with a laurel circle carved on it and said, if you need help from the temple, please show them this card. Although this news has not yet reached the public, I have recently become a secondary priest. Julian heard this and was shocked. Second level, he was a second level priest. Vincen didn't understand anything, so he asked, is that so good, Julian? Julian waved his hands and feet to explain, okay, unlimited treatment, free use of the card. Anyway, that card was like telling them, treat me like a second-class priest. Vincen still didn't understand after hearing it, but he didn't know what it meant to be a second-class priest. Dullin bowed politely before leaving and said, thanks to you, I have learned a lot, thank you. Vincen received the card, take care. After Dullin left, Julian sat down at the table proudly and said, see, we got something much better than you, son, didn't we? Vincen couldn't help but admit, yes, you're really good, Julian. Julian blushed and said, you suddenly complimented me so directly, it makes me feel a bit embarrassed. Vincen wondered, I don't know if it's because you've been looked down upon all your life, but you're easily swayed when complimented. As if remembering something, Julian suddenly said, right, speaking of compliments, I just remembered. Father usually ate alone, but one time, he invited a family member to have dinner with him. After the sword convention took place, Vincen asked, who is it? He replied, the second child, this sister, she had an overwhelming victory in a sword competition. Vincen doubtfully speculated, you're saying, is there a chance that it will happen tonight too? Julian uncertainly said, 50-50. Vincen immediately stood up to prepare. He complained, my body is not very comfortable, but, I guess I can't rest now. Julian saw him wearing clothes and was speechless. I said 50-50. Vincen said, if it is what you said, then it is better to prepare in advance, even if it is 1%, it is the same. Julian scratched his face shyly, so embarrassed. As soon as he finished speaking, Gyu-sun suddenly rushed into the room and shouted, young master. Vincen calmly asked, what's all the commotion? Gyu-sun's face turned pale, his whole body trembling and stammering, master. Vincen seemed to understand the latter part. He immediately left the room and ordered, he invited me here, right? Let's go, show me the way. Gyu-sun couldn't help but be surprised. What, he predicted this whole thing? Damn, that's really cool. That evening, at the master's mansion, Vincen walked alone down the long hallway. In front, a woman suddenly appeared urging, hurry up, Vincen. He saw that person and suddenly exclaimed, Mom. The woman with long brown hair, covering her hair, a gentle smile on her lips said, Mom, I heard that I just won an unbelievable victory at the sword competition, right? Vincen bowed politely and said, thank you. He thought, Vincen's mother passed away after giving birth to him. The woman in front of him was his stepmother. Before she retired, she was such a skilled martial artist that people gave her the nickname Giant. Currently, she holds control over everything related to the Adenka family. Versa turned and walked ahead, saying, let's go, Dad is waiting for you. The two quickly went to the Adenka master's room. After entering, the door closed. In front of him, the owner was sitting in front. He stared at him and called, Vincen. The homeowner's eyes widened. Suddenly his voice grew louder, Vincen. From his body, a strong pressure radiated. Vincen couldn't help but grit his teeth. It was hard to breathe. This pressure was weighing down on his lungs. I haven't felt like this all day, which means this must be a test for me. He must be considering whether my strength on the day of the sword tournament is real or fake. Thinking about it, Vincen spoke up, I think, Father, there is no need to intentionally put pressure on your son in a personal meeting. The owner of the Adenka house frowned and asked, why do you think so? He replied that his mother called his father father, not head of the house. Versa was now startled. She glanced at the owner of the house Adenka. but he did not show any sign. Finally, he raised his hand, broke the barrier and said, "Good job, you've figured it out. I called you here for two reasons, first to congratulate you on your victory today. And secondly, to see how real Father Adenka's worries were." Vincen couldn't help but be startled at this moment. The priest had complained before, "Look, Master, if a third-level priest couldn't heal it, then how can that move be learned through any formal method? There is definitely something wrong with this." Suddenly there was a pair of eyes that seemed to be silently observing him. Vincen felt it and was startled. In front of him was Versa, her red eyes were revealed, looking at him as if examining him. Vincen slowly swallowed, sweat also pouring out. The Adenka householder asked, "Was it possible that he was an apostle?" Versa replied, "It didn't seem so, nor did the boy deny it." Vincen couldn't help but tremble. What was this feeling of horror that he was feeling? It must be his mother's secret technique. She had eyes that could see through the truth. The owner continued to ask, "What kind of martial art is that? Vincen can't use mana yet, how can it cut off the arm of a level 2 martial artist?" Versa said, "That sword play is similar to the recorded sword play of the Brave King." Vincen frowned. The Brave King in mother's words, is Ca Din Samion Sao. She nodded in confirmation. Yes, he swung his sword in strange ways, and it was said to be able to purge any evil energy. It is also rumored that his sword can suppress the great demon king Davan. Vincen was angry inside. Once again, this fabricated history left him speechless. Ca Din and the Samion family, what did they want to achieve by doing this? Versa suddenly walked up to him. She grabbed his shoulders and looked straight into his eyes and said, "So, listen to me. That sword style is similar to that of the Samion clan hero. How did you learn it, my son?" "I will tell you." Vincen swallowed, looked at the man sitting in front and thought to himself, "I thought the person calling me was my father. But no, Mom was the one leading the conversation, and I was being interrogated about the origin of the martial art I used." Just as he was about to explain, Julian suddenly appeared and stopped him. "Vincen, don't. She has the ability to distinguish between truth and lies with her eyes. If you come up with some lame excuse due to your lack of knowledge about this era, she will definitely suspect you." Vincen looked at her eyes fixed on him, and couldn't help but worry and ask, "What should I do now? Tell her, I'm not her son, but actually an old man from 500 years ago." Julian put his hand on his shoulder reassuringly. "No, let me try." Versa continued to question, "Come on, tell Mom quickly." Vincen clenched his fists, urging in his heart, "Julian, hurry up." Julian scratched his head and cried, "I'm so scared of her, really scared of her when she finds out I'm just acting." "Cheers, Julian, just one step." "What?" "Overcome your fear, it's just one step, you just need to take one step forward, the rest will come naturally." "Let me take that first step for you," said Vincen, smiling and raising his head to reply, "I have received a divine order." Versa surprise, "Divine spell? You receive divine oracles, but do not receive any blessings. Don't you know that in most cases, people cannot just receive divine oracles without receiving blessings, unless they are evil?" Vincen broke out in a cold sweat. "Damn it, Julian didn't tell me about this." Seeing him silent, she asked again, "Why aren't you saying anything else? You're behaving suspiciously. Do you want to go through a trial by the Holy Court, or do you want to stand in front of a judge too much?" Julian then came forward and said, "Say what I say." Vincen immediately repeated his words, "If Mother feels I'm suspicious, then you can go check with the shrine." I was surprised. "What a shrine?" Vincen raised the shining magic stone and said, "If I am really evil, how could a bishop with a third-level magic stone not discover it?" Versa wondered, "Isn't that the magic stone I gave to Dullin?" Vincen replied, "Yes, this is what I was given." Versa, use your eyes to judge, it does not lie, your eyes do not react at all. However, she still had to ask clearly, "Did you really learn that sword technique from the divine prophecy?" Vincen sincerely admitted, "You did learn a lot of things from the divine prophecy, however, you did not learn this sword technique from there. Actually, I have read the records of these mysterious sword techniques for a long time, but I've always been hesitant about whether I should learn them or not. But I don't want to be like this forever, even though perhaps to someone I may seem suspicious, but if I do nothing I will feel too weak." While saying this, Vincen also thought, "The truth she wants, and the truth to me too, two entities, true to both of us, will pass her eyes." Vincen and Julian recall the past, as if sympathizing with each other. They unite and speak with one mind. "I feel, I have to prove something, only then, can I surpass the Samion clan, and complete the long-term mission of the Adenka clan. I want to prove that I am much stronger than those relatives. And prove it to Dad too." Seeing Julian say this, Vincen or Davin secretly smiled. "See, you can do it." The Adenka family head looked at him and still did not speak. Vincen continued, "Because I thought Father would make the right judgment. Now the temple has passed. Now everything depends on Father's decision." At this point, the owner of the Adenka house couldn't help but rub his chin as if thinking about something. Versa looked at him and smiled. He was rubbing his chin. He himself didn't realize it, but this was what he always did, whenever he was satisfied with something. After a moment of contemplation, the Adenka master spoke up, "And this is my decision. Vincen, you can continue practicing that martial art." Vincen was happy with his approval. "Thank you, Father." Julian breathed a sigh of relief. Versa comes back to remind, "You must also know that the swordsmanship of the heroic king is very similar to the swordsmanship of the great demon Davin, right?" He replied, "I know." Versa continued, "If we say it uses the swordsmanship of the brave king, the Simeon clan will make a fuss, saying that we stole it from them. But if we say it is the swordsmanship of the great demon, then they won't be able to say anything. I understand that your decision was made with all of those things in mind." The master of the Adenka family said with a dark face, "I have considered everything that needs to be considered, my lady." Seeing that, Versa had no more questions, she let out a sigh. "Then turn back and tell your son, Vincen, the head of the household has agreed, which means he will be the one responsible for all of these things, so you must try your best to become stronger, and not cause him any trouble." Vincen bowed his head and replied, "I will definitely keep this in mind." He also understood that it was not a warning, she was confirming the homeowner's decision as well as informing him, she had also accepted. The Adenka family head stood up and said, "Vincen, you have made great achievements in the sword convention, not only that, but you have also affirmed your status as a direct descendant of the Adenka family. So I will give you one wish. What do you want?" Vincen immediately expressed, "I want to become stronger." He went to him and said, "Although it was a good answer, it was something I had to do myself. Tell me something I can do for you." Julian beside him whispered, told him, "You want to go to the library?" Vincen then followed his uncle's opinion, "I want to be allowed to go to the family library." The owner suddenly asked with a serious face, "Only martial artists above 3 stars can enter the library. Have you reached level 3 already?" Vincen honestly replied, "No, that's why, I want to take this opportunity to act like a spoiled child." These words immediately made the Adenka family head laugh. "Fine, I will allow you to enter the lowest level library that a 3-star martial artist can enter." "Madam, please give the blood lotus to Vincen." Versa nodded, "Yes, master." She cast a summoning spell, while the head of the Adenka family stood with his arms crossed and instructed, "Take this, it is your reward for keeping your promise to me." The sword that was summoned, it was a red sword, with a sun on the hilt, a glowing gem attached, just like its name, Blood Lotus. Julian recounted, "It was the sword that Father used when he was young, the one he used when he started to make a name for himself in this world." It is already the history of the Adenka family. Vincen held the sword, gently caressed the blade and exclaimed, "What a wonderful sword, it has been stored for so long, but it is still sharp, but..." "Are you that happy?" Julian rolled around a few times, covering his face with happiness and replied, "What are you talking about? I'm not that happy either." Vincen said, "Well, if this is all you're happy about, then it's not good at all. Because in the future, we will achieve much more." Julian smiled and said honestly, "At first, I was disappointed that you weren't the fairy princess, but now I wonder, if I had summoned the fairy princess as planned, would I have been able to achieve so much? Even though you're a bit reckless and a bit old-fashioned, I still feel like I can entrust my whole body to you." Outside, Gyu-sun was still waiting. Vincen walked over and said, "Let's go, Gyu-sun." He immediately bowed his head and said, "Yes, young master." Just then, Versa came out and called, "Vincen, talk to me for a moment." She walked over to him and complimented him, "You must be putting a lot of effort into planning and practicing these days. I'm very proud of you." Vincen smiled and replied, "Thank you, Mom." Julian looked at her from behind, feeling embarrassed even though she couldn't see him. Versa asked, "So if you become the winner of the True Sword tournament, you will be forced to enter the Blood City as per tradition. Have you thought of how to subdue the Blood Demon?" Blood City, one of the training academies under the Adenka family, only those who complete the Blood City test can be considered qualified martial artists. The conditions to enter are to win the True Sword tournament, and subdue the low-level demon, the Blood Demon. "Julian, how should I answer this?" Julian pondered and said, "Say you haven't thought of it yet." He also replied, "I'm still not sure." Versa looked surprised, "Oh my god, What a surprise, I thought you had planned it a long time ago. That strange sword technique, it seems that in the few times I used it, it caused my body a lot of pain, Vincen frankly admitted. Yes, mother. Versa immediately said, if so, then listen to me. There's no way to defeat the blood demon in one blow. If you fight in this state, you'll die. Julian, hiding behind him, couldn't help but be surprised. She's giving us advice. Why, Mom? Vincen smiled and said, I see stepmother likes us more. Julian was surprised. Why do you think so? He repeated. Did you forget my story? My enemies threw me in prison and distorted history. With her eyes that see through lies and also being someone the Lord trusts, she could have accused us at will, but she didn't. Maybe she didn't like us, but at least, she wasn't hostile towards us. Versa was about to continue, blood demon, but Vincen interrupted. Thank you for your advice, mother. I will not disappoint you. Versa couldn't help but be secretly surprised. I was trying to explain the characteristics of the blood demon, but it left without asking anything. A great martial artist who knows no fear or hesitation. My heart is already shaking. Do you see, Sarvana? Today your son has taken a step forward on the path of martial arts. The next morning, Gyu's son was drying clothes. While doing so he happily sang, as usual, today I will support the young master with all my might. While he was still enjoying himself, suddenly a suitcase flew out of nowhere and hit him straight on the head, accompanied by a scolding voice, support that bastard, what are you plotting this time? Gyu's son held his head and cried out, what did I do wrong? The maid carrying the large suitcase frowned and questioned, probably planning to cause trouble for the young master. Gyu's son pointed back and objected, no, didn't you see I was hanging clothes? The series then looked at the clothes being hung out to dry and was surprised, what, you really did it? Gyu's son raised his head to the sky, patted his chest and said proudly, since the young master has changed, then I, his direct servant, should also change. A series of judging eyes looked at him, but then she was curious, after all, what about the young master? Gyu's son laughed and said, you are really old-fashioned, young master. On the other hand, at this moment, in the library that only the family's martial artists were allowed to enter, Vincen was sitting attentively reading a book, while the surrounding area was also filled with piles of clutter. Like it wasn't what he was looking for, he dug around again. No, not here. Why are there no records of 500 years ago? He cried out, holding his head. Julian said as he searched, yes, only during that time nothing was found. It was like it was taken away. Even if it was just folk tales about the great devil and the brave king. I had expected that it wouldn't be in the records, but at this point doesn't it seem like someone intentionally erased it? Vincen also agreed, that's right, the history 500 years ago, swordsmanship too, someone erased it or changed it. He bit his lip and thought, I can save myself from being discriminated against later. Now, I have to increase my swordsmanship to defeat the blood demon. I need a way to practice before I speak, because I can't get to the level of speaking right now, Julian said. Anyway. The one who calls fatherland as a child, and Vincen, the one who uses the sword play of the one who is known as the brave king. Who are you? Vincen couldn't help but struggle in his heart. If he revealed that he was the great devil Davan, he would obviously be shocked. Should he be worried? No, that would be disrespectful to Julian, the heavenly master of this body, who shares the same fate as me. Finally, Vincen sighed and said, Julian, listen carefully and don't be too confused. Julian's eyes immediately lit up. Oh, something must have happened to you, right? Vincen said, my name is, at this moment, Julian's ear throbbed. He patted his ear and asked again, wait, say it again, what? Vincen was confused but still agreed to say it again. But every time he said his name, Julian was hit by a series of loud, painful sounds in his ears. He screamed, this loud sound. Vincen saw that and jumped up, worriedly asking, Julian, are you okay? Julian sat down with a gloomy face and reassured, I'm fine, you don't need to tell me, I don't want to know any more. Vincen doubted, really? Suddenly, he seemed to see something. On the ground is a book. This is a book called First Love and the Water Wheel. Julian was curious, why was a book like this among the books on mana cultivation? Vincen wondered, this was a library managed by the family, how could a romance book be mixed in here? Julian, as if in disbelief, it can't be, Vincen said excitedly, someone has kept the secret records of history in another form, the truth about the past. He opened it to read. Julian also looked at it. Each line made the reader blush running through. It was a hot summer day and I was naked soaking in the water wheel. The work I had to do today was so tiring. I also had plans to get back to the city by noon too. Julian was so hot that he had to fan himself with his hand, and he also expressed, "Is the truth in this form?" Vincen analyzed, "Another approach like this, for example, can make the opponent not suspicious." With that, he suddenly called, "Julian." When he turned back, Vincen pointed to a page and said, "The main characters in this novel don't have any characters, but they have the characteristic of the power of love. It's not an ordinary novel. Here, this part, the characteristics are not used to produce the flow of mana, but their manifestation is caused by the flow of mana. To achieve this, one needs to throw away all those other theories. Without the image theory, the freedom of mana would make all of this possible." Julian was shocked to the point of opening his mouth. "Impossible, accumulating mana without the image theory, one would die." Vincen closed the book and affirmed, "Right here, a person accumulates mana without any image and still lives. Mana flows with each specific characteristic. Knowing this, we can clarify those characteristics as well." Julian reminded, "Learning the traits is very dangerous. Even with the help of the image theory, the traits are equivalent to a martial artist's wealth, so it won't be easy for them to teach the flow of mana to others." Vincen agreed, "Yes, but we have found a clue to become stronger." "Let's try it," he said excitedly. Julian said concernedly, "Didn't you hear me say it was dangerous?" Just outside, the two people saw the young master running towards them, out of breath. She cried and asked, "Is it true, that you defeated Revan, and were given blood?" Vincen looked at her and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Julian, who is this?" He replied, "A maid named Sari. She came and went for a while because of a family emergency." Finished speaking, a memory suddenly flashed in Vincen's mind. I remembered her, so there was still someone who blindly loved the loser named Vincen. He then replied, "Yes, just as she said," and sat down on the ground in relief. Thank God. I also think that after the convention, the young master will be ignored even more. Vincen asked in confusion, "Julian, do you know how to comfort women?" He said similarly confused, "That is not in any commandment about soul or magic." Vincen had no choice but to do it himself. He sat down and gently patted Sari's shoulder, saying, "I'm sorry for keeping this a secret. I'm practicing really hard to become a master who won't embarrass you." Sari couldn't help but be moved. "Young master." Suddenly, from afar Revan suddenly approached and asked, "Where have you been?" The Siri saw him and was surprised. "Sir." "Young master Revan." He looked at Vincen and suggested, "I have something to say, Vincen." A moment later, in the room, Revan and Vincen sat across from each other. The series looked awkwardly from one person to another. Both remained silent, no one said anything. Julian said, "I thought he meant something." The last series had to break the silence. "Young masters, do you want to eat sandwich?" Revan suddenly stood up, reaching behind him to draw his sword. Both Vincen and Julian immediately frowned in alarm. Revan said with great enthusiasm, "I came here to return the favor of the true sword convention, Vincen." Julian panicked and called out, "Vincen," and Vincen also quickly drew his sword in alert. Damn it, he didn't expect that guy to attack like this. Now that he knows swordsmanship, he can no longer use the old ineffective method. Vincen shouted, "Sari, get out of here now." Sari hesitated, "But I can't leave you." Just then, Revan suddenly spoke up, "Vincen, I owe you a lot. You have forgiven my rudeness and given me your magic stone. A coward like me tried to use my father's money to place eyes and ears there, but then my eyes and ears returned, and my father also became gentle again. I got everything back, but I can't give it back. I'm a coward now, but I won't be anymore. Now, this is the best I can give you." Revan knelt down, pointing the hilt of his sword towards the Vincen. He loudly swore, "I swear to always be loyal to you." The series on one side looked at this scene and was extremely surprised. Young Master Revan was kneeling. Vincen also told Julian, "After all, he is not a hopeless case." Julian asked uneasily, "Will you believe him? This guy is Revan." Vincen explained, "He placed the sword in front of me. This action represents the meaning of giving all of one's life to others as a warrior. This kid is serious." Julian coldly snorted sarcastically, "Those stupid martial artists again." But remembering something, Julian changed his attitude again. "Oh right. Okay, I will believe Revan, but I have a good idea." Vincen smiled and said, "Well, if you agree, then I will follow your idea." He drew his sword, then placed it on Revan's shoulder and declared, "I accept your oath. I, too, will stand by you, until the moment you betray me." Revan glanced at the sword in surprise. He had suspected it before, but this was really a blood lotus. Could it be that the family head had appointed him? "If so, I won't regret swearing my loyalty." Revan thought, respectfully replying, thank you for accepting it. The series still couldn't believe it, standing with mouth open on one side, secretly shocked, oh my god. He really changed. The moment he was called the loser Vincen felt like a distant dream. Julian coughed and said, sorry for interrupting right when you just received his loyalty, Vincen doesn't understand anything. Then he excitedly suggested, shall we try to find out the blessing characteristics of that Revan pseudo-king? In the Master's study. Versa speculates, it seems Vincen is planning to join the bloodline next year, the Adenka family head said, I know. How is the conquest of the blood demon? Versa laughed and said, I told the boy the specific characteristics of the blood demon, but he didn't say anything, he looked very confident. Blood demons can only attack 3-star mana or higher when they are not in physical form. The reason why the conquest became a rite of passage is to see how one faces demons, and as proof that they are capable of being a third-level martial artist. Suddenly remembering something, Versa said, oh, right. A few days ago, at Vincen's house. Revan has started to arrive there. In Vincen's room, he was sitting cross-legged on the ground, Julian was hovering beside him with a changed face in prayer, and Revan seemed to be explaining something. He said, well, create another loop. Julian bit his finger hesitantly reminding, okay, this way, be careful. Back a few hours ago, Revan read the book the two found in the library and asked in surprise, so? You want to get the blessing trait of the false king from me, through the method in the book because you can't imagine it. Vincen sat on the chair seriously asking back, will you help me? Revan replied, I would help if this wasn't a nonsense book, even so. I will guide the flow of chi, and you will have to sit and practice right in front of me, basically you have to trust me with your life, is that okay? Vincen said calmly, you promised to be loyal to me, didn't you? Right now, Revan looked at the Vincen that was persistently forming the flow of mana and couldn't help but think, could he trust the Vincen with his life, if he were in that position? No, if it were him, it would be impossible. There you go again, you're making me look pathetic, Vincen, but not bad, this is the first time losing makes me happy. The flow of mana has spread throughout the body, who would have thought that in the mainstream, there would be someone who could use such a crazy method. Vincen's brows were now furrowed more and more, his whole body covered in sweat. Julian panicked and advised, don't do it yourself, slow down a bit. Vincen frowned and complained, you keep lecturing me like that, you're the one who proposed the plan to use Revan to get that trait, Julian. Julian angrily retorted, why can't I give you a moral lesson when you keep doing what you want, you're just tumbling down a cliff. Revan also spoke up to remind Vincen, you are too arbitrary, you are fast enough, no need to rush anymore. Julian immediately pointed, see. But Vincen still ignored them, he continued to grit his teeth and push the speed, this is how I live, Julian, I can't get anything without putting my life in danger. At that time, you should have to be able to venture forward. The flow of mana moved faster and became more chaotic. Julian held his head and cried out, Vincen, at this rate you will die. Vincen tried to concentrate, his eyes as if not daring to blink to connect the two streams of mana, a little more, just a little more, the flow would be complete, if he could connect like this. The distance between the two streams is getting closer and closer, the interaction between them seems to be detected by a sensor and flashes. Revan quickly stopped him, don't, Vincen, it's still too early. But beyond imagination, Vincen successfully connected the flow. He was happy, he did it. Suddenly, the air currents that had just merged moved apart and rubbed against each other. Then a huge, shocking explosion occurred in the room. Tables, chairs, and everything were broken, and Revan was sent flying into the rubble. He could not help but let out a soft cry of pain. As for the Adenka family head, he heard the news and asked, there is still about half a year before the next Blood City opens, right? Versa nodded in confirmation, yes, that's right. The owner said that Vincen had defeated a 2-star martial artist, so for him, that was probably just normal strength. Ver hesitated a bit but still replied, I hope so. Although Revan was sent flying, his injuries were not very serious. After he stabilized, he ran towards Vincen and asked, are you okay? Vincen reached out and waved his hand in response, it's okay. Revan immediately reminded him seriously, you're trying too hard, it took me half a year, you're extremely fast, but it will take at least 2 months. On the side of the Adenka homeowner, he set a condition, 1 month. Talk to Vincen. Defeat the blood demon in a month, and Vincen had just experienced an explosion so it was a bit difficult. Julian blamed, what did I tell you? The book on Vincen's face fell, he sighed and said, thinking he was finally reborn again. Ray also walked hurriedly down the hallway. As she walked, she worriedly thought about the message from the family head to the young master of Vincen, that he had to complete the transfer ceremony within a month. You don't have much time, young master, you must hurry. In no time, Ray also arrived at the door of the Vincen room. She opened it wide and asked loudly, "Young master, are you here?" When she looked inside the room, Ray also was shocked. The room that was originally beautifully decorated was now in tatters, with a large hole in it. Furthermore, the two young masters were still injured and had bandages on their bodies. When Vincen saw her, he said, "Ah, a great master." Ray also couldn't help but let out a murderous aura. She asked coldly, "Young master, do you want to explain this matter?" Revan sat on the chair and shivered. This person was the great minister, Ray Alsa's 7th level starlight. Vincen quickly made an excuse. "Don't worry, great minister, I'm just meditating a bit. Sari was cleaning your wound and scolded you, don't lie." "I don't know anything about mana, but people don't get like this after meditation. Are you trying to make me worry?" Vincen replied in confusion, "Sorry." Seeing his shyness, Ray also was slightly surprised. His attitude towards others was completely different from the past. She sighed and said, "I won't ask any more, because you said not to worry, but whatever meditation you do, you must hurry. The householder has sent this message to you. He must complete the transfer ceremony within a month." Vincen was also a bit surprised. He slightly bent down to speculate. As far as he knew, father had never set a time limit. "I see, so that means he has expectations." Before leaving, Ray also specifically instructed that I would personally be your guardian until this day next month. "I hope you will do your best until then." She also hoped in her heart, "Young master, you must defeat it." Revan couldn't help but look at Vincen worriedly. Vincen needed at least 2 months to get the blessing of the fake king, but 1 month. Vincen spoke up, "Just 1 month, we have to be quick," but Sari suddenly grabbed his hand and interrupted, "Young master, you must not overdo it, okay?" Vincen had no choice but to reply to her, "Okay, I promise." He suddenly realized something. Around the person Sari seems to radiate blue light. This is mana. The series has a large amount of mana. Seeing him stay silent, Sari shouted again, "Okay." Vincen was startled. "Oh okay, I promise, now you go, I have some things to discuss with Revan." The series obeyed and left. As the door closed, Revan said, "1 month is not enough, we have to find another way." Julian also wondered, "But, what should we do now?" Vincen was silent and did not answer. He silently raised his hands and stopped a stream of air. After success, Vincen immediately smiled and asked, "Revan, is this the movement of mana?" Julian and Revan couldn't help but be surprised. "Vincen, that is, you completed the flow." Vincen controls the flow of the pattern. He confessed, "This time it's okay, I can circulate the mana as I wish. With this, I will be able to accomplish what father said." Julian exclaimed, "Truly talented people can do anything." Revan was still in shock. "Oh my god." Vincen confidently declared, "We don't need to wait a month, it exceeded father's expectations." 2 weeks later, in the woods. Vincen focused, Revan stood by watching, and Julian also hovered watching. Vincen said, "Now we will show the features." Revan swallowed and nodded. Travel is equally stressful. While I was paying attention, Vincen suddenly reminded me, "It might explode like last time, can you step back, Revan?" He smiled and replied, "No, I have to witness your success with my own eyes." Seeing that, Revan did not stop him anymore and agreed, "Okay." Julian was a bit impressed, "This guy is so loyal." Vincen then controls the mana to stop the flow. Here we go. Soon the amorphous gas stream formed a pattern. The air droplets slowly connect with each other. Then the circles appeared. Suddenly something rang out. Julian turned his head to look. What was this feeling? There seemed to be someone's shadow appearing. It was a giant with a long beard, holding a large hammer in his hand. That person's eyes were as bright as the sun, staring at where the 3 people were standing. Julian trembled all over and stammered, "You are the Dwarf King, hello." Seeing the other 2 not reacting, he realized, only a god like me can see him. The Dwarf King said nothing, just raised his hammer. Then he suddenly brought a hammer down. Julian was scared and hugged his head and screamed. But what struck down was not a giant hammer, but a golden divine power, forming a barrier that surrounded the 3 people. Vincen then closed his eyes and concentrated so he felt nothing. A moment later, when he opened his eyes and looked, the circles were contained within a large circle. looking like a shield. Revan explained, the blessing of the Dwarf King, the first characteristic of defense, strengthens the body will become tougher. He couldn't help but be secretly happy, he had really done it, it hadn't even taken a month, and he had already received the dwarf's blessing. The Dwarf King then slowly disappeared. Julian smiled and said to him, let's go home. Vincen took on the power flowing through his body and said happily, with this, I can fight with a third-level swordsman, I have laid the foundation to subdue the blood demon. Thank you Revan, it's all thanks to you, Revan laughed and said, after you kill the blood demon, then thank me. Vincen said suddenly, but, I have to ask you one more favor. Revan tilted his head in confusion. 2 days later, the car carrying Vincen to Blood City was already parked at the door. Vincen stepped out with full of spirit and said, it's time to go to the blood demon's lair. Sorry for the sudden request, Grand Chamberlain, I decided to exceed my father's expectations. Rey also bit her lip worriedly, not taking full advantage of the master's time limit, and leaving 2 weeks earlier. Would he be okay? Seeing her not moving, Vincen wondered, what is it? She explained, I have protected the participants of this transfer ceremony 3 times. The master, his brothers, as well as the rest of the Adenka family, none of them failed to pass. Son of Sarvana, cannot be the first to fail, but Rey also only dared to say these words in her heart. As for the words on the outside, she seriously reminded, please do not risk that wild courage. Vincen smiled confidently and reassured, don't worry, great minister, you will be surprised, nothing will happen so you don't need to worry like that. The master, his brothers, as well as the rest of the Adenka family, none of them failed to pass. Son of Sarvana, cannot be the first to fail, but Rey also only dared to say these words in her heart. As for the words on the outside, she seriously reminded, please do not risk that wild courage. Vincen smiled confidently and reassured, don't worry, great minister, you will be surprised, nothing will happen so you don't need to worry like that. Then, all 3 people including Julian in a state where no one but Vincen could see got on the carriage and headed towards the Blood City. The atmosphere in the car was tensely quiet. Vincen turned to chat with Julian, frustrated, guarding such a mission, it's useless, Julian explained, the blood demon will leave some items behind, she's here just to observe you. Vincen wondered, I really don't understand, why do we have to do this, just to prove ourselves? Julian hugged his head and clicked his tongue in response, many things have changed since 500 years ago. Suddenly, Rey also suddenly asked, startling both of them, do you know anything about blood demons? To subdue the blood demon, you must have at least 3 stars of mana, or higher, do you know, as far as I can see, the young master hasn't even reached 3 stars yet. Julian was also curious, now I remember, you never asked about the blood demon, Vincen reassured, don't worry, then he pondered, has Lead Atlan arranged this whole thing? The blood demon will be the first monster I have subdued, thought Vincen confidently, it is not a monster I need to know about. Rey also solemnly reminded, even with your swordsmanship, you shouldn't let your guard down. I don't think I'm funny, but... Vincen suddenly questioned, great minister, why are you trying so hard to help me? Rey also did not dare to tell the truth, so he could only say, because I am the bodyguard and supervisor for this guest. Vincen laughed and said, corruption, you really intend to hide it. I have been poor, so I cannot help but look into this. Maybe you think I'm too weak to do this on purpose. Rey also blushed, her eyes lowered, not knowing how to respond. Vincen continued, if you don't want to talk, then fine, you didn't ask me about my training sessions, so let's just say it's fair. At this moment, the carriage driver stopped his horse. In Chen Bao, we are here, Rey also replied yes. Both got out of the car. Looking ahead, he asked in surprise, is this the lair of the blood demon? Rey also said, there is no exact name for this place, but people often call it the ancient temple, the Star Temple. A place to commemorate the first patriarch of the orcs, after defeating one of the remnants of the great demon Davin. Vincen frowned and thought to himself, it's Atlan again, and the blood demon too, it can't be a coincidence. Rey also now drew his sword and loudly declared, then, I am ready. With that, she raised her sword high, a stream of power shot out into the sky. A barrier gradually formed. It completely covered the ancient temple area and where Vincen and she were standing. Julian looked at him blankly, a mana barrier, Vincen explained, a barrier with a level that only allows one monster to pass through. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold gaze glanced at them from the large pillar of the temple. The blood demon slowly appeared with a scythe in his hand. It roared loudly as if to show its power. Vincen looked at it and drew his sword, smiling and saying, "Great Minister, open your eyes and see. And report exactly what you saw, how I proved myself to the Adenka family." At this moment, the blood demon, like a death god demanding life, raised his scythe and prepared to slash towards him. The scythe was getting closer and closer, but Vincen had no intention of retreating. Julian said impatiently, "Vincen, dodge, then counterattack." He refused. "No, keeping your distance is better if you are facing an opponent with a bigger weapon than you. But with us, it's best to approach him," he said, drawing his sword and jumping up. Blood Demon saw this and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Seeing Vincen swinging his sword towards him, he quickly used the scythe to block it. Vincen laughed coldly and said, "Don't think that I allow you to swing that scythe." With that, he attacked even more fiercely, using all his strength to strike continuously, causing the blood demon to retreat with some difficulty. With his previous combat experience, he was completely confident. Even Realsa had to admit, close combat would be very advantageous when facing large and heavy weapons. That was always a given. But with his first real battle at the age of 14, how many people could do it perfectly? He looks like he has defeated blood demons many times before. At this moment, while fighting, Vincen was also thinking to himself, "The attributes of the Dwarf King are indeed amazing. I can even move like this with this body. But after all, that is the foundation for finding technique in my swordsmanship." Vincen suddenly raised his foot and kicked hard at the scythe that the blood demon was holding. He then took the momentum and jumped back. As he landed, Vincen smiled. "Right now. This is the right time to increase the distance." The blood demon was very excited, however, he became quite tense after defending like that so many times. "The next strike will be wide open, for sure, and there's plenty of room for us to close in." Sure enough, as he had predicted, the blood demon launched its attack. It raised its scythe and slashed it in a zigzag pattern towards him. Vincen immediately rose up to fight back. Facing an enemy with many openings, it would naturally be easy to find victory. "We must maximize our attributes and swordplay at this time." In Vincen's eyes appeared the zigzag line that the blood demon had just created. Right now, it was swinging that moved towards him. Vincen did not show any hesitation. His eyes flashed with sharpness as he focused his attributes into his sword move, slashing strongly towards the blood demon. Immediately after, the blood demon's huge body seemed to be sucked into a blood jade. Vincen finished the move. At the same time, the gem fell to the ground. He stood up straight, turned around and asked with a smile, "Did you see it, Great Minister?" Realsa did not respond. She looked at him nervously wondering, did he really not know that? The reason why the blood demon cannot be defeated with a single strike, along with her thoughts at that moment, the blood jade just now suddenly glowed. The blood demon's eyes opened again. The blood demon had 2 lives. And now, it appeared behind the Vincen, raising its scythe, ready to strike down. But Vincen was still standing still without any reaction, while the scythe was getting closer and closer. The reason why the blood demon cannot be defeated with a single strike. Along with her thoughts, the blood jade just now suddenly glowed. The blood demon's eyes opened again. The blood demon had 2 lives. And now, it appeared behind the Vincen, raising its scythe, ready to strike down. But Vincen was still standing still without any reaction, while the scythe was getting closer and closer. Realsa turned pale and cried out, "Young master." Immediately, Vincen's eyes glanced back. When the blood demon swung his scythe down, he immediately ducked low, successfully avoiding the blood demon's killing move. Vincen secretly laughed and thought, even this matter is the same as 500 years ago. Suddenly, the tip of the scythe appeared before him. The blood demon slashed it down, and Vincen immediately jumped up to avoid it. He was surprised, so fast. Looking back, its appearance had also changed. Had these bastards evolved in the past 500 years? Realsa frowned as he observed, a blood demon went crazy after being revived. Along with that, its speed and strength increased. On the other side, the blood demon raised its hand and its sharp claws scratched down. Vincen was forced to jump to avoid the attack. The ground was torn apart by the blood demon's hand. Vincen stabilized and landed on the ground. He had to admit in his heart, it was dangerous. The retreat path through the wall was also blocked. The blood demon went crazy and screamed, then charged towards him. It used the scythe to slash again with rapid speed. Just as he was about to use his skill, Julian hurriedly reminded him, "Vincen, sit down." "Oh no, we have to change the plan," Vincen said. "No, not yet, we have to make it lose its guard first." It's thinking about it too, it's trying to corner us for a decisive strike, and when it's fully ready to launch its decisive strike. At that time, we will proceed with the plan. Rei also stood by and watched, unable to help but feel concerned. She clenched her fists and told herself, I am the one overseeing the transfer ceremony, if I interfere it means the young master has failed. Please, don't let me end your son's future. Miss Sarvana, time went back, the purple-haired girl smiled brightly and reached out her hand to ask, you are really strong, staying here is a waste of your potential. We are on the path of adventure to become martial artists, do you want to join? Realsa couldn't help but look up in surprise, coming from a declining family, I survived by stealing at the national border. Having to face such a terrible monster, shocked me, but she invited me to join too, I also thought, she is a crazy woman. The girl smiled and said, oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself, I'm Sarvana, nice to meet you. Then she turned her head and said to the two people behind her, Khan, Versa, you two agree too, right? Those two people were the young masters of the Adenka and Versa families. Khan indifferently replied, I don't care. Versa smiled and said, you're really arbitrary, even if I don't agree, you'll still stubbornly do it, right? Rei also thought at that time, maybe I had also lost my mind after being injured in the head in the battle, maybe I was too tired of that life of robbery. Or maybe I was influenced by her boldness. Finally, I accompanied them on their adventure to become the legend of Adenka. The journey of the four people began. In the forest, the giant with each heavy step rushed forward, in his hand holding a large wooden stick that looked like a mace. Rei also drew his sword and said, I'm sorry, I'm not the main character. Long purple hair flying. Sarvana suddenly jumped up from behind the giant. She held up two fingers in a squiggle and smiled, Realsa, you are the best. Having finished speaking, Sarvana still had a smile on his lips, his sword slashed down decisively, directly cutting off the head of the giant. He collapsed to the ground almost immediately with Sarvana's landing. Realsa exclaimed, she was so strong and beautiful. She has the power to make others smile. Sarvana happily winked, mission conquered successfully. In his hopeless life. She is a ray of light, Realsa smiled back, you are the wonderful one, Lady Sarvana. Some time later, on a rainy day, the sound of rain mixed with the cry of a baby. Sarvana passed away after giving birth to the child, a python scarf was covered over her face, hiding her beautiful face. Realsa was stunned, holding the child in her arms, making everyone cry with heartache. In the end, Realsa could not be strong, she cried and called, Miss Sarvana. The child she held in her arms was also crying. That child is Vincen. Realsa looked at the child and secretly determined, yes, this is not the time to be sad, this child that Miss Sarvana left behind. I will protect this child from the harsh life of being a direct descendant of the Adenka, until he becomes an admirable martial artist. But, when he grew up, Vincen was still Julian at that time, and Davin had not appeared yet, he was bullied again, his little sister slapped him hard on the cheek causing him to fall to the ground, his little sister said contemptuously, don't pretend we are friends, loser brother. You are useless, why don't you try talking politely to me instead? Vincen at that time had no way to resist, could only accept, yes, sister. The younger sister laughed loudly and sarcastically, just because I said so, you actually did it. Rei also heard all these stories, but she only felt disappointed and thought, for 14 years, she had thought countless times, what could she expect from this loser Vincen? Should I leave Adenka? Once, when Chu's son stood outside eavesdropping, he exclaimed, he is so cool. Rei also suddenly appeared, murderous intent burning as she growled in warning, you're acting so creatively stupid, Gyu-sun. Gyu-sun was so scared that his legs went weak, he explained while trembling, it's not like that, great minister, I'm just, as a servant, the young master of the Vincen. The young master has been recognized by the homeowner. Back to the present, Realsa kept cheering, finally, I started to see hope, don't give up, young master, you can't stop here. On the other side, the blood demons continuously attacked. It swung its scythe down. Vincen's face was not panicked but extremely calm. You just give orders, now. Revan, with that, a figure flashed past Realsa. She was surprised, the person who just ran past, maybe. The scythe swung down, but was blocked by something, the two weapons rubbing against each other with a deafening sound. The person who just rushed forward stood in front of the Vincen, using his large sword to block the Blood Clan's attack. That person was none other than Revan. Realsa stood there, stunned and lost in thought. Suddenly Revan rushed over like a gust of wind, making her exclaim in surprise, the person who just ran past was. A ray of light suddenly appeared in the chaos. Revan quickly approached his opponent. A look of determination flashed across Revan's face. He used the huge sword alone to fight against the evil one. Rey also was shocked by his recklessness. She shouted in panic, "Revan, is he going to help the young master fight against the blood demon?" Vincen stood behind calmly and said, "I'm relying on you." Revan replied, "Destroy it before I fall." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen immediately sat down on the ground. He concentrated hard to circulate mana in his body. Rey also stood to the side in amazement, secretly exclaiming, "Oh my god, is he crazy? Why is he meditating at this time?" If Revan were pushed against the young master, he would die from just one attack. At this moment, the blood demon aimed at Vincen, who was meditating intently. Realizing that, Revan immediately stopped him, saying provocatively, "Where are you looking? I'm the one challenging you." With that, Revan gripped the sword in his hand, ready to fight. The enraged blood demon used his sickle to attack Revan. He glared at Revan and let out a demonic roar. The blood demon slashed at Revan with his sickle. He said with pleasure, "If you don't lose to Vincen, then you are my prey." Revan raised his hand forcefully to block one of his attacks. "You're weaker than I thought, that's all you have." As soon as he finished speaking, the blood demon crazily slashed wildly, causing Revan to secretly exclaim in fear, "Oh no, the mirror can't have the Iron Man effect, it's cracking." This bastard aimed at his sword. Immediately after, the blood demon struck, causing Revan's sword to crack into pieces. Witnessing this scene, Revan angrily cursed under his breath, "Damn it. Without a sword, how can I protect Vincen?" At the same time, the blood demon's sickle descended on Revan's head. The situation was so sudden, Revan quickly raised his hands to support himself. At this point, Revan was about to succumb to this attack. He quickly called for help from Vincen. Hearing the call, Vincen said, "Well done, Revan." Immediately, Vincen appeared to help Revan. He quickly slashed at the blood demon. Immediately the blood demon's inner core was exposed. Then it started to crack. Pieces fell off the blood demon's body. Just like that, it vanished before Revan and Vincen's eyes. Vincen smiled and said, "Thank you, Revan." As soon as he finished speaking, Revan quickly replied, "Oh my, I suddenly feel sorry for the evil blood demon." Suddenly a voice interrupted, "Is that your plan, young master? Congratulations, but I'm not sure the master will be okay with you being helped. Didn't you say you wanted to exceed father's expectations?" Hearing these words, Vincen laughed helplessly and replied, "You are too hasty." These words made Realsa surprised. Vincen explained, "You created this mana barrier to indicate a monster. It can only pass for a while, because the first one is dead. The next one will be aimed at us." The screen of subduing the blood demon, proving oneself. Vincen held the stone in his hand and confidently said, "Now I will prove myself." After saying that, he forcefully crushed the jade. Immediately after that, Vincen entered some kind of illusion. Vincen said to himself, "Even though I have upgraded my body, I can only use sword skills twice. The reason we have to meditate is to be able to calculate the effects of the magic stone. And our physical endurance." Vincen recounts the scenes that occurred while he was meditating. The blood demon's weakness is revealed when it is healing its wound. With such an open opponent, we can perform swordplay much easier. Just like that, Vincen successfully destroyed the blood demon's inner core with ease. Hearing these things, Rey also was lost in thought. She secretly exclaimed, "It seems, she has nothing to worry about. Great job, young Master Vincen." At this time, Vincen is concentrating on practicing. Julian wondered and asked, "Really, what kind of sword technique is this? Why is my body like this after using it a few times?" Vincen replied, "Attribute, meditation, divine stone. Without one of these it won't work." Julian said, "Lie down first, even if you faint, Rey also will take care of you." Vincen whispered in reply, "Just like the sword competition, Julian, the true winner is the one who can last until the end. I will never fall." Suddenly Realsa stepped forward and called out in a low voice, "Young master." Suddenly, a barrier appeared causing the entire forest to shake. Immediately after that, a matrix appeared. Revan sat on the side witnessing this scene and had to look up in surprise. Julian panicked when the matrix appeared right before his eyes. Realsa said to herself, "This is a summoning circle, but there has never been such a thing in the transfer ritual." Ray also then stepped closer to take a closer look. She wondered in confusion, what is this? An ancient guard. Ray also pointed his sword at the ancient guard to alert the situation. Ray also then stepped closer to take a closer look. She wondered in confusion, what is this? An ancient guard. Ray also pointed his sword at the ancient guard to alert the situation. Ray also explained that the fact that a guardian this large has yet to be found means that it was most likely created along with the temple. Then she shouted loudly, I am a subordinate of the Adenka Rayalsa clan. Bayo la, go on, declare your mission to the main line of the Adenka clan and show respect. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient guard immediately moved. Witnessing this scene, Rayalsa panicked and said, it's useless, it's no longer clear-headed because it's too old. She said, young Master Revan, please take young Master Vincen and retreat. Hearing that, Revan panicked and quickly helped Vincen up and said, oh okay, Julian said nervously, drag him away quickly, quickly. At this moment, the ancient guard was charging towards Rayalsa. Faced with this situation, Rayalsa calmly used the seventh part of the leopard sword technique to attack it. Suddenly a crashing sound was heard behind Revan. Hearing a loud noise, Revan and Julian turned their heads in surprise. Revan called out in surprise, the Great Chamberlain, Rayalsa. A moment later, there was a noise from the rubble. Rayalsa tried to use the east wind to freeze the ancient guard. Instantly, the ancient guard froze. Rayalsa took the opportunity to immediately break it and escape. Witnessing this scene, Revan gasped, that is the rank of a 7th star. Suddenly, Vincen weakly said, not yet. Hearing this, Revan startled and called out loudly, Vincen. At this moment, Vincen looked forward and said, over there. After saying that, he immediately punched that side. The blow passed through Rayalsa, shattering into the massive statue pillar in front. Julian panicked and asked, Vincen, what are you doing? Revan supported Vincen, who was gradually fainting. Rayalsa calmly thought to herself, slashing into the void, but why, to say something to herself. That is, a guard, that is its true form. At this time, Rayalsa discovered something unusual about the ancient guard. She wondered when it escaped, the young masters were in danger. At the same time, the ancient guard was about to attack her. Realizing that, Rayalsa immediately used the blessing characteristic of the wandering galaxy. Snow body, Rayalsa quickly rushed towards Revan. She aimed at the ancient guard behind Revan. Rayalsa slashed once, causing Revan to panic. After finishing, she asked, are you two okay? Revan stammered, I think so. Julian gasped, too fast. Rayalsa thought to herself, I can't see the true form of the guard. But the young master saw it and warned him. Vincen lay face down on the ground and said, Great Minister, look. I think that's what the guards are protecting. At this point, everything was neatly resolved. Rayalsa opened the lid of the mysterious box and looked. Vincen asked quickly, what is in it? Rayalsa stammered, this is it. The cactus, it seems, is an antique left by the first owner of the house. Julian explained, cactus is an extremely rare magical material, a priceless treasure. Vincen nodded in response, it seems this is the reason Atlan created the transfer ritual. Rayalsa brought the cactus in front of the Vincen. She knelt down and solemnly said, young master, please accept it. Of all the Adenkas that have come here, you are the one who found it, so it belongs entirely to you. But Vincen seemed shy and did not dare to accept it, so Rayalsa said, that is my business. After a moment of contemplation, Vincen drew his sword and said, let's do this. Immediately, Vincen cut the cactus into 2 pieces. He held a piece in his hand and said, now we will be accomplices. I can't get it without you, so take it. Rayalsa took a piece of the cactus and replied, thank you. At this moment, somewhere, dusk is slowly falling. At this moment, somewhere, dusk is slowly falling. Rayalsa came and said, Master, I have returned after young Master Vincen completed the transfer ceremony. The landlord nodded and said, this matter must be reported to the church. What I saw was much more surprising, so I came to see you. I look forward to hearing that. Rayalsa explained that, do you remember the hostile Revan? He was influenced by the young master and even risked his life to block the blood demon's attack. Moreover, the young master Vincen successfully subdued it. As soon as he finished speaking, the host asked, doesn't that mean the boy can't do it alone and has to use tricks? Rayalsa quickly explained further, then he defeated the blood demon alone. And he also found the cactus left by the first owner of the house. This is the half that the young master gave me. Hearing this, the owner was surprised and asked, How can you divide it? Can you do it yourself? Realsa replied, yes. The young master cut it off with his sword. Suddenly a voice interrupted, there's one more thing missing, Realsa. The homeowner said, smash the cactus piece. It is the master's order, break it now. Hearing the order, Realsa replied, yes. Immediately after, Realsa broke the cactus piece. Realsa placed it on the ground, she looked at it for a long time. Then Realsa said, Adenka ancestors, please forgive this rudeness. Realsa held the sword in her hand and used Dong Fansui. Instantly, the cactus piece was frozen. Then, the ice sheet immediately broke, but surprisingly, the cactus piece was not damaged at all. Seeing this, Realsa exclaimed in surprise, how is this possible? I tried my best, the Khan said, she must be a high-level blacksmith to be able to smash the dragon bone. Suddenly, the voice calling father rang in the homeowner's ears. Vincen said to himself, it looks like it's my turn soon. Hearing this, the householder Khan immediately advised, it seems that Vincen has special powers, take care of it, my son. On the other side, Gu-sun was sobbing and said, young master. Julian said, Gu-sun, young master needs to rest after that battle, be quiet. He was startled and asked, young master, do I really need to go to the Blood City? Sari replied, of course, are you going to let him go alone? Ju-sun said fearfully, but, Sari, the Blood City is full of monsters and martial artists are afraid. Teasing series, so the Gang Ho Gu-sun is afraid of monsters huh? This statement made him stammer, that. Vincen asked thoughtfully, Julian, you haven't seen it yet. Julian was confused and asked, why? He said, the mana flowed from that series people. Julian wondered and asked, what, mana? I don't feel it even though I've lived with the series much longer than you. If that's true then I should have known, Vincen said, I've seen similar mana flow since 500 years ago, shouldn't it be? Then, Vincen asked, Sari, what is your last name? Sari was startled and stammered, yes it is. Sniff, I come from a lost family of sniffs, Vincen said with a disappointed expression, I knew it, the series possesses a magical body. Julian said, Sniffle, body magic, first time I heard about it, Vincen said, the Sniffle family researches body and mana, moreover, they are one of the people who found the holy bones. Those in the Inhale clan have a trait called a magical body, similar to a holy bone, which allows them to absorb mana and use it skillfully. Julian exclaimed in amazement, so that means, Vincen said, if a body is filled with mana, it can stop the dying holy bones. Vincen said, do you know anything about the family, such as your ancestors? Sari hesitated to say, this, suddenly Gu-sun loudly said, young master, do you know why Sari is here? The series replied, my grandmother passed away a long time ago, she was the only inhaler I knew. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen expressed, please forgive me. Sari quickly replied, it's okay, you've experienced more, from the True Sword Conference to the transfer ceremony. Julian wondered, however, why would a clan with such skills perish? Vincen said, perhaps the same thing happened to the Simeon clan. Julian said that it made sense, if they had tried to hide the existence of the holy bones. Vincen replied, the sniffing clan had been killed to cover up the clues. Suddenly the series panicked and said, oh wait, there's someone else, she just passed away recently, but. The young master's mother, Princess Sarvana, is also a connoisseur. Hearing this, Julian couldn't help but be surprised, I never knew about this. The series further explains that, perhaps since his birth, no one has mentioned Princess Sarvana. Because the master always feels sad whenever he hears someone mention the princess. On the other side, the Khan was standing alone, looking pensively. The series continued, the princess hired everyone without any discrimination, even from extinct families. Gu-sun continued, we are all here thanks to Princess Sarvana. Especially the great chamberlain, she was once at the bottom of society, until Princess Sarvana personally brought her to the Adenka family. Hearing these words, Julian proudly said, Mom is such a wonderful person. Vincen agreed, yes, it also means that Realsa takes care of us thanks to Mom. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside, young master, are you there? Realsa opened the door and entered, causing the Vincen to exclaim in surprise, great chamberlain. Realsa said, young master Revan is here. Leaving, outside, Revan was enjoying looking around at the world. Vincen stepped forward and said, you are leaving? Revan replied, I have defeated the blood demon and I cannot stay here forever. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen said, I have one more thing I need your help with. Hearing this, Revan happily replied, Okay, go ahead. Vincen said, I want you to learn more about the history of the family that has been around for 500 years, it seems like someone wants to cover this up. Revan smiled and replied, things like first love stories with water mills. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen nodded and replied, yeah, it's something like that. Then both of them shook hands. Okay, leave it to me. Vincen said with reluctance, see you again, Revan. As soon as he finished speaking, Revan replied, I will become even stronger, I don't want to embarrass you either. After saying goodbye, he turned and left. Vincen looked at the back gradually fading away. He said, Great Minister, I have been told about my mother. It seems that your kindness to me is to repay a debt of gratitude. Realsa gently replied, yes. Vincen continued, I have something to ask as Vincen Adenka, not from the son of Sarvana Adenka. Realsa asked curiously, what is it? He said with determination in his eyes, train me until I reach the Blood City. I ask you this not because I am my mother's son, but as a martial artist. At this moment, Realsa thought to herself, Princess Sarvana, will my loyalty to you be transferred to the young master Vincen from now on? I will never be able to hear your answer, please forgive me, because of my weak decision. After thinking carefully, Realsa decided, I will not go easy on you. Vincen laughed excitedly and replied, I'm counting on you, Realsa. After that, they went to the training area together. Realsa said, you can learn attributes without the image theory, but that requires you to have a mana attribute circle. Okay, Vincen immediately replied, okay. Then she picked up the sword and continued, okay, but since you asked me as a martial artist, I won't simply tell you everything. Vincen wondered, aren't you going to use the sword from the transfer ritual? Realsa thought for a moment, Black Moon Sword, you will meet it when the time comes. You still have 5 months until you reach the Blood City. If you can injure me even once, I will show you that attribute. Try slashing me with your strange swordsmanship. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen quickly asked, what word, don't you see Revan, a permanent wound is quite good. Before he could finish his sentence, Realsa leaned close to him and said, do I look like young Master Revan? Vincen stared at Realsa and secretly exclaimed, this attribute. Afterwards, Vincen and Realsa practiced swordplay together. Realsa said, I also know quite well about the power of that sword, that's why I'm planning on not giving you the chance to use it. Vincen thought to himself, she just looks straight into my eyes, so dangerous. I heard that you are a friend of Priest Dullan, we will ask him for help when needed. Vincen quickly replied, aren't you too cruel, Realsa? As soon as he finished speaking, Realsa calmly replied, haven't I told you, I'm not being gentle with you. A week passed in a flash. Realsa and Vincen still practice enthusiastically every day. He was now drenched in sweat, but that did not deter his determination. Realsa suddenly appeared from behind and said, you have been preparing for a long time. Immediately, Vincen was attacked from behind by her. Vincen lay painfully on the ground. Realsa said, 2 attack techniques, more and you will be exhausted, let's stop here, Vincen said in a whisper, that's too rude. Realsa coldly replied, you will get better soon, I will call for Sari and Yusun. Realsa looked at her sword, she secretly exclaimed, this sword is about to break, I don't know how many swords I've had to replace in the past few days. We need to tell this to the blacksmith. Realsa stood aside and said, it seems your master title is the only thing you lost since we last met. It would be a tragedy if you forged such trashy swords for the Adenka family. Hearing himself being insulted, Hansen glanced over. Realsa raised an eyebrow, it seemed the master title wasn't the only thing he had lost since our last meeting. It would be tragic not to supply the Adenka family's arsenal with junk. Hansen, a man who is a bit short, but has an extremely strong and powerful body. He lifted his glasses and asked with a grin, who is this, the Sarvana stalker? What business do you have that you come to me in the middle of the night? Realsa said, holding up a bag and saying, take a look. With that, she turned the bag upside down, and inside, countless swords were chipped, or even broken. Realsa said, these are the blades I've been using for the past week, I only use them for duels, I can't let you provide me with such fragile blades. Hansen picked up a blade and examined it, then replied, okay, but it's strange. She fought a monster with sharp teeth. Realsa shook her head, no. Hansen wondered, what about a 9-star or higher martial artist? She asked back, do you think I have a chance to do that? A mage with more than 7 magic circles, do you think I want to die or something? Or her sword had collided with a great holy sword or something. At this point, Realsa said hesitantly, no, it wasn't. I don't know if you consider it a greatsword, but I have dueled with the young master Vincen's blood lotus. Hansen was then surprised and exclaimed, "What, Vincen, that ugly seventh young master, why does he have the blood-clearing chain?" A moment later, Realsa and Hansen went to Vincen's residence. Seeing her, he immediately went over and asked, "What's going on at this hour, Realsa?" She bowed her head and replied apologetically, "I'm sorry for inviting you out this late." He insisted on waiting to see the blood lotus. Hansen crossed his arms and coldly snorted, "Is there any reason I can't see it? I'm the one who created it." Vincen then noticed him. He couldn't help but be surprised. He created the blood lotus. Julian was surprised. "So what is this dwarf's name?" "Blacksmith Hansen," he confidently asserted. "I am a dwarf, and if I wanted, I could call him a Khan." Julian said, "He was a famous blacksmith, a long-time friend of father and a former master with connections to the Adenka family." Vincen asked skeptically, "Former master, do you think he is no longer a master?" Julian recounts that decades ago, when he stopped making great swords and focused on high-quality innovations, he was looked down upon by the forges for their greed for money, and as a result lost his honor and position in the Adenka. Vincen heard and immediately exclaimed, "That's great." This made Julian surprised. Why? He explained that many people were able to protect themselves thanks to this man. He prioritized others over his own honor. Then he placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head respectfully and said, "I am the seventh young master of Adenka, Vincen. It is an honor to meet you, Master Hansen." Hansen was stunned when he saw that. What a master. He burst out laughing at these two words. "Look at this guy, he really knows how to be funny." "All right, I apologize for coming so late at night, young master, are you satisfied?" Vincen was not angry at all, still maintaining a respectful attitude and replied, "I am not mocking you." He chose the right path. Hearing this, Hansen suddenly remembered what the Khan family had said to him before. The path he chose was the right one. Hansen, your wish will be ridiculed by many, however, I believe that your decision is right. At this moment, in Hansen's eyes, Khan's figure seemed to be present in Vincen. He thought to himself, "It seems like it's really hereditary." Then he walked up to Vincen and said, "I thought you were ugly, Vincen, but surely those were all just rumors." Vincen replied, "I will take that as a compliment." Hansen suggested, "Let me see the blood lotus, I have to check its condition." Vincen did not hesitate and gave him the sword. After receiving the sword, Hansen immediately took it out of its sheath and examined it. He rubbed his chin and frowned but said nothing. After a while, he returned the blood lotus to him and asked further, "Did you use it to defeat the blood demon and duel with the stalker Sarvana?" Vincen nodded and replied, "Yes." At this point, Hansen's face revealed a look of surprise. He couldn't help but wonder why the blade wasn't damaged at all, as if he didn't use the blade, but used his own strength. Thinking about it, he asked, "What kind of swordplay do you use? I have to see." Seeing Vincen hesitate, he said in dissatisfaction, Why are you hesitating? You really wanted to carry the blood lotus around but said, "I'm too tired today, to get out of this matter." Julian hurriedly stopped him. "Vincen, no, you've used both sword techniques today." Vincen replied, "I know, but it's not every day we meet a master. If I miss this opportunity." Just then, the series suddenly appeared. She patted Hansen's shoulder and asked with an affectionate smile, "Mr. Hansen, why are you still making such a fuss when it's bedtime?" Hansen stuttered in fear, "No, Sari, I'm just." Vincen couldn't help but wonder, how did the two of them know each other? Realsa explained, Hansen donated to children living in poverty, and Sari was one of them. Those two are basically father and daughter. On the other side, Hansen was flustered by what the series said. She angrily puffed her cheeks and said, "Whatever, I'll be angry. How would I feel if you came and messed with other people's work?" Hansen quickly compromised, Okay, I'll come tomorrow, okay." Vincen immediately went up to him and patted his shoulder, suggesting, "Tomorrow I will go to the forge." He asked in surprise, "Really?" Hansen happily agreed to leave immediately. After a while he turned his head and loudly emphasized, "You have to take Sari with you, promise." Julian was speechless. This old man was crazy about girls. Sari looked in the direction he was going and smiled gently. Vincen confirmed even more, "I know where Sari's warm heart comes from." The next morning, Vincen went to the forge as promised. He was now demonstrating his moves to Hansen. Vincen condensed mana into the sword. Then immediately slashed 2 times to form the word Ik and strike forward. The series stood there, eyes wide open, and exclaimed. Hansen was also secretly surprised. The move was really strange. It felt like the move of the brave king and the great demon recorded in legends. Not bad, Hansen smiled. It could be seen that they gave him the blood lotus for a reason. When the performance was over, Vincen asked, "Is that enough?" Hansen said, eyes half closed, and eyes half open, "Well, you interest me quite a bit, almost enough to make me want to give you a sword." Vincen surprised, "A sword, give me stars." He sighed and scratched his head, continuing, "But there was something missing," so Vincen asked what it was. Hansen said, "I have been planning to make a sword for a long time, but it requires a rare material." Vincen put the sword back in its sheath and said, "I will buy it." Hansen immediately laughed, "It's okay, it's something so precious, you won't be able to buy it no matter how much money you have." Horn of Cool to Dawn. Hearing the name of this ingredient, both Vincen and Julian were stunned. Both of them turned to look at each other. A moment later, the horn of the forge was placed on the forge table. Vincen wondered, "Can you forge a sword with this?" And Hansen was so surprised that he couldn't speak. "Horn. Cool horn," he suddenly shouted. Vincen quickly signaled for silence. "Shh, only Father and Realsa know about this." Hansen quickly covered his mouth. He exclaimed, "Oh my God, fate must have arranged for you and me to meet. Okay, I will make a sword for you." Vincen suddenly probed, "I wonder a bit, can you add the horn to the blood lotus instead of making a completely new sword?" Hansen wondered, "Why, you should just order a new sword." He handed the blood lotus to him and explained, "The blade symbolized the beginning of my father's career, and the blood lotus itself was excellent, I quite liked it." Hansen took the sword from him and laughed, "You always choose the right words. Okay, come back in 3 weeks, I will add the horn to the blood lotus." 3 weeks later, when the three of them returned, everyone was shocked and stammered, "Young master, what happened?" Before them, the forge was engulfed in flames. Vincen turned pale, the factory was on fire. Sari's eyes were stunned and trembling as he asked, "What about Mr. Hansen?" Vincen immediately reassured him, "Calm down, Sari." Even so, he judged in his heart that seeing this shocking series, it meant that something more serious had happened in the workshop. Vincen gritted his teeth and said, "We have to rescue Master Hansen?" Julian frantically asked, "What are you doing? Don't tell me you're going to rush into that fire." Vincen said, "My sword can cut through anything, I will cut through that door and fire and run inside quickly." Julian said worriedly, "You are too reckless," but Vincen has already decided. He casts mana around his body. "Then draw the sword and cut along a line." The zigzag sword path shot towards the burning forge. At this moment, Vincen quickly jumped inside. Julian pointed in one direction and shouted, "Over there." Vincen looked in that direction and saw Hansen collapsed in a corner. He quickly ran over and shook him, calling him, "Master Hansen. Wake up, Hansen." Julian looked and said, "We came too late, he is completely unconscious." Vincen worried, "How?" Julian suddenly interrupted, "You look. Is that a blood lotus?" Vincen immediately looked behind, where there was a pillar of light that was continuously emitting pressure. Julian said doubtfully, "It seems like mana is flowing out here." Vincen judged, the dragon bone is definitely stronger than Hansen expected. "Let's take Master Hansen out first." But when he was carrying him almost to the door, the burning pieces of wood fell down again. Vincen had no choice but to step back. He gritted his teeth, how could that be possible? The exit is blocked. He reminded Julian, "If we don't do anything, we will be engulfed by the volcano. What to do now?" Julian tried to keep himself calm. Think. "That's right, do you know any defensive skills?" Vincen asked in confusion. "Defense?" Julian said, "I know it's dragon bone, but it won't be able to maintain this fire for long." Vincen immediately guessed, "You mean we can just stand and wait?" "I have this, a sword technique that can only be used for defense," Julian happily urged. "Great, use it for defense." Vincen closed his eyes and said to himself, "Remember, I am Vincen Adenka. Also known as Davin Samion, Swordplay Samion Chapter 1. Tan Gang Fan, a move he executed, the sharp sword blade seemed to sweep across the mountain, and it was as if a barrier had been set up. The sword breaks steel, the amount of mana depends on our perseverance. Slowly, the flow of fire is approaching us. Julian looked at him in surprise as he used his defense. It was the death sword technique, Chapter 1 of Tan Gang Fan. "Oh my God, that's Samion swordsmanship. This old man, who the hell are you?" The defensive barrier surrounded the three people. Vincen used all his strength to maintain it. A moment later, the fire stopped burning. Vincen tired, breathing hard. He sat down on the ground, had to lean on the sword to keep his body balanced. "We survived." Hansen suddenly coughed a few times. Vincen helped him sit up and asked, Master Hansen, are you okay? But the first thing he said after waking up was to question him. How did he? How can you use semi on swordsmanship? Vincen was confused and had to change the subject. Seeing him say such confusing things, I guessed he was fine. He also thought to himself, if the master realized it, then I guess I'm not that weak. Hansen also said without any doubt, that's right, that can't be happening, I must have been sleepwalking, oh well. The sword is complete. Vincen immediately stood up and walked towards the sword. Mr. Hansen sat there muttering, I have never forged a dragon bone before, how could I have known that it would overflow with mana and spit fire like that? Vincen put his hand on the glowing hilt of the sword. As he lifted it up, the golden light grew stronger and stronger, mana gushing out and enveloping his body. Here, the sword is resonating with me. On the sword's body, a mark appeared. Hansen saw that he didn't move and asked, why are you so stunned, don't you like it? Vincen replied, no, this is an absolutely amazing sword. Julian rubbed his chin and thought, what's so strange? Vincen asked, what's wrong Julian? He explained, if this was the sword inherited by the clan leader of the Atlan clan, then, he should have known that the dragon bone would be like this. If I were the Atlan clan, then I should have given some kind of warning. Or maybe there was some reason why he didn't say anything, a practice session for the next dragon bone battle. At this time, Vincen also vaguely replied, I understand. He immediately went in front of Hansen and asked, Hansen, can you forge me a new sword? Hansen was surprised and said, you already want a new sword, you definitely don't like this sword. Vincen explained, since you've already done one well, then I'm sure the next one will be even better than this one. Hansen thought for a moment and said, it'll take a long time, we still have to clean up this mess. But I can't fight against dragon bones, so what's the problem? Do you think I can survive the next dragon bone battle? Julian held his stomach and laughed out loud. Vincen also felt funny. That night, another piece of dragon bone was placed on the table. Realsa said, because you need the bones, I brought them here. Hansen was stunned and stammered, adding, another dragon bone sword. Realsa quickly signaled for silence, shush, only the boss knew about this item. Hansen calmly asked, forging another dragon bone sword, surely Sarvana's subordinates are nobles. Realsa said, not for subordinates, this is a sword only for the young master. Hansen held the dragon bone sword in his hand and said happily, she also knows how to convince people. Okay, I don't know how long it will take, but I will forge the most perfect dragon bone sword possible. Realsa then returned home with peace of mind, thinking as she walked, she had given up halfway. But when I saw him grow up this much, I was surprised. Just then, the sound of the Vincen rang out, startling her. Excuse me, Realsa. I was going to share it with you, but it looks like I took it back, how can I repay you? Realsa respectfully bowed his head and replied, no need, sir, you have already received the reward for the dragon bone 14 years ago, when Vincen did not understand anything. She explained, you have been born and you have proven your excellence as a warrior, there is no greater reward than this. Vincen suddenly drew his sword and said, then you will be even happier, Realsa. 8 circles appeared on the sword as if symbolizing the power of the false king. Vincen also secretly remembered, he thought about it when fighting with the precious blood, a way to defeat Realsa, a 7-star warrior. He confidently declared, today I will defeat you, and learn your secrets. Realsa on the other side also drew his sword and accepted the challenge, I have told you time and time again, but I will not go easy on you. A dazzling sword flashed. The terrible power seems to want to cut everything away. Vincen so tight raised hands to cover face, you also slightly bent over. Just as he was about to react, Realsa said, not yet. In front of him, Realsa flew over quickly. She stabbed her sword down and said, you said you would defeat me, but it looks like you have no chance of winning. With that, Realsa stabbed her sword down, along with her cold mana. Vincen immediately raised his sword over his head to block her sword. The frictional collision created a shocking explosion at the mansion. Realsa's sword tip pierced the blood lotus blade. Vincen gritted his teeth and used all his strength to resist her from continuing to stab down. Realsa was slightly surprised, he blocked it, I used the equivalent of 4 stars mana. But both my sword and the young master's sword were still intact. Normally, using this amount of mana, the blade would have been shattered. Suddenly, a zigzag magic line appeared, surprising Realsa. Taking this opportunity, Vincen immediately slashed his sword, pushing her away while attacking. Realsa's flexible body dodged to the side. She secretly speculated, far from the way he usually fought and the force he used. Blood Lotus, what kind of power does it contain? Vincen's thoughts seemed to explain her question. This sword would not be able to be destroyed, thanks to the power of the fake king. The sword had absorbed all external forces. A sword that carries all the characteristics of its owner, the new power of the Blood Lotus. Realsa stepped back and landed steadily. She confirmed that the Blood Lotus had been strengthened. Vincen immediately admitted that Master Hansen had worked very hard. Seeing that, Realsa smiled even deeper and said, "Then I will be even more forceful." With that, Realsa moved as fast as lightning, until one could only see after images. Vincen concentrated hard. She disappeared. Realsa's figure suddenly appeared behind him. She seemed to be moving in a circle. Vincen closed his eyes and thought, he couldn't let this speed fool him. He just needed to feel the amount of mana used to move. After feeling it, Vincen immediately drew his sword and slashed, on this side. Realsa suddenly appeared behind him. She waved her sword and said, "You are wrong." Vincen smiled again and replied, "Of course I was wrong." He turned around, using his bare hands to catch the blade. He proudly expressed, "And you, will aim at me from behind." Realsa was stunned. Using his bare hands, he was able to predict my movements in just 1 month. At this moment, Vincen raised the sword in his other hand, performing a move, dual swords, changing. The first chapter of the Puppet Army is shocking. A large explosion occurred in front, with rocks, dirt, and dust rising. A circle formed on the ground, enough for 2 people to stand at a distance from each other. Realsa landed steadily. What she didn't expect was that Vincen used both moves, but the latter move was truly unexpected. I was beaten to drop my sword. Vincen threw the sword in front of her and said, "Pick up your sword. I don't want to win cheaply by beating an unarmed man." Realsa frowned slightly. She also unceremoniously pulled out her sword and reminded him, "That's quite arrogant, young master. Not every swordsman or monster will go easy on you like me. Enemies stronger than you will not pity or pay attention to your situation at that time. You must remember, young master." At this moment, Realsa's true power erupted, and a thick layer of ice appeared under her feet. Vincen exclaimed, "Okay, I understand. What a brilliant halo." Realsa's eyes flashed. She especially emphasized, "Be careful with this move of mine." With that, she bounced off. But the unexpected happened. Just as Realsa was about to jump away, her whole body suddenly became powerless and she fell down. Realsa panicked. When she was about to fall to the ground, Vincen went to help her up. Then he flicked her forehead hard. Vincen laughed and said, "You have been injured by me, only 4 more months until you have to go to the Blood City." Realsa still couldn't believe what was happening. How could it be? Vincen explained, even with the dual swords it still couldn't hit her. "But I can cut through the mana around her, and with the power of the fake human king, it will work." Hearing these words, Realsa found it even more unbelievable. "He cut through the mana stream to block my attack, is that okay?" Even so, Realsa had to admit, "You always do better than I expected," Vincen suggested, "Then I want to receive that reward." Realsa stood up and agreed to this request. "Okay, I will tell you about the blessing I was given, the flow of mana from the Galactic Wanderer." A while later, in his room, Vincen controlled the flow of mana to form a cloud-like symbol. Beside him, Julian and Realsa stood watching. Realsa was secretly surprised in her heart. He was able to comprehend it in 2 days, during which time, she also explained, he let the mana flow through his meridians, and then began to transform. Vincen did as she said. The mana flow continued to be controlled by him. Seconds later, it changed into a new cloud shape. Julian looked around nervously, hoping he wouldn't break through the ceiling again. Just as he was feeling scared, a purple stream of smoke suddenly appeared. When Julian looked over, the mana had condensed into the shape of a young woman. In the Blood City, the snow wind blew strongly. In the city lord's office, the Grand Chancellor of Blood City, Vargan Pagoda, came over with a stack of documents and grumbled, "Why don't you look at these documents? Are you being negligent again?" The city lord of Blood City, Herka the Turtle, replied dejectedly, "But, I'm a swordsman, it's a waste for me to keep holding a pen." Vargan immediately reminded, "Please stop talking nonsense, check the group of people entering the city next." Herka sighed, "Okay, I'll do it right away." While reading, she suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, Vincen Adenka, isn't he from the main branch of the family?" Vargan confirmed, "Yes, he is the 7th son of the main branch." Herka sneered sarcastically, another troublemaker had arrived. Meanwhile, Vargan also clenched his fists in secret determination. That failed 7th son, if he was as useless as the rumors said, he would tarnish the reputation of this blood city. Before he enrolls, we'll deal with him first. Vincen is concentrating on practicing in the middle of the night. Julian saw the inner strength of Vincen. He kept exclaiming, "It's so loud," he hopes the ceiling doesn't break through. Suddenly, something happened that made Julian surprised. There was a fluttering female figure approaching. She gently blew cold air towards the Vincen. This made Julian panic and exclaim, What is this?" At this moment, Vincen silently told himself that the blessing of the galactic wanderer was only one step away. On the other side, Julian was frozen by the cold air from the other girl. Julian complained uncomfortably, "It's so cold." She disappeared, Ray also replied, "Without leaving a trace, even on the cold white snow, that is called iceberg." Julian said, "Blood City is not a place for training, it is more like a fortress." Julian pointed at the map and continued, "Here it is, right here, in the middle of the Rocky Mountains, near the border with Samion. In the past, when fanatics and countless great demons invaded the Samion, they were repelled by the overwhelming force of the warriors of that time, and from then on, they carried on the mission of maintaining and protecting this blood city." Hearing these words, Vincen said happily, "Then we will definitely find the secretary of the Land Clan here, maybe there will be a dragon bone too." As soon as he finished speaking, Julian replied, "There is no more dragon bone, but there is a legend about another treasure." Vincen was curious and asked, "What treasure?" Julian explained that it was a heavenly fruit, and it was said that it could cure all diseases, or even bring the dead back to life. The heavenly fruit tree has a lot of fruit. There are many idle people who hang around the blood city, sitting around the heavenly fruit tree waiting for it to fall. The old me never believed in such things, but looking back at the situation now. The next goal will be the heavenly fruit, right? To heal the gradually decaying holy bone, we need to obtain the heavenly fruit. When we finish registering, we will have 9 years left. Vincen replied, "No, we still have too much work to do, so the time is even shorter." Julian replied happily, "Fine, we will find out the secret of the heavenly fruit tree and then take it." Suddenly Vincen was surprised and asked, "Julian, it says here that we have to take care of ourselves and cannot use the family's money in Blood City." Julian replied, "To avoid unnecessary extravagance, and to maintain the expenses of this large family." Vincen sighed and asked Julian, "So where do we get money?" Julian confidently replied, "Don't worry. I have invested in the 6 Dharma platforms." Hearing this, Vincen wondered and asked, "Dharma platform?" Julian calmly explained further, "The Adenka and Samion families are both famous for their swordsmanship, and the 6 Dharma platform is the great tree that trains the most elite magicians. We will invest in the 6 Dharma platform for their research, and then we will receive corresponding contribution rewards. And the magician I invested in is named Varnelli. She has just been promoted to co-master of the 6 Law platform. But the investment will be lost if this co-owner dies." At this moment, there is a knock on the door outside the room. Varnelli answered, "Come in." "Didn't I say it all just now? I don't want to work with you." Speaking of this, the mysterious man behind him immediately killed Varnelli. Julian couldn't help but sigh, "Oh my God, why is a fellow master of the 6 Law platform so easily murdered?" It was reported in the news that the co-owner of the 6 Law platform had died. According to the source, the victim died from an explosion during research. Reading this information, Julian was startled and exclaimed, "How could that be?" "My money," Vincen quickly replied, "have some respect for the dead." Julian said, "Are you in the mood to think about that? We will starve to death in that bloody city." Vincen thought to himself, they also found her official letter, that she would leave all her property to her younger brother. Vargan Pagoda. "I know we are both from the Pagadu family, but I have never had a genius brain like you. Am I the disgrace of the family? Why?" Vincen said, "Let's investigate the man named Vargan first." Julian replied, "I think so." At this moment, Vincen stood alone on high. He looked down and thought to himself, there were only 4 months left. Must collect a lot of information to be able to prepare well for this event. 4 months later on the Rocky Mountain of the Blood City. Ray also said sternly, "For security reasons, we will walk from here." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen excitedly replied, "Okay, I understand." She pointed forward and said, "Just follow this way, the Lord of Blood City will welcome you." Vincen looked at Ray also with gratitude. "I don't know how to thank you for everything." Ray also laughed and replied, "It's nothing. I think my mother would want that too." Looking at Vincen's appearance, Ray also secretly exclaimed, "I'm happy that you've grown up." She kindly advised him to take care of his health. After saying goodbye, Vincen immediately set off. On the other side, Vargan walked over and said, "City Lord, young Master Vincen will be here soon." At this moment, the Blood City Lord was lying on the table tiredly saying, "How annoying, I'm not used to having to appear formally and receive others." Vargan hurriedly explained, but that was his business. Suddenly the voice of the City Lord called out. "It says that recently there have been monsters invading the land of the nearby residents." Hearing this, the Blood City Lord said with interest, "Then I must go. As a City Lord, I have the responsibility to protect the civilians here." The other side quickly replied, "No, these monsters are quite weak, sending a few soldiers is enough." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to look at Vargan and said, "Don't say that, Vargan, I'll give you the name of young Master Vincen." Vargan quickly stopped her, "Wait." Before he could say anything, the Blood City Lord had already turned and left. The guard standing beside him asked, "What should we do with the young Master Vincen, Grand Marshal?" After thinking for a moment, Vargan replied, "I will go and welcome them, in place of the City Lord." Then he went to the front gate of the city. Seeing the Vargan, the two guards solemnly said, humbling themselves in respect before his glory. Vargan coldly asked, "With respect to glory, where is the young Master Vincen?" The guard quickly handed the lens to the Vargan and replied, "Over there." Then, Vargan raised the lens and observed. He saw Realsa in front. Vargan asked in surprise, "Isn't that the great Chamberlain Realsa?" Hearing this, the guard asked curiously, "Realsa is?" Vargan replied, "Yes, Realsa, the Galactic Wanderer." He thought to himself, "I heard that the young master is useless, but is he so useless that he needs such a powerful person to guide him?" At this moment, the guard stepped forward and said, "What about the test, will you reduce the difficulty?" Vargan replied, "No, just do it like last year, I will test him myself." Vargan thought, "Anyway, I'll have to pull the weeds out by the roots, before he can register." The first round of the test, Taming the Void Monster, will begin today. The guard said, "What about the test, will you lower the difficulty too?" Vargan replied, "No, we will do it like last year, I will test him myself. I'll eliminate him, before he even has a chance to register." Immediately after, he activated the formation. The first test, subduing the illusionary monster, began. At this moment, the Vincen people were slowly approaching the Blood City. Gyu-sun was surprised and called out loudly, "Seri, look! Isn't that Blood City?" They looked towards the bloody city with its splendor outside. This made them gasp at the sight. Immediately after that, a hurricane happened. Vincen wondered in confusion, "Has the test started yet? It's time to check the results of the training sessions with Realsa these past few months." He expressed, "I am very happy to receive your welcome, Blood City." Vincen entered the first round of testing strongly. He looked at the monster and wondered, what kind of monster is that? "The strongest predator in the snowy mountains, the blue-eyed white tiger." Gyu-sun said fearfully, "This is why I don't want to come here." The Seri shouted loudly, "Young master." Vincen calmly said, "Seri, Gyu-sun, when I leave, run as fast as you can to Blood City." Seri was confused and asked, "What?" Immediately after, Vincen quickly rushed forward. He shouted loudly, "Over here, kitten." He thought to himself, "If that is the blue-eyed white tiger I know then. It will react faster to moving objects." Seeing the provocation, the blue-eyed white tiger immediately chased after Vincen. Seeing this scene, Vincen said smugly, "Very good, it's in its sights." Vincen suddenly looked surprised and said, "But what is this, is there something wrong? Even though it looks like a blue-eyed white tiger, it doesn't feel like one, it doesn't feel like a living monster. But I will beat it anyway." Then, Vincen and blue-eyed white tiger rushed to fight each other. Suddenly, out of nowhere, another blue-eyed white tiger appeared. This made Vincen surprised and exclaimed, "Another one." At this moment, Vincen immediately strengthened the body again. He jumped high to avoid the pursuit of two white tigers. As Vincen climbed up the tree, Julian said nervously, "Look over here. 3 or 4 years, there are a few more on the mountain, there are a total of 18. There's no way to defeat them all with just 2 absolute sword strikes," Vincen said tensely, "Something strange. Blue-eyed white tigers do not move in packs, they are the strongest predators so they do not need to, and they are carnivorous but do not have any scent of blood." Julian wondered and asked, "Could they be created by magic?" Vincen asked in confusion, "Are they illusions?" On the other side, Vargan was concentrating on controlling the formation. He wondered to himself, had he found out? It doesn't change anything, This is a high-level illusion monster summoning magic. There is very little difference between them and real tigers, and they are even smarter because they are controlled by humans. What are you going to do, useless young master? Sitting on the tree observing the situation, Vincen concluded that we can wait a little longer. If they are using high-level magic like this, then they will run out of mana soon. Julian quickly dismissed it. That's impossible. They are definitely using synthetic elements. Vincen curiously asked, what is it? He explained, it is a method of using multiple spells of the same type at once. Instead of using multiple spells, you can designate one as the synthesis element, and expand the spell by copying pipette. It is effective and uses much less mana. Vincen said, so if I find the designated one, then the others will all disappear? Julian asked, yes, but how do you plan to do that? We can find out because they are controlled by a human. At times like this, the real monster will stand in front. If it was controlled by a human, it would try to protect the synthetic element. Standing still on the mountaintop, it was the synthetic element. The blessing trait of the Galaxy Wanderer has been used by Vincen in this round. The action was too fast, causing the blue-eyed white tiger to not have time to prepare. With just one move, Vincen defeated the blue-eyed white tiger. Witnessing this scene, Vargan exclaimed in surprise, that is Ice Star, the characteristic of Realsa. How is that possible? He went to the synthetic element. Vincen looked up at the white tiger in front of him and said, it was him. The synthetic element of this magic. Seeing that he was about to break the matrix, Vargan angrily shouted, I will not let you down and let you attack. He ordered, charge. Immediately, the blue-eyed white tigers rushed to attack Vincen. He thought to himself, the blood lotus that had been enhanced with dragon bone was absorbing his mana properties. Absolute Sword intersects with the blessing characteristic of the Galaxy Wanderer, Absolute Transformation Sword. After that, Vincen used the sword in his hand. With just one move he defeated several white tigers blocking his way. Not stopping there, he continued to use the Wandering Galaxy to attack. Seeing Vincen's blow, Maid Vargan couldn't help but be surprised. He secretly exclaimed that Vincen had blown them out of the way. Immediately, the blue-eyed white tiger disappeared. After the treatment was done, the forest became quiet. Vargan was surprised. He didn't actually cut down the illusions, but cut off the flow of mana that was creating them. He knows a lot about magic, Vincen Adenka. Who are you? Vincen said with an arrogant expression, wondering if the host in Blood City was satisfied. The confused guard asked, Grand Marshal, how should we deal with the results of this test? Vargan angrily replied, what do you mean? Can't you see? My magic has been completely erased. Open the gate, we will welcome the young master. As soon as he finished speaking, the guard replied, yes, sir. Blood City is the gathering place of martial artists. Is it easy to find a mage of that level? Gu's son stepped inside the city. He happily called out, young master. Julian said, absolutely not, I think we have found out correctly. The door slowly began to open. Julian said as he followed Vincen, Varnelli's younger brother, and the magician who handles all the affairs of this castle. Before the city gate, the Vagon was already waiting here. He solemnly said, greetings to your honor. Julian exclaimed in surprise, Grand Vizier, Vargan Pagoda, he said, welcome, young master Vincen, we allow you to enter the Blood City. Vincen calmly replied, you must be Mr. Vagon, nice to meet you. Julian said, we can't bring the clan's money to the Blood City, but it has a sponsorship system. Talented cadets will be sponsored by the city. Now we have to score as many points as possible with this guy and get back all the money we invested in the Magic Tower. Outside, people were bustling back and forth, talking. There weren't many people. Coaches, teachers, students, soldiers and even children from many families lived here. If you count the servants in the house, the number would be even larger. Vargan warned, you will have to share a dormitory with other people. It might not be very comfortable. Vincen replied, I won't feel uncomfortable. Vargan said in a low voice, when you start living here, you will become a military cadet, in the fortress, and must abandon all status and position you have. Hearing these words, Vincen chuckled and said, if I will only be considered a young master in this carriage. He nodded, I understand. Several students were walking back and forth, laughing and talking happily. Sari said with interest, you also recognize that uniform, right young master? You will surely look very cool. Vargan said, your uniform will be delivered tomorrow. It's just a bit late. Vincen wondered and asked, what is my current rank as a cadet? Vargan explained, all cadets start at rank 9 and take exams to advance their ranks every 6 months. The ranks range from 9 to 1. If you pass the promotion exam after first place, you will be considered to have initially become a martial artist, and only when you graduate from the fortress will you become a true martial artist. Hearing these words, Vincen thought, it will take at least about 4 years and 6 months to graduate. I must find the heavenly fruit before then to avoid losing my life. He was confused and hesitantly said, can I ask this something? Vagon understood Vincen's intention. He replied, synthetic element, your target is the blue-eye-white tiger that is the center of my magic, right? Vincen nodded and replied, yes. Vargan happily clenched his fists and exclaimed, so I was right, but, how do you know magic when you come from a family of martial artists? Julian replied with a smug smile, because my martial arts were already so proficient, that's why I turned to passionately studying everything else. Vincen said, knowledge is power, I think there's no distinction between such things. Vagon sat in deep thought, with such confidence, talent and deep understanding, how could a child like this be labeled as useless? You are very interesting, Vincen Adenka. Suddenly, Vincen asked, oh right, I want to ask you a few more things. How to get the heavenly fruit? Hearing this, Vargan could not hide his surprise. He thought in panic, children are still just children, this kid actually believes in such myths. Vagon replied, who knows, they say the fruit will choose its owner, who knows, maybe you will be accidentally chosen. Julian on the side continued, I think this Grand Chancellor also thinks it's just a myth. Vincen replied, gathering information seems a bit difficult. Then there was a horse carriage to take Vincen back to the dormitory. Soon, they arrived. Vargan said, this is the dormitory for the 9th rank cadets. Your servant will be placed on the 1st floor, and you will be on the 3rd floor, room 5, young master. Here is your 9th grade cadet badge. Holding the student's badge in his hand, Vincen immediately put it on his chest. Vargan said solemnly, humbled before your glory. This is the greeting of the Blood City, 9th grade Vincen military cadet. Vincen responded with pleasure, humbled before your glory, Grand Marshal. Then, Vincen went up to room 5 on the 3rd floor. He opened the door and walked inside in a cool manner. Inside, the other military students were already waiting. Everyone seemed strangely cold. Vincen was confused and asked, what's going on, Julian, did I do something wrong? Julian quickly replied, no. Suddenly a voice said, hey, who is this? Julian startled and exclaimed, this voice. Malone walked in fiercely and said, isn't he our useless Vincen? He is now the 9th grade cadet, the 6th son of the direct descendant of the Adenka family. Seeing Malone, Vincen secretly exclaimed, who is this idiot and why do I suddenly feel so disgusted? Julian replied, that's our bastard brother. That guy is the 6th son, Malone, the one who bullies me the most, he even makes me eat trash. Hearing this, Vincen began to feel nauseous. He said to himself, memories, not my imagination, is it real? This bastard usually uses force to bully the weak. Judging by his reaction, it seems like it's the same here. He is burying the honor of the Adenka family, it's okay if I curse him a little, right? Julian replied happily, of course, it's okay to kill him too. Then, Vincen stepped forward to shake hands and said, long time no see, huh? I didn't think I'd see you here, I'm so happy. This action surprised Malone, who quickly waved his hand and replied, I didn't think we were close enough to talk like this, huh? Vincen replied proudly, but I didn't think of that. You left the main branch of the family a long time ago, yet you're still only at 9th rank. As soon as he finished speaking, he said bitterly, oh really? Hey, Sizen, come here. Hearing the call, Sizen startled and replied, yes. Then, the evil Malone gave Sizen a painful slap in the face. He cursed viciously, you, how do you teach new soldiers? You dare to show such an expression in front of me. If something like this happens again, you will be expelled, understood? The wronged Sizen reluctantly replied, yes. Witnessing this scene, Vincen glanced at Malone and secretly sighed, this guy is too bad, yet this loser is a direct descendant of Atlan. Suddenly, Vincen discovered something unusual. He saw Kajin's silhouette in the form of Malone. Even Julian was surprised. Malone roared fiercely, what, you still have something? Immediately after, Vincen directly punched Malone in the face. Too fast, leaving him no time to react. Sizen was shocked and gaped at Vincen's actions. The military students present were all startled and looked over. At this moment, Malone was so angry that he growled and called out the name, you little brat. You must not have had a loving fist yet. Vincen calmly said, I have learned a few things from this place. In this place, nothing is more important than strength. As Malone was about to attack, Vincen quickly grabbed his hand, then hit his neck. Not stopping there, Vincen grabbed him by the collar. Throw Malone to the ground painfully. Finished, Vincen calmly wiped his hands clean, while Malone lay on the ground writhing. Then he turned to look at the people in the room and said loudly, "Everyone, listen to me, the only fear you have as a martial artist is respect. So overcome your fear, it's the only way to become a top martial artist." Hearing these words, Malone growled angrily and said, "You bastard. How dare you provoke me, in this room?" Malone looked crazy, angrily holding his sword and charging to attack Vincen. "You dare challenge me, in this dormitory?" In response, Vincen just lightly curled his lips in a contemptuous smile, his body quickly avoiding his attack. Julian's expressionless face looked at this scene and was a bit speechless. "Brother, this situation." Julian looked at the person in front of him excitedly. "If we are lucky we can turn it into an opportunity." The village near Ela Citadel, the scenery is poetic like a fairy tale. Not far away, defeated monsters were piled up in a corner. The man in white bowed his head to thank Herka. "Thanks to the city lord we can sleep peacefully at night." Herka laughed loudly and waved his hand cheerfully. "No problem." The old man suggested, "Since you're here, why don't you stay and have a drink today?" Herka scratched her head in embarrassment. "Well, I'm not supposed to drink alcohol while on duty." "But it would be too rude to refuse his enthusiasm," Herka said with a smile, but at this moment, a low voice rang out, offering me a drink too. Turning back, what caught her eyes was Vargan with a murderous expression. "I also need to drink because my superiors keep driving me crazy." Herka froze, stammering, "Mr. Vargan." A moment later, a delicious plate of meat was placed on the table, and that was it. Herka looked serious and said with her chin in her hands, "That direct descendant of Vincen Adenka only defeated the synthetic element." Vargan questioned with a serious expression, "To be honest, you don't understand anything about what I'm talking about, do you?" Herka said confidently, "Ha, of course not. Do you think I'm a magician or something?" Vargan asked curiously, "City Lord, Vincen knew and destroyed something that even a 7-star martial artist like her had never heard of. Didn't she realize how amazing that was?" Herka raised the beer mug to her mouth and replied, "No, not at all, not the other direct descendants, even destroying a snow mountain or something." After all, he still sounded more cowardly. As if remembering something, Herka pointed at Vargan and said, "Oh right, Vargan, you must be very excited to find a coward like you." At this moment, the stone lit up and a pleading voice rang out, "Your Majesty, can you two please return to the city?" Vargan covered his forehead with his hands, impatiently asking, "Ha, what's the matter?" The voice on the other side rang out again, "Ninth place Malone and Vincen." Having requested the presence of a mediator in their match, Vargan widened his eyes in surprise and shouted, "What?" Vargan's entire body teleported, then immediately appeared at the scene of the battle. The guard stood up to greet him. "Excuse me, Your Majesty." The guard hesitated to speak up, because this was a match between two direct descendants, so I accepted the request of the Vincen military student. Vargan stepped forward and said, "No, you did a good job, go ahead, report to me everything related to the Vincen military academy." This directly made the Garland stunned speechless. "Big." Vargan glanced at Malone and said, "Even though you caused a ruckus in the dormitory and should have been disciplined, we will let this go, since we have received the report from the Vincen military cadet." Malone gritted his teeth in anger. This sly fox. Vincen still had that smile and said, "I will take that as a compliment." Vargan looked at the two of them sharply, then, "With my authority as Grand Marshal, I allow these two military students to compete with each other. Both of you, keep your honor." As soon as these words were uttered, Vincen drew out his sword. Malone also pulled out his sword, his expression a bit panicked. "What is that? Could it be a blood lotus?" Malone pointed at the sword Vincen was holding in his hand and said, "Are you trying to use a fake to imitate your father?" Vincen laughed mockingly. "Does it look like a fake?" Malone confidently asserted, "Of course, I bet my right wrist it's fake." Vincen's expression changed, his whole body exuded a cold aura. He remembered those words carefully. Malone is not weak but arrogantly said, "I will make you surrender soon, the blessing ability from the Daughter of Fear." Forcefully, Malone's hand reached forward, a terrifying energy radiated out. Sizen standing to the side was shaken by this energy, he cried out in fear. The series was also affected, painfully crying out, "Ugh, young master." Julian exclaimed in surprise, "This is the ability to make the opponent extremely scared? Brother, are you okay?" Looking at Vincen without fear, Julian asked in disbelief, "You are okay, how is that possible?" Vincen replied, because of my spirit, a swordsman should not fear another swordsman. Julian asked eagerly, what do you mean by that nonsense that the only fear a martial artist is allowed to feel is respect? Can you ignore a move with just that nonsense? Vincen said blandly, because this matter is related to mental state and determination. Looking at Vincen, who was still indifferent, Malone's face was pale. What? Why wasn't that bastard affected? The students above were also surprised. What? The rape didn't affect him, he was fine, TSK. Looking at Vincen in front of him, Malone affirmed, you must be cheating, Vincen. He madly charged forward, slashing his sword towards Vincen. I will use my sword and mana to chop you into pieces. The sword slashed down, its powerful force split everything in half. Malone's face became crazy, he laughed proudly, how? But in front of him, he did not see Vincen anywhere. He panicked and shouted, what? Where did he go? The bastard left, but before he could finish his sentence, Vincen suddenly appeared behind him. He immediately turned back to look behind, wondering in his mind, since when? Vincen directly put his leg out, kicked forward, kicked Malone away. Malone put his hands in front of his chest to block the blow, his face filled with disbelief as he looked at the scene before him. But at this moment, Malone's eyes widened. Swinging his sword and combining it with the mist, Vincen charged forward and struck out with another blow. And increased strength by strengthening the body. Vincen swung his sword, knocking Malone straight to the ground. Malone's body hit the ground hard, directly unconscious. Vargan looked at this scene, thinking in his head, everyone knows Malone is trash. Even so, the reason he was still able to maintain his position as the representative of the military academy students was because of his overwhelming strength compared to the other 9th-ranked military academy students. But right now Vincen is threatening his position. At this moment, a voice rang out, what's going on? Why is there no one in the dormitory? Selbira put his hand on 11 Ren's shoulder, looking at the scene before him and asked doubtfully, what is everyone doing here? Sizen looked at the person beside him and exclaimed in surprise, Selbira. Selbira looked down at the floor and said, hey, that fell down guy, is that Malone? And the Grand Vizier is there too. Sizen explained thoughtfully, it was Vincen, who had just joined this place. He was amazing. He said the only fear a martial artist was allowed to feel was respect. I wonder if I can become like him, Selbira said excitedly, oh, I want to be like him. Her eyes became sharp, he knew it wasn't over yet, right? Coercion was a trick he himself had achieved, but his blessing was a completely different matter. Julian said with a crazy expression, brother. More. Beat him up. Vincen stood there frozen, deep in thought, how strange. I made him put down his sword, but the Grand Chancellor still hasn't announced the winner. Malone lying on the ground, eyes suddenly lit up. A powerful beam of light shot up into the sky. Selbira cried out in panic, one of the most powerful gods, who possessed the power to control electricity. The blessing of the giant brain, the whole body of Malone emitted a halo, the light was extremely dazzling. Vincen was also shocked, this is. Vincen quickly raised his hands to defend himself. His face became tense, trying his best to resist. Your hand, Malone looked at Vincen's arm and said. He asked excitedly, do you like this move, the giant's lucky dog, increase my lightning. Looking at this move, Julian thought in his head, this is impossible, this bastard's only move is the fear of bullies, I've been bullied since I was little for so many years, there's no way I don't know. Laughter rang out, ha, of course people don't know. Malone explained, even though I was born with this lightning ability, I only mastered it after coming to the fortress. Facing him, Vincen asked, how many years have you been hiding it? Malone smiled smugly and said, I have no intention of hiding it or anything. Just not necessary. Vincen, startled, eyes wide open, asked, what? Malone continued, just with my basic ability, no one my age can resist me, I don't think it's necessary to endure the pain of training lightning. When I was in the fortress there was no other option to graduate, and as I was a direct descendant I had to spend time practicing it. Unlike others, I don't need to work or labor like those stupid bastards, thanks to it I get stronger and stronger, it also helps a lot in torturing those lower class bastards. Hearing this nagging, Vincen couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, stop talking nonsense, Malone. The power of the person is just developing with that character all his life, and never achieving mastery. Not only do you deny the responsibility of the clan, but you also deny all the efforts of others, by trampling and bullying them. Vincen, eyes blazing, gnashing teeth, growling, you think, what is the honor of the name Adenka? Malone laughed loudly, his hand releasing energy. You're just talking nonsense. Reason is always applied to the strong. You can only say such nonsense. If you can defeat me, then talk loudly. Light shot out, shooting straight towards Vincen. Opposite, Vincen gently avoided the attack, quickly rushed forward. You said you would bet your arm that this blood lotus is fake, right? I will show you. Your arm will be crippled as you wish. Vincen thought to himself, with 2 more moves, I will use a move from the illusionary monster, and will end this match with the absolute sword of the human king. Malone raised his hand straight towards Vincen in the air. You think I let that happen? The beam of light shot out, its terrifying power forcing even the Vincen to move aside. Bastard, Malone shouted with his face full of veins. Die! A series of rays of light shot out, completely covering the room. Looking at the scene before him, Vargan couldn't help but frown and think, Malone, that bastard, he lost control of his lightning energy. With that power he couldn't control it at all. Boom! A beam of light shot into the air, causing a huge shock. Below, the series of panicked people covered their mouths with their hands. Just then, the shock of the explosion caused a piece of rock to fall, about to hit the series head on. Vincen faced panic scream, series. The rocks and soil fell down, the series of fear instinctively raised their hands to support themselves. But the feeling of pain does not occur. Looking up, Sari saw Vargan standing in front of him, his hand raised to block the rocks. Vargan looked down, concerned and asked, Are you okay? Sari stuttered, Yes. Vargan looked towards the anvil and gave the order, Anvil, evacuate all the student soldiers. Anvil clasped his hands and received the order, Yes, sir. Vargan reached out his hand towards Sari, I will use magic to teleport you to a safe place. A beam of light immediately covered her body, but young master. Suddenly, Vargan was stunned, Wait, you. Her whole body was filled with magical energy. Over here, Malone still threw his head back and screamed, Keep going, coward. Vincen glanced at him and thought, that move is very strong but also has too many openings. I need to find a weak point, and use ice to rush forward and immediately close in. Suddenly, Vincen's leg was pulled back by something. Vincen face change. Then his body was thrown far away and fell backwards. Lying flat on the ground, Vincen thought, with the power to maintain it is too great, I cannot perform it for as long as Railsa, only a long glide is my limit. Malone looked at Vincen fall on the ground, excitedly laughing out loud, Look at that. Vargan looked at the chaotic situation before him. It was his fault, even though this was a duel between cadets, the destruction was too great, he should have done this from the beginning. Vargan raised his hand to form a magic barrier. The Dharma dust was released, covering the entire arena. Vin gritted his teeth and cursed, Damn it. This meant that the space for him to dodge his attacks had become smaller. Malone had the opportunity to proudly say, What now? It seems like the Grand Chancellor is leaning towards me. Vincen analyzed the current situation in his head. It was harder to use sword techniques now, it was too difficult to get close to him, he was exploding with power while I was recovering, and I was also approaching the limit of the ice move. What should I do? In Vincen's ear, Julian's voice rang out, Hey bro, there's no need to get close to him, we can use the magic barrier to cause an explosion and the guy below will be hit. Vincen's eyes widened, how is that possible? Malone stomped his foot on the ground, Die, useless name. Vincen eyes full of determination looking straight, Okay, I believe in your strategy, Julian. As soon as Malone used his move, Vincen jumped into the air. Vincen was a little worried, with this jump, the ice move was completely unusable. Julian confidently affirmed, Don't worry, just believe in my strategy. Malone raised his arm, Nice jump, let's see how you can dodge my lightning in the air, that's the perfect grave for a bug like you. He will be defeated by this move. Vincen rushes straight forward. The sword stabbed straight into the shield, embedded deep inside. Vincen turned around, holding the sword and slashed out. Vargan's eyes widened in surprise, Magic barrier. The beam of light shot up high, breaking the magical barrier. Malone looked up at the sky in horror without saying a word. Screams of pain rang out, and dust and smoke flew everywhere. The smoke cleared, on the ground was a severely injured Malone. Vincen's foot stepped on his chest, affirming that a warrior's words were stronger than anything. With the sword given to me by my father, I will punish your sins, Malone stammered in fear, Wait, stop. But no, Vincen still said madly, this younger brother cannot let his older brother become a liar. Vincen strongly slashed out a red blood line. Looking at the barrier turning into nothingness, Vargan pondered, the mana barrier he had created, was on a completely different level from something a normal martial artist could created through layers upon layers of countless incantations. It was a completely closed space sealed off from the outside world. But just one slash. Malone painfully screamed, "My hand." Vargan appeared in front of him, speaking to stop Vincen. "We will stop here, Vich 2, Vincen Adenka." Vincen glanced indifferently and said, "You didn't stop me." Vargan sighed. He said it himself in the competition, so I can't do anything else. Just then, a loud voice rang out, "Young master." Gyu's son ran in and said, "I have brought the priest you requested," followed by the 5th level non-permanent priest Chevin. Che-Vin raised his badge and asked, "Who is walking around with a second-class priest badge?" Che-Vin stood up and said, "It must be me." Che-Vin at this time noticed Malone lying on the ground, surprisedly exclaimed, "The person lying on the ground, is that level 9 military instructor Malone?" Che-Vin asked in surprise, "You defeated him?" "No, before that, how could you possess something so precious?" Vincen smiled smugly, "Strange, I heard that it was an item that allowed me to be treated like its original owner." Che-Vin's face was a bit tense. "That's right, a lowly 5th level priest like me shouldn't be asked such questions." Che-Vin hurriedly asked, "Do you want me to heal your wound?" Vincen also said without any courtesy, "Please." A green light appeared, covering Vincen's arm. The wound also slowly healed. At this moment, Malone, who was pressed under the rock, also saw this scene. He shouted like crazy, "Ha, this cunning bastard, it was all a setup, now treat my wound too." Vincen slowly walked over to him, smiling and talking about that. "It's really best to heal your hand, I'm thinking." Malone was startled. "What?" Heard Vincen continue, "You bet your right arm in an official competition, brother." Julian said with an ugly expression, "So if I heal that arm for Alpha Nu Eta, Vincen will also follow suit, won't that ruin your reputation?" Malone gritted his teeth in anger. "You bastard," he thought in his head, "you want me to choose between my honor and my right arm." Julian, face full of happiness, breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, man, revenge is so sweet." Vincen glanced at this expression. I better make sure I'm on your side." Professor Wrong ran over, out of breath. "What just happened?" Vincen won. "That's great." Vincen looked down at Malone lying on the ground and coldly said, "Choose, even if the gods grant a miracle, when the arm is dead and dry, it cannot be reattached." There was no other way. Malone gritted his teeth and said, "Fix it." Julian couldn't help but tease again, "What? I can't hear what you're saying. Speak up, so the other military students can hear." Malone got pissed. "Stop pretending you didn't hear. Fix it. I have no honor, nothing." "Okay." Julian now revealed a satisfied smile. "Okay, now I'm satisfied." Vincen heard that and also spoke up. "Then please, priest, I ask you to treat my brother too." Receiving the order, the priest went up to treat Malone. After the treatment was over, the priest reminded him that it was best to make sure that he did not overwork himself and avoid any strenuous exercise, as such a treatment was not a perfect power. Sizen was surprised. He actually defeated that Malone. "It's unbelievable." Selbira nodded and said, "You're right, looking closely he's not that bad." Xylan shouted to the person in front of him, "Vincen, do you think I can become like you?" Vincen laughed and said, "If you can overcome your fears, I'm sure you can reach much further than your current potential." Hearing these words, Sizen was deeply moved. "Vincen." Sitting on the ground, Malone cursed in his heart, "Damn it, only won once, don't be so arrogant. Sizen and the other bastards have already turned around to flatter him." He reached out and grabbed a large clod of dirt. "Don't forget, I am still the king of this place. It's not too late." I was able to channel energy into this stone and throw it at its head, but before he could do anything, a foot stomped on his hand. Vargan coldly looked at him and said, "The only reason I ignore your tyrannical ways, is because your hand must be fully recovered, and be able to hold a sword within a month. Thanks to the blessing of a superior who failed to fulfill his responsibilities, I'm already busy, don't bother me anymore." Realizing his thoughts, Malone bowed his head and said apologetically, "I understand, sir." A week later, the office of the Grand Chancellor in Gonpa Goda. "Yes, and the other hand is placed on the chest." "Very well, this is how you express condolences in this era," Julian went around Vincen reminded. Sitting on the high platform, Vargan folded his arms and said, "You are my sister's guest, but if you have come here to pay your respects, you are about 4 months too late. And this is not comfortable. You will return as the direct descendant, the 7th son, but I am just a Grand Chancellor who used to be a lowly mercenary. I think our relationship is quite strange." Vin Cup was a bit stiff to explain, "I just, think about it, from the beginning you already knew my name. Vargan said with a serious expression. He had investigated me and my sister, and deliberately approached me. What is your purpose? Vargan asked with sharp eyes. Julian hesitated. Well, this is not it. Vincen sighed and said, tell me the truth. Investing in your sister, Vargan Pagoda, Vargan asked, so, you want me, the heir, to return what you invested? Vincen bowed his head slightly, speaking with compassion. At first, I really wanted to, but after I also invested in you, and heard the whole story. I have reviewed myself. A helpless child oppressed by the environment, when I heard that story. I just want to talk to you. Vargan nodded and said, I know your situation well, but I don't think you will hear what you want from me. I fled my home and the magic tower under the Shaman clan, the forces that abandoned me, and made a living as a mercenary. After a very long time as a mercenary, I now work here, on the front lines of Adenka. Unlike you, I no longer miss my sister or my family, Vincen said hesitantly, but if so, why don't you deny the name Pagoda? Then, the two people, Vincen and Vargan, just stared at each other. Returning to the room, Malone entered to see a group of people laughing and talking. Seeing the person appear, the crowd immediately fell silent and looked over there. After that, the three of them immediately turned away, continuing to laugh and talk with each other. So, really? Malone went back to his bed and sat down. Malone collapsed on the bed, covering his face with his hands. His eyes were full of ferocity. He swore in his heart, I will kill you, Vincen. Just then, suddenly a gloomy voice rang out, do you want to kill him? A dark figure appeared in front of Malone. The shadow made an offer, do you want me to help you? Vargan frowned and asked, why haven't you dropped the name Pagoda yet? The Pagoda clan has been a prominent figure in the Magic Tower for generations. If you were a soldier, that background would have hindered you considerably. Vincen calmly replied, have you ever, Lieutenant? Before he could say anything, Vargan angrily shouted, shut up. You're just a brat who hasn't even gotten a star yet. How dare you talk like you don't know anything about this? You don't know what I've been through, nor do you understand how I felt when I left the Magic Tower. If war breaks out between the Samion and Adenka clans, I will destroy the Demon Tower people who ruined my life first. Hearing these words, Vincen sighed and replied, I know. As soon as he finished speaking, Vargan exclaimed in surprise, what? Vincen explained further, I was like that too, but in the end what I wished for was not revenge, but to be accepted and loved. The reason why he has not shed the name Pagoda. Is it because you still miss your family? These words made Vargan remember his past. My sister is very talented and brilliant. It wouldn't be too much to say that I've endured bullying all this time simply out of respect and admiration for her. But at the same time, her brilliance causes me even more pain. Why can't you be half as good as Varnelli? Wherever I go I have to hear these words. I couldn't stand the pressure and abuse, so I ran away from my family. I thought I saw through you, but I really didn't, Vincen quickly replied, you can be honest with yourself, because human emotions are not always simple. As soon as he finished speaking, Vargan replied thoughtfully, and yet I received advice from you. Condolences are fine, and even though my sister is dead, I can finally be honest with myself. If you invested in the Magic Tower, it probably wouldn't have changed much. Vincen wondered, what does that mean? I will become your sponsor, you will not need to worry about living expenses while in the city anymore, Julian said happily, my money, it's back. You are a talker, Revan, Realsa, Master Hansen. And now Lieutenant Vargan. They were all trapped. Hearing these words, Vincen silently replied, why do you treat me like a liar? What I told them was completely from the bottom of my heart, Julian replied with a laugh, of course, your senses 500 years ago should have been amazing. Suddenly, from afar, there was loud laughter, unbelievable. And yet you were sponsored by the lieutenant, Sisson continued, that's right, the Grand Lieutenant was so difficult that he had never sponsored anyone before. Vincen stepped forward and called out, Sisson and her. As soon as she finished speaking, the purple-haired girl quickly introduced herself, I am the representative of the 9th grade junior high school military instructor, Selbira, because the female students use the second floor, we have never had the chance to meet. Vincen said, this is the first time I have heard of a representative of the junior high school military academy. As soon as he finished speaking, Selbira replied, do you think your brother completed his mission properly? I am responsible for reporting to the professors. Suddenly, Vincen discovered something unusual. He secretly exclaimed, this is, although the level is not comparable, but her characteristics feel like his mother's. His specialty, his distinction, he can test the opponent's strength and potential. Let's see, how did he defeat Malone? Wait, he doesn't have a star icon, and it's red like this machine, which means I can't judge his potential. Vincen said, I don't appreciate your kind greeting. Selbira replied, well, if I made you uncomfortable then I'm sorry. Hearing this, Vincen was surprised and secretly wondered, how did he know? If this was the first time then even the professor wouldn't be able to feel it. Vincen asked, but what are you guys doing here? She asked back, what about you? A military student is not allowed to walk around alone in the middle of the night like this. Selbira was confused and asked, why? Sizen said fearfully, it would be dangerous if you caught a cold, you always have to go with your friends. Or, you might encounter the evil spirit Davin. Suddenly Sizen stopped, stop it, Selbira. Vincen wondered and asked, Davin's evil spirit, tell me in detail everything related to that matter. Selbira said blankly, if you do that all of a sudden. Sizen was confused and asked, you know the great demon 500 years ago, right? After the great demon Davin lost to the heroic king, his soul was scattered across the world. However, there were still remnants that made contracts with martial artists and granted them great power. They used their lives as collateral to give them enough power to achieve their own goals. Hearing these words, Vincen secretly wondered, does this great devil Davin really exist? Isn't it all just a legend that puts all the blame on him? Selbira laughed and continued, there are occasional reports of fake contracts, but I don't really believe in them. An evil spirit from 500 years ago. When what reason would such a thing exist, right? At that time, the devil said, make a contract with me, then I will help you get whatever you want. Malone was scared and asked, are you Davin's evil spirit, is it true? The devil replied, is that really important now? The important thing is, I can help you achieve your goals. Malone heard this and stammered, that. The devil continued, aren't you the king of this place, you must take back your throne. At the same time, Vincen and Sizen returned to the dormitory together. Vincen looked around and saw that everyone was sleeping, because it was late. Suddenly, Sizen laughed and said, today there is a night shift so I will go now. Vincen heard him and replied, yes, thank you for coming with me. Suddenly Vincen felt something unusual. He wondered, is Malone not here? On the other side, Sizen was alone holding a lamp in his hand. Crossing the dark streets in the snowy night. He walked and secretly exclaimed, the night is really scary. Going somewhere, Sizen discovered something strange. He shouted in panic, who is there? Immediately, Sizen had his arm cut off by some force. This scared the Sizen so much that he stood still. The devil said, damn it, I was aiming for your throat and missed. Seeing the devil's strange figure, Sizen trembled and stammered, you are Malone. At this moment, Malone went crazy and replied, where is that bastard Vincen? Malone with the help of the devil becomes more powerful than before. Sizen calmly asked, your appearance, did you make a contract with an evil spirit? As soon as he finished speaking, Malone laughed mockingly and said, you dare point your sword at me, you're quite bold. Sizen bravely replied loudly, I am not afraid of you anymore, Malone Adenka. As soon as he finished speaking, the evil Malone strangled Sizen's neck. He said, if you point your sword at the king, then you will be executed, you insane Malone. He took out his sword and pointed it at the Sizen. When the situation was at its most dire, someone appeared to lend a helping hand. He was confused and looked around. Sizen's surprised call out, Professor of Dyke Ron. The Dyke said, by making a contract with an evil spirit, you have already denied your honor as a martial artist. Seeing the Dyke grout, Malone said with delight, Professor Dyke grout, cutting you into 100 pieces would be more fun than cutting Sizen. The embankment frowned and said to himself, my attack had no effect on him at all. The embankment replied, ring the emergency bell, Sizen. Just then, in the quiet night, Vincen suddenly woke up at midnight. He looked over at Malone's bed and wondered, Malone wasn't back yet. Julian replied, who cares if that bastard freezes to death or not? Suddenly Vincen heard the bell ringing repeatedly. He wondered what that sound was. They quickly replied, it was an emergency alarm, something must have happened to the night patrol. Hearing this, Vincen panicked and called out, Sizen. Immediately after that, everyone in the dormitory left. Vincen ran out to see what was going on. When he saw Selbira, he quickly called out loudly. Selbira heard and immediately came closer. Vincen wondered what happened. Selbira replied, I don't know yet, I came out as soon as I heard the emergency bell. Suddenly, he smelled blood nearby. Then immediately reminded, Selbira, use your crystal to inform the Grand Chancellor about this, tell him this is an emergency. Selbira replied, what, at this hour? Vincen frowned and replied, things don't look good, we might need to call someone higher up. Vincen shouted, everyone, please follow me out. Just like that, Vincen leads, Selbira follows. Unexpectedly, after a while, the emergency bell stopped. Vincen thought to himself, the fluctuating flow of mana also stopped, could it be that the battle was over? Selbira urged urgently, hurry up. Vincen wondered silently, Selbira, don't react, just listen to me, can we set up a barrier? She wondered, what do you mean? Vincen replied, the original match is over, we can't connect, which means the opponent has won. Selbira replied, I have learned one kind. One of the 7 basic Adenka barriers, the triangle barrier. But, saying this, she hesitated and was speechless. Selbira thought for a moment and continued, at the top of the triangle, a martial artist of level 5 or higher was needed to create the barrier. If this condition was not met, the barrier would lose balance and collapse. If we can find the professor on the dike bank, it will be possible. Hearing these words, Vincen understood the problem. He replied, I see. Then, Vincen immediately opened the door. Seeing the blood stains on the ground, he exclaimed in surprise, blood. Suddenly the professor fell from above. Selbira witnessed this scene and couldn't help but stare in surprise. They exclaimed in surprise, Professor of Dike Grout. From the eerie darkness, a voice said, found you. Immediately, Malone held the sword and rushed towards Vincen. Seeing this situation, Vincen calmly took the move. Vincen stands ready to fight Malone. Vincen frowned and asked, who are you? Malone appeared with a fierce look on his face and replied, everyone is here, all the bastards who oppose me. Vincen angrily stared at Malone. He asked, what have you done? Someone in the crowd spoke up, that dark aura, is it real, Selbira? These characteristics were exactly the same as the martial artist possessed by Davin's evil spirit. Hearing these words, Vincen was surprised and asked, what? No way, I'm right here, now I'm fighting against myself. Malone smiled and replied, I will show you who your true king is. Then he immediately used force to cover the Vincen people. Before this power, they could not resist. They were scared, holding their heads and trembling, even more so than before. Suddenly Vincen shouted loudly, don't lose your temper. We are martial artists, don't be afraid, draw your sword. With the encouragement from Vincen, everyone regained their composure. Malone witnessed this scene. He angrily said, Vincen, that bastard, he is freeing them from my coercion. Vincen said, the professor is a level 5 martial artist who was defeated easily, can I deal with Malone like this? No, we can't rely on our own strength, we need reinforcements and Selbira has already requested help. By the time they get here, we'll need to stall for time with these inexperienced trainees. Vincen said, Selbira, the barrier you mentioned earlier, can you use it perfectly? She was confused and quickly replied, okay, I learned it by heart. Vincen replied, then let everyone know that we will build a triangle barrier together. Hearing this, Selbira asked in panic, what? Did you forget what I said before? We need a martial artist of level 5 or above to act as the center of the barrier. Vincen calmly replied, I will do it. This statement made Selbira surprised. I will be the center of the barrier. Selbira said tensely, how can that be? You are not even a 5-star martial artist, don't be delusional, you will be crushed as soon as we create the formation. Vincen replied, you are now an official cadet, Selbira, make a decision that protects everyone first. Hearing this, Selbira took a deep breath and said loudly, everyone, form a triangle defense formation. Quickly, everyone should focus all their strength on this triangle formation. Vincen will be the center of the formation. Malone sneered and said, you guys are planning to create a formation, or are you planning to kill yourself all? Vincen calmly replied, on the contrary, if you were trapped in our formation despite signing a contract with the evil spirit, and still failed, it would be humiliating, Malone. As soon as he finished speaking, Malone arrogantly replied, fine, I will attack and give you a satisfying death, create a formation you bastards. Julian beside him was scared and said, brother, no way, let's just run first. If we use ice, Vincen confidently said, if I wanted to, I would have run away long ago, but if so, everyone behind us will die. Then he said loudly, all 9th grade cadets. Enter the battle. Immediately, everyone holding swords. Arrange the formation. defensive triangle formation. Vincen felt that his mana was gradually being drained, but he needed to hold on and not let the formation be shaken. Malone laughed smugly and said, "You're exhausted, aren't you?" At the same time, the wind formation matrix was formed. Witnessing this scene, Malone exclaimed in surprise, "Impossible, really? That bastard, could he survive that move?" Vincen took the sword in his hand and said, "Is that all you have, Malone?" As soon as he finished speaking, Malone replied bitterly, "You think you can still take this move again? Keep dreaming." Having said that, he immediately rushed to attack Vincen. When Malone is about to come near again Vincen, he felt that his power was unbelievable. Because of the additional demonic spirit that gave him strength, his lightning and sword techniques were already much stronger. At this time, Malone arrogantly laughed loudly and said, "Trembling." Just like that, he struck a blow into the formation, causing everyone to be wary. Among them, there was a female military cadet who was staring fearfully ahead. She saw the evil eyes looking at them. They shouted two words in fear, "Demon God, Daven." Malone laughed in response, "Yes, that's right, your fear is exactly what I wanted to see." Vincen quickly reassured everyone, "Don't be afraid. A martial artist's only fear is the loss of respect. Do not fear the bastard who has abandoned his honor and surrendered to the devil." Selbira looked at Vincen's attitude and sighed. He was trying to lift everyone's spirits and ease the pressure on the triangle formation. Was he really only 14 years old? "Then I can't think about it anymore," Selbira said. "Ninth rank cadets, we will all simultaneously infuse mana into the formation at my command. 1, 2, at this moment, all the 9th grade cadets regained their composure. When the third count rang out, they immediately transmitted mana into their bodies. Malone now went crazy and yelled loudly, then rushed to the formation. He said, "You damned maggots," Vincen replied firmly, "Give it up, Malone, you bastard. The professors will be here soon, time is on our side. If you stop and repent now, you might be able to avoid the prospect of death." Hearing these words, the devil in Malone provocatively said, "I know you want to kill them all, that is your purpose, have you forgotten?" Malone replied, Yes. I want you to die in fear and terror, that is my goal, at this point life and death do not matter to me." Vincen felt that his magic power had increased again, he wanted to make a fatal move. Malone was so angry that he growled and called Vincen's name, "Die." He used his sword to slash at the Vincen, causing the ground to shake violently. Selbira said in panic, "Everyone, be careful of rocks and soil, popping out from the ground." As soon as the words were spoken, the ground immediately cracked open. The rocks shot up and injured the 9th rank soldiers. Vincen on this side witnessed this scene and could not help but be surprised. He said to himself, "Defensive formation." Vincen was terrified of this situation. Malone shouted loudly, "Vincen, it's over," then he immediately rushed towards Vincen. In this situation, Vincen did not show any fear at all, he calmly observed his every move. Malone rushed in like a wind, a hurricane happened. The atmosphere was dark and eerie. Vincen exclaimed in surprise, "How come?" Immediately afterwards, the citizen was seriously injured. Selbira panicked and turned to look at Citizen. Malone saw Citizen, he was surprised and said, "Why is that guy here? He was already knocked down." Citizen calmly replied, "I'm telling you, I will never be afraid of your magic again." Hearing these words, Malone angrily scorned, "These bastards. Don't look at me like that, if you dare to oppose me." Feeling Malone's power growing stronger, Selbira quickly reassured, "Hold the formation, we just need to persevere a little longer." Vincen thought to himself, the formation was about to collapse, and Citizen couldn't hold on any longer. Suddenly Vincen's eyes showed surprise. He looked at Malone's strong body and exclaimed, "How is that possible? I haven't even used any sword techniques yet, but why? I can see the swordsmanship's rays of light again." Vincen's eyes became more tense before Malone's strength. He wondered to himself, "No way, I haven't even swung my sword yet, why? Can I see the auroras?" A sword slash ran through Malone's right arm. "No, my priority was to wait for reinforcements to arrive, but the defensive shield was nearing its limit. Should you swing your sword or wait, slash or wait?" At this point, Vincen was in a dilemma. Vincen said, "I have no choice," then he shouted, "Selbira, the magic shield is about to break, get ready." Selbira quickly replied, "Wait, what?" Vincen continued, "The story of the flying sword." Hearing Vincen's plan, Malone laughed proudly and replied, "Okay, I'll be the one to fight for real." Vincen calmly set up the formation. He said, "Second form." Vincen uses his galactic wanderer powers to attack Malone. Suddenly, Vincen looked tense at the current situation. He said, "I couldn't cut him exactly according to the starlight dots, I need to do it again." Malone arrogantly laughed mockingly, "Is that all you can do? You think I'll sit still and let you do whatever you want? I'll burn you to ashes, Vincen." After saying that, Malone used his magic power to strike Vincen with a palm. Seeing the dangerous situation, Selbira panicked and shouted loudly, "Vincen!" At this time, Vincen's hands and feet were tied by the evil force. He was confused and thought to himself, "My left hand was hit, it's hard to hold the sword anymore. But I can't back down now, I'll deal with him right now." Thinking it over, Vincen shouted threateningly, "Get up, you bastard Malone." With his current strength, Malone was not afraid at all. He laughed loudly and replied, "Thank you. You think I'll get beaten like a fool, when you swing a sword with that crippled hand." Then Malone forcefully grabbed Vincen's left hand. "Make Vincen unable to move anymore," said Malone, "you will be roasted, Vincen." Vincen said to himself, if this were his previous life, he wouldn't have had a chance like this. "This hand isn't crippled, you idiot." Regaining his fighting spirit, Vincen gripped his sword tightly again. He used his right hand to dominate the game with Malone. Just one slash of the Vincen sword was enough to cut off Malone's right arm. The incident happened so suddenly that Malone could not react in time. Vincen slashed again. The power was so great that it made the ground upside down. Finished, Vincen gasped and said, "The bastard is down yet." At this moment, Malone slowly stood up. He replied bitterly, "Vincen, this bastard. You dare cut my hand, twice." Seeing his rage, Vincen secretly exclaimed, that evil power had disappeared. That mysterious black sword, could it be the sword that can sever the connection between Malone and that evil spirit? Malone went crazy. He growled, "I will never forgive you. I will chop you up and feed you to the animals. Die, you bastard." The words just finished, he madly rushed towards Vincen. At this moment, Vincen calmly observed and thought, "It's not over yet. If I want to stop him, I think I need to swing my sword again." Then, Vincen loudly exclaimed, "Sigh." Suddenly he felt something unusual. Vincen panicked and said to himself, "Damn it, I can't move, damn it, move, everyone has gathered their strength to support me, at this point how can I? I can't give up here, I need to find out what happened 500 years ago." Suddenly, a voice was heard to stop messing around Malone Adenka. Someone used a rope to tie Malone up, paralyzing him. Malone angrily frowned and shouted, "Let me go." Vargan appeared from behind and approached. Malone was surprised by his appearance. Vargan said coldly, "Don't act like you know me." Then, Vargan immediately set up the formation. Malone panicked and shouted, "What is this? Stop." Herka stepped closer and said in a low voice, "Give up, Malone, wait until we're done, you won't be able to escape. This is the magic that binds you to your own illusion, the crystal prison. There's no escape, this is a spell that binds you to your own illusion, the crystal prison. Its only drawback is that it takes time to prepare, but anyone with magical power who is bound cannot escape." Hearing these words, Malone angrily shouted, "Damn it, Vincen. Don't think this is the end." Just like that, Malone was buried in the cold ice. Herka walked closer to Vincen, looking excited and said, "It's you, Vincen Adenka. The bastard that Sir Vargan praised so much. Oh my god, the wound is so serious that I can't even open my mouth." Suddenly, Vincen pressed his sword to the ground. He collapsed to the ground. Herka saw that and said with pleasure, "What extraordinary endurance, you saved a lot of people today. Vargan and I will take care of things from here, you can rest now." At this moment, Vincen's eyes changed dramatically. Selbira worriedly ran over and asked, "Vincen, are you okay?" Vincen has now fallen into a world of illusion. He stepped inside, looked around, and asked in confusion, "Where am I?" As soon as he finished speaking, Julian immediately appeared and replied, "Brother. What have you done? Why did you make my body so exhausted?" Vincen saw Julian's figure. He exclaimed in surprise, "Julian, you." On the other side, Herka entered the palace. Standing before the Master Adenka, she solemnly said, "I humble myself before your glory, it is an honor to meet you, Adenka." The owner of the house Adenka coldly replied, "No need for formalities, speak freely, Herka." Hearing that, Herka shyly raised her hand to scratch her head and then smiled in response, "Since you said so, the master of the house." Hearing this, the homeowner lowered his voice and asked, "So what happened?" Herka replied hesitantly, "Not very happily." Herka continued, "So. About 15 of the 9th grade military instructors were injured, none were in mortal danger, but one instructor died. His name was Boranda, a 5-star martial artist. And the student Sizen luckily survived the battle with Malone." He replied, "We are ready to share this pain of loss with the deceased and his family, and also for the injured, provide them with adequate support until they fully recover." As soon as she finished speaking, Herka quickly bowed her head and replied, "It was my fault, I should have handled it sooner." The head of the family quickly comforted him, saying, "No, there are many incidents that happen to those who make contracts with evil spirits. Your decision to stop him quickly and decisively was very correct. But Malone is still alive, after becoming a contractor with the evil spirit. As far as we know, those who make contracts with evil spirits are given a huge source of power in exchange for their lives. Once the power is depleted, they will die." Herka replied, "The mages of the altar analyzed it, there was no specific cause but only one thing. According to the student teachers who participated in that match, Malone became angry and wild after Vincen cut off his arm. His severed arm could not be reattached." Hearing these words, the Khan family head secretly wondered if this was the strange sword technique the boy had used. During the True Sword Convention, the Khan family head remembered the sword that Vincen had used. He then said, "Impose punishment on Malone, who had crossed the rules of some warriors by making deals with evil spirits. So he will be imprisoned in the dungeon for the rest of his life, his image and news will be blocked, and the tendons in his arms and legs will be cut off to avoid future problems. It will no longer be able to hold the sword. Next, need to reward Vincen. Where is the boy?" Herka was surprised and quickly replied, "We took him to the main house after the treatment. But he still hasn't woken up for the past few days." At this moment, in some world, Vincen was confused and asked, "Julian, where is this place?" Julian replied, "I don't know, after you lost consciousness I was brought here. But look around carefully, I think we are in Malone's memory." Hearing this, Vincen exclaimed in surprise, "We are trapped in Malone's memory." "Why?" Julian continued, "I want to know that too. Do you think the black sword technique you used to deal with him has something to do with this?" Vincen was confused and asked, "What is this? This has never happened in my previous life, entering the memory of the person I have killed. Malone, dealing with evil spirits, and when I use the black sword, this connection." Suddenly, a voice said, I don't want to go. I am already the strongest 9th ranked military cadet, why do I need to practice controlling the guardian brain power?" Seeing this scene, Vincen exclaimed in surprise, "That is," Julian replied, "it seems he was talking to Grand Chancellor Vargan before we came here. Vargan once told Malone that he was one of the respected sons of a Don Ca, he was going to make a fool of himself on stage. If you don't want to end your life up there, then use your Thunder Guardian power immediately." Julian exclaimed in surprise, "Arena?" Vincen replied, "It seems that is why Grand Chancellor Vargan released Malone." At that moment, Malone angrily shouted, "Okay, I will do it." Then, he heard Vargan's words and immediately brought out his protective internal energy. Seeing this scene, Julian gasped and asked, "What is that?" "It is the magical energy of the Guardian's internal force." Vincen looked at Malone's serious attitude in the photo. He suddenly heard a noise and turned around to look and shouted, "What is this, Julian?" Without it, Vincen is lost in a dark world. Suddenly a hand reached out and hugged Vincen's head tightly and said, "Why don't you die?" "My child." The image of Davin's mother appeared, making Vincen call out in surprise, "Mother." Vincen wondered, is this my memory? Images of familiar people gradually appeared. From the Master Nida was smiling at Vincen. Even the sub-phase and the ace are no exception. They carry the shadow of the past. Vincen clings and shouts, "Wait, what happened after my death 500 years ago?" Suddenly, a sword pierced through the Vincen's chest. At this point, it seemed like he understood everything. Vincen said to himself, "Yes, he was here too." Kajin appeared from behind the Vincen. The image of Vincen being tied up by huge chains. He thought, the family prison semi on life behind stone walls. Suddenly a voice spoke from afar, "He did nothing wrong." Power cannot hide the truth. Vincen wondered and asked, "Who are you?" Atlan quickly replied, "I will fight for you, even though it will take a long time." Seeing the orchid, Vincen could not help but be moved. Then, the orchid slowly approached the Vincen. The image of a mature orchid appears before Vincen, making him wonder, who is that, at Lan? The last time I saw him was when I was in prison. I have never seen him in such a mature state. Suddenly, Lan said, Lan is Julian. Hearing this, Vincen was surprised and shouted, What did you say, Atlan? Say it again. Atlan, didn't you hear me? Atlan calmly replied, See you again. 500 years later, no matter what happens. Seeing the events happening before his eyes, Vincen was shocked and exclaimed, What? Atlan, just like that, Atlan disappeared right before my eyes. Then, Vincen returned to reality. He sat on the bed, absent-mindedly calling her name. Just what did he do to me? Julian panicked and asked, My friend, are you okay? You suddenly disappeared, which scared me. Vincen pondered for a moment and then replied, I'm fine, my body seems to have been healed. But what are those memories just now? When Atlan grew up, did he come to see me before I died? Suddenly, there was the sound of a water basin falling and breaking, so Vincen turned his eyes to look in that direction. Ju's son was surprised and called out, Young master, Sari continued, You're finally awake. Having said that, the two suddenly burst into tears. Then, Ju's son and Sari emotionally hugged Vincen and shouted, Young master, you're awake. Ju's son sobbed and said, I thought you would never wake up again. The series laughed excitedly and continued, Thank goodness. Seeing the attitude of the two of them, Vincen was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Vincen smiled and replied, Thank you for worrying about me. Suddenly a voice interrupted, Oh my God, I came at the wrong time. Am I interrupting your emotional moment? Vincen wondered and asked, Who are you? Ju's son and Sari panicked and said, Lord, Herka warmly replied, It's Herka, I'm familiar with Leopard, pleased to meet you. Vincen quickly placed his hand on his chest and solemnly said, I humbly pay homage to your glory. Herka approached and replied, Oh, no need, you can skip those formalities. Calling me city lord is a bit stiff, you can just call me sister. Vincen was confused and asked, Why are you here now? What about the citadel? Herka replied, I came to report the incident to your father. Vargan can take care of the castle better than me anyway, so don't worry, it's best for me to stay away from things that involve paper and pen. I plan to do some business projects with you in the downtown area and will be back in about 3 days. Hearing this, Vincen nodded and replied, I understand. Herka smiled and said, Vincen, your sister wants to ask a small favor from you. These words made Vincen bewildered and asked, What is it? Herka asked, Do you want to have a match with the young master of the Samion family? As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen was startled and asked again, Do you want me to have a match with the young master of the Samion family? Herka calmly replied, Actually, I want you to compete in the friendly meeting. Vincen asked with a skeptical look, The friendly meeting? Herka explains that it is where the Samion and Adenka clans are introduced to compete in martial arts against each other. The event is so big that both clan leaders will attend. And this year's friendly meeting, it will be held at the Blood Pond, meaning the young master and patriarch of the Samion clan will appear at the citadel. Hearing those words, Vincen was surprised and secretly exclaimed, The current patriarch of the Samion clan. He asked, But why are you bringing this up now? Herka explained further, Because Malone was originally scheduled to participate in that match, but things have turned out this way, and the only direct descendant who comes close to meeting the age and skill requirements is you. Vincen secretly commented, The period that Grand Marshal Vargan mentioned, was at a friendly meeting. Herka continued, Your opponent is the 6th youngest of the Samion family. He is a genius with the potential to become the next patriarch of the family. Everyone, even Malone, did not think he could win. Other than the case of getting second place in the Daya, no one has ever won at a friendly meeting before, so don't put too much pressure on yourself, just think of this as a good opportunity to experience it. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen replied with a determined expression, No. If we go into the ring with the intention of losing to the Samion clan, then we will be going against the will of the Adenka clan. Hearing these words, Herka was delighted and secretly exclaimed, Oh, that's good. Herka laughed in response, Then you will try to win, I like the way you think. Suddenly the landlord came and asked, Are you responsible for your words? Seeing the owner of the house appear, Vincen was surprised and called out loudly, Father. He confidently replied, I believe I have shown you how I take responsibility through the sword convention. The clan leader said that the pressure between the two events was incomparable. Vincen proudly replied, I promise, I will bring back victory, Father. As soon as he finished speaking, the landlord coldly replied, "That's good, I'll wait to hear from you. With the exhaustion from the last battle, your wounds are quite severe, we must go now, you should rest, come on, Herka." After giving all the instructions, the Khan and Herka immediately left. Outside, the host said, "Come to think of it, it seems we haven't given the prize to Vincen yet, right?" Herka replied, "Yes, have you decided what the prize is yet?" The landlord thought for a moment and then said, "I will accompany you when you return to the citadel. And we will engrave the name of Vincen on the monument in the Blood City, I will engrave it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, Herka exclaimed in surprise, "Engraved name, really?" In the Blood City there is a giant monument used to carve the names of the heroes of Adenka. Those with great achievements will have their names engraved on the monument. I know Vincen did a great job, but remember, no one has ever had their name engraved on it while at level 9 except for Daya, am I right, brother? The landlord replied, "I will come see you in 9 days." On this side, Vincen is lying comfortably on the bed resting. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, a friendly meeting. The Adenka clan has always had the idea of surpassing the Samion. One day we will surpass the Samion clan with our swords. This is a good opportunity to examine the current level of strength of the Samion clan. The only thing is, Vincen sat up and called, "Julian. Do you know anything about the 6th son of the Samion family?" Julian replied, "I'm not sure, because I never thought Malone would turn out like this, I never cared about the friendly meeting." Vincen wondered and asked further, "So if our levels weren't too different, what would be the chances of me defeating the 6th son of the Samion family?" Julian replied, "We still haven't completely grasped the sword sense, so the possibility is almost impossible, but I think there's still a small chance. According to the theory, at best you would reach 3 stars, but your opponent, who was educated by the elite standards of the Samion house, would be at least 3 stars or above." Vincen thought to himself, "I'm sure the difference in strength is huge." Suddenly he rushed out of bed and shouted, "No! I have to start moving this body less." Julian said worriedly, "What, didn't you hear your father say that, right now the wounds in your body are very serious and you have to rest?" Vincen smiled and replied, "My body is completely healed, I just need to not use magic in training, right?" Julian helplessly sighed and exclaimed, "Really, use my body carefully, you ugly old man." Then, Vincen immediately went to practice swordsmanship. Vincen held the sword tightly in his hand, he practiced seriously without rest. He thought to himself, to reach the level of the current era of the Samion house, his own feelings for this match, and his feelings for his previous life. Suddenly Revan came and said, "This reminds me of the past too much. The first time we met with sword in hand was here." Vincen heard a familiar voice, he turned his head to look and replied, "You are Revan." Revan said with a smile, "Long time no see, Sir Vincen." After a long time of not seeing each other, the two sat down to drink tea together. Revan said, "I heard you were seriously injured, seeing you in good health makes me happy." Vincen replied, "Thank you, I didn't know you would come to visit." Revan raised his cup of tea and took a sip, then said, "Oh, and the things you asked me about, I found out some things about them." Vincen couldn't help but happily stand up. "Really, you really found out what happened 500 years ago?" Revan replied smugly, "Yes, of course, I discovered a few things that I'm not sure about." Vincen wondered, "What do you mean?" Revan suddenly said seriously, "I am very curious about my family. Apart from me, no one has any martial arts talent, family size, financial ability, all are better than the remaining descendants. But I can't beat you, Sir Vincen, in a battle of wits. Don't you find it strange that my father, who has no talent for martial arts or is particularly rich, is able to participate in the sword competition as an important and regular member for many years? After asking to the end, my father finally gave me an answer. He said, 'Okay, one day, you will become my successor. Follow me, Revan.'" The father led his son to a bookshelf. He wondered where he was going with his father. He didn't answer right away, but placed his hand on the bookcase, and suddenly a magic circle appeared. The cabinet shook, slowly moving to one side, revealing a secret room. Father Lit said, "Even the Adenka clan chief cannot enter here without my permission." Revan looked stunned. "This place is..." He said, "This is the underground library, the history of Adenka that the world does not know." The two of them walked down, while the father explained, "All the records of Adenka from its beginning, its history of light and darkness were all preserved here. Our family has a high position in the clan, thanks to maintaining this precious archive for many generations. For the past 500 years, this archive has been kept a secret. If this knowledge were to be revealed, only our family would suffer losses, because we maintain this knowledge as our business. Revan walked and observed the library basement. His eyes fell on a book. This is it. Vincen was secretly happy. The records of the family of the inhaler were still preserved. If so, there may be records to prove his innocence in there. Revan added with an apologetic smile, but I must succeed my father as head of the family first, then I can show them to you. It will be a long time before then. Vincen expressed gratitude. No problem, that much is already useful. But are you okay? This is top secret information about your family business. Revan shrugged in response. I've bet my life on you, so I don't need to think much about it. Vincen couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Revan. Suddenly remembering something, Revan reached into his pocket to rummage. Oh right, he almost forgot something important. He held up a blue stone. Vincen looked at it and was surprised. A magic crystal. Revan said, I went to repair the broken sword, then the blacksmith told me to give this to you. The crystal suddenly glowed. From it, the image of Master Hansen appeared. He scratched his head and said, I don't know if this is working properly, since I haven't used it for a long time. Vincen is happy to see you, Mr. Hansen, how are you? Revan was speechless and asked, that was just a recorded message stored in the crystal, don't you know that's an expensive astronomical communication crystal? Vincen was confused and found an excuse, of course he knew, just kidding. The crystal stone transmitted the words he had recorded earlier, I left this message, to tell you some things I had found. Oh, keep this magic crystal stone, it has the basic function of saving that image message. Okay, now, what we know about dragon fruit after learning and remembering. Honestly, it's not that crazy, but I found myself unable to forge a perfect dragon bone. Vincen could not help but be surprised. Can it be reforged? Why is that? The materials are already there. Hansen explained, remember the fire at the factory, we found the cause. When I began mixing the blood lotus and dragon bone together to strengthen the sword, I used an eternal flame to forge it. As you know, the dragon bone absorbs the user's spiritual energy. A great god gave that flame the name of the steadfast flame. At that time the dragon bone seemed to have absorbed part of the flame and caused an explosion. In fact, it is impossible to forge the dragon bone normally. It is currently a bit too much for me. Basically the materials and the fire retention in the forge are still unstable. Vincen nodded, I understand. Hansen continued the news, but the dragon bone you gave me, I can make a hammer from it. After testing on a small piece of the dragon bone, we discovered that the power it absorbed was completely stable, with no signs of violence, which surprised us quite a bit. But if we do that we won't have anything left to use as material for your sword. With that special hammer I think it's possible to forge a sword for you, that's what I wanted to tell you. Okay then, if there's anything, just text me through that kid Revan. After saying that his image disappeared. Vincen then rubbed his chin and thought, if he had more dragon bones, then he could have the perfect dragon bone sword. Revan didn't stay here for long, he stood up and said, I'm going back to the workshop, I accidentally left my sword there, if you want to send him a message, let me know. Vincen also stood up and said, then you can tell him, just forge a hammer with those dragon bones, I will try to find more dragon bones to forge a perfect sword. Revan laughed as if he had predicted it, I knew it, I guess you would decide the same. Well, I'll go now, take care of yourself, thank you. Back in his mansion. Vincen walked down the hallway telling Julian what just happened. He complained, what the hell, Revan and Hansen, all of them just saw useless information. Vincen argued, it's not like that, Julian. That's all we need to know, now all that's left is for us to get stronger to prepare for the upcoming competition. Vincen said to himself, and the beginning of my rise was the victory over the sixth son of the Simeon clan. Thinking about it, he spoke up to remind, Julian, we have to defeat the sixth son of the Simeon family, can't you think of a way to help me get stronger? Julian couldn't help but hold his head and sigh, you're always like this, facing a superior opponent, now you're making me think. Vincen asked, will you help me or not? Julian said frankly, there is no way now we are even on par with Malone, and can barely overwhelm him at all, how can you expect to win against someone even stronger? Vincen also agrees, you are right, Malone's lightning special is extremely difficult to deal with, the attack range is wide and powerful enough to penetrate my defense. Julian said, if we have the blessing of Thunder God Dharma, then maybe we can win, Vincen expressed, knowing that, but it is too difficult. Julian crossed his arms and smiled meaningfully, at least that's one way, we've seen that special skill before. Even if it was just for a moment of the match. Vincen frowned and expressed, I know I saw it, but you know I can't just see it and be able to perform it again. Julian suddenly said a sentence, that is only with the memory of a human like you. Vincen looked at Julian in surprise at this moment. Behind him there seemed to be a large butterfly spirit, surrounded by small butterflies. He smiled and asked, but if it was the memory of a god? You think it's possible? Julian's eyes reflected Vincen's surprised face, and in it was a replay of the move Malone used earlier. Vincen still couldn't believe it and asked, so, you really have memories of the giant's brain's mana flow? Julian raised his face smugly, of course, definitely, there's no mistake about it. Vincen happily urged, so what are we waiting here for? Let's go receive the blessing quickly. Julian frowned and said, this is exactly why I'm standing here. What kind of blessing is that body? The brain's mana is the most destructive of all the elements, and the giant's brain is the strongest of all the old gods. If we try it now, it will only destroy your body and not give you any blessings. So, before we return to the city, we must try to restore as much mana as possible for you. No exercise, no going to the training ground, and no using some training method from 500 years ago. If you break one of these rules, I won't teach you the flow of mana from the giant's brain. Vincen was annoyed by his nagging and finally agreed, okay, I won't do anything, okay. 3 days later at the Blood City, the carriages arrived. Herka said, it seems they have finally arrived. Vincen wondered, don't we have to get off and walk into the city for security reasons? Herka explained, that, just a lie, doing that won't hide this huge city. It's just a formality for the welcoming ceremony. You know you're an exception? Vincen nodded, understood. He suddenly looked out the window of the carriage and asked, it seems like there are more carriages here than our original number. Herka was startled and said, oh, didn't I tell you? You will be having a carving ceremony? Vincen's surprise, what the hell? The carved stele was several meters high, with many lines of writing on it. Vincen was now waiting at the platform. Below, groups of people were coming. First, there was the group of people holding the black flag. The girl in the lead spoke, representing the first-class military cadet, Han-na Adenka, and 4 others gathered. Next are the second, third and fourth class cadets. The fourth son of the direct descendant, Abayo Adenka, represented the 5th class cadet, and 15 other cadets gathered. Next, all the 6th class cadets and 7th class cadets gathered. Finally, the group led by the white-haired teenager arrived. He smiled and shouted slogans, representing the 8th ranked cadets, Damian Adenka, and the remaining 15 cadets, gathered. Looking at the group of people full of spirit, Vincen couldn't help but secretly sigh. This was the first time he saw direct descendants other than Malone. Everyone was amazing. Especially the child representing the first-class cadet, Han-na, she's so sharp that it gives me goosebumps. At this moment, another footstep came forward to report, representing the 9th ranked cadet. Selbira and 19 others, gathered. Vincen silently assessed, everyone else was fine. Below, after everyone had gathered, there were some whispers, but who would get their name engraved today? It was rumored that the homeowner decided it himself. No way, would the homeowner come here? Just when everyone was doubting, the owner appeared from behind. Seeing him, someone shouted, the owner of Adenka is here. Really, the owner is here. Khan Adenka stepped up to the podium and ordered in a calm voice, Vincen Adenka, step up here. Immediately after, Vincen slowly walked over. He placed his hand on his chest and respectfully expressed, I humbly pay homage to your glory. He was moved, I never knew I would receive such a wonderful gift. The master answered him with his eyes, this is not a gift, you deserve to receive it fairly. Then he spoke, giving me the sword. Vincen immediately gave him the blood lotus. The Khan took out his sword and declared, from now on, I will carve with the sword of Vincen. A clean sword draw was made by him. The homeowner glared forward. He swung his sword and transmitted mana towards the stone tablet. Just that alone created an incredible flow of power. Vincen even had to squint, raising his hand to cover his face to block the aura. He simply transmitted mana and swung his sword. Below, there were young cadets who could not withstand his pressure and were pushed back, some even screamed. Damian was sweating in surprise. It turned out, this was father's power. Adenka level. The tip of the blade emitted a brilliant blue light. Soon the words Vincen Adenka were engraved on. The ceremony was over, and all the young cadets shouted in unison, bowing before your glory. The landlord now slightly curved his lips and reminded, never forget, his name Vincen Adenka. Vincen smiled and affirmed, I will never forget, my name is Vincen Adenka. Later, in the cadets' lounge, a group of people sat in a circle and exclaimed, this is amazing, the owner is so cool. Yes, he is truly a real Adenka. Luckily, the Vincen is fine. Selbira suddenly looked in and asked, "Hey, have you seen Vincen?" 11 Den replied, "He hasn't come here yet. Isn't he talking to you on the second floor?" Selbira said, "I was going to throw a party to celebrate him, but I still can't find him." 11 Den suggested, "Is it possible that he is at the training ground?" Selbira denied it, "No way, he just came back." In a room at this time, Vincen was sitting concentrating on controlling the mana according to De Leon's instructions. Open all the meridians, in that direction, you should feel 3 points. And from here on out, this is important, to this point, Julian sniffed every 2 hours. He cried out emotionally and said, "I can't do it, even someone like me who is always called incompetent can have my name engraved on it." Vincen sighed. He turned back and asked, "Isn't that something to be happy about?" Julian said while crying, "Of course I'm happy, my father has recognized me as his son. Are you really not affected?" He put his hands on his thighs, his eyes looking into the distance and said, "Didn't I tell you, we still have a lot to achieve, we can't cry or laugh just because of these small things." After a while of talking, Vincen clapped his hands to encourage the spirit. "Okay, stop sobbing, we need the blessing of the giant brain to meet father's expectations." Julian immediately cheered up, he held back his tears and replied, "Yes, we have to work hard." After regaining his composure, he continued to instruct, "You must have felt it by now, right? You must focus on connecting those 3 points into an isosceles triangle, concentrate on doing it. Soon a triangle is formed." At the same time, a strong lightning bolt struck the room, the light from it dazzling the space. Julian squinted, "Success, huh?" Before him and Vincen, the image of a golden-bodied person appeared. He was Brainstar. Julian exclaimed happily, "We did it, buddy, we got a new blessing." But Vincen at this moment could not be happy, he did not know why his whole body was in pain, he could not help but scream loudly, his whole body trembled and he fell to the ground. Julian was panicked, "My friend." Vincen's whole body was covered in cold sweat, his eyes lost focus. He shouted loudly, his whole body emitting a yellow aura that looked like he was losing control. That power was making him more and more crazy. Julian was shocked and cried out, "Brother, what's going on? Why is it like this?" Vincen used the last bit of his sanity to try to speak, the thunder energy, it was pouring out. Then, the giant brain slowly walked forward and spoke, "How interesting, a human wanted to attain divine power on his own. There are people like you in every era." Julian asked with an anxious expression, "What's going on, what happened to this guy?" The giant brain said, "You summoned me, by activating the blessing, and I gave you what you wanted, that's all." Julian retorted in disbelief, it was impossible that a blessing given would cause such a thing to happen to the recipient, we had complete control over that power before. His body, he explained. His current body absorbed the transmitted mana like a cotton ball, and he was able to absorb much more power than usual. Like the body of a god, but from there it causes overload. Julian worriedly asked, "What should we do? He's going to die." Giant Brain said, "Simple. Stop the flow of mana, and the lightning will stop." He was happy to hear that, but not for long, he added, "But if you stop it now, I won't give him any more blessings. He either dies, or endures to survive and will receive blessings, choose one of the two." Julian looked at Vincen in pain below in shock, how did it turn out like this? He angrily questioned, this was so unreasonable, this didn't make any sense at all. The giant's eyes narrowed, his voice cold and unreasoning. "You yourself activated the blessing and summoned me, is it reasonable that you would receive power that you do not possess? Know your place, that is a trade-off you must bear, you foolish little god." And that stubborn brat, he didn't stop the flow of mana into his body. Because he knew this was both an opportunity and a challenge. He would not receive any blessings if he stopped the flow of mana now. "Control the energy in your body and adjust it to balance, you must do that before receiving my blessing." Julian gritted his teeth and thought to himself, I can't just sit there and do nothing, while he's on the brink of death. My holy energy might be very weak, but I will try to protect his heart and veins steadily, let's do it now. Thinking, he immediately cast a spell, using his energy to transform into butterflies. Take them to the Vincen. The butterflies gathered together, forming a shield that wrapped around his body. Julian was happy, okay, my energy has covered him, now, the only thing left is his effort. But right after that, his energy barrier was instantly broken, because the mana from that lightning was too high, there was no way to block it with just a little bit of holy power. Julian tried to resist desperately. This level of mana absorption into his body couldn't be maintained for long, the lightning energy was flooding his body. Please, just hold on a little longer, if his heart explodes, we're both done for. At this moment, Julian's hand suddenly became transparent and blurry. He panicked. Did he use too much holy energy in his body? He was disappearing, his body was dissolving. I don't want to die, but if I give up now, he will. Once again, the energy screen he had just reinforced was broken. The heart in the Vincen body seemed to explode slightly. His whole body slowly fell down to Julian's shock. His pupils constricted. Oh my God. Someone please, save us, Julian screamed in despair. Just then, the door creaked as someone opened it. Sure enough, someone appeared. Who was there? Julian looked out as if he saw hope. This is the healer cured Malone, the ink spirit sent by the fortress. I see, my voice can be heard by anyone with the power of the temple. The priest who just entered saw Vincen collapsed on the ground and was surprised. Young Master Vincen, what is this? Julian looked at Vincen even though he was exhausted, but the triangle maintained the blessing and immediately understood. Oh my God. He hasn't given up yet. He quickly regained his composure. Okay, I won't give up, I have to try, win all or lose all with you. The priest still didn't know what happened, suddenly heard Julian's voice. Priest, can you hear me? He asked. Are you the one who called me? Who are you? Julian tried to calmly command. I am a god familiar with Vincen, please heal him quickly, the priest said with difficulty, but I can't approach him with lightning surrounding him like this. Julian asked, so I just need to block these lightning bolts, right? I will block the lightning bolts so it doesn't hit you. In the meantime, please cure Vincen, the priest immediately agreed. Understood. The two finished discussing the plan. Julian once again used his sanctifying power and flew towards Vincen to block the lightning, if the priest could heal him a bit. So what we need to do is block these lightning bolts, not letting them attack the priest. Try to endure it, even if you still have a little strength, you have to try to endure it. Right now the priest receives the signal to immediately cast his holy power. O light of the thorny Mother Earth. Warm healing energy enveloped the Vincen person. He seemed to feel the recovery, his lifeless eyes regained light. On the other hand, at the Grand Chancellor's office, Vargan felt someone approaching. Without turning back he asked, are you here? Are you ready? She bowed her head, her eyes filled with determination, and replied, yes, ma'am. Dear sir, please teach me magic. Vargan then turned around and said, do you remember the match between Vincen and Malone? When I saved her from being hit by a falling rock, I felt an incredibly powerful source of mana in her body. Like young Master Vincen, the source of mana she possesses is beyond our current understanding of magic. Miss Sari, learning magic is not easy, and I have never been easy on anyone. His eyes slightly lowered to express, yes, but I am still determined to learn. Young Master Vincen kept growing and going down a path where I could no longer help him. All I could do was nurse him back to health, covered in injuries. I don't want that anymore, I want to help him, no matter how small, I still want it. Grand Marshal Vargan smiled with satisfaction. I see, young Master Vincen has a good servant indeed. But, since she was a servant, she needed permission from the Vincen to study. While talking, suddenly a strong yellow light from the room's glass window shone in, accompanied by a loud noise. Vargan frowned in surprise and exclaimed, what the hell is going on? The two quickly ran towards the source of the energy. When they arrived, they were met with surprised eyes. Young Master Vincen was now kneeling in the middle of the room, on the ground where he was, which had sunk a bit. The whole room was covered in dust from the aftershocks, and the priest was also sitting on the ground next to him. Vargan couldn't help but ask, Priest Che-Vin, what's this? He smiled and replied, don't worry, young Master Vincen is fine. I'm not sure, but young Master Vincen. It seemed like he had received a great opportunity. This time, Vincen no longer had the painful absorption appearance like just now. Now in front of him was a new flow of lightning power received from the blessing from the giant brain. After a while of settling down, listening to Sari talk about her wishes, Vincen asked again, do you want to learn magic, Sari? The timid Sari said, yes, as long as you agree, I can start studying immediately. Julian suddenly appeared and exclaimed, a servant was actually taught by the Grand Chancellor, an outstanding magician. Brother, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, please allow me to go immediately. Vincen glanced at him worriedly and said, but, you look a bit blurry, Julian. Julian smiled reassuringly, don't worry, rest a bit and I'll be fine again. Vincen also believed him and turned to speak to Sari. Will you be okay? Learning magic will not be easy, Sari determinedly replied. Yes, I want to help you no matter what. Vincen did not say anything more and immediately instructed, okay, then practice hard. Sari received the agreement. Sari is happy. Thank you, young master. Vincen raised his head and said to Vagon, please take good care of Sari, Grand Marshal. He nodded and replied, of course, I will teach her strictly. Besides, Vargan also looked at Vincen and commented, because he had observed Malone's growth, he could confirm that what Vincen had just possessed was great thunder, an extremely powerful thunder energy. I just took my eyes off you for a moment, and you've gotten stronger again, Vincen. He spoke up, since Vincen was safe, why don't we plan the lesson? Sari immediately agreed. Looking at the two of them, Vincen suddenly thought, teacher, thinking about it, I don't have a teacher to teach me, but now I even have a series. I never learned any magic, which the Adenka family left behind. Just as the Grand Chancellor was about to leave with Sari, he asked, Grand Chancellor. As you know, the peace meeting is fast approaching, and we need to devote all our efforts to training in preparation for it. Where is the person who will be in charge of training us in the city? Taiwi was surprised. What do you mean by asking where? What are you talking about, Vincen? You have to find a teacher for yourself, don't you know? This time it's Vincen's turn to be shocked. What? He wondered, but this was an organization specifically for training people from the Adenka family. Van Gogh explained, it was just the facilities and learning environment. This place was first and foremost a fortress, Vincen. The elders from each clan invest in a child with the potential to succeed a teacher. Sometimes a martial artist will also volunteer to take on the role. As for direct descendants, the elders in the clan will personally come to teach. Don't tell me, at this age you still haven't found an elder to invest in you. Vincen felt guilty and avoided eye contact. That matter. Golfer sighed deeply. Oh my god, did I choose wrong? Vincen turned to Julian again. I asked just in case. Julian bluntly said, no, none of the elders are on our side, don't get your hopes up. I'm afraid to say it, but who would voluntarily invest in a useless Vincen? This is something I really can't do anything about. Vincen can only pray silently. If only someone could help us. There is only one place. At the main house of Adenka, Ray also received the letter. She picked it up and asked in confusion, what is this, Gyu-sun? He stammered, that. This is a letter from the young master Vincen to the homeowner. Ray also stared at him and asked, since you brought it directly, it must be important. Why didn't you bring it directly to the owner? Why did you give it to me? Gyu-shan trembled all over and explained, no, I don't have enough courage to stand in front of the master. Seeing him like that, Ray also just sighed, all right, I'll deliver the letter. Very soon after, the letter was delivered to the Khan's family. And that's why I came to deliver the mail. The homeowner stood by the window and opened the letter to read. Ray also waited a moment before asking, could you tell me what the letter said? He also did not hide that it required a teacher. Ray also was startled, damn, I should have seen it first, I was distracted with registering him in the castle, and completely forgot about this. The Khan continued, and said he had obtained the Great Thunder Seal of Malone. Do you have any idea why he sent me this letter? Ray also replied, isn't it the son asking for his father's help? Because now, he can only ask for help from here. The landlord pondered for a moment and then asked, I heard you used to guide Vincen, do you want to go? Ray also immediately refused, no, I can't do it. I use the swordplay of the fallen clan, not the Adenka. If I teach him for too long, he will only form bad habits. The homeowner hesitated, so what can we do to help Vincen? Ray also smiled and said, there is a suitable person, someone the owner also knows. A very powerful person using the Adenka sword style, who possesses great thunder, formerly known as the Thundermaster. With your power as the head of the family, if you can give him a position that allows him to enter the city, then he can become the teacher of the young master of the Vincen. The landlord said, so he must want it that way. Ray also confidently said, don't worry about that, he is also my friend, I can convince him. Vice Captain of the White Sword Unit, Merlin. The person Ray also was referring to was walking alone at the training ground. After walking a distance, he suddenly looked over. In a corner of the training ground, is the wooden man that Vincen often uses to practice. It's been a few months. I wonder what the young master is doing. Suddenly, Ray also appeared and asked, are you going for a walk? Merlin was surprised, is that Ray also? She nodded in greeting, hello, Merlin. After that, the two of them returned to Merlin's dormitory together. He hung up his cloak and asked, a busy person like you came here, not just to ask what I'm doing, right? Realsa said directly, I want to invite you to work. Merlin wondered where he worked. Coach, in the Royal Dragon team. He sat down on the chair, sighed, the team name now doesn't even have the word sword anymore, I'm sorry, but I refuse. Realsa said, there is someone I really want you to teach, who is it? The incompetent young master Vincen, do you know him? Merlin's expression changed, he was startled. Realsa recounted the situation, the elders ignored him, but he was too young, and since he had little potential to become a family head, no one wanted to teach him. Merlin bowed slightly and said, thank you for inviting me, but no. Before he could continue, Realsa startled him again, and he received the blessing of the great thunder. Merlin was surprised, and began to hesitate a little, what the? But then he explained, well, honestly, I was pretty interested. But there are too many reasons preventing me from doing this job, the elders don't like me, so they pushed me around, and yet you still want me to teach someone who has never been chosen by the elders. Realsa smiled, she put her hand on her chin and said, why don't we make a bet? Young Master Chen is about to have a duel with young Master Simeon. If he wins, become his teacher. A few days later, at the friendly meeting of Debay, Vincen seemed tired as if he had just undergone new power control training. But even so, he had no intention of giving up, it was still not enough, he had to make the power of the thunder completely belong to him. Thinking that, he swung his sword again, pouring power into it to launch his ultimate move. He quickly realized the problem, the lightning energy was not enough to cover the entire sword, it had to be split into small bolts of electricity like Malone. I have to increase the intensity even more, thinking is doing, Vincen increased the power transmitted, the great thunder seal appeared. But he still hadn't mastered the control, so it exploded even more powerfully. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck him, luckily, he managed to react in time and tilted his head to the side, causing it to hit the wall behind him. Julian sighed. Looking at the room that was destroyed by the Vincen, you still couldn't control it. Vincen stretched out his arm that still had lightning jumping out and said, I can feel the lightning filling every inch of my flesh, but to control it, it's still too difficult. Julian couldn't help but wonder, that idiot Malone, how can he control this violent lightning energy? This intensity is not yet considered microelectric enhancement, but is still just microelectricity. He thought to himself, the results are not as expected, compared to the efforts we put in. Vincen agreed, that's right, even though you have practiced hard, exchanging so much sweat and tears. Julian's startled red face, what, did you hear just now? Forget it all for me, Vincen laughed, don't be shy, I exist for you, remember. Julian, do you remember Realsa's reply? Some time ago, Realsa wrote back to him, apologizing to him, young master. With the current situation, it seems we still cannot find a teacher to come before the friendly meeting. First of all, for the personal reasons of the invitee. Then, due to the influence of the elders, they did not want him to enter the line of direct descendants that they had arranged. The Council of Elders exists to restrain the power of the family head, so even the family head cannot control this matter. I would love to help you, but I can't leave the position of general manager vacant for such a long time. Back to the present, Vincen sighed and said, this year's friendly meeting, we can only rely on ourselves, no, us, to make full use of the sword, as well as the remaining moves as much as possible. Julian pondered for a while, suddenly he remembered something, that's right, we still have another method. Vincen confusing, other way, what way? He suggested, Simeon sword style, you were once a member of Simeon's family right, you used it at the Hansen meeting. Vincen crossed his arms and said, we can use it, but if so, how do we deal with the consequences? If people see that I can use the Simeon sword technique skillfully, we will be dragged back to your mother's place. Julian heard that and felt discouraged, that's right, it's really difficult, Vincen also complained, using the sword play of his previous life was impossible. But at this moment, he suddenly thought, a skill from a previous life. If it's his skill, I can use it at my current level. In the Samion territory, the main castle of the Samion clan. White tiger bound by chains. The blonde-haired young man with the red cloak walked in front of it. So you are the blue-eyed white tiger, the icy monster that the Adenka people must defeat in order to enter the Blood City. Suddenly, someone from behind said, there you are. He turned around and saw that it was the clan elder, Julian Simeon. He came to announce that his opponent for the friendly meeting had been reselected. The Vincen leaflet gives, he says, the seventh son, also known as the incompetent, Vincen Adenka. A direct descendant suddenly emerged in a strange way, with his talent, and rapidly increased his prestige in the clan. For the Simeon clan, a friendly meeting will do more harm than good. If you win, nothing will change, but if you lose, we will suffer the ultimate humiliation. What people want to see is the touching moment when the underdog rises up and wins. What are you going to do? What people wanted to see was the touching moment when the underdog rose up and won. What were you going to do? While they were talking, the blue-eyed white tiger had already used all its strength to break the chains. When it broke free, it immediately opened its mouth and charged towards the young man, only to see him give a cold smile and say, clearly, I had to completely overwhelm him. His swordsmanship was simultaneously executed. Consecutive sword strokes were slashed out, so fast that the image was unclear. And when he drew back his sword, the white tiger's limbs were severed. He, the sixth son, direct descendant, Gon Simeon confidently declared, I will let the whole kingdom know. That touching story does not exist. Selbira happily held the jade in her hand. She hummed a tune as she walked to meet the Vincen. Selbira thought to herself, Vincen would love this gift. Opening the door, she excitedly asked loudly, Vincen, are you here? Suddenly something made Selbira's eyes widen in surprise. There was some kind of immense energy that overwhelmed her for a moment. Then there was a loud noise and the ground shook. Only saw Vincen panting, holding a huge sword in his hand and stabbing it firmly into the ground. Selbira looked at the power radiating around Vincen and wondered what kind of skill that was. It was as if he was holding a different sword than the Blood Lotus. At this moment, Vincen quickly put away his sword and smiled, calling out, Selbira, long time no see, how have you been? This made her hesitate to reply, I mean. Selbira quickly took out the jade and excitedly said, I brought you a gift. Vincen slowly walked over, confused, and asked, what gift? Is that an enchanted crystal? Selbira said, what's inside is what's important. The sixth son of Simeon, Ka Gong's practice match is recorded in this crystal. Hearing these words, Vincen excitedly grabbed Selbira's hand and replied, really, thank you. In this situation, she shyly said, it's nothing. But be careful at the end, Vincen wondered and asked, why? Selbira explains that it is a bit cruel. Immediately after, Vincen used the crystal to recreate everything hidden inside. Every detail of the training process of the sixth young master of the Simeon clan has been recreated in the most realistic way. Vincen said to himself, no matter how many times I see it, the technology of this era is still admirable. As soon as he finished speaking, Julian continued to reply, you are behaving like an old man. Suddenly Vincen's face was a bit off. Julian panicked and asked quickly, brother, is something wrong? Vincen quickly explained, he would put his left foot there and attack the lower body. But that was just a bad day. With just one quick blow, he successfully forced his opponent into a defensive position. And hidden within his successive blows, was a blow with great destructive power. Just like that, he destroyed his opponent's sword.
In that scene, the image of the opponent of the golf club was scared and quickly raised his hands in surrender. I lost, I admit defeat.
Seeing this scene, Vincen frowned and said, but even though the opponent had already admitted defeat, he still did not stop. At that time, Kagan arrogantly said, do you think everything will just end if you admit defeat? His face, this is the price you pay for daring to challenge a member of the Simeon family. Selbira was scared, eyes closed and open, watching the battle, exclaiming, what an inhuman bastard. Vincen could not hide his anger. He wondered why, from beginning to end. Why are you acting like Kagan? The resemblance in appearance could be purely coincidental. Vincen recalls his past 500 years ago. He kept on exclaiming, but the techniques he used, even the smallest habits. It's like it reminds me of Kagan back then. Seeing this, Vincen said to himself, Ka Gong Simeon, I need to see you. On the other side, in a certain hall, people dressed in black were already present. Suddenly, the captain of the Ao Bo Mage Association slammed his fist on the table and loudly said, please be quiet. We are pleased to welcome the magicians who are here for the friendly meeting. As everyone knows, the friendly meeting includes a total of 3 stages. A treasure hunt with the aim of finding treasure chests in an enchanted dungeon. A conquest battle against monsters that have been captured before. And finally, a practice match, which could be considered the climax of this friendly meeting. We'll take on the first phase, the treasure hunt. After that, I'll decide what types of monsters we'll create with magic. As soon as he finished speaking, Vargan raised his hand and asked, can I speak? Ao Bo quickly replied, yes, the mighty power of the Blood City. Vargan said that in our Blood City, judging by the level of the two young masters, we are looking to nominate a level 8 reptilian monster or demon. At this moment, he thought to himself, this kind of monster would probably be difficult enough for the 3-star light martial artists to conquer, they would be just right for the first stage. At the same time, someone raised their hand to express their opinion. Ao Boda saw that and politely replied, yes, you can speak. He then arrogantly said, members of the 6th Law Platform, we nominate the 8th level giant beast, the Fracas. As soon as he finished speaking, Vargan asked in surprise, what the hell? Are you kidding me? The giant beast has a difficulty level suitable for 4-star and 5-star martial artists. He smiled smugly and said, what's there to be angry about? This is the first friendly meeting in thousands of years, there must be a little change to warm up the crowd, and isn't that the responsibility of both sides? Vargan angrily replied, you already have a killing intent and still dare to open your mouth to talk about responsibility. Using giant monsters is just for you to polish your performance as the 6th young master. Hearing these words, the other guy sneered and replied, if you continue to make excuses like that, then I advise you to give up, Blood City. These words provoked Vargan's temper, and he went crazy, saying that it seemed that the Simeon clan had acquired a loyal dog. As soon as he finished speaking, the other guy burst out laughing in response, how dare you say such insulting things about the 6 Dharma platforms while bearing the Pagoda surname, you make me very sad, Vargan Pagoda. Seeing the atmosphere was a bit noisy, Ao Boda angrily shouted, enough, the ones who will be participating in the practice match are the young masters, not us. Let's settle this by voting, those who want to use giant monsters, please raise your hand. After saying that, immediately, everyone in the hall raised their hands in agreement. Vargan was lost in this crowd, he was angry and cursed inwardly, these bastards, all raised their hands. Seeing the results were clear, Ao Boda happily clapped his hands and declared, now, based on the majority vote. At this moment, in his mind, Ao Boda secretly sighed, they are all dogs of the Samion family, we will proceed to prepare the giant monster, Fa Treo Silk. In another development, Herka was diligently taking notes while her mind was in turmoil. In the meeting room on the first floor, Herka was working hard. She wondered, Grand Marshal Vargan, how is the guest list of the Simeon family? Vargan replied immediately, as soon as he finished speaking, Herka tiredly lay down on the table and sighed, oh my god, this is truly exploitation of labor, if he had known it would be this hard, he wouldn't have become the city lord. Kill me, Vargan sat on one side reading the guest list attentively and replied, seriously, aren't I helping you do this? Herka suddenly realized something, she asked more, oh right, how are the preparations for the first level, are you still planning to prepare some illusions? Vargan sighed and replied, okay, don't mention it again. All mages who are not from the serum, including the president of the Mages Guild, are bribed by the Simeon family. Hearing this, Herka thought for a moment and then replied, I see, that's why your face is so frowning. Vargan continued angrily, I think the 6th magic tower is in their territory, that's fine, but to be able to manipulate the entire magic association. Herka calmly stood up, stretched, and replied, those idiots who eat pig feed, maybe they are all great evil, Vargan said with a sad face, whatever, as long as Vincen wins all the remaining challenges, everything will be fine. As soon as he finished speaking, Herka was startled and quickly asked again, saying something. Grand Marshal Vargan, do you really believe that Vincen will win? Vargan pondered for a moment and then replied, I mean, if the Adenka family wins, wouldn't it be more beneficial for us? Herka grabbed his neck and teased, it seems our Grand Chancellor is enchanted by young Master Vincen, why don't we go and ask for sponsorship? Herka said with delight that the young master of the Adenka family had a chance of winning, only less than 10%, I remember him saying these words himself when Abeo was still a candidate. As soon as he finished speaking, Vargan stammered, oh, did I really say that? Or do you just want to make your sister jealous? With a frightened expression, you quickly replied, when did you become my sister? Please finish your work first if you have time to joke around like that, tomorrow is the social gathering. After saying that, Vargan angrily left, leaving Herka confused and not understanding his attitude. Herka said in a low voice, but he was serious. On the day of the friendly meeting, everything was ready for the battle. The station staff exclaimed in surprise, is that Vincen Adenka? The person next to them quickly replied, probably so. The station staff exclaimed in surprise, is that Vincen Adenka? The person next to them quickly replied, probably so. It was obvious that he was here just to replace Malone Adenka who couldn't attend today, the Adenka family was at a disadvantage from the start, but now the situation over there was even more serious. Vincen now said to himself, Kagan Sami on, his attitude and expression almost 100% matched Kagan's. Or am I just imagining things? At the same time, there was a loud shout, young Master Simeon had arrived, opening the gate. Immediately, the gate slowly opened. The golfer entered the stands with great enthusiasm. He smiled smugly and said, Nice to meet you, fellow citizen of the city. And you too, Vincen, I am the sixth son of the Samion Kagan family. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen replied, Vincen, 9th grade cadet in Blood City. After the introductions were completed, the two of them shook hands. Witnessing this scene, the reporters were surprised and exclaimed, Those two people are really sociable. That's right, I thought Vincen would be more humble. Kagan laughed and said, It's always great to be friends with people of the same age. Vincen smiled and replied, Yes, indeed. Looking at the Kagan's mean attitude, Vincen frowned and felt really uncomfortable. There's nothing strange about the name, obviously, but I just find it annoying. Kagan expressed, hoping he could prove his strength, Thank you. Seeing this scene, Vargan secretly said that the guy wanted to prove himself by showing his superiority to the Adenka family by a diplomatic attitude. On this side, Vincen calmly replied, Yes, I agree with you. This statement made Kagan exclaim in surprise, What? Vincen continued, and also wanted to see him demonstrate his abilities, Kagan Samion. Vargan stood to the side and kept sighing, he dared to provoke Kagan, really Vincen. Thinking about winning. The crowd below expressed their excitement, even though they had not yet entered the battle arena. But the friendly match between the two has already begun. Immediately after that, the bell rang signaling the battle was about to begin. Below, the people of the Samion clan shouted loudly, Samion, Samion. Dear Lord Kagan, I love you. Herka coldly declared, Begin. I hereby announce the official opening of the friendly meeting. The first challenge is treasure hunting. Both contestants will enter a magical space and retrieve chests that look like this. However, in the magical space there will be enhanced monsters that can use magic, and a giant guarding the battle chest. Hearing this, the people sitting below started to discuss, a giant, this year the difficulty has been raised to a new level, it must be so. Herka further explained that each contestant will be able to choose 2 members of the cadet class in turn to support themselves during the challenge mission. The losers of the last friendly meeting, the Adenka family, will be the ones to choose the cadets first. She whispered into Vincen's ear and asked, You're going to choose the 9th ranked representative Selbira first, right? Tell me quietly, in case you don't know, the second strongest cadet is. Before he could finish speaking, Vincen jumped in and replied, I select 2 cadets, Sizen and Hamon into his team. Hearing Vincen's choice, Herka exclaimed in panic, What? What did he just say? Herka didn't notice that his words were being broadcast live through the loudspeaker. Seeing the situation was a bit awkward, she quickly smiled and said, Sorry for my yelling. Not far away, 2 men were wondering who was Sizen and Hamon. The young man standing next to him picked up the paper and examined it before replying, I will check the list of cadets. See, these 2 are. The 2 were at the bottom of the 9th grade cadets. They whispered, Did he really choose those 2 cadets? They look so weak. No. If he was chosen then there must be something more eye-catching than their appearance. At this moment, Sizen and Hamon were trembling standing to the side not daring to move. Herka was confused and quickly asked, Young cadet Vincen, are you sure you will choose those 2 people? Vincen confidently replied, Definitely. She looked worried and said, I hope you don't think of using those 2 people to justify your failure, if so I will be very disappointed. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen arrogantly replied, It's not just that. The first reason why I chose those 2 people. It's because I don't want young Master Kagan to give any excuses for his failure. The second reason is that although the 2 people have a rather distant relationship, they both have the blood of the Adenka family flowing through them. They could be from the maternal side or from the collateral side, but the important thing here is to defeat the Samion family with the blood of the first-generation head of the family. Selbira once expressed that this might be a bit, but since I thought you would choose me, I'm just a little sad. At that time, Vincen confidently said, I completely trust and respect you. Thanks to your guidance I was able to defeat Malone. So you should try your best in the friendly meeting. Hearing these words, Selbira wondered and asked, What do you mean by that? I thought you said you wouldn't choose me. Vincen replied, Just provoke Kagan, I will let Kagan turn my provocation into subjectivity, and I will defeat him with that subjectivity. In that case, he was sure. Back to the present, Kagan heard Vincen's choice, he laughed and replied, very good. Then I will choose 2 cadets, I will teach you what the consequences of arrogance are, Vincen. Vincen smiled and replied, great choice, Kagan. Vagon secretly exclaimed, this stage has been set for the victory of the Simeon family. Knowing this, what else are you trying to show in front of us, Vincen? In that case, we need to trust you and continue to put our faith in your efforts in this round. On this side, the people of Simeon panicked and said, what's going on? Why did he refuse to choose his own representative? Vargan walked up and placed his hand on his shoulder, taunting him, get ready, what's wrong? I'm sure you're eager to start the first round, right? The other guy was terrified and quickly replied, yes. Immediately after, the magic formation was opened by the combined efforts of the mages. As the gate was opened, the Kagan and Vincen walked in front of it in full view of everyone. Herka loudly announced, starting now. We will begin the first round of the friendly meeting. Treasure hunt, Vincen leads Sizen and Hamon into the matrix. The deeper he went inside, the more fearful he said, it's too dark. Sizen quickly asked, Vincen, do I need to use a glowing crystal? Vincen replied, yes, thank you. Under the light of the guiding crystal, the 3 of them continued their journey. On the other side, Kagan has also embarked on his journey. He brought Selbira with him on his expedition. Selbira asked curiously, young Master Kagan, do you need light? Kagan replied proudly, it's fine, young Cadet Representative Selbira. Both of you, can you please move away from me? Hearing these words, Selbira angrily said to herself, what is he saying? Is he telling us to back off because he thinks he can handle everything himself? He completely looks down on us. Herka and Vargan were outside observing the situation. She wondered and asked, are they still searching? Vargan replied, probably so, it's boring, if a giant monster appeared it would be more interesting. Herka said that their approach was completely different, those 2, and Gon continued to reply, Vincen considered the 2 of them as his companions, which was completely different from Kagan Samion. Hamon stammered, I know I shouldn't be saying this since we've come this far, but do you think we can really help you? Vincen coldly replied, don't worry, you 2 are excellent cadets who have overcome your own fear. Suddenly, from above, some force attacked, causing the unprepared Vincen to be wounded. Sizen and Hamon were both sent flying. He painfully raised his hand to hold his head and looked around to see what was going on. Sizen's eyes filled with surprise and tension. A giant monster appeared before them. The little Sizen sat on the ground and shouted, what is that? As a giant monster, its face looked very fierce. Sizen panicked and shouted, that's too loud, everything is still going according to plan. Hamon looked around in confusion and replied, wait, where's Vincen? Could it be that he was crushed under that pile of rocks? At this moment, the 2 of them frantically called out Vincen's name, and suddenly there was a response, I'm here. Vincen rushed towards the giant monster. His face was filled with determination in this move. He used his sword to slash its neck. Immediately, the giant monster painfully collapsed to the ground. Then Vincen urgently shouted, Sizen, Hamon right now. Hearing the call, Hamon calmly replied, okay, we will proceed as planned. Sizen continued, you go find the treasure, leave it to us. Hamon took out some kind of monster bait, over here you big stupid thing. Sizen held the sword in his hand and thought to himself, the pharaoh was a giant monster with poor vision, it would automatically react to the loud noise emitted from the drum. Then the 2 of them continuously beat the drums creating a noisy disturbance. Sizen said, lead him back to where we came from, Hamon. Vincen saw this scene, he secretly thought to himself, see, you guys are brave enough. Now then, let's find the treasure. Herka watched the situation through the screen, she panicked and shouted, don't do that, Vincen. Vargan was stunned and said to himself, it was just a treasure hunt, the most important factor here was to show off your fighting ability throughout the process. The idiot of the Simeon clan laughed smugly and said, I guess he completely misunderstood the true meaning behind this round. At this time, Vincen is rushing to find the treasure in the first level. Suddenly he discovered something unusual. Vincen saw a chest not far away, he exclaimed, there's the treasure. Suddenly, some force knocked the Vincen away. A huge hand pushed him out. Vincen hit the wall behind him painfully. He looked up and cursed under his breath, damn it, that's it. Another giant monster. The giant appeared, it rushed forward and slashed a path towards Vincen. A powerful attack, a circle of bright light radiates, carrying great power. From the explosion, Vincen shot out like lightning. Vincen thought with a tense face, for the plan to be successful, he needed to save at least one slash of the absolute sword, so having two giants made things much more difficult. The giant's eyes widened, staring at Vincen without leaving. Quick as lightning, the giant reached out and grabbed the Vincen. Vincen quickly dodged. It was even more agile than the previous one I encountered, it even caught up with the speed of the eagle. The giant's hand hit the rock hard, causing a huge shock. Van Golf looked at this scene, his eyes widened in shock. What happened? Why was there another giant? At this moment, the old Serkan suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God!" His face was full of strangeness, stiffly said, "Probably at the beginning, we made a mistake." Vargan angrily rushed forward, his hand grabbed the old man's collar and lifted him up. "Why, you bastard, how dare you bring the name of the 6 Dharma platforms, and then use those dirty tricks?" A gentle hand rested on Vargan's shoulder. "Stop, Sir Vargan." Vargan glanced at the owner of the arm, only to see Herka looking around warily as a reminder, "There are many eyes and ears here, if we make a fuss now, we will suffer losses." "I understand why you're angry, but it won't change anything." Vargan calmed down and nodded, "I understand." Serkan was released and looked at Vargan with praise. Unlike what people rumored, he was quite calm, truly befitting the title of Blood City Manager. Herka also looked at him coldly, "And what about you? When this is over, stay, you bastard." On this side, Selbira looked up with wide eyes, her expression filled with astonishment. "Don't be so stunned," stuttering, "Oh my God." The giant was slashed, blood spurting from its arm, accompanied by a painful scream. The person holding the sword is C.A. Gon. C.A. Gon jumped into the air, sword in hand, piercing straight towards the giant. With great force, the giant was hit and lost his balance, his whole body seemed about to fall backwards. The giant's face was punched black and blue, and he said in a disdainful tone, "What the hell, is it him? I was hoping it was something interesting, they said it was a giant, this is too easy." But he didn't know, while he was feeling complacent, the remaining giant appeared behind him. Selbira shouted in panic, "There are 2 giants, what is going on?" "Be careful, young master C.A. Gon." C.A. Gon still stood there without moving. C.A. Gon spoke lightly, "Swordsmanship me on." First, the C.A. Gon gently raised his lips and smiled confidently. Soft steel, hand holding sword slashed out a line. A series of rays of light slashed out, the giant's claws behind were cut into many pieces. But the C.A. Gon charged forward aggressively. Not stopping there, the C.A. Gon jumped up step by step, walking on the giant's arm. The giant's feet rushed through the air, step by step approaching the giant. C.A. Gon smiled confidently and said, "Let's see how long you can last." C.A. Gon jumped up and slashed his sword at the giant. Boom, dust and smoke flew, the giant fell to the ground. Selbira narrowed her eyes, even though saying that made her angry, he was really strong. Even if someone else was here, it wouldn't change the outcome of the C.A. Gon. C.A. Gon said smugly, "Don't overreact like that, stand up, I still have many moves for you to see," but in his mind, C.A. Gon was extremely worried, hoping that Vincen was still okay. The giant's foot stomped on the ground, causing the ground to shake violently. The giant moved frantically, reaching out to grab the Vincen. Julian scratched his head angrily and said, "Damn it, why is nothing going according to plan?" Vincen gently advised, "Calm down, we need to think of a way, Julian." Julian was still worried, the absolute sword slash was an extremely powerful skill, couldn't we just put them in one place and slash them both at the same time?
Vincen said hesitantly, I don't believe it's that easy to do." Julian questioned, "Why not?"
Vincen explained, "They are so big, if we aim at one we won't be able to see the next sword strike." Julian coldly commented, "What a trashy skill." Vincen ran and shouted angrily, "You just said it was extremely powerful." Vincen's eyes looked straight ahead, thinking to himself, he needed to defeat 2 guys in one move, if there was a target. Wait, at this moment Vincen's eyes suddenly widened. Vincen's eyes looked towards Julian beside him, the target. Sizun and Hamon were trembling, their eyes filled with confusion. In front of the 2 people was a terrifying giant. Sizun trembled, stuttering, "We can't go anywhere else." Hamon beside also said, "I also don't see Vincen. Aren't we in big trouble?" Just when danger was approaching, Vincen stood in front of the 2 people. The 2 people looked at the thing in Vincen's hand and cried out in fear. "Vincen!" He brought the chest, should we go out now? Vincen turned around and shouted to the two people behind him, change of plans, it will be here soon. Sisson was startled and asked a little confused, come, what do you mean? The three of them stood still, watching the two giants slowly approach. Oh, there's another one, the Sisson almost screamed madly. Densely, the ground shook greatly, two giants rushed towards the three people who were standing still like crazy. Sisson scratched his head and screamed in fear, we are doomed, help. But Vincen was extremely focused at this moment, his eyes looking straight ahead. Julian, get in position. Julian hovered in the sky, now above the giants. He asked anxiously, do we really have to do this? I don't want to be a target. The giant got closer and closer, it opened its mouth and roared. Vincen thought in his head, as expected, because of their large size, he couldn't use his sword to its fullest to cut both of them. If that's the case, he just needed to find something that could cut through these two monsters. Thinking and doing, Vincen stomped his feet on the ground to gain momentum and jumped up. Vincen's eyes were blood red, focusing on the giant. He saw it, oh no, he felt it, the other half of his soul. Julian's presence. Vincen gently raised his sword, aiming straight at Julian in the air. Julian looked at Vincen, who was aiming straight at him. A little uneasy, he asked, are you sure you will be safe? I won't get hurt, right? The giant could no longer keep calm. It raised its two hands high and slapped towards Vincen. But Vincen was already prepared at this time, aiming straight at the giant, absolute sword, changing shape. The giant could no longer keep calm. It raised its two hands high and slapped towards Vincen. But Vincen was already prepared at this time, aiming straight at the giant, absolute sword, changing shape. The giant's two arms as big as mountains smashed down. At this moment, Vincen raised his sword and slashed forward. The sword slashed straight through, cutting the giant in half. The sword did not stop there, it continued to slash straight towards the remaining giant. With a swish, the giant in front of Julian was cut in half. Looking at the beam of light in front of him, Julian was scared. Why didn't it stop? Julian screamed miserably, save me. Boom, a giant mushroom appeared in the air, smoke and fire exploded. The two giants were slashed away, sending dust flying. Unboda was surprised, he had defeated those two giants with just one sword strike. Even old Sirkan was amazed. Herka eyes widened speechless, you and gone, that's it. Vargan smiled proudly and nodded, yes, that is Vincen's deadly move, absolute sword. Vincen, after defeating the two giants, smiled with satisfaction, as expected, even the absolute sword. Unable to defeat the god, Julian stood rooted to the spot, his whole body trembling. Julian angrily rushed forward, grabbed Vincen's neck and questioned, what are you talking about? You're not sure, right? Vincen laughed and said, how can I defeat a god? Julian still did not hold back his anger and said, even so, do you know how scared I am? At this moment, Vincen seemed to realize something, his eyes widened, I was just thinking in my head just now, how could Julian hear it? The voices of two people, Ha Mon and 11 Den, rang out from behind, Vin, is there anyone else here? Vincen and Julian jumped in surprise. Vincen quickly waved his hand and said, it's nothing, we're about to leave. Vincen walked towards the blue light and said expectantly, I've saved my absolute sword for this one. The last thing that the absolute sword needs to destroy. The sword was thrust straight into the beam of light. Vincen's hand picked up the sword and slashed, that is, the entire space that was hidden by magic. Before the astonished eyes of Samant and Hamon, the bright area was chopped into pieces. Vincen heroically raised his sword to the sky. The sky was also torn open, completely revealing the light of hope. The old Sirkan's face stiffened as he stammered, the magic dungeon, it's broken. The old Sirkan was extremely anxious and hurriedly ordered his subordinates behind him, hey, check the spell again, it seems like there's some mistake. Vargan gently placed his hand on his shoulder and said indifferently, no need, he asked curiously, what? Vargan gently spoke the truth, the sword of Vincen can cut through magic. Vargan seemed calm on the outside, but he was also very surprised on the inside. I didn't expect him to be able to destroy the entire dungeon like that. Looking back at Vincen, in addition to his swordsmanship, I was also impressed with his creative solutions. No way, Unboda suddenly shouted. Unbo too questioned, it's very rare for someone to be able to destroy a dungeon by themselves, we've underestimated young Master Vincen. Herka smirked and objected, there was no rule prohibiting this action, moreover, outside of Vincen, no one had ever tried to do it. But, Herka took out the magic stone and said, Why is a mage commander of the Mage Association, a neutral party like you, so angry, as if this is your business? Sisson hugged the treasure chest and came to Herka, excitedly saying, City Lord. Here is the treasure chest. Ha moaned behind him also chimed in, Vincen has won, right? On this side, the old Sircon couldn't accept this fact and muttered, no, not yet. His face twisted as he growled, the first stage is just for you to show your strength, it doesn't matter who finishes first. Although the sword he possessed could cut through magic at an astonishing rate, that was all. The young master of the Ca Gon's attack was not over yet. With a bang, a huge foot stomped heavily on the ground. During the remaining time, if the young master of the Ca Gon continues to use martial arts, a large giant will appear in front of the Ca Gon. Then victory will belong to the Samion family. Vincen heard these words, stepped before the old Sircon, if so. Ca Gon will, and this phase quickly, Vincen coldly declared. Old Sircon looked panicked, not believing what he heard. The end of this stage, what are you? Vincen turned to look at Vargan and said, the dungeon we entered, wasn't it created using synthetic elements? Vargan thought for a moment, then nodded and said, that's right, the environment is assumed to be balanced in nature, so the synthetic elements are covered up and just now, you entered one of the 2 clone dungeons. Vincen looked at old Sircon and asked, I destroyed a clone dungeon, right? He nodded and replied, yes. Vincen immediately changed his expression and questioned, where did the mana that created my dungeon go? If a stream of water flows in 2 directions, and we cover one direction, then on the other side, the water will flow violently, and the giant will suddenly go crazy, his whole body will seem to become several times stronger. Ca Gon face of surprise, what the hell, that giant? Kagan felt the giant monster's power had increased many times. Immediately, the giant monster rushed forward and struck a blow towards him. Faced with that situation, the Kagan calmly said, even though it seemed to have become stronger, its intelligence was probably still the same. With that simple strike, you will definitely lose your arm, have you forgotten? After saying that, Kagan used his Tan Gang Wind to madly slash at the monster. Sharp, clean slashes were delivered. Instantly, its fingers were severed. Suddenly, the Kagan's face was a bit panicked, he secretly wondered, absurd, has it become this strong? At this moment, the giant monster angrily punched down. His face was filled with rage. The punch released such great force that the ground was turned upside down. Kagan with his small body had to stagger and could not stand firmly on the ground. He thought to himself in surprise, something must have affected it, otherwise. How could a monster that was about to die suddenly become so strong? Kagan lay flat on the ground, helplessly watching the monster about to attack him. He cursed angrily, damn it, I didn't have time to adjust my posture. At the same time, there was a timely sound of drums beating. Thanks to that sound, the giant monster's attention was attracted. Selbira shouted loudly, it's looking this way, you go find that box quickly. Sisson heard this, quickly ran away and replied, okay, leave it to me. Selbira kept banging the drum and shouting, over here, you damn ugly guy. As expected, the monster turned towards Selbira. At this moment, she held the drum in her hand and ran away, shouting loudly, follow me. Selbira said to himself, you are very lucky, Kagan, if Vincen did not tell me to try my best, I would never have helped you arrogant bastard. Suddenly, something unusual happened that made Selbira feel uneasy. A loud bang rang out, the force of which sent the Selbira flying. She fell to the ground, the drum falling out of her hands. Selbira eyes half closed and half open to examine the situation, she wondered, what is it this time? Saw the giant monster initially appear before him. Making Selbira surprised, the original giant was still not dead. Little Selbira stood before the giant monster, rooted to the spot. Suddenly the giant monster got angry and raised its huge hand high. Turning towards Selbira, she saw that the situation was not good and quickly shouted, wait, something seems wrong. On the other side, Kagan swung his sword and slashed at the monster's neck, his tone arrogant as he said, you dare treat me like this? How dare you ruin my show? Blood Red Song, the final form. Kagan uses his ultimate move, Blood Full Moon, to attack the monster. The golfer's blow was decisive and quick, leaving the giant monster no time to react. One blow left a large hole in its chest, just like that, Kagan was able to injure it with just a sword. Selbira witnessed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, he destroyed both of them with just one sword strike. Kagan was excellent from the start, he not only kept the giant alive to add drama to his performance, but also to preserve his stamina. On this side, Kagan angrily asked silently, "How dare you? You ruined my plans, I will never forgive you. Calm down and think, even though I exposed my indecent behavior, I still succeeded in completing the challenge. Found the chest, even left a good impression at the end. Even if I do badly, my performance is definitely better than Vincen." Kagan stepped out to face Vincen. At this moment, Vincen smiled sarcastically and said, "You are late, looking at your expression I bet you like my gift very much." Seeing Vincen already waiting here, Kagan exclaimed in surprise, "Vincen, you finished first, wait, gift, what do you mean?" Vincen smiled and replied, "I have a friend who is quite good at magic, thanks to them, I was able to overload the mana in your dungeon." Hearing these words, Kagan secretly wondered, was driving the giants crazy his plan? Could it be that he had been toying with him from the very beginning? Thinking it all out, Kagan calmly let out a sigh. Then pretending to be gentle replied, "I admit defeat, I was shallow in judging you, Vincen. But from now on things will be different, because I'm starting to see you as a real friend." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen proudly replied, "Well, I'm looking forward to this, my friend." Herka saw this atmosphere, she secretly sighed, if the two of them just decided who would win, then what the hell was the point of choosing judges? Then, Herka loudly announced, "Thus, the winner is, Cadet Vincen Adenka. The next challenge will be held 3 days later." Selbira now breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Fortunately, Vincen won." Suddenly the car came and said, "So you're here. Thanks to you I was able to complete it, without you I would have looked like an idiot." Selbira cadet representative. At this, Selbira shyly looked at his hand and replied, "Yes." In her mind she wondered, why is that? I don't know why, but my instincts told me not to shake his hand. Waiting for too long, Kagan quickly said, "My hand is a bit tired." Hearing this, Selbira quickly replied, "Sorry." Then she quickly shook his hand. Finished, Kagan happily said goodbye. "Well then, I'm going." These words made her feel surprised and she stammered, "Yes, take care." Selbira wondered to herself, did he really come to thank her? On this side, the Kagan's sly eyes were clearly visible, he chuckled and said, "Goodbye, Cadet Representative Selbira." At this time, the night had fallen and covered the Blood City. In a certain forest, a spirit beast was flying freely in the starry sky. The series is currently focusing on cultivating mana in that forest. Suddenly there was a loud call, "Miss Sari," causing her to quickly open her eyes to look. I just saw Ju-sun tiredly carrying a big sack on his back and panting, saying, "I'm here." Seeing Ju-sun, Sari excitedly ran over. Ju-sun put the sack on the ground, looking tired and said, "This is her food and clothes." Seeing these things, Sari quickly asked, "What happened at the friendly meeting? Is the young master okay?" Ju-sun replied confidently, "With Ju-sun's help I will of course win." His opponent voluntarily surrendered. Hearing this, Sari breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Fortunately." Seeing her attitude, Ju-sun wondered and asked, "But is the training here difficult?" The series said, "Well, while I was in the city, I couldn't concentrate because the young master distracted me. Taiwai said it would be better for me to practice here, because I could communicate with the spirits of the snowy mountains." Ju-sun was curious and asked more. She said she was suitable to be a spirit mage, right? Sari nodded and replied, "I have to find a spirit soon to sign a contract. At this level I can only control one, but I like multiple spirits." Suddenly, a cry for help echoed not far away, and Sari was startled and quickly turned her head to look. She was confused and asked, "Ju-sun, what did you say?" As soon as she finished speaking, Ju-sun quickly replied, "No, I didn't say anything." The cry for help kept echoing in the series' heads. She looked up to the sky and exclaimed, "Who is that voice?" On the other side, Selbira's men happily clinked glasses in celebration. Selbira said excitedly, "For the victory of Vincen, drink, even if it's just juice." Hearing this, they happily raised their glasses together to celebrate. Vincen shyly replied, "I'm only 1 point better than him, is there a need to be so noisy, Selbira?" As soon as he finished speaking, Selbira laughed and replied, "What do you mean by just 1 point? In the history of Adenka that is an achievement. Even though I'm the supporter of Kagan, I shouldn't say that." Vincen quickly continued, "No, you are the most important factor in my victory." This made Selbira confused and not understand anything. Vincen quickly explained further, "Because I believe you will be very useful to Kagan. Kagan and I may be on the same level of martial arts, but you played a very important role in Ka Gon's victory, so even if Ka Gon doesn't accept this result, when the evaluation is over, I will still have the advantage." Hearing these words, Selbira gasped and exclaimed, "Amazing, you've planned it all out. Anyway, if there's a chance, I'll help you next time, because I'm the 9th level cadet representative." Having said that, Vincen quickly replied, "Okay, I believe you, Selbira." Then Vincen and Selbira raised their hands together to show their trust in each other. Suddenly Vincen's eyes showed surprise. He held Selbira's arm tightly and observed it closely. This made Selbira confused and he called out loudly, "Vincen." At this moment, Vincen looked scared and asked himself, "No way, here, when? This is the sealed chain of Simeon." Vincen asked eagerly, "What happened to Simeon? Is it physical contact or what?" Hearing this, Selbira stammered, I shook hands with the Kagan, he wanted to thank me for helping." It seemed that Vincen understood everything. He cursed under his breath, "Ka Gong, this bastard." Julian wondered and asked, "What is the chain seal?" Vincen gritted his teeth and replied, "It's called the chain seal, but it's more like a curse." Chain seal, a skill that slowly suppresses the opponent's mana, causing them to slowly die. "Ka Gon, are you this despicable?" Julian asked further, "Do you know how to solve it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen quickly replied, "First we have to see what kind of chain seal this is, depending on the type there will be different ways to solve it." He grabbed Selbira's hand and shouted, "Let's practice together at dawn every day." Hearing this, Selbira blushed and said, "Every day," Vincen replied, "Starting tomorrow." The words that came out made Selbira so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She reluctantly replied, "Okay." Then, Vincen went alone into the deep forest. He leaned his back against the tree trunk. Thinking for a moment, he said that if he directly put the curse on her, Julian continued, then he was definitely confident that no one would find out. Vincen worriedly said, "Since you also don't know about it, then this chain seal must have been erased from history like the absolute sword heaven or the demon body." Julian said eagerly, "Maybe we should keep it a secret for now, from Selbira too." At this moment, Vincen secretly told himself, "I will not forgive you, Ka Gon, you actually used dark magic on an unrelated person." After a while of waiting, the Selbira finally appeared. She shyly called Vincen, "Sorry, I'm late, it took me a while to get ready. How do I look? Do I look okay? How do I look?" Seeing Selbira's new appearance, Julian and Vincen couldn't help but be surprised. Vincen was confused and asked, "Why are you dressed like that when you're practicing?" These words made Julian helplessly sigh and lament, "Were you a monk in your previous life or something?" Vincen was confused and asked more, "Why are you suddenly teasing me, Julian?" As soon as he finished speaking, Julian explained, "She likes you, don't you realize it, on this side." Selbira sadly wondered to herself, "Shouldn't she get ready?" Hearing Julian's words, Vincen exclaimed in panic, "But she's still young, 500 years ago I was 29, how could I understand the feelings of a 14-year-old girl?" Then, Selbira said loudly, "Then let's practice, Vincen. You called me because you had a plan, right?" Vincen replied, "Yes, meditate first." Immediately, Vincen grabbed Selbira's two hands. He said, "Keep rotating the mana through the acupuncture points on your body like this, tell me if you feel anything strange." Selbira innocently replied, "It's just meditation, what's so strange about it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen opened his mouth and quickly replied, "No, that's all I said, go on." He secretly felt that the flow was too intermittent. Couldn't she feel it? It seemed like she had lost a lot of feeling or imagination while practicing like this. Julian wondered and asked, "What do you think, can you solve it?" Vincen felt the power of the sealing chain slowly flowing through Selbira's body. He looked tense and said, "No, it's stronger than I thought, I can't neutralize it myself." This statement made Julian panic and ask, So what are you going to do now?" Vincen thought for a moment and then replied, "To create a chain seal like this, usually a heart from an animal, spirit or living person would be used. He must be hiding a sacrifice somewhere in the snowy mountains, just find it and release it, and the chain seal will be broken. If not, Selbira will die in 3 days." This statement made Julian exclaim in surprise, the person who just said, 3 days. I know it's a bit thoughtless to say this, but the friendly meeting is my priority, the second phase will begin in 3 days, so we have to prepare carefully. Vincen said sadly, "Julian, I hope you realize what is more important, those who only stubbornly pursue their goals will gradually lose their people. For example, if we still had the comrades who were destroyed by the Semi-On, we wouldn't have had to die a horrible death in the past. Suddenly, Selbira asked curiously, Vincen, shall we continue? I'm tired. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen was startled and quickly replied, sorry, then that's enough for today. On the way back, Julian kept asking, but how do you know so much about that curse? Were you a dark mage? Vincen said, no, I've experienced the same thing before. When I was imprisoned, they sealed my mana. I heard that at that time they used the heart of a prisoner sentenced to death. Hearing these words, Julian looked pitying and exclaimed, your life is really terrible. Vincen coldly replied, needless to say. Julian asked further, but what did you do to be imprisoned for 10 years? Vincen said, it was because of the battle with Kajin. While talking, he didn't notice that Selbira was staggering tiredly behind him. Hearing the noise, Vincen and Julian looked in panic. Seeing Selbira collapse on the ground, I fainted. Vincen rushed to support her and called out, Selbira. Selbira was then taken to the treatment room. The medics said, we have checked, and let her rest. But this is the first time I've seen symptoms like this. I don't think we can do anything for her anymore. Vin suggested that he should send her to the Gaia temple in the capital. At this moment, Vincen fell into deep thought. Could the priest in the capital break the chain seal? It had already been erased from history. It probably wouldn't be possible, and it was developing too fast. She probably wouldn't even be able to get there in time. Vincen hurriedly begged, Sir Vin, please take good care of Selbira. Seeing his unusual attitude, Vin was confused and hurriedly asked, young cadet, what are you doing? Vincen did not bother to answer. He turned around and left, thinking to himself, there is only one way. Find the sacrifice used to create the sealing chain, in this snowy mountain. Seeing Vincen about to make a crazy decision, Vin shouted in fear, what are you doing? Young cadet Vincen. At this time, Vincen had jumped down below the snow mountain. He told himself, no, Semi-On. I won't lose any more people to your dirty tricks. Inside the snowy mountain forest, the series is alone searching for something. She whispered, someone was calling for help. It sounded like a spirit's voice, but it sounded so far away. Suddenly there was a gust of wind that made the series exclaim, this wind. In the blink of an eye, Vincen appeared in front of the series. Seeing the series here, he exclaimed in surprise, asking, what are you doing here? After that, the two of them walked and talked. Knowing what was going on, Sari asked curiously, are you using the sacrificial object in the curse? Vincen replied, yes, it is sealed somewhere on this snowy mountain. Curious Ceres asked further, what do they usually use for sacrifice? Vincen explained that, usually small objects that are easy to hide, a small animal or. Hearing this, the Ceres suddenly exclaimed in surprise, a spirit. Seeing her expression had some problems, Vincen apologized. He said, I was in a hurry so I spoke nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, Sari calmly replied, young master, I think I can help you. This couldn't help but make Vincen surprised. On this side, the sealing chain was slowly corroding Selbira's body. Time could not delay any longer. Vincen hugged Sari and jumped high. The two people looked determined to travel this journey together. The series pointed forward and shouted, young master, over there. I heard it in the middle of that crack. Then, Vincen immediately turned and replied, okay. In no time, Vincen brought the Sari to where the distress call was coming from. The series kept shouting, where are you? I'm coming to help you. Vincen followed behind and said to himself, it's not that I don't believe in Sari, but Selbira doesn't have much time left, I can't just stay here. Thinking about it, he said urgently, Sare, there's not much time left. If it's here, then I'll destroy this entire area to destroy the sealing chain. Suddenly Vincen saw Sari carefully taking something on the ground. A glowing spirit appeared in her hand. The series says, the soul, it is sealed just like the Selbira. Too cruel, is there any way to help it? Vincen replied sadly, unfortunately I have no way. Since it has no chance of survival since it became a sacrifice, it is best to give it a peaceful death. The series looks into the soul and cannot help but pity its small fate. Then the painful series said, no, young master, there is a way. Immediately, the series sat down, she muttered the incantation. Witnessing this scene, Vincen gasped, this is, Julian continued, a soul contract. If the series signs a contract with that spirit, a higher level contract will destroy the sealing chain. At the same time, the chain seal began to show signs of cracking. Immediately, the soul was unsealed. Seeing freedom, the series was moved to tears and said, "The curse was lifted." Vincen happily said, "Thank you, Sari, you're great." Sari looked at him affectionately and replied, "Really, I just helped you, didn't I, young master?" Suddenly a mysterious force appeared, he said, "Luckily." Hearing the noise, Vincen quickly looked around. He quickly rushed forward and used the sword in his hand to slash at the wall. That's why the wall immediately cracked. Having finished, Vincen asked loudly, "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" From within the darkness of the night, a voice answered, "You are, Vincen, what do you think you are doing? How dare you interfere with the traditional ceremony of the Samion?" Ka Gong with a fierce face stepped out in front of Vincen. "You better have a good reason," he said. Seeing Kagan, Vincen angrily responded, "You dare to appear alone, Kagan, Samion?" The proud Kagan said, "Vincen, I'm not sure if you realize it, but you just destroyed the traditional ritual of the Samion house. In other words, the person just showed hostile attitude towards that Samiko house. Put that thing down and get lost, and I'll forgive you this time." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen angrily shouted back, "How dare you call that a trade, when you are trying to kill Selbira?" Kagan raised his hand to scratch his head, he sighed and said, "Really, you already know." Looking at his arrogant attitude, Vincen couldn't help but be surprised. Kagan smiled and said, "As you know, Vincen, there is a class that you are born into." Before he could finish speaking, Vincen frowned and asked, "Class, what do you mean?" He sneered and said, "Like you and me, some people are born carrying the burden of fate on their shoulders. But others do not know where they are. We are different from those people, and for those who dare to cross that line." Looking at the Kagan's deceitful face, Vincen could not contain his resentment. Kagan recalled Selbira's image and warned, "How dare you destroy my plans, I will not forgive you. Must be punished, of course. A man of your class understands that, right? This is our law." Having said that, Vincen angrily swung his sword at the Kagan. As the sharp blade pressed against his neck, he just calmly smiled smugly. Vincen said, "You have never changed, since 500 years ago." Hearing this, Kagan exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Vincen continued, "Don't pretend you don't know, Kagan Samion. Your rules are wrong, at least to me." Suddenly Ka Gong burst out laughing and exclaimed, "What a great look! Because your eyes are so beautiful. I don't think we can be friends. Let's see who is right in the end, at the friendly match." Kagan stared into Vincen's eyes threateningly. Kagan smiled smugly while Vincen calmly did not reply. In another development, the chain seal on Selbira's hand has been removed. At the same time, she slowly opened my eyes. Selbira asked in confusion, "Why am I here?" Che-Vin shouted in surprise, "Ca det Selbira, are you okay?" Suddenly Vincen ran in and shouted, "Sir Che-Vin, how is Selbira?" Seeing Vincen's attitude made Selbira open his mouth wide, Che-Vin quickly replied, "Young cadet Vincen, he just woke up." Vincen ran to hold Selbira's hand and looked at it, then said, "Give me your hand so I can see." He sighed inwardly, the sealing chain had disappeared. Better yet, in this situation, Selbira was confused about what was happening. Che-Vin said shyly, "Anyway, young cadet Vincen, there are only 2 days left until the second round, shouldn't you be getting ready to go?" As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen smiled and replied, "Yes, I was prepared, I cannot lose to someone like Ka Gong." In his mind, Vincen silently told himself that in the second round, we will face the real monster, the conquest match. At the main Adenka building, night had fallen. On the newspapers it was written, "Shocking news at the friendly meeting, the first victory of the Adenka family after 5 years, who is Vincen Adenka?" Reading these lines of news, the 4 great elders of Adenka, Dagong Adenka, could not help but exclaim in surprise, "This is, really?" The 4 great elders of the Adenka Phi and Nen replied, "Yes, even though the Samion house had acted to disrupt, it still did not help him win." Dagon wondered, "Did they put pressure on the 6 towers?" Elder Adenka replied, "I thought he was better than nothing, but he has grown up." As soon as he finished speaking, Mac angrily slammed his fist on the table. He shouted, "Is this the time to joke?" Dagon expressed his exclamation, "You startled me." Phi Deso asked, "Is there a problem, Elder Bao?" The old man said that the elders were the representatives of power, the ones who held the power of the Adenka family for 500 years, except for the last 25 years. Khan Adenka, before this bastard took over as head of the household. That bastard didn't even bother to hide his dislike for the elders since he was young, and now he's firmly sitting on the head of the family chair little by little. Fa Danen continued, that is exactly why, we are supporting the eldest son and the second daughter as heirs. The eldest son of the clan, full of ambition. And the second daughter, wearing a mask, has nothing in her eyes but martial arts. Haven't you forgotten that the plan is to make one of the two become the head of the family, to become our puppet? Wear a frown and reply, you have thought about it. What if Vincen wins the Simeon house? The seventh one, especially that nasty Sarvana woman, we have no family to influence this one, which means we can't control her. And not long ago, the Khan's name was engraved on his own, and the sword he carries now is the blood-red sword, used when the Khan was young. Dagon wondered and asked, so what, elder, what do you mean? Were calmly replied, now. Khan is using Vincen as a sword against us, the elders. These words made the three elders silent. We cannot let Vincen win any more, Max said. Dagon was confused and asked, but how? Fida continued, do you have any ideas? Tilo Van calmly replied, I think we should send a letter to Sam's house. The content is that the Adenka house will not consider that the Simeon house's rule-breaking behavior within the first round is a problem. Hearing this, the monk replied in surprise, Elder Tilo Van, I am. Before he could finish his sentence, Tilo Van continued, however, round 2 will be held under the Adenka house. 2 days later, at the friendly meeting arena, Herka loudly announced, we will start round 2 of the friendly meeting and competition between the two families. Round 2 is a battle of conquest, with only one rule. Kill the monster in front of you in the shortest time possible. The monster facing him was a maggot, carrying a long mountain of animal bones. Extremely powerful attack from the mutant. There was a loud noise and the Kagan was gone. This made the monster surprised. Vargan gasped, he disappeared. Herka calmly replied, no. Look up there, from above the Kagan appears rushing towards the monster's head. At this time, Kagan smiled smugly and said, 11 song, chapter begins. He then used the flashing moonlight to deal with it. With just one slash, the Kagan cut the monster in half. At the same time, the clock rang to signal the end of the time. Vagon loudly announced, 14 points, 86 seconds, Herka standing beside couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, what, so fast? This is a new record, surpassing the lady by 20 seconds. Oh my god, it didn't even take 20 seconds, the Sumiko house is so classy. Standing on the glorious victory, the proud Kagan secretly said, how is it, Vincen? This is when we get serious, it won't be like round 1 anymore. Then he arrogantly declared, the next thing I will cut, will be you, Vincen. At this moment, Vincen confidently stepped out. Julian wondered, how to break this record. Vincen calmly replied, don't worry, Julian, if it's about speed, I won't lose. We will destroy it right from the start. Seeing Vincen appear, Herka happily said, Cadet Vincen is the candidate of Adenka house will start. Vargan then asked, are you ready? As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen immediately drew his sword and replied, of course. Receiving the answer, Herka then announced, then round 2, for the Adenka house, would begin. Bah, suddenly Vincen saw something unusual about the monster. He wondered, wait a minute. That translator's name seems a bit strange. On the other side, the Phi Danen wondered, so what did he do? Tilo Van calmly took a sip of tea and replied, nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, Phi Danen laughed and replied, you don't need to lie, I know you did something in the second round, right? Tilo Van laughed and said, no, really, I did nothing to the monster that Vincen had to face. I don't use any magic or medicine, it's just like the name of the poison that's similar to the young Master Kagan. Just starve it for 2 days. A normal swordsman wouldn't notice if he did so, but a starved monster would definitely become a bit more ferocious. That was enough for the brat to not be able to destroy it quickly. Julian said tensely, it's hungry, you're probably right, Vincen replied, those bloodshot eyes, it's definitely going crazy with hunger. But it was too late, the starting sound had already sounded, and immediately the monster was released. Faced with this situation, Vincen told himself, I must keep my distance from it, but if I avoid it, I cannot break the Kagan's record. Then, Vincen closed his eyes and spread his arms wide. Herka looked panicked and shouted, what are you doing, Vincen? The snake was worried and screamed, dodge quickly. At this moment, the ferocious monster rushed to attack. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere. Vincen was just like that, injured by the monster. Witnessing this scene, Herka was speechless. Only saw Vincen in pain as the spear pierced through his chest. Immediately after, the sword in Vincen's hand reacted slightly. He proudly said, thanks to you I can shorten the time. Vincen hand gripped the sword in hand. He said, if you stab deep. I don't need to use any control skills, now take my lightning. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster let out a painful scream. Vincen's terrifying eyes said, the blessing characteristics of the great thunder. Immediately, Vincen enhances micro-thunder. A loud explosion shook the heavens and earth. Vargan shouted frantically, what the hell, we need to call a healer. Herka calmly said, Vargan, let's check Vincen's record first. Remember what Vincen said before, if I entered the competition with the intention of losing to Samion, it would go against Adenka's wishes. Herka thought to herself, even so, I didn't think he would try so hard. He was willing to die to defeat the Samion Sao House. Vagon loudly declared, 5.39 seconds. The cadets won. Che-Vin saw that Vincen was seriously injured. He panicked and ran closer and shouted, young Master Vincen, that is a serious injury, hurry. We have to pull the spear out first, on my signal, pull out the spear, we will heal the wound at the same time. 1, 2, 3, immediately, the spear was drawn out under the witness of everyone, including the Kagan. Seeing this scene, he was confused and muttered, why did he choose such a savage and deadly method? At this time, the doctors were working together to treat Vincen's wounds. In contrast to the pain, Vincen smiled provocatively as he looked towards Kagan. Seeing that attitude, he couldn't help but curse in anger, damn it. Herka loudly announced, this closes the second round, please leave immediately, we have to move the injured. I almost forgot, round 3 will continue in 3 days. After the announcement, they immediately returned to the palace. Inside the carriage, a mysterious person said that the boy was Sarvana's son. I look forward to meeting him. On this side, he covered his face with a tired expression and complained that he applied to join the Blood City because he heard that this was an easy job, and it was like that until it actually happened. Before he arrived, the young master of Vincen, hearing this confession, burst out laughing and replied, I don't know what else to say. But, thanks to you, the hole in my chest healed, like a miracle. As soon as he finished speaking, Che-Vin quickly interrupted and replied, no. I am not the owner of this wooden symbol, to do so is impossible at my level, but for the owner of this card. Vincen was surprised and asked, what does it mean? Che-Vin explained that, I think you have experienced something like a miracle, the healing ability of a second-level monk is very miraculous. Therefore, the owner of this symbol will also have the ability to miraculously heal, but since I am a 5th-level monk, my healing ability is limited. It can only be used to stitch and bandage the wound. Obviously, your heart has not fully recovered, young Master Vincen. If you overexert yourself before it is fully healed, you may not be able to use mana anymore. Suddenly, Herka rushed in from outside and shouted, Vincen, you finished the treatment right, then let's go eat. Hearing this, Vincen opened his mouth in surprise and quickly asked again, what do you mean, Lord, what are you talking about? Herka shouted back, brother and sister, the head and madam of the Adenka family and Samion have arrived, Samion's side invites you and the head to dinner. Then, Vincen and the host Khan went to the living room. He thought to himself, a dinner invitation from Samion, what are they plotting? Suddenly from afar there was a greeting, long time no see, Khan. It's been a year, ha, the van happily walked closer to the owner. Nice to meet you, Vincen, she continued. A sumptuous meal has been prepared. They sat at the table together and enjoyed dinner. Van Kia gently said, you eat it, Vincen, these dishes are all specialties from Samion. Vincen calmly replied, yes, thank you. Looking at the woman sitting in front of him, Vincen thought to himself, so that person is Vi Kia a Samion. Like her father, her appearance was typical of the Samion clan, steadfast and strong as one of the rulers of the continent. Suddenly, Van Kia pointed the knife at the Adenka owner and said, Khan, you become quite petty as you get older. The owner was confused and asked, what do you mean? Van Kia replied, where did you hide it? Such a lovely thing for so long. At this moment, Vincen was attracted to the knife that Van Kia was holding in his hand. He angrily kicked the chair back and stood up. Vincen angrily drew his sword in a defensive stance. Seeing that action, Van Kia secretly exclaimed that this kid could react to the aura he secretly emitted. At this time, Vincen frowned and said to himself, she is very strong. The killing intent made me believe I was going to die, and that aura was sharp enough to cut me into 100 pieces. She was a truly terrifying swordsman. Then, Van Kia laughed and praised, you have a good feeling. She thought to herself, I'm looking forward to being able to fight someone like this. Vincen was sweating profusely and replied, thank you. The cold-blooded landlord asked, why are you laughing? Vincen replied, because the Simeon house is very strong. He asked further, did you feel that aura? Vincen nodded and replied, yes. At this moment, the Khan looked at the Kagan who was sitting silently beside him. This made him surprised. Kago saw the action of bringing the fork towards him. He pretended to be stupid and asked, do you have a problem? Hearing this, the host calmly raised his handkerchief to wipe his mouth and replied, young Master Kagan is quite polite. He was quite polite when he did not draw his sword at the dining table. Van Kia glanced at Kagan and said, don't worry son, enjoy your meal. Vincen wondered and asked, Julian, they are? As soon as he finished speaking, Julian said, yes. I hesitated a bit. But they were having a battle of strength to see who had the more overwhelming aura, which was the two family heads who ruled the continent. After finishing the meal, Van Kia went up to the city gate and looked down. She said, your useless son, he has grown up quite well. The owner replied, your prodigy has been overwhelmed. This statement made Van Kia laugh and say, I got you. Suddenly she fell silent for a moment to think. Van said, someone has bad intentions. How dare they interfere in the friendly meeting when you and the heads and wives of the two families are witnessing it? The householder replied, are you the elders of the Simeon? As soon as he finished speaking, Van Kia smiled and replied, you're half right. I believe that the elders of the Simeon had a hand in the first round. But the second round is the elders of your family. I believe that the four great elders of Adenka are plotting something. And the goal is Vincen, although there may be more options. They want to eradicate the variable like Vincen as soon as possible. What do you think about this situation? Do you think your son, the Sarvana one, will win in round 3? The landlord thought for a moment and then replied, now he could only say one thing. The Adenka clan will definitely surpass the Simeon clan. Van Kia laughed mockingly, what are you talking about that wish? If you haven't been able to fulfill it in the past 500 years, then it's time to give up. So what about interference from the elders? How will you stop them? The Khan said, no one on this continent can survive. After cheating before my eyes, nothing can stop Vincen's victory in round 3. Van Kia frowned, he said as if, I'm sure Vincen will win Gon, if nothing unexpected happens. The landlord suddenly remembered what Vincen said, I promise to return victorious, father. He smiled confidently and said, my son has promised, that he will return victorious. The next day, the third round friendly meeting was held. The stands were packed with spectators. The chatter made the atmosphere of the match lively, yet the Adenka family won both the first and second rounds, but the real battle was in the third round, when they actually faced each other. I guess the Simeon family would try to win at all costs because their honor had been damaged. I wonder if after this young lady, the Adenka family can have another winner. Look, there's the van. Sitting next to him was the Khan. There were two martial artists representing this era present here. Kang, a sound of two swords clashing rang out. Under the arena, Vincen and Gon raised their swords and clashed with each other. Herka stood in the middle and announced, the match that everyone had been waiting for, prepare to begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience's cheers rose to the sky. Julian asked worriedly, brother, you still haven't forgotten our current conditions, right? Vincen nodded, I know. My wounded heart can only take one slash of absolute power at most. I must find his weakness, and win in a single blow, starting with, the great thunder to test him. Thinking so, Vincen took the initiative to attack. He swung his sword and slashed out a lightning bolt forward. Gon saw it and didn't even bother to dodge it, but instead had a sarcastic expression, is that thunder? I just saw him raise his hand. Then a golden lightning bolt shot out from his hand, repelling Vincen's attack. He was surprised to see that, lightning. Gon smiled sarcastically, the challenge was like that. Unfortunately, Vincen, I think I have to burn you to ashes to be satisfied. As he finished speaking, his whole body emitted red energy. Looking at them, Vincen was amazed, the blood-red mana was burning, could it be? Even though I've tried it before, I still can't forget the secret magic of the Simeon clan that made me lose. The mana uses the owner's life force to shine, the theory of the Emperor. Ca Gon's eyes turned red as he tilted his head and asked with a smile. It seemed like he knew what this was, there was no way he wouldn't know, right? Let's see if you know how to disable it. The Ca Gon suddenly rushed in like lightning. Vincen immediately raised his sword forward cautiously. He was coming, he had to use the strengthening technique with the blood lotus and block that attack. But before he could do so, a sword slashed straight through his left shoulder. Vincen looked at the blood splattered, his eyes filled with surprise. Was he slashed? Ca Gon like a wind after slashing Vincen's shoulder landed behind him. Why is this speed so terrifying? What kind of blood emperors might have such an effect? What that child achieved, surpassed even the Ca Din's ability when he was young. Not stopping there, Ca Gon continued to turn around and attack. It seems you are thinking too much, Vincen. This time, Vincen promptly raised his sword to block. But Ca Gon's speed increased continuously, throwing out consecutive sword strikes, making it a bit difficult for Vincen to defend. He was full of arrogance and provocation. His arrogant expression in the first and second rounds was thrown to the dogs to be chewed. Why don't you act like you can defeat me again? I won't let you swing another sword again. Vincen gritted his teeth at this moment, his eyes flashing with lightning. At the same time as Ca Gon slashed the blood rain sword, he also used the Great Thunder transformation move to block it. Two streams of energy intersect, immediately creating friction. A huge shockwave erupted, the arena exploded, causing dust and rocks to fly up, blocking visibility. The homeowner's face was expressionless but his eyes were still looking down intently. Van Kia seemed quite comfortable, she even smiled smugly. The arena floor was severely cracked, dust slowly dispersing. From within the smoke, a blue light flew out. That was Vincen. He stepped back after a moment of thought. The Blood Emperor's might would weaken if the battle dragged on. If I time it right. However, a surprise appeared. Ca Gon jumped out from the dust, sweeping a crescent-shaped sword towards him saying, I will not let you rest. Then he lowered his sword. The crescent slash was executed, a blood-red sword slashed down on the Vincen. He glared at it. And then, another big explosion happened. On the arena floor, a long cracked slash appeared. The car landed on the ground. He gritted his teeth and smiled smugly. Laughter erupted, he exclaimed happily, how satisfying, this was the result of challenging the Samion clan. But at this moment, the sound of Vincen rang out, causing his smile to disappear immediately. Is that all you have? In front, Vincen held a blood lotus in his hand, but its shape had changed slightly, its entire body emitted a purple halo. It was as if it had been reinforced by mana, so the sword's body had grown larger, looking like a sturdy shield. His eyes were unusually sharp, staring at the Ca Gon Noi, sword technique Mi Lu Ni, third form. Great sword of speed. The wooden sword was cut and broken. The man was knocked to the ground, saw the sword blade fall and was stunned. The wooden sword was broken. Immediately after that, he was kicked in the face. Ca Din's legs have not yet retracted but he is contemptuously mocking, so boring. How can you, with 2 arms, be worse than that one-armed loser? You might as well give up on swordsmanship altogether. Davin sat in the back looking down at the whole scene. He just frowned slightly but said nothing. Suddenly, someone came from behind and asked, why did he continue to beat them when the winner was already decided? Davin turned back and said, good job, Ami Lu Ni. The person you're talking about is a martial artist who studied under the Samion family, Fan Khan Ami Lula. He laughed and said, so stiff, call me Fan Khan, how many times do I have to tell you? I met him in the Samion clan's arena, we were just puppets used as a backdrop for the Ca Din's abilities to shine. Fan asked with his hands in his pockets, what you said last time, do you really think so? That you will defeat that thing? Defeating a young master whose mere existence is completely cheating. Devan sighed and laughed in response, yes, it was a stupid dream, wasn't it? On the contrary, Fan Khan seems to trust him, no. You're the only one who actually tried to beat the Ca Din, I think you're the only one who can do it. At that time, Davin thought that Fan Khan was a martial artist with outstanding talent, a loyal friend who did not deny his dream, but encouraged him to the end. But he became strong too quickly. On a rainy day, Davin, who had already grown up, stood before a person who had been shot by countless arrows. The claws of the Samion clan. When he became too strong, he fell into the trap set by the Samion clan elders, and lost his life. But he left me this swordplay. But now, while in the form of Vincen, he had already executed it, the Ami Lu Ni sword technique, the third form, a skill that was completely opposite to the Samion clan's moves, consuming very little mana. Ami Lu Ni sword technique, great speed sword. Ca Gon's eyes were filled with disbelief. What kind of sword technique was that? Vincen gave a cold smile and said, the justice of the Samion clan, this is the sword play of a person who sacrificed himself for it. Ca Gon was only surprised for a moment. He quickly picked up his sword again with the same sarcastic tone. So what? So we are sure it is a useless skill. This time, he directly threw his sword forward. Vincen calmly raised his sword in front of him and affirmed, of course not. Ca Gon's sword combined with the Flying Blood Emperor's dance shot straight towards his sword. Vincen immediately raised his sword with the seventh form of the Ami Lu Ni move to defend. Ca Gon after throwing the sword also rushed forward. He jumped up and stomped on the Blood Lotus sword, at the same time using force to continue stabbing the sword down. His eyes said deeply, I will break this cheap skill, easily. Vincen frowned. Ca Gon kept his posture, then used the Flying Blood Emperor feather to strike the Flowing Rain sword, releasing a large amount of energy. Vincen couldn't help but sigh, the pressure was so strong, it was as if he was once again facing the Ca Din from his youth. But, Ca Gon screamed like crazy, my next move, will send you to hell. In that moment, he suddenly disappeared from Vincen's sight. To his surprise, he was gone. On the first stage, only Vincen was left, making everyone confused. The young master of the Samion family had disappeared. He would appear out of nowhere just like in the second round. Vincen smiled at this moment, that's right. Right after that, the Ca Gon suddenly appeared and was about to stab him, but Vincen seemed to have predicted it and turned to the side. Seeing him avoid it, Ca Gon couldn't help but be surprised. How did he predict the direction of the sword? Vincen now transmitted lightning mana into the sword. His cold eyes looked at Ca Gon sarcastically analyzing his every action. He would put his right foot down first. Now you'll be backing away to dodge, right? Having said that, he swung his sword down, and the Ca Gon quickly jumped up. He shouted angrily, what trick did you use? Vincen jumped up and interrupted, it was because of his arrogant personality, he wanted to stab from above. The sharp sword was slashed out by him, and the Ca Gon immediately tilted his head back to avoid it. Vincen concluded, doing the opposite is not difficult, he thought to himself, now he is sure. This kid uses the same strategy as the Ca Din, normally that means he will be extremely strong, but for me, this has a different meaning. Because in this world, no one understands the swordplay of the Ca Din better than me. Being caught by him, Ca Gon became even more crazy, he jumped up and swung his sword around, damn it, just die. Vincen calmly stood there waiting for him to attack. Ca Din was a genius, he could use his power to control any situation, but if something suddenly happened that he couldn't control, he would completely lose his mind and attack indiscriminately. Even your weakness is exactly the same, thinking, Vincen raised his sword again, activating the first form of the Ami Lu Ni sword technique. Great sword double move, small sword becomes big with purple halo. On the other side, the Ca Gon seemed to have lost his mind and rushed forward. Vincen's eyes were full of serious challenge, I'm coming. Once again, their swords collided, two terrifying streams of power surged out, but the purple halo seemed to have more power. Before long, it had cut off the Ca Gon's sword. The broken blade was shot back, to his surprise. The Kagan's blue pupils constricted in disbelief. The audience was once again in an uproar, his sword was broken, Vincen won, and yet the Adenka family was able to win all 3 rounds, it was truly a miracle. Vincen breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily the match ended quickly, because the absolute sword slash wasn't the only skill that affected his heart. But before he could celebrate, Ca Gon's cold voice rang out, don't make fun of me, this round isn't over yet. As he finished speaking, his entire body emitted a blue mana source, almost stronger than the Flying Blood Emperor, its power spreading throughout the arena. Vincen frowned and gritted his teeth, what happened to his mana? The mana was more concentrated. Ca Gon smiled and said, because I'm just starting out, it might be a bit dangerous, but you're not the only one hiding your moves. Immediately, the broken sword just now glowed again, as if it had transformed into a new sword of light. At this moment, behind him appeared a giant figure, half human and half horse, in his hand was a sword, this was the blessing characteristic of the holy sword, the spirit sword. The landlord was also surprised and said, that is Van Kia also hard to believe, since when Ca Gon has another blessing. The blessing of the holy sword of the chickens grants its possessor a talent for swordsmanship, But when you reach its peak you will receive another blessing, and the power of that blessing will transform your sword into another form. Ca Gon is at the highest level of the 4-star boundary, so around him, there are 4 circular lights rotating. Vin was stunned. What is that blessing? You really used all your power on the Flying Blood Emperor's might. It would be dangerous for you because you were using an extremely great power. Ca Gon's eyes widened, and pale blue mana seemed to flow out. His speed became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye he swung his sword in front of Vincen and said, "Thank you for caring about me." Vincen was a bit startled by this action. He still had this much strength. But he also quickly raised his sword, which was still performing the Ami Lu Ni technique, to defend. The ground could not bear the force of both and showed signs of cracking. A strong wind blew, bringing dust and sand to the stands, causing everyone sitting in the audience to struggle to cover their faces. What the hell? The wind pressure was blowing all the way here. Below, the Vincen bites the termites to support. However, before long, the membrane around the blood lotus created by the Ami Lun was broken by the holy sword of Ca Gon. He laughed coldly and said, "You risk your life during the second match, just to raise the corner of his mouth. Then I will not care about this life anymore. Even if my body is broken into pieces by chicken coop, I will still defeat you." Vincen gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Good, this brat is just like Ca Jin, I will never lose to you. Even if I have to risk this life," where the heart of Vincen suddenly glows. He seemed to have more strength, directly knocking away the Ca Gon sword. The two began a speed battle. Ca Gon swung his sword down. At the same time, Vincen also raised his sword and swung up. The two swords continuously touched each other, the mana flow also collided and rubbed. But in the end, Vincen's Ami Lu Ni sword technique was completely broken. Ca Gon laughed loudly and sarcastically, "It's broken." But then, a fist suddenly struck the side of his face. Just as it was about to touch that side, Ca Gon raised his elbow to block it. This blow sent him flying backwards. But the Ca Gon quickly regained his balance, kneeling on one knee and holding himself to the ground. Vincen was exhausted but still didn't allow himself to give up. "Both of us had reached our physical limits, I would bet everything on this last blow." Ca Gon stood up straight, as if drawing his own blood with the sword, drawing a sickle curve and executing the final move of the Blood Red song, the Absolute Sword. On the other side, Vincen also used the thunder blessing bestowed by the giant brain, changing into a third form. Both of them simultaneously made a move. One side was the full moon butterfly. One side is giant torpedo. The two moves almost simultaneously, directly colliding with each other, absolutely gaining more power from the giant thunder. "Will cut through the target, and will explode," as Vincen predicted. Ca Gon's move was penetrated, the thunder rushed straight forward and exploded loudly. Sand and dust flew up, obscuring the view of the cabin. By the time he could see, Vincen had already swung his sword towards him. He used the final blow, just to create a blind bomb. In that moment, Ca Gon was helpless and almost unable to dodge. As for Vincen, he strongly hit down, "Watch carefully, Sami on house, from now on. You will be the challengers." Vincen slashed hard at the Ca Gon's sword-wielding right shoulder. He couldn't resist at all, leaned over and fell down. The result was announced. The young master Ca Gon was unable to continue the competition. Then, the blood of the Kagan splattered. The winner of the third match was the cadet Vincen Adenka. The audience exploded with joy. It was the victory of the Adenka family. How many years has it been? Why is such a talent just appearing now? All around the four directions the name was shouted, Vincen, rumbling like thunder. And you, Vincen, also looked up at this time. Standing in the middle of the field, surrounded by cheers. He felt like he was back to Davin before the Caden victory. Vincen clenched his sword in his hand. Finally, I did it again. He couldn't help but let out a loud scream. Somewhere, the Crystal News also transmitted the match results. The interview will be conducted after the treatment. Pastors, hurry up. Wait, reporter, don't. While broadcasting, the crystal was suddenly cut in half. The elder was so angry that he cursed, "Damn it." But the old man's complexion was not as good as before. At the arena, Realsa asked proudly, "So, young Master Vincen, have you grown up yet?" Merlin smiled and replied, "I think I lost this bet." In the snow-covered forest, someone exclaimed, "This year's friendly meeting is really interesting." "That's right, both young masters are unbelievable." "That's right, both are very strong." "Sir Conde, do you think I can defeat those two?" The other replied, "Young Master Raven, you are very strong. The family is famous for its trade skills, on par with the Adenka and Samion families, descendants of the Va-Tekan family. Revan carried a spear on his shoulder, biting his lips and thinking, that brat Vincen, I really want to fight him, is there any way? Suddenly, he thought of something and opened his eyes, oh right. Revan suddenly turned back, pointed his spear at Blood City and said, Sir Khan, I have a good idea. I'm sure Vincen will be in the city all the time because he is a cadet. Contact my father, I want to join the Blood City. Vincen suddenly opened his eyes, before him was darkness. He looked around wondering, this isn't the castle, I remember I defeated the Ca Gon and went into rest, oh my god where am I? Could this be the world in my memories? Suddenly, out of nowhere, countless arms sprouted. Then from all sides, iron-armored cavalry appeared. Vincen immediately held his hand to his sword and shouted, what is this, who are these people? None of them answered him, but just rushed forward to attack. Vincen gritted his teeth and drew his sword, they attacked him. He did not show mercy, immediately slashing out countless sword strikes, wherever the sword struck, those people were cut down. Vincen frowned, this feeling was as if, the spirit of the great demon Davin. Suddenly, Vincen opened his eyes as if he saw something. At this moment, in front of him, a figure that looked exactly like the Ca Din appeared. He grinned and stared at him, saying, there you are, one-armed Davin. Vincen frowned and questioned, Ca Din, what are you doing here? But the Ca Din didn't show any respect, directly swung his sword and slashed at him, shouting, get out of my sight, Davin. Vincen was feeling uncomfortable from the pressure of this guy's aura, this mana was pressing too hard on him, his body couldn't move. Just as he felt helpless, a sword flew towards him. The beam of light shot out, penetrating between the two people, blocking the Ca Din's footsteps from rushing towards him. Vincen amazement, that light. Before he could say anything more, a figure suddenly jumped down in front of him. Vincen was surprised and called out his name, Atlan, he also responded, you. Vincen couldn't help but ask, what is this pile, but suddenly a beam of light appeared behind. The red eyes slowly opened. Then a giant figure like a great demon appeared before the two people. Vincen widened his eyes in confusion, and what else was that? Atlan replied, the great devil was the one who caused this mess. He quickly urged, there was no time left, that bastard had already noticed his presence, he had to recover quickly, pass through Samion's house, and face the truth I left behind. Vincen eyes full of mist, meaning. But before he could finish his sentence, Atlan turned around and drew his sword towards the great devil and instructed, everything now depends on you. Vincen raised his hand to stop him, wait, Atlan, I have something to ask. However, at that moment, Atlan had already rushed towards the great devil. Vincen raised his hand and called out helplessly, Atlan, wait for me, right now. Other voices called out to him, Vincen, are you okay, Vincen? He suddenly woke up, only to find himself sitting on the bed. Selbir asked worriedly, Vincen, are you okay, do you feel unwell anywhere, what's wrong? But at this moment, his mind was still thinking about the dream just now, passing through the Samion house, and facing the truth. The Adenka house's letter was left by Atlan himself, I have passed through the Samion house, but I still haven't seen the truth. Vincen held his head in doubt, could it be that he was still lacking something to complete the Adenka position? Suddenly, the door to the break room opened. The master of the house came in and said, excuse me, 9th rank cadet. Vincen was surprised to see him, father. Everyone else, if they are all afraid and sweating, quickly pay homage, humbly bow before your glory. He calmly said, just for a moment, you guys relax. Selbir asked hesitantly, but when will the Adenka family be there? The landlord looked at Vincen and said, well done, you kept your promise to me again. I have to give you something in return, do you have any wishes? Vincen suddenly realized, yes, what I lack is the most basic thing, I still don't have it. Thinking about it, he seriously expressed, he is not yet a true Adenka, he still needs a teacher to teach him the Adenka swordplay. The landlord suddenly asked, do you know that the elders do not like you? Vincen nodded and replied, I know, but today I defeated the Samion house, taking one step closer to the Adenka letter perfection ladder. However, if they still object to finding a teacher for me, then I will also be disrespectful to the elders. The homeowner heard that and smiled. He turned and said, me too, follow me. Two people go to a place together. Ray Alsa and Merlin are waiting, here you are. Seeing them, Vincen immediately went up to greet them. Long time no see Realsa, and also, you are, Merlin. He suddenly thought back to the first time he met him. Merlin, I will remember this name. He suddenly smiled, so you really still remember me. Realsa spoke up to introduce, this person is an 8-star martial artist and the holder of the Thunder Master, so I propose to let him be your teacher, young Master Vincen. Merlin also stepped forward politely and said, please allow me to properly introduce myself. I am the deputy commander of the White Sword Team, and am currently working under the Imperial Dragon Guild. Merlin the Phantom. Vincen was surprised when he heard his last name. Merlin, you just said Fawn Ko. That's the old name of Orchid. At the main residence of Samion. Van sat on the chair, the cold homeowner rested his chin on his hand, looked down at the kneeling C.A. Gon and asked, do you know why you lost, C.A. Gon? Vincen saw through me, I also lost my composure and became overly agitated. I've left a shameful stain on myself, the little C.A. Gon said in a low voice, I'm sorry, sir. Van Kia reached out and grabbed his head and said, okay, anyway, failure is the mother of success. But, if you dare to make that mistake again, I will personally flay and tear your flesh. C.A. Gon smiled obediently and replied, yes, I know, mother. Suddenly, his eyes turned black and red. C.A. Gon tried to grit his teeth and endure. He seemed to be talking to someone. Okay, I know you're angry about losing, but now we're in front of my mother, calm down. Van Kawaya did not know that, behind his son, a long black shadow appeared. It looked like the image of the great devil in Vincen's dream before. Merlin saw that he looked surprised and wondered, yes, that's my last name, is there a problem? Vincen felt guilty and quickly found a reason, oh no, I mean. Could it be that this Merlin is even more powerful than I imagined? Ray also explained, the Fawn Ko family is one of the oldest martial arts families, having served the Adenka family since its inception. They are of average level, not high, not low. When he heard that he exclaimed, oh, so that's it. Then he couldn't help but think, what's going on? The Fawn Ko family changed their name to Adenka, but their family name still exists as Fawn Ko. Ray also added that he had already completed the registration procedures at the castle, so from tomorrow he would be able to start teaching the young master. Merlin expressed that the next time we meet, we will be teacher and student. I apologize in advance if I have been rude to you in the future, young Master Vincen, he replied, I will also humbly learn, Sir Merlin. The host urged, trying to push himself to go further. Vincen, he was enthusiastic, yes, father. Even so, he couldn't help but worry, you have to try, because there's no telling what they'll do to you. At this moment, at the meeting of the elders of the Adenka family, Black banged the table angrily and said, it has happened, what we have always feared has happened. Vincen has become the hero who defeated the Samion family, and now we no longer have any chance to interfere with that brat's development. How do you intend to take responsibility for the current situation, Elder Tin Lo Van? He was sweating and bowed his head in remorse. I had nothing left to defend. Vincen had grown beyond our imagination. The elder Phi Da's sharp eyes glanced over sarcastically. Ours, isn't this your intention alone, Elder Tin Lo Van? You still want to deny it? Tin Lo Van gritted his teeth in anger. They are trying to use it as an excuse to exclude me. He finally had to humble himself and express, let's think of a solution together. On the other hand, at the Samion mansion, old Julian sat absent-mindedly on the ground, blood splattered towards him from unknown sources. The old man was scared and stammered, why did you do that? On the ground were the corpses of the magician and the robber. Ankia slowly walked over with a murderous look on his face and questioned, I want to ask you back, why did you hire these magicians? Tell me the truth, Elder Julian. He broke out in a cold sweat and explained, I just wanted to add more color to the victory of the Samion family. As soon as she finished speaking, Van Kia's foot kicked the wall behind him. She said contemptuously, that's it. This Samion house wants you to embellish the victory. I hate things like politics and tricks, those things don't suit the name of a martial artist at all. Because of them, I never got to have a proper one-on-one fight with that bastard Khan. We have never had any connection or involvement with the Six Dharma platforms or other organizations. It is our own way of going up, for the benefit of the Samion family. Yet I was powerless against the elder of the Samion clan, no matter what I tried. So, why don't you know better and go back to the rear, grow vegetables, raise fish or do something to enjoy your old age?
Old Julian did not dare to look into her eyes and replied, I will do so.
He returned to his room and closed the door tightly. Look at the glowing crystal on the table. He went to touch it. It's a picture message from Elder Tin Lo Van, it's me. Seeing him, old Julian immediately got angry and shouted, "What the hell is going on? I thought you had intervened in the second or third act, Tin Lo Van." He also struggled no less, gently rubbing the scar on his face and said, "Thanks to the appearance of Khan and Van Kia, we were not able to do anything rash, and Vincen's ability was beyond our imagination." Julian angrily questioned, "How dare you shamelessly use that as an excuse? At this rate, we will not be able to avoid being charged with trying to prevent Vincen." Tin Lo Van said, "Those elders are not the problem is that we will become a thorn in their eyes." Old Julian gritted his teeth. He had to quickly think of a plan, to get rid of that Vincen brat as soon as possible. But Vincen seemed to be sleeping at this time. Suddenly he felt something and opened his eyes. Someone appeared and stabbed a sword down at him. Vincen quickly jumped up and dodged to one side. He drew his sword and prepared to attack. "Who is it? How did you get in here?" The other person pulled out the sword that was poking the pillow and said, "I'm sure you're already asleep, your senses are sharp." Vincen looked at the person who just attacked him in surprise. "Is it Sir Merlin?" He coldly looked at him and reminded him, "It's past midnight, from now on you have to call me teacher, Vincen. Although your senses are sharp, your observation skills are still lacking, you still haven't realized that you're in a very strange place." Vincen then looked around and saw that he was no longer in a room but in a place like a dark cave. He was extremely surprised. Merlin explained, "It was a magical dungeon used for the first stage, the Dean was the one who created it. If you pass my training then I will let you go, otherwise don't even dream of leaving here." Vincen wondered, "What are we planning to do here?" Merlin said bluntly, "Break your thunder, and reshape it." "My orientation is all wrong." Vincen doesn't seem to believe what you say. "What are you saying?" Merlin put his hand in his pocket as if searching for something and said, "I don't understand its potential. This is a premise that needs to be laid a solid foundation before learning the Adenka swordplay." What he took out was a necklace with a carved pattern on the pendant. In the middle was a purple stone. Vincen looked at it and wondered, "What is it?" As if understanding what he wanted to know, Merlin said, "It was a special pendant made from magic, only using a great thunderbolt could destroy it. Your mission is to destroy this pendant. Once that's done, then think about learning the Adenka swordplay." Vincen stood up determinedly, "I have to grow up quickly. Must become a true Adenka, to face the truth. I will destroy that pendant at all costs, then learn the Adenka sword style." With that, he channeled great lightning into his sword and released a micro-dimensional strengthening move. Merlin glared. Immediately after, a powerful bolt of lightning shot out from his body, even sending Vincen flying behind. He then quickly put his hands on the ground to regain his balance and brake. Vincen looked at Merlin in surprise. That was it. Before him, a pair of bright eyes opened. Behind Merlin, a giant appeared. He said emotionlessly, "Look carefully here, Vincen. This is what is called real thunder." Vincen and Julian were amazed. It was huge. It looked completely different from anything we had ever seen. Merlin narrowed his eyes. Immediately, the giant raised his hand and stopped a bolt of lightning. Then immediately struck that blow to the ground. The force of the blow was so strong that it knocked everything away. Even the Vincen could not resist and was blown away. Merlin then pulled back his strength, and Vincen fell a few meters away. He struggled to stand up with his hands, thinking, "What is that blue lightning? It's completely different from his and Malone's." Merlin slowly walked up to him and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not the type of person suited to be a teacher. So I don't have the confidence to teach you in detail, or explain it scientifically and systematically. For now, I can only use the method I think is best. Until you understand what real thunder is, my thunder will be your opponent, Vincen." In the Blood City, Gu-sun was working hard to wash clothes for the young master. Next to him was the animal that Ser saved before. In the city lord's office, Herka fell asleep. Vargan helplessly held his head. A moment later, the little animal was seen walking on the crowded street again. It passed through a small alley, in which a man covered in clothes and leaning on a stick was walking somewhere. And that person is none other than the elder who believes in Lo Van. The little animal doesn't know which room to go into. In the middle of the room, there was something glowing. About a week after Vincen started training, in the snowy forest, the little animal suddenly surfaced and made a few pop-pop sounds. Ceres picked it up, and it kept calling out as if reporting something to her. After listening, Ceres praised, "Oh really, I guess everyone is doing their job well. You've worked hard, pop-pop, so that's it, you're also worried about the young master." Speaking of which, the Ceres frowned slightly and looked up at the sky, full of worry. It had been a whole week since the young master started training, and it still wasn't over. I wonder if he's getting enough rest. I hope he's not pushing his body too hard. At this moment, in the dungeon, Vincen was still in a fighting mood to break the pendant on Merlin's neck. He used great lightning to surround the sword, then jumped up trying to approach his teacher. Merlin didn't dodge at all. As soon as he slashed down, he just raised his sword to block it very easily. Just as I thought, every time he was cornered, the kid used the same trick. This kid melted lightning energy with a very strange sword technique. But still very young and green, Merlin thought, and stopped a stream of green lightning in his hand. Vincen saw it and gritted his teeth, again. He quickly retreated, at the same time using micro-electric reinforcement to fight back. Merlin launched an attack, sending the blue lightning bolt straight towards him. Two great lightning bolts intersected, but it could be seen that Merlin's power was far superior. In no time, Vincen's attack was extinguished and Merlin's lightning surrounded him. Vincen gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "The range of the attack is too wide." The green thunder exploded, creating a large black hole on the ground, rocks flying everywhere. Vincen had no way to fight back and had to try to resist. He wondered, although the force was not as strong as his golden lightning, but how could it create such terrifying pressure over such a large area? Suddenly, Merlin was behind him without him knowing. He raised his sword, preparing to strike down. Standing there admiring and admiring won't do any good. He swept his sword across. Vincen quickly leaned back to avoid it. At this moment, the pendant caught his eye. Vincen immediately reached out to grab it. I just needed to snatch that pendant. Very close, the distance between him and the pendant was very close. But just as it seemed like it was about to reach it, Merlin jumped down to the ground, and of course, Vincen missed. He was surprised. Did the teacher do it on purpose, giving him the chance to take the pendant? While he was distracted, Merlin used the hilt of his sword to hit him in the side. Vincen was in so much pain that he cried out in pain. He fell down, flat on the ground. At that moment, Merlin also withdrew his sword. He looked at him and thought, the boy's movements have improved, but his thunder still hasn't improved at all. It seems like he's been practicing for a long time, so he decided to give him a break. That's enough, now let's rest a bit. As soon as he sat down, Vincen picked up the small water bottle and took a big gulp. Julian worriedly instructed, not knowing when Merlin would let him rest again, so he took the opportunity to drink a lot of water. Vincen wiped the water stains on his mouth and said, "I know." At this moment, he bowed his head and thought again. No matter how much lightning he released or how much he expanded his attack range, he still couldn't overcome the blue lightning. It's like a twin thunderbolt. There's something different for me at the core. What is it? Vincen thought for a moment and then brought the water bottle up to drink. Julian said indignantly, "Why is there so little water in that bottle? How annoying." Vincen reminded him, "Don't complain, it's lucky you got it to drink, if not." Suddenly at this moment, Vincen seemed to realize something and was stunned. The water bottle seemed to be floating in the air. He suddenly froze and thought, if there wasn't one, what would happen to the water bottle? It was like a flood of water was pouring down on him. Vincen woke up. He shouted, "Found it." This attracted the attention of Merlin and Julian. Vincen turned the water bottle upside down and said happily, at first he thought he had to suppress the lightning energy before releasing it, as if he had to save the amount of water in this bottle, but it turned out that it wasn't necessary to do so from the beginning. Just let them flow naturally, through every muscle, blood vessel and then to your sword. And as soon as he finished speaking, from Vincen's body, a great thunderous power surged out like a storm. Merlin smirked. Finally, the boy understood, but he still spoke up. The lesson wasn't over yet. He picked up the pendant and asked, "Does that mean I'm exempt from destroying this thing? Can I do it?" Vincen smiled confidently and replied, "Okay, let me try." Vincen gathered all his strength and rushed towards Merlin. Seeing his current strength made Merlin surprised. At this moment, Vincen jumped up high, passing over Merlin's head to receive the attack. Realizing the danger, Merlin quickly raised his sword to shield himself. A loud bang made the ground shake. Only to see Merlin using his strong hand to strike a palm on the ground. Suddenly, his face was a bit bewildered by the situation before him. Merlin secretly exclaimed, "This footwork, is it Realce's skill?" Right now, Vincen is madly attacking Merlin. He uses the greatsword slash. A powerful slash came down towards Merlin. Suddenly a voice said, "Realce and I have been friends for many years. So we know each other's tricks very well. You're so unlucky, Vincen." As soon as he finished speaking, Merlin immediately retaliated, swinging his sword wildly towards Vincen. Witnessing this scene, Vincen exclaimed in surprise, the great sword attack was broken, so dangerous. At this moment, Vincen was attracted by something that surprised him. Vincen looked at Merlin's face and whispered, that scar. A very deep old scar. He was once overwhelmed by an opponent, not even having the chance to heal the wound. Pain, fear, humiliation, and failure. For a martial artist, that must be a fatal weakness. At this point, Vincen had grasped Merlin's weakness. He quickly approached him and grabbed his necklace tightly. Seeing Vincen's intention, Merlin immediately dodged. Just like that, Vincen used his internal force to cause the pendant to crack. Immediately, it was shattered into small pieces. Even Vincen accidentally fell flat on the ground. Merlin unconsciously raised his hand to touch the scar on his face. He wondered to himself, was she aiming for this scar? How should he put it? For a 14-year-old, she was quite experienced. Then Merlin said, you pass, I will teach you the swordplay of Adenka. Vincen happily asked more, see serious. Merlin laughed and continued, just wait and see, the coming battle will be much more painful than this one. A few days later, Selbira tiredly sighed, so you've been fighting in that closed space for a whole week, Sizen replied in an admiring tone, you're really amazing, Vincen. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen calmly replied, it's nothing. Young martial artists are not usually like that, says Julian. Suddenly, Sari ran over and called out, young master. Vincen was confused and asked, Sari, what's the matter? She quickly replied, this has just been sent, for you, young master. Vincen quickly took the letter and read it. Sizen looked at it curiously and said, the target mission, for a 9th star cadet, Selbira continued, and it was also sent directly to Vincen. Vincen exclaimed, this must be a bit unusual. Selbira replied, usually these quests would be accepted by rank 7 and above. Julian looked tense and said, brother, look at it. Vincen wondered and asked, what's the matter, Julian? Julian said that the one who requested this quest was the elders of Adenka. Selbira on this side happily asked, Vincen, what's wrong? Do you need someone's help? Sizen continued, because we trained with you we've gotten stronger, we can help a little. Before these suggestions, Vincen pondered and did not reply. On the other side, after knowing the story, Merlin asked curiously, are you going alone? Why? Vagon calmly explained, this is your first mission, I think it's quite dangerous for you to act on your own. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen confidently replied, that was the reason why he would go alone, the elders had blatantly thrown a mission at him. Then this must be a test, or something. Merlin continued, a trap, they are probably trying to eliminate you since you are in their way. Vagon replied, I agree with Lord Merlin, in this situation it is too dangerous for you to go alone, Lord. Vincen placed it on his chest, his face full of determination saying, this is my battle, and getting out of this trap unscathed will be my victory. There is only one truth that I must become stronger. Even if I happen to become a victim in this war for rights, I still have to accept it. Because I am also an Adenka. Seeing his determination, Vagon couldn't help but exclaim, so he really is determined. I accept your conquest, don't embarrass the cadets of the Blood City. Vincen proudly replied, yes sir, Vincen Adenka, cadet 9th class, will be responsible for this mission. On the other side, Herka was lying leisurely on the roof and humming a tune. Suddenly Vargan appeared and asked, are you lazy again? Herka was startled and angrily replied, how rude, I just rested for a bit, just a bit. Looks like Vincen just got a mission, Vargan replied coldly, I thought you had no interest in managing cadets. As soon as she finished speaking, she smiled and said, what do you mean? I am the city lord after all, so who is the mastermind? Vargan replied, although they call themselves the Elders' Council, I am sure they believe in Lo Van. That cunning old man believed in Van, he gave Vincen the task for no good reason. Suddenly, there was a call, City Lord, it's an emergency. Right now, right in front of the city, there is an unidentified martial artist causing trouble. He insisted on meeting the Vincen, but since he refused to comply with the rules, we were forced to fight. The guard shouted orders, don't let him come any closer, declare your identity, or else. Seeing the situation before him, Sirkan said, young master, we should follow the rules and come back later. Revan laughed smugly and replied, why, I just came to talk. Let me say it again, guys. Revan frantically drew his weapon and got ready to fight. He said, I came to see Vincen, where is he? Seeing his aggressive attitude, the guards quickly ordered to stop him, not letting him enter the city. Hearing this, Raven angrily said, "It seems there is no other way." After saying that, he immediately used the first chapter of the spear flying technique to attack the guards. Suddenly, a sword flew in front of the Raven. Made him scream in fear, "What the hell, a whip!" Immediately after that, someone tied him up with a rope. Raven screamed in fear, "I couldn't move." Stepping out from the darkness, he spoke loudly, "I have confirmed your identity with that flying spear technique, young Master Raven. Why don't you stop here? If things get out of control, it will be inconvenient for both of us." Sir Khan saw Raven being tied up. He quickly reached out to pull and shouted, "Young Master." Suddenly Vargan appeared behind him and warned that if he moved, "I will cut off your head." This will make Sir Khan unable to react. He was scared and thought to himself, a mage, he must know 4 ancient characters, no, more than 5 ancient characters. A mage of 5 ancient letters, and a woman who possesses a whip that can be customized to the user's will. You must be the manager of this castle, right? As soon as she finished speaking, Herka confidently replied, "I guess you know quite a bit, butler." "Yes, I am the lord of this place, Herka is my name. Why is a personal guard here?" Hearing this, Raven asked further, "Is she really the city lord?" Immediately after, he broke the rope. Seeing the scene before her, Herka was surprised and secretly exclaimed, "This bastard, he can escape from her bonds." Raven laughed and said, "I have a request, please accept me as a cadet for Blood City." This statement made Herka startled and exclaimed, "What?" At the entrance to the city of Twanakan, Julian wondered, "How long has it been since I've seen a forest covered in snow like this?" Vincen continued, "Yes, it was indeed very refreshing." Julian said, "But the mission, isn't it a bit too easy? I don't see why the elders would interfere at all." Vincen calmly replied, "It seems so. The objective of the mission given to us by the elders is to take down a certain Gulf Lin." Julian wondered, so he asked, "Could it be that the Gulf Lin was just a bait leading to another trap?" Vincen quickly warned Julian not to lower his guard. Griffins are gregarious creatures. Individually they may be weak, but they have the advantage of numbers and are extremely intelligent hunters. But this damn thing was alone. Julian wondered why. Vincen replied, "Who knows, maybe it was abandoned by its pack. Or it has become strong enough to no longer need the protection of its pack, and slaughters its entire pack." Hearing these words, Julian could not help but feel scared. He said, "Okay, I'll plan for the worst case scenario." Vincen laughed and replied, "Thanks, Julian. According to reports, it should be somewhere around here." Having said that, Vincen immediately jumped onto the roof of the carriage. He threw the bag of money to the driver and said, "This is our fare." The driver was confused and replied, "We still have a long way to go to Tunikan." Vincen said, "That's fine, I'll get off here early." Hearing a strange noise, the driver asked in confusion, "When did he get on the roof of the car?" Vincen laughed in response, "And please get out of this forest, as soon as possible." The driver turned pale and shouted, "What are you talking about? It's very dangerous. Get down immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man stopped making any noise. It turned out that Vincen had left here a long time ago. The old man was confused and muttered, "He left." At this time, Vincen used the speed of the altar to go deep into the forest. He stopped somewhere. Vincen sat on the ground observing the situation for a while. He smiled smugly and said, "Now, let's go find the golfer, shall we?" The nature of the thunder wish, the real form. Vincen used the sword to stab firmly into the ground. The thunder giants began to appear. He thought to himself, although the blue lightning lacked power, it would spread very far and fast. It will be able to cover an entire area with just a small amount of lightning. And from there detect every movement. There it is, something is moving. Is it that damn thing? At this moment, from afar, a golfer's silhouette appeared. It fiercely rushed towards the Vincen and growled. Realizing the dangerous situation, Vincen quickly hid behind the tree trunk. He wondered to himself, "What is this? It's too big to be classified as a golf ball." Julian said that perhaps it was a ghost created by black magic. This made Vincen think deeply. No matter how crazy a bird is, one cannot confirm its fighting ability just by its level of perfection. We have to approach it with caution. Something has fallen into the trap I set with my lightning. It's getting closer. Is it an assassin sent by the elders? Suddenly a loud noise came from behind Vincen. He was startled and quickly looked up, his face filled with horror as he exclaimed, "A spear!" There was a voice, I almost couldn't catch it. "Nice to meet you, Vincen, this is the first time we meet." Right. I come here to challenge you, let's see who will win the glory. Hearing that, Vincen frowned and asked again, You, want to challenge me? He looked at the badge on the Raven's chest and thought to himself, that's a level 9 cadet badge, who is that? There's no way I can ignore a level 9. At the same time, the golfer appeared behind Vincen, causing him to stand there stunned. Face tense, eyes looked after and cursed, Damn. We were discovered by the golfer. Vincen quickly ran away to avoid the monster's attack. Raven panicked and asked loudly, What is it, a goblin? Vincen shouted eagerly, Be careful, it might be a ghost if you attack it without a plan. At this moment, the monster was aiming at the Raven right there. It fiercely charged towards him. Seeing this scene, Vincen panicked and thought to himself, he changed his target to that boy. As the monster was about to charge at Raven, Vincen shouted a warning, It's dangerous, run away. With that, Vincen quickly threw the spear towards Raven. Just like that, the spear passed through the monster, rushing towards him. Seeing the target, Raven quickly grabbed the weapon. He said confidently, Maybe I don't know the details. But I still understand that those bastards need to be beaten to death. On the other side, Herka and Vargan are walking in the yard. Herka stretched and said leisurely, Finally the annoying things had left the fortress. Suddenly Vargan asked, Did you do that on purpose? She rushed the admission process and let Raven chase after Vincen, touching the descendants of Va-Ti Can, the third most powerful family, was a bit reckless even for the Adenka elders. And Raven, who is interested in Vincen, will become a guarantee and reinforcement, she used her brain. Herka calmly replied, Who knows, I have no idea what you're talking about. Suddenly, Herka remembered something. She turned back and called, Mr. Vargan, I still have some leave. In another development, the monster is going on a rampage. Raven was not afraid at all, he calmly smiled smugly. He swung his spear at the monster, causing its arm to be severed. Then it painfully collapsed to the ground. The monster stared at Raven in confusion. I only saw him gaining momentum, jumping really high and then rushing to attack it a second time. Raven used his profound internal force to pin it to the ground, making the monster unable to react in time. At this moment, it went crazy, using its huge hand to strike a palm towards Raven. Knowing its intentions, the Raven quickly ran away. Vincen stood on a tree branch calmly observing the situation. He thought to himself, there was no room for him to interfere, who was this kid? He can't be compared to swordsmen of the same age, no. He is on the same level as me in golf. At this moment, the monster and the four-eyed Raven looked at each other with hatred. Raven said proudly, The blessing of the trade is everywhere, characteristic. He used his spear to stab the monster's chest. A flash of light blinded others. The spear and Raven pierced through its arm. This made Julian gasp, the goblin, Vincen continued, he defeated it. The monster's arm gradually regenerated. This made Raven surprised. He exclaimed, the split part, growing back. In no time, the monster's arm was restored to normal. Witnessing this scene, Raven panicked and shouted loudly, Wave, wave ha. Vincen warned eagerly, it doesn't look normal, avoid it. At this time, the monster's power had increased many times. It madly charged at the Raven. He thought to himself, those scales and their physical damage, maybe. From afar, Vincen shouted tensely, what are you doing, move your body now. Immediately after that, there was some force, using the rope. Bind the monster's body tightly causing it to strand like a spider. Raven panicked and stammered, such a thread, I finally found you. It would be quite troublesome if you kept running around without telling me, master. Are you okay, you Vincen? Hearing a familiar voice, Raven turned his head to look. He happily jumped up and said, thank you Sirkan, you saved me? Vincen asked curiously, that uniform, is he the butler? At this moment, the monster's arms were trembling, it was struggling in the bonds. In no time, it broke the rope, growling madly. Vincen panicked and shouted, the thread is broken. Sirkan replied, I guess this is not an ordinary goblin. At this moment, the monster is setting up a matrix. Witnessing this scene, Revan exclaimed in panic, magic seal, this goblin can do magic too. The monster's eyes were filled with hatred. This made the Raven scream in fear, it disappeared. On the other side, someone was controlling the formation. He secretly supported the monster in this war. With a mysterious look, he said, there is a problem, stiff waist. Julian gaped in surprise. What just happened? It disappeared. Vincen tilted his head to probe and said, "It's Mana is going, but first." He walked up to the other two and asked, "Who are you guys?" Serkan suddenly remembered and spoke up, "Oh, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. This is young Master Revan and Tiken of the Va-Tiken family, and I am Butler Serkan." As soon as he finished speaking, Revan also stepped forward and patted his chest to introduce himself. "My name is Revan and Tiken. Today I have become a cadet in the city, and I have come to find you under the principal's orders." When he learned of his identity, Julian was horrified. Revan and T asked. Vincen glanced and asked, "Do you know this family?" Julian replied, "Of course, the Va-Tiken is one of the three famous martial arts families along with the Adenka and Samion. He is the son of the Va-Tiken family which is famous for spear skills." Vincen also agreed, "Of course, that's why he has martial arts skills." Julian explained further, "Not only that, their master Ponti and Nung Va-Tiken is famous for having only one child. That is, he is the only son of the family and the patriarch. And future homeowners." Seeing that, Vincen could not help but wonder, what was the only son of the family doing in the blood city of Adenka? Julian put his hand on his shoulder and advised, "It seems you should join them now." Vincen wondered, why? He explained, "The only child of the Va-T cannot be harmed. If we join with Revan while still not knowing the elder's intentions, then he will be our shield. And if they are strong, they will support us." Vincen smiled secretly, "I should probably thank the principal." At this moment, Serkan suddenly spoke up, "We also request an explanation from you, young Master Vincen. That suspicious goblin, and why is a mainline young master going on a mission alone like this? This quest is not just a normal monster killing quest. I can't let my master fall into the Adenka family civil war. Becoming a cadet in Blood City is just in name only. Based on your explanation, we will decide whether to go or not." Both Julian and Vincen were speechless. But before he could say anything, Revan stepped in front of his butler and said, "Who cares? I have more important things to do." Then he pointed at Vincen and declared, "Vincen, I challenge you to a duel." He was stunned and mechanically repeated the words, "Duel." Now he remembered, he seemed to have mentioned wanting to duel me earlier. Revan said, "I saw the friendly match, the great match between you and Ca. It made me very excited. Our original plan was to defeat the Ca. But now I changed my mind. Vincen, I want to grow stronger with you, and surpass you." Julian was speechless. He was both stupid and passionate. Vincen also admitted, yes, he was very straightforward and combative. "We will get along great." Even though he thought so, when he answered, Vincen bluntly said, "I refuse." Revan was shocked and asked with wide eyes, why?" He sighed and replied, "Since I'm on a mission right now, my priority right now is to defeat the goblin from earlier." Revan suggested, "Can't we just fight once?" Vincen firmly said, "No, we have to prepare first." At this moment, Revan couldn't help but jump around him angrily and curse, "You're so cowardly, you're so cowardly, you're a fool." Vincen didn't care about his words. He said, "No matter what you say, I won't change my mind. I will say it again. I can't fight you, until I defeat the goblin." Serkan suddenly realized something. But before he could say anything, Revan excitedly asked, "If so, just defeat it, then you will fight me." Vincen smiled and replied, "Who knows, if we have time then maybe we will." Revan didn't think much of it. He excitedly raised his hand and shouted, "Okay, let's kill goblins, so much fun." Serkan called him and wanted to say something, but no matter how hard he tried, it was insignificant. He just sighed and thought worriedly, if he was attracted, he would follow to the end. Even though he hadn't heard any explanation, the young master was determined to follow him. Vincen Adenka, this time you win. In the city of 20 Khan, the main street. In a restaurant, Vincen suggested, "Why don't we stay here tonight first?" Revan immediately agreed, "Okay, resting is also very important." The three of them were now sitting at the table eating. Serkan speculated, "About the Adenka elders, I think we've gotten into trouble." Revan asked in surprise as he ate, So Serkan?" Vincen said, "First of all, that goblin seems to be a fusion created by someone." Serkan nodded. "I agreed." Revan recalled and said, "Its scales and horns had something very strange. Then we will investigate further." At the same time, from the upper floor of the restaurant, someone slowly walked down. A familiar stream of blood suddenly rose. Vincen felt it and was startled. He stood up. "This smell. It's the smell of the Samion clan's dungeon. Why do I smell it here?" Next to the stairs, a person in a white coat was coming down. This person's state of mind was lethargic and unclear. Vincen saw him and confirmed that it was him. He immediately went to the foot of the stairs and asked, "Are you free?" But the other guy saw him and his expression changed. He shouted, "Vincen Adenka." He was startled, he knew his name. Just then, the other person stumbled. The whole person fell down the stairs to the ground. Vincen went up, grabbed the person's shirt and pulled him up to question, "Who are you? Who sent you?" Suddenly, a stream of black blood flew up from that person. On his chest, a vortex appeared. In the next half second, his entire body lit up, and there were even signs of cracking. Vincen immediately drew his sword. This was the power of the Blood King. His mana was out of control. At this time, two people, Revan and Serkan, also ran over. "What's the matter, young Master Vincen?" He immediately shouted loudly to remind him that he was having a mana explosion and would explode soon. Revan frowned in confusion. "What's going on?" Serkan was also confused. "I didn't feel anything." Vincen couldn't help but grit his teeth. Was he the only one who could feel his mana? At this moment, the whole person's reaction became more and more intense. His body exploded even more violently. Vincen pale face, "That's dangerous, be careful." A big fire broke out. Serkan then saw it. He immediately ran forward and pushed Revan back, spreading a protective net, while Revan called out in horror, "Vincen!" But Vincen was currently being pulled by that fire and couldn't run away. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, it's too strong." Then a loud explosion happened right in the restaurant, making everyone terrified. The staff screamed, "It exploded." Serkan frowned in doubt. Why didn't he feel any explosion? Whoever did this? "Then I must protect young Master Revan." I rested. He immediately formed a tongue like a web, blocking in front of me and Revan. Vincen is still stuck right next to the explosion site. Revan hurriedly shouted orders. "Serkan, must save Vincen," he reminded. "Dangerous, young Master, stay behind me." He also thought, "Must quickly save young Master Vincen, this protective shield is quite safe." But once again, the explosion continued to erupt. At this moment, a purple light appeared. Vincen, at the center of the explosion, used his sword to slash it, both reducing its destructive power and protecting himself. But this action also used up too much of his energy, making it difficult for him to breathe. The two Ravens couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What?" Immediately after finishing the job, Vincen collapsed exhausted. Revan worriedly ran up to him and asked, "Vincen, are you okay?" "Vincen," Serkan stood still and exclaimed, "How surprising." Clearly young Master Vincen was dragged into the explosion. He saw it with his own eyes. Could it be that that strange sword move can destroy the explosion? Vincen was then helped upstairs by Revan, who then used magic ropes to tie up the body of the man who had just exploded the mana and dragged him away. At this time, he had woken up, but he still felt uncomfortable. It was dangerous, the distance was very close. I used the sword ability about 3 times, fortunately my heart didn't stop beating, the mana veins were now a mess. The door slammed shut. Revan worriedly asked, "Are you okay, do you need me to call a priest?" Vincen replied, "No need, it's just that I overused myself. I must quickly meditate a bit, and ask the 2 Dharma protectors to help me." Serkan wondered, "Protector, do you trust us today? If we have bad intentions then?" Before he could finish speaking, Vincen had already stated his thoughts. If my feeling was correct, Butler Serkan was at least a 7-star martial artist. If the housekeeper has bad intentions, then it makes no difference whether we meditate or not. Serkan heard and frowned slightly without saying anything more. He created a large cocoon for Vincen to meditate in, while Revan and I stayed outside to guard. Inside, Vincen is trying to calm the mana pulses in the body. Revan then spoke up and asked, "Serkan, do you know how Vincen is still alive?" He replied, "I don't know either. Like he slashed that explosion." Revan doubted, "Can you, Serkan, can you do it?" "I'm not sure, Serkan doesn't guarantee it either." Serkan looked at the other person's body again. Moreover, the cause of the explosion was that man. Although he had stopped breathing, the body was still relatively normal, as if no explosion had happened. But as soon as he thought that, his body cracked. From there, a black stream of air rose. Revan was stunned, the corpse was disappearing. Serkan's face darkened. Why were so many incomprehensible things happening? Suddenly Revan exclaimed, "So that's it, I see." He looked at him questioningly. "Ha, what do you mean, sir?" Revan looked at the cocoon and concluded, "Vincen is indeed a formidable guy, he really wants to quickly confront him. Night fell. Finally, Vincen opened the cocoon and stepped out. It's been dark for longer than I thought. While he was massaging his shoulders, he looked forward. Revan sat in front and didn't know when he fell asleep. Vincen exclaimed, with so many things happening, he still slept well, as expected of someone from a prestigious family, carefree. Julian asked doubtfully, is what you said true? Mana emanated from that man. Vincen nodded in confirmation. Yes, it can't be wrong. That is the Red Emperor's beauty. Moreover, based on things that others don't realize, Julian wondered, he also stores mana in his heart like us, but he is not like a warrior. Vincen explained, based on the smell coming from the Samyeon prison, he was a prisoner, it seems, after being forced to inject mana, he was brought to us. Speaking of this, he suddenly frowned and thought, the actions of Samyeon and the Elders' Council, could it be that they were all coincidental? Could it be that there were still things that we didn't know? Suddenly, Serkan's voice rang out, causing Vincen to turn his head in surprise. I wanted to ask. He stood in the dark corner silently observing him. Then, his hand shot out long threads and he asked in a leisurely tone, young master knows that man will explode, besides, you know how to quickly escape. Then why don't you run? Vincen replied seriously, in that cafeteria, there are not only us, but also many innocent people. There were also women holding children. Serkan still didn't believe and asked, was that more important than his own safety? Vincen immediately asked back. What if Revan was me, would he pretend not to know them? Serkan laughed and shook his head, definitely not. What is certain is that everyone, the truth is that I did not act like the young master Vincen. You are the most righteous sword I have ever met, young master Vincen, he bowed respectfully. Vincen smiled lightly and replied, thank you, butler Serkan. He added, there is this matter, respect the young master. I will not participate in this punitive mission. Vincen frowned, in this mission, will not participate. On the other hand, in a certain forest, a goblin was led by someone by a chain around its neck, it kept growling, making the person angry and shouting, making noise, quickly and obediently follow me, wait a little longer and I will feed you Vincen Adenka. And dessert with Fartilkin's only son. The next morning, thanks to a good night's sleep, Revan was full of energy as he walked and hummed, let's hunt for demons, let's hunt for demons. Go quickly and come back quickly. The two Vincen people walked behind him speechless. Julian said, what an idiot. But he didn't really follow, the savage Serkan, Vincen recalled, he had declared loudly last night. Back to the night before, Vincen was surprised when he heard his decision. What did he mean by not participating? Serkan explained, young master Raven's safety is my goal. If the situation had been bad today I would have killed that goblin earlier. But doing so will affect the young master Vincen's achievements. I want to see what you can do with that sort of justice without your family's interference. I promise, I won't touch a hair on that goblin. Julian puffed his cheeks at this moment, but unexpectedly, he really didn't come along. Vincen smiled reassuringly, isn't this an interesting occasion? I have such a strong martial artist supporting me. Julian grumbled, he knew things would turn out like this. He would have treated his internal injuries first and then come back a few days later. Vincen said, no, if there really was someone behind this, giving him more time would be more dangerous. While the two were discussing, Revan suddenly asked, oh, and Vincen? Where are we going? Vincen was speechless, you don't know anything but still volunteered to lead the way. Then he explained, we went to the place where we met the goblins, but I haven't seen any monsters yet, so what? Its lair isn't around here, probably further away. Most likely the way it appeared here is the same way it disappeared. Revan asked again, what should we do now? Vincen immediately rolled up his sleeves and walked forward. We have to change the search method. I think the traditional way might work in this case. He reached into a bush not knowing what to do. Revan saw that and immediately stopped him. Wait, there's no way we can find out where it is, unless you have a special ability, Vincen confidently said. What's the need? It's much larger than this wing's ecosystem. It would definitely leave traces, footprints, hunting traces, waste, etc. It's not hard to find those seemingly scattered traces. Having said that, he suddenly remembered that this was a method of searching that he had learned through many years of hunting demons and monsters in his previous life. It was nothing special. I will follow the blood trail first. Come here, Revan, I heard you call. He quickly ran after you. Wait for me a moment. Both of them added a Julian to go forward. At this moment, when looking towards a tree trunk, Vincen discovered a deep scratch. Next they came across a pile of animal bones still stained with blood. Revan even shuddered. After a while, there were large footprints on the ground. Vincen bent down to look and pointed in one direction. Arriving at a field of cotton, Revan exclaimed, "It's unbelievable, without the ability to track, he was able to find the monster's whereabouts. You're awesome, I learned a lot from you today." Suddenly, Vincen frowned and stopped. He looked forward and said, "It can't be this easy, Revan doesn't understand what's going on." Vincen's expression turned serious as he analyzed, "Those traces looked too obvious, as if they were prearranged, so from the beginning until now, I haven't been lost or confused at all. Hunting monsters is never that simple, if it is, then it can only be that someone is leading us by the nose." As soon as he finished speaking, one of the two stepped on a magic formation. The ground shook immediately. Then, like a preset bomb going off, the ground exploded. Luckily, Revan and Vincen had retreated. The ground sank and created a hole. Revan was surprised. "A magic mine, is this a trap?" Julian rubbed his chin and analyzed, "This whole field is very strange." Vincen suddenly thought, "What a field." Julian said, "Normally in hot and humid places there are many reeds, but here," Vincen just noticed, "you are right, the reed fields here are very unusual." If so, he immediately cast magic. A powerful storm sword strike. The field was quickly covered with lightning, and in a corner, there was a person covered in a black cloak hiding. Seeing a lightning strike towards him, he immediately raised his hand to cast a spell. A crimson shield appears. The lightning struck and was reflected back. The two magics collided, creating a huge commotion. The cotton field once again sank a deep gap. Revan looked at the person before him in surprise. "Who is that guy?" Vincen replied, "He is the one who lured us here." The other guy spoke in a provocative tone, "You guys already realize this is an artillery attack. These kids are smart." "Thank you for fulfilling my request, young master. My name is Carvel." Vincen frowned and questioned, "Did the elders of Adenka send you here?" Carvel sneered in confirmation, "Yes, they said they would pay me 100 million if I could take your life." Vincen gritted his teeth, "If you were so frank with me." Carvel laughed evilly and snapped his fingers, "Of course I don't intend to let you live." Just then, the silhouette of a goblin suddenly appeared behind the two. Vincen immediately used the Ami Lu Ni sword technique. Revan uses spear and magic. Both of them simultaneously attack the goblin. But it seemed to be unharmed, but instead it was filled with anger and let out a loud scream. Vincen was surprised, "How could that be? It reflected all my attacks." Carvel held two magic balls behind him and said with a smug smile, "I hope you haven't forgotten my presence." With that, he shot two balls at them. The two jumped to avoid them. The two men jumped to avoid it. But when landing on the ground, Vincen suddenly fell to his knees in pain, and asked worriedly, "Vincen, are you okay?" Vincen hugged his heart and thought to himself, why can he still feel the after effects of the absolute sword slash? Maybe it's too much to want to recover after meditating for one night. Carvel now stood on the goblin's head looking down arrogantly and asked, "What's special about me and you? Do you think you can defeat both of us at the same time?" "No way, you two will have to bury yourselves here." But Vincen suddenly smiled and muttered, "That goblin, you have to leave it to me." Carvel heard and paused, confused. Then suddenly, his whole body was wrapped around by flexible silk threads. The rope tightened so much that blood was coming from his face. And in a flash, his entire body was cut by those strings. Through the figure that appeared as well as the way he attacked, it could be seen that the person was the butler Sirkan. Seeing him, Revan happily called out, "Sirkan." He said shyly, he had hidden the wound but, "Young Master Vincen has a sharp eye." Vincen said, "I thought, there is no way Sirkan would just let Revan go." Sirkan forced a smile and explained, hoping the young master would forgive him, because he only killed the person who threatened young Master Revan. Suddenly, Revan shouted, "Wait, where is his body? Only tattered clothes remain, the body is not here." With that, a halo of light appeared, and the Carvel appeared within it. He breathed heavily and leaned on the goblin's body, saying, "Now I remember, that Sirkan is a notorious name in Vertilken, the assassin who used his real name. It is you, the king of assassination. King Slayer Sirkan." Revan was surprised, the king of death, only to see Sirkan smile calmly and exclaim, "It seems my name is still very famous." He released the silk threads on his hand and asked sarcastically, "So what, you still haven't run away?" Carvel smiled sinisterly in defiance, "No, plans had changed. Must take your corpse and turn it into a perfect chimie." Vincen smiled and said, "Leave this to the magician over there," Serkan calmly replied, "Leave it to me." The two of them immediately got into position. When the goblin charged, Vincen also jumped up at the same time. The familiar zigzag sword path shot forward. He made his move, absolutely sword-wielding towards the goblin. It immediately raised its pink-scaled arm in front of its face. The powerful sword strike struck, but obviously, the goblin remained unharmed. Revan frowned, blocking the absolute sword. Vincen landed on the ground, holding his chest and said, "It's so strange, it's like he can resist magic." On the other side, Carvel was also using magic to attack Serkan. The two fought fiercely. He smugly sneered, "Don't do anything meaningless, King Killer, your ability is assassination, not frontal attack." Serkan did not hesitate to reply, "You also do not seem to have the qualities to tame." Carvel said confidently, "You think I can tame something like a goblin? It's all thanks to the properties of the necklace. The magical beast wearing it is forced to obey me and I can forcibly move it." With that, he snapped his fingers. Immediately after, the goblin standing in front of Vincen jumped up again. It rolled its two fists, appearing from behind Serkan, preparing to strike down at him. Serkan seemed to sense it and turned back. But at this moment, the goblin struck down. Right where he was standing, a strong shockwave erupted due to its strike. Serkan ran away from there in time, but still couldn't help but get some injuries and cough a few times. Vincen Revan worriedly shouted, "Serkan." He reassured, "We're fine," and anyway, young Master Raven's guess was correct. Revan also nodded in affirmation. There's no mistake, it's the scales of a dragon man." Vincen surprised, "Dragon Star." Serkan explained that dragon men were now extinct, and their appearance was no different from humans, but if they displayed their abilities, their entire bodies would be covered in scales that had a very high resistance to magic, just like real dragons. Suddenly on the other side, the Carvel guy angrily cursed loudly, "This stupid thing. What if you hit me if you attack like that? You have to adjust accordingly, you stupid goblin," he cursed while brutally kicking the goblin's head. It was in pain and growled, baring its teeth at him. Carvel immediately kicked it hard and shouted, "Do you dare to resist? You cannot escape my controlling nature, if you dare to oppose me. I will draw out the dragon's blood and destroy you." The goblin heard and was scared, immediately withdrew the momentum of wanting to kill the guy just now. Vincen seemed to hear the main point of the argument. He asked, "What's the feature?" Serkan replied, "Yes, he was taming the elf's chest with the properties of that ring." Vincen immediately flashed the thought, "Is it characteristic? If so, then there is a way." Carvel was still beating the goblin. Meanwhile Vincen was thinking of a plan. "I have a way." When the Carvel stopped and looked up, he was surprised. "What, they escaped? Then it's difficult." But just as he was standing there frozen, Serkan's string suddenly shot out, knocking him off the goblin's body. Carvel quickly regained stability and landed on the ground, intending to say, "This guy." Then behind, Revan raised his spear and jumped up shouting, "Come here quickly." He stabbed his spear down at him, but Carvel dodged to the side in time. Although he didn't hit him this time, he quickly changed direction to continue attacking. The spear could pierce through anything. This time, Carvel couldn't help but grit his teeth. Damn it, he couldn't stop it, but he immediately controlled the goblin to stand in front of him. Standing in front of the dragon's scales, everything was useless. The goblin used its pink-scaled hand to grip the raven's spear head. Its force was so strong that he couldn't pull it out. The goblin used his other hand to knock it away. Carvel smiled smugly. It was useless to do anything. But then, the next strike, Vincen used the Absolute Sword Chapter 2, transformed, drew a perfect zigzag line and struck towards him. Carvel gritted his teeth in anger. "These guys, it was obvious from earlier. Just kidding me." Next, Vincen continued to use the Galactic Wanderer, cutting through the gap between the goblin and the Carvel. His waist was injured and bleeding. However, it seems the wound is not that big, making him still have the strength to laugh loudly and mock, "Good attack, but the fact that you guys are at a disadvantage does not change anything." Carvel held his wound, then pointed and ordered, "Chi-Mi, rush forward and kill them." But the goblin was a bit different now. It seemed to no longer listen to his commands. On the contrary, it now radiated murderous aura, staring at him as if it wanted to eat him alive. Carvel began to panic, but Vincen laughed coldly and said, "From the beginning, what I was aiming for was not you, but the chain that binds the elf, to break your characteristics. Now I hope that you treat it well every day." As soon as he finished speaking, the goblin curled his fist, roared and struck down on the place where he woke up. Carvel hurriedly cast protective magic to defend. But the goblin's punch was so strong, it seemed to pierce through the magic circle. He struggled to grit his teeth and resist, intending to take out the dragon whistle. But in the end it was still too late. The power of the goblin won. It broke the protective circle, and punched the guy so hard that it seemed to shatter his body. Seemingly not satisfied with what it had endured, the goblin let out a piercing scream. It continued to punch, even sending Carvel's head flying into the air. Seeing such a bloody scene, Julian shuddered and exclaimed, "It seemed like its relationship with the dragon man wasn't very good." Vincen immediately said, "That person wasn't a dragon man, he just used the dragon man's whistle to calm the monster down." True dragon people share the same fate as monsters, they will unite and fight monsters no matter what the circumstances. He is just taking advantage of that special ability. After finishing off the Carvel, the pink scales on the goblin's body suddenly melted. Revan was helped up by Sirkan. When he saw it he said, "The horny layer has melted." Sirkan breathed a sigh of relief. "Luckily, I had a headache thinking about this." Vincen said, "The dragon's power is very difficult to fuse into the Chimi Ra. Perhaps the stone man used magic to maintain that forced fusion. Let's do our job, we came all the way here to destroy it. Now relax." Time passed, still in that forest. But this time on the way back, the 2 bags on his shoulder were still stained with fresh blood. Revan was still excitedly walking in front of the group cheering. The first mission was successful. Sirkan walked parallel to Vincen. He turned to ask, "Do you have any plans?" Vincen replied, "This task was directly assigned to me by the Elders' Council. If anything happens here, then I will think about dealing with the elders in the family. Besides, we also have a witness." Sirkan wondered, "The witness, who is it?" He pointed at him and affirmed, "You are lying." The remaining clue at the head of Carvel, doesn't it clearly show the talent of Sanoong Sirkan? "Thank you, thanks to that everything went smoothly." Sirkan heard that and couldn't help but sigh, "It seems I've been dragged into trouble again." Suddenly, there was a clapping sound accompanied by a familiar voice, "Not bad." The butler was played a trick. Hearing the voice, everyone looked up in surprise. "You are Lord Herka?" she asked with a smile. "We were resting and yet we met again, Vincen." Herka jumped to the ground and said, "Vincen, you've worked hard, the mission was a success. Can you show me?" Vincen opened the 2 bags, one was the head of the goblin Chimi, the other was the head of Carvel. He saw her looking at it so intently so he asked, "Do you know it?" Herka held up the 2 bags and waved her hand. "Of course this is the first time I've seen it, but I agree with you. This thing can be used to deal with that family's affairs, this strong stench." Vincen could not help but frown. "What a fishy smell." She explained, "You probably don't know, there was an elder who assisted Ca Gon in the friendship exchange, Julian Samion, who was responsible for Samion's cruel actions. And the one who pointed out and assigned you the task, our elder Tin Lo Van. Those 2 are long-time friends, what a coincidence, right?" Meanwhile, in the Blood City, Grand Chancellor Vargan was sitting at his desk. His body was filled with anger. He secretly resented remembering, "Because I was too tired, I recognized Vincen as having completed the mission. Because Vincen had something to do, he returned to the family. That reason is okay, it's possible. Lord Herka who always works hard during the holidays." Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he slammed the table, stood up, scratched his head, and shouted, "City Lord, how can you handle work while you're on vacation?" "I didn't want to work overtime." At this time, someone came in to announce, "Deputy City Lord." He was angry so he slammed the table and shouted, "Why, can't you see I'm busy?" The other person stuttered, "No, it's just." Sir Vincen's report arrived. He handed over a stack of papers. Vargan received it with doubt. Vincen's report. When he read it, he immediately widened his eyes in surprise. It couldn't be. "The main content of this matter has been neatly resolved. In that case we can freely review the City Lord's report. This document has already been processed. By the way, did you see that in that quest, the mages and the magicians whistle too? This event is roughly for level 9. What exactly happened internally at Adenka?" On the other hand, at the Adenka mansion, the Khan owner also received a similar report. Finished, glanced up and asked, "What do you mean?" Vincen put his hand on his chest and bowed his head slightly in response. "There are 2 main assumptions. First, this mission is a trap for you. The landlord said, if you find this challenge difficult, then I am really disappointed." He smiled and said, "Of course I don't see it that way, I have succeeded in this mission and stand before the owner. But during the mission, I felt the power of Samion. It is a good thing for the elder of a Denka to judge the heir by the power of a Denka, however, it is unacceptable to use the power of Samion to judge the child like that. Elder Tin Lo Van and Elder Julian unexpectedly became so close to each other. The landlord frowned. Could it be Herka's suggestion? He asked again, what was the second assumption? Vincen replied, the useless elders of the family involved in this case, they know nothing. The homeowner unconsciously rubbed his chin. If he admitted his suspicions, he would be considered a coward. If he denied them, he would be called incompetent. Thinking so, he couldn't help but exclaim, interesting, which one do you lean towards more? Vincen expressed, rationally speaking, I choose the latter. Being seen as useless is better than being a bad intention but cowardly person. But, while talking, suddenly the door opened and the waiter ran in, out of breath, to announce, homeowner, there's something big going on. Madam, what's the matter? Versa face covered in sweat, breathing heavily and saying, Tin Lo Van Adenka. Committed suicide. The homeowner frowned, suicide. She went to tell him that he had stabbed himself in the heart with a sword and died in his room. He also left a will. I am responsible for all matters related to the mission of Vincen. He suddenly denied, no. This suicide is fake. The homeowner was surprised and said, are you kidding me? Lady surprised, suicide. Julian and Vincen analyzed at the same time, the person responsible for this is still in the dark, he wouldn't do this without evidence of guilt. There must be a force behind him who dealt with him and disguised it as a suicide, so it's predictable that he disguised it as a suicide. This place is the center of the Adenka territory, there is a force capable of assassinating the elders here, I absolutely do not want to think like that. So this suicide was just a planned drama. Vo So slightly narrowed his eyes. She smiled admiringly, you can see what I can't see. Homeowner, can I talk to Vincen for a moment? He nodded, if Madam wants then go ahead. With her consent, Madame Versace left, calling out, Vincen, follow me. I really want to borrow your eyes, to be able to see through this matter. The door to the elder's room opened. The two men entered, and in front of them was his body. Tin Lo Van was sitting against the wall, with a long sword stuck straight into his heart in front of his chest. Vincen slowly approached the body. Versa reminded, don't be too scared, if this is the first time you see someone commit suicide with your own eyes. Vincen sat down, hand opened Tin Lo Van's eyes to examine. Versa behind looked at his actions and was suspicious, was the body not normal? Sure enough, Vincen spoke up, strangely. This sword stabs cleanly, in just one stroke. Versa wondered, what's so strange about that? He's also a swordsman, that's his heart, just use a little force. The sword will, Vincen interrupted, that's a fundamental problem. When people die, there will be some regret and suffering, it has nothing to do with their strength, at that time, they will show fear of death. Tin Lo Van's death was completely different from that, there was no trace of hesitation or fear in this sword stab. This suicide was obviously staged. Versa suspiciously asked, if so, where is the real news Van? Vincen smirked, that, then. His eyes sparkled as he turned to ask Julian in a whisper, where is he? Julian jumped, huh? Don't you know everything? Vincen shook his head and denied, no, I only know that much. Furthermore, if I say something wrong, wouldn't you give your opinion? Don't you have any thoughts on this case? Julian thought confusedly, you're right, it really bothers me. There is a kind of dark magic, corpse recovery magic. Vincen smiled with satisfaction, I know what you will suggest. Then he also said this to Versa, there is a type of dark magic, corpse restoration magic. Versa frowned in disbelief and asked, is it dark magic, do you have any proof? He replied, Mother, you don't see anything in his eyes. Versa explains, our skill is only to distinguish truth from lies through the human soul, we cannot clarify the whole matter, or see through the nature of human beings. Suddenly, she tapped him on the shoulder, turning him around so that he looked straight into her eyes and questioned, for example. I learned that dark magic, where did it come from Vincen? Her eyes were like sharp knives staring at the two people. She kept putting pressure on me, whether that old corpse committed suicide or not, had nothing to do with me. What we need to know is where you know it from. On the other hand, in the elders' meeting room, the black-faced old man stiffened and stammered, Sir, why are you here, family head? He coldly greeted, long time no see. Let's have a cup of tea. Having finished speaking, the host raised his teacup and took a long sip. The three elders were silent. After taking a sip, the host exclaimed, "The tea is very fragrant, this tea. It is the type that Elder Tin Lo Van likes very much." Hearing this name, Elder Fin Denis can't help but shiver. She forced a smile and said, "Elder. That corpse, what does it have to do with our Elders Association?" The landlord frowned in dissatisfaction. "Do you think it's over after you brush it off?" Fin Denis was like drinking brave medicine. She put down her glass and sarcastically said, Bring me a cup, you speak frankly. Could it be that you came here because you are dissatisfied with the Vincen's duties at this convention?" The homeowner pondered for a moment and asked, "It's true that I have something I'm dissatisfied with." She said, "It seems you love him very much. Because Sarvana's son inhaled the infection, you treat him like this." Hearing this name, the homeowner was startled. The old man sneered and added, "Aren't you afraid that Madame Versace will be jealous?" Black asked, "Will you protect the Hilam family, your wife's family?" Fin Denis smiled sarcastically and said, "I seem to be a bit shameless. What good is it for you to take care of her son now, when the one who gained strong power in the family thanks to her life? Kanadenka, it is you." Time goes back. At that time, Sarvana was still alive and pregnant with Vincen. She was lying on the bed. The Khan held her hand and bowed his head to beg, "Sarvana, please, if she used it she would live." Why was she still so stubborn in the end? Sarvana explained with a haggard face, "Khan, please understand my decision, our child depends on you." "Khan, don't cry." At that moment, he bit his lip. And now too. His whole body was emitting a great amount of anger, and Sarvana's voice still echoed in his ears, "Please take care of our child for me." The owner was furious, and a huge amount of power was emanating from him. He frowned, looking extremely indignant. Phi De Nen laughed provocatively and said, "Why are you reacting so violently? Do you think no one knows?" After her death, he suddenly grew stronger, and received the title of Adenka. What else? Her death, related to your fate, is something anyone could have imagined. Sarvana was a very good and innocent girl, but the whole family was very sad when she lost her life, huh? "Oh, no." She looked smug as she mocked the patience of the homeowner. Phi De said, "Since you personally sent her away, you don't feel sad, right, master?" Suddenly, the landlord pointed the sword at her face. He swung his sword to warn the enemy. The power that the Khan's master radiated made the whole palace go crazy. Power spreads outward. Everyone present nearby was terrified by this powerful pressure. Phi De Nen was no exception. She was pushed away by the energy. Dull eyes stared at the homeowner without saying anything. When that energy dissipates, everything returns to normal. Phi De was confused and asked himself, "What was that just now? I just drew my sword and I already felt murderous intent. Could it be that I was hallucinating? This is the realm of the lower world that humans can attain." 9-star light. At this time, the head of the family warned in a deep voice, "Remember this elder Phi De Nen. Her name is Sarvana Adenka." On the other side, Sarvana put his hand on Vincen's shoulder. Their eyes met. She asked quickly, "Okay, tell me Vincen, where do you feel the traces of dark magic from?" Julian stood to one side, stunned, wondering, what to do. At this time, Vincen thought for a long time. Then he replied, "I can see." This statement made Sarvana surprised and asked more, "See the stars?" Julian saw that the situation had gone too far. He turned pale and said, "Now, this is so wrong." Sarvana asked curiously, "Surely you don't even know the name of the dark magic?" Vincen calmly replied, "Yes, with just my intuition I cannot know everything. The eyes see the truth, the only countermeasure to fight that ability. It was God who gave me the revelation. Thinking back it seems so simple." Hearing these words, Sarvana was confused and wondered to herself, "Is this not a lie?" Then, she asked more in doubt, "Revelation, do you mean the God who transmitted the revelation revealed it to you during the friendly competition meeting?" Vincen confidently replied, "It was true that God had passed down a divine revelation to me. The name of the dark magic this time was also learned through that divine revelation." Sarvana looked into Vincen's eyes. She exclaimed in surprise, "Is it true that her eyes don't react?" She warned, "Don't let others know about the God's message. If your ability is revealed it won't be beneficial." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen quickly replied, "Yes, I know." Julian was restless and quickly asked, "What is it? Is this approved?" Then Sarvana said, "Then, what revelation did that God give? Did he tell the location of Tilo Ban?" Hearing this, Vincen secretly laughed and said, "Come on, what are you doing? God, quickly pass down divine revelation and give me a hint. Julian nervously replied, what's wrong with me? So, if it's to the point where even his mother can't sense his signs, then he must have used high-level dark magic to hide himself, so it's certain that Tyloban must have consumed a huge amount of life force to cast that magic. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen laughed and replied, that's it. Sarvana wondered and asked, so is it possible that a third person helped? Julian explained further, he has now been abandoned because he took the blame for someone else, so he is no longer of any use. The possibility of someone helping is also very small. Tyloban was physically exhausted, and there was no one to help him. So he is still hiding in this room. Suddenly Sarvana said in a low voice, still in this room. Vincen smiled and replied, so I have something to ask of you, Mom. I want to hit the body of Tyloban. Sarvana said, Tyloban as a staff can judge on the spot, who cuts him doesn't care, but he is the elder of Adenka, do you have enough strength to fight him? Vincen suggested, I need your help there, Mom. I will forcefully drag him, and then he will have a very strong attack, can you help me stop that, Mom? As soon as he finished speaking, Sarvana happily agreed, okay, leave it to me. Having said that, Vincen immediately drew out his sword. Then it slammed into the ground, the power it released was extremely great. At this moment, Tyloban's consciousness sensed danger. He immediately released a hidden force to silently resist. His evil spirit roared fiercely, you! At the same time, Sarvana promptly came to Vincen's aid. She gently used 2 fingers to block the old man's sword. This made the old man Tyloban exclaim in surprise, empty-handed. He tried his best to attack. But unexpectedly, Sarvana was able to break his sword in half with one hand. Immediately, the demonic aura instantly dissipated in the blink of an eye. Sarvana said in surprise, so you have become Semion's dog, Tyloban. This is the beauty of the Red Emperor, Tyloban replied fiercely, damn it, you're a pig, if it weren't for you I would have escaped long ago. As soon as he finished speaking, Sarvana burst out laughing mockingly, running away, that sounds funny. You think you can run away? In the name of your family you will be punished. At the same time, Vincen pointed his sword straight at the chest of the old man Tyloban. A slash hit him, causing the Tyloban to scream in pain. Vincen's eyes firmly said, it's over. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong with him. He slowly fell to the ground in pain. Witnessing this scene, Sarvana looked around in confusion. I only saw Vincen lying curled up and trembling. He kept screaming in despair. Julian panicked and ran closer, shouting, oh my God, what's going on, Vincen? What's wrong with you? Vincen replied tremblingly, after using his sword technique, his body suddenly felt extreme pain. Vincen looked at the finger that was gradually disappearing. Julian screamed in fear, his fingernails were dissolving, could this be? Vincen said, I never thought about it, it's already started. Corrupted bones, he was trying to delay this dissolution. Sarvana panicked and ran away, now I will call the priest, please bear with it a bit Vincen. Vincen muttered, there is no reason for this, it will take many years to face the corruption. Julian explained that it wasn't so strange that the corruption started, we had achieved our wish of unimaginable strength with this weak Vincen's body. Time and time again we have dealt with opponents stronger than us, and in many cases we have used force beyond our limits. That obvious backlash, perhaps it's time to come. Vincen looked sad and called, Julian, you. This life I also failed. Faced with this thought, Julian did not know how to respond appropriately. Then Julian calmly said, no. Vincen looked at Julian in confusion. He said, although your method is reckless and unreasonable, I don't think it is wrong. If it weren't for my parents, I probably wouldn't have recognized my talent. Just like when I received the protection of the giant brain power, I will use my divine power to maintain your celestial bones. Vincen saw this scene, he panicked and quickly stopped, wait, Julian, if you continue doing this then you. Julian smiled and replied, yes, gradually I will disappear. So, before my existence disappears, you must find a way to cure this heavenly bone. Vincen scaredly called out, wait Julian. Julian comforted, I believe you can do it, just like that, Julian disappeared into thin air. Vincen was stunned and looked on with regret. Beautiful yellow butterflies landed on Vincen's hand. He said to himself, okay, leave it to me, Julian. I will definitely find a way to cure this bone loss. Suddenly, there was a loud call, young Master Vincen. Are you okay, seeing the strange man? Vincen wondered and asked, who are you? He quickly replied, the traveling god. On the other side, in the hall, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Everyone looked tense. The people sitting on the chairs, their eyes scrutinizing him. Herka stood aside looking disgusted. She said, when will the notarization be done? It's just a quick job, Revan continued, I'm so sleepy. Suddenly Merlin appeared and called out loudly, City Lord. Looking in the direction of the call, Herka exclaimed in surprise, Merlin Kyung. You came here from Blood City this late at night? Merlin calmly replied, I finished reading the report, I'm a bit worried about Vincen. How are you? Herka smiled and said, you don't need to worry, it's fine. Probably with you Khan. Before he could finish his sentence, Sir Khan came over and said shyly, I'm sorry, it took a while. Herka happily replied, you've worked hard, butler. Sir Khan frowned and replied, no, it has to be dealt with anyway. Seeing Sir Khan, Merlin's expression turned unpleasant. Herka was confused and asked, do you two know each other? Sir Khan laughed and replied, yes, it also made him embarrassed. Because the one who created that scar on my face was me. At this moment Merlin went crazy and quickly pulled out his sword. On this side, Sir Khan also took out the rope to deal with it. Witnessing this scene, Herka panicked and shouted loudly, wait, these crazy guys. On the other side, in some room. Dullin kept sighing, it makes no sense, until the body becomes like this. If I hadn't heard the news from Elder T. Lo Ban and hadn't come here, something big would have happened. The treatment is not a panacea, it heals on the outside but not everything, Vincen replied shyly, I'm sorry. He thought to himself, where is this same nonsense? That's right, if it's Priest Julian, maybe he'll know how to cure it. Then, Vincen hurriedly asked, I wonder if you know about the celestial bone. Dullin exclaimed in surprise, oh my god, he fell into deep thought for a moment. Dullin said, so the young master's patron deity, said to be protecting and blessing him, helping to increase his strength. Vincen replied, I don't understand time, is there no cure? Dullin said, I'm sorry, this is the first physical I've heard of so for me it's. Hearing this, Vincen was surprised and opened his mouth in admiration, is there really no way, are both Julian and I wrong? Dullin continued, but, I have a way to protect that god. Not the prince's bones. If the young master directly nurtures his divine power, he can protect him. Vincen asked hesitantly, that, you mean becoming a priest? Dullin quickly replied, that was also the way but it wouldn't be easy, if there was no time then it would be even more difficult. Vincen wondered and asked, so how? Dullin said, near the Thorn Temple there is a place called the Holy King's Dungeon. The Holy King is the legendary priest who built the Thorn Temple. There is a legend that a Holy Grail was left there, a weapon that grants immense divine power to its owner. Vincen was confused and asked, are we looking for something from a legend? Dullin explained to the forest, that's not a myth, because the owner who received divine power through the Holy Grail does exist. Vincen asked eagerly, who is that? I have to meet that person right now. Dullin replied, in history, there was only one person who used that Holy Grail. Adenium. It is the Sun Sword, the ancestor of the young master. On this side, Sir Khan and Merlin are still in a fierce battle. Merlin said bitterly, has it been since the battle at Chavai Dan Plateau that we have not faced each other? Sir Khan calmly replied, I am a mercenary from the house of Demian, you are a warrior from Adenka, we have faced each other many times as enemies. Merlin shouted, what's the difference now? If so, then it would be rude. After saying that, Sir Khan immediately took action. Revan stood beside him in panic and called out Sir Khan's name loudly. At the same time, Merlin used Kingslayer to attack Sir Khan. Suddenly, someone's hand reached behind Merlin's neck. Herka angrily grabbed the two people's hair and ordered, stop, both of you stop. You two still remember your identity as instructors of Blood City, if you two cause trouble, the one in trouble will be me. Win or lose, let's wait until Vincen and Revan leave the city, until then, if you two continue to do these things, you'll know what I can do. Suddenly, there was a loud call from the distance, wait a minute, are you really going? Dullin tried to stop Vincen, it was very dangerous. Vincen was confused and asked, what do you mean? The one who told me was the priest. Let's go, to the Holy King's tomb. Hearing these words, Herka exclaimed in surprise, the Holy King's tomb. Sir Khan replied, it seems that the Vincen prince wants to reenact that event. If so, then we will compete to decide who wins or loses later, right Merlin? On this side, Merlin replied angrily, if that's the case then good, King Killer. Then Sir Khan and Raven left soon after. Herka exclaimed in surprise, what the hell? She turned back to look at Merlin and asked, your last name is Facebook. Dullen walked to the tomb gate, he was curious and asked, wait, are you really going in there? Vincen confidently replied, if I don't go in, then why am I here? At this moment, he thought to himself, Julian doesn't have much time left, if Atlan has arranged the Holy Grail here then I can't delay any longer. Dullen asked further, young Master Vincen, have you forgotten what I said? Those who enter there will lose their lives and never come out. No one knows how deep this catacomb structure is, or what is inside. Hearing this, Vincen replied with a determined expression, if so then. Why did you tell me such dangerous information? There are guards outside, although they are a bit lax, without a second-level priest, one cannot enter. Why did you tell me that? Dullen was silent for a moment then replied, you know the Holy King Lan Go? Vincen replied, a little. If you know about Julian and history, you have heard of the Holy King Lan Go, the hero who founded the present-day religion of Gai A. The pioneer in the conquest of the Devil Davan was kidnapped and sacrificed, most of the information about him was destroyed by the enemy. Dullen put his hand on his chest with a serious expression and replied, I am the priest who inherits the power of the Holy King. Hearing this, Vincen could not hide his surprise, he asked, the power of the Holy King. Dullen further explained, there was a prophecy passed down, for the successor of the Holy King's power. Only those who experience death and see the divine can find the Holy Grail, Vincen exclaimed in amazement, experiencing death. Dullen lowered his voice and continued, I don't know if that prophecy is true or not, I also don't know what it's like to experience death. The powers of the Holy King within, I have a feeling it is directed towards you, young Master Vincen, if the person mentioned in the prophecy is you then this is your chance. Still, I was worried that when he entered the tomb, the Vincen would comfort him, don't worry, Priest Dullen. Because the person the Holy King chose, was me. Having said that, Vincen walked into the crypt alone. Suddenly a magical power radiated from within, making Dullen standing outside surprised. He quickly clasped his hands together and prayed, God bless you, young Master Vincen. Vincen follows the rays of light that flicker from within. Just like that, going deeper and deeper into the tomb. The winding stairs never end. He wondered, what is this? I have a feeling that I have been walking for a long time, because it is too dark, the feeling and time are both very vague. Julian, who finally knew what. How can Julian listen to what he says? Humans are really cunning. If you stay in a dark dungeon for 10 years, you will always wish that it was just one day, so that time can pass quickly. This road is really strange, there is no end, have I missed something important with the darkness making it difficult to see everything? Just to confirm, then, Vincen intended to turn around to observe. Suddenly a voice stopped him, don't turn back. When you turn around, you will immediately lose your bearings, and be trapped forever in this tomb. Vincen panicked and shouted loudly, someone, come out here quickly. From the darkness of the night, a purple flame appeared and rushed towards Vincen. Seeing vague figures surrounding me. Vincen terrified screaming, illusion, illusion. On the other side replied, we are the illusion warriors, I am the Mela Nan. I have been waiting for you all this time, pursuer of truth. Vincen was confused and asked, the one who pursues the truth. Mela Nan said, get over the Simeon clan, and face the truth. We are the ones who stayed behind to protect the mission, which has protected this place for the past 500 years. Show us that you are the one pursuing the truth, set us free. Vincen secretly rejoiced at this moment, saying, very good, indeed what Atlan had arranged was happening. He asked, how can we prove it? Mela Nan replied, use your sword to strike us, your mana will prove it. Vincen replied smugly, very well, to be worthy of your weight, I will use the sword of Adenka. The sword of Adenka that I was taught by my master, the Adenka sword style. Having said that, the first sword strike was a crescent slash. He shouted excitedly, I am Vincen Adenka. Descendant of Atlantis, the one who arranged everything. Suddenly, the expression on the young man's face changed slightly. He shouted loudly declaring, proving, failing. The catacombs began to shake violently. At this moment, a group of ferocious illusions rushed in and surrounded Vincen. Faced with this situation, Vincen quickly dodged the attack. The young man said loudly, it's not you, prove it failed. The situation was too dangerous, Vincen quickly called for help from the giant brain. A source of thunder energy appears, causing the illusions to scream in pain and fear. Suddenly, its arms began to grow longer, making Vincen exclaim in surprise. That arm grew longer again. He was surrounded tightly by that crowd. Without thinking much, Vincen fought with all his might. With their fighting ability, it made Vincen sigh. These illusions are too strong. Even if they were defeated by me, they would continue to attack again. The fierce Melanon said, destroy the intruder of the tomb. On this side, Vincen panicked and said, behind, but if I turn back? He once said that when you turn around, you will immediately lose your way, and be trapped forever in this tomb. After hesitating for a long time, Vincen was stabbed by the demon. He threatened loudly, give up, Vincen Adenka. You are not the one the prophecy speaks of. These words made Vincen confused and secretly wondered, what to do. Isn't this the place that Atlan had arranged? If Julian were here, he would tell me something. Alone, can't do anything. Vincen was exhausted by the siege of those terrifying illusions. A sad and helpless look appeared on his face. Outside, Julian was kneeling with his hands clasped in prayer. Suddenly there was a loud noise. No. Not even a little bit, the two guards replied, this is a restricted area. They continued arrogantly, so why are there people over there? Hearing the loud noise, Julian turned around and looked. He exclaimed in surprise, they are. Inside, Vincen was exhausted, accepting his fate. Melanon said, we are the guardians of the prophecy, the Holy King and the Sun Sword Emperor. We will use our strength to protect it. If you hinder us, then as you know. The fact that we cannot be defeated also means that you are the intruder, not the one the prophecy mentioned. The one who pursues the truth, the one who experiences death and meets the gods. Hearing these words, Vincen was surprised and exclaimed, that prophecy has two parts. Melanon continued, you do not fit any part of that prophecy. Go in peace, Vincen Adenka. Now Vincen is squeezed by the non-Mela with one hand. Faced with this situation, Vincen slowly closed his eyes. A force from within him began to activate. Vincen unleashes immense power. Witnessing this power, the young man exclaimed in amazement, this black and red mana, Semi on. Vincen used the red magic to deal with him. He used a provocative gaze to say, crimson him, final chapter. Having said that, Vincen used his sword to slash hard at the man. He said to himself, yes, I used the wrong name from the beginning to prove it, not Vincen, but I have experienced death, Davin Semi on. My name is Davin Semi on, he overcame death and came here. Take me to the Holy Grail of the Holy King, as prophesied. Hearing these words, the calm Melanon said, finally. I have also been freed. After saying that, the illusions immediately disappeared into thin air. Seeing the scene before him, Vincen couldn't help but be surprised. Standing in front of a large door, he wondered in confusion, is this the entrance? Vincen slowly opened the door, he looked in and observed. Inside is a magnificent room. Vincen stepped inside, glanced around and kept exclaiming, this place is the Holy King's tomb. He approached the tomb of the Atlan. Suddenly, from inside the coffin, a ghostly aura emanated. Soon, a huge figure appeared in front of Vincen. Seeing this scene, Vincen looked around in amazement. He exclaimed, Holy King, la me go. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man replied in a low voice, yes, O successor of the bloodline of Atlan. The arrangement that my friend Atlan left behind. Looks like it's going as expected. As he spoke, Lan Migo took out something valuable, causing Vincen to be surprised. It turned out that he took out the Holy Grail and gave it to him. Lan Migo said, I have finished my role, you should move on to the next arrangement. Holy Grail, will lead you to paradise. Thanks to you, I was able to keep my promise to my comrades and leave here. Thank you, said the orchid, and just like that disappeared with the wind. Vincen stood behind, he looked at her with respect. He raised his hand to his chest and spoke solemnly, with all respect and reverent honor. At the same time, the ceiling of the crypt began to crack. This happened so suddenly that Vincen was confused. He wondered to himself, this shaking, could it be that the tomb is collapsing? Maybe, it was also arranged. Suddenly, someone appeared and called out loudly, Instructor. Oh no, Facebook King, Merlin appeared with a cold aura. Outside, Julian lamented anxiously, damn it, it's been so long, what are Lord Merlin and Vincen doing inside? So, you mean, the prophecy about the Holy King's tomb was given. For the Merlin family and the Lord's leopard family. As soon as she finished speaking, Herka seriously replied, "Yes, that's right. The one who saw the truth of Adenka went to the tomb of the Holy King, where there were also descendants of the leopard family. I don't know what to do here, but now that those prophecies have been fulfilled." Herka wondered silently, "Merlin, are you okay? If Vincen is really the one chasing the truth, then it means he cannot survive out there." Inside, Vincen replied loudly, "Feiko was originally the family name of the ancestor at Lan, right? It's strange that his family still exists, after changing their family name to Adenka. What is the story of Facebook?" Merlin pondered for a moment and then replied, "To some warriors of Adenka, there is a prophecy that has been passed down from generation to generation." Vincen wondered, "The prophecy?" Merlin explained that, "Yes, the arrangement that the ancestor Atlan left behind, is our mission. Descendant of the Pharaoh, die at the tomb of the Holy King, for Adenka, you have remembered your name." Hearing this, Vincen could only open his mouth and exclaim, "Determined to die, huh?" Suddenly, the crypt began to shake more violently, causing Vincen to look up in surprise. Merlin calmly faced the situation with sharp eyes. He used the sword in his hand to immediately rush forward to defend. On this side, Vincen is struggling to avoid each large rock. Merlin suddenly spoke loudly, "This place has tried its best to hold on for 500 years, now it has begun to collapse and cannot be returned to the way it was. There is only one way to safely leave this place. It is destroying this agency. This is the core that maintains the Holy King's tomb. The moment it is destroyed, the collapse will be even faster, and will create a small gap leading to the surface." Vincen was confused and replied, "Then I will destroy it, at least together." As soon as he finished speaking, Merlin added, "No, this is my mission." Vincen wondered and asked, "Teacher, are you going to let me go out into that void, and you yourself will die?" Merlin thought for a moment and then replied, "Since the first time we met. He said he would remember my name, my heart was trembling, it was finally my turn. For a martial artist, there is nothing more enjoyable than completing a mission and dying. Young master, thank you, you are a good disciple." Having said that, Merlin immediately provided Vincen with an escape route. Suddenly, Vincen stood up to stop his plan. He wondered to himself, "Is this a prophecy? The name Facebook, is it that gentle to you? If it was at LAN or Facebook that I know, then I would absolutely not sacrifice anyone to achieve my goal. Atlan was a simple child, that child once cried because of his injustice. There is no reason to throw away your descendants as tools." Hearing these words, Merlin angrily clenched his teeth. He asked quickly, "Do you intend to continue like this? If this continues we will both die." Vincen calmly replied, "We can both go out." This statement made Merlin surprised. Vincen explained further, "In order to clear the way for me, you used all your strength and stayed here, right? Even if you leave some escape force, what if I become faster and stronger enough for the two of us to escape?" Having said that, Vincen sat down on the ground and placed his hands on the ground. He said to himself, "Gather all the strength you have into one jump at a time. The blessing of the fake king. The blessing of the galactic wanderer. The blessing of the giant brain." Merlin witnessed this scene, he gasped, "This is fusing properties." At this moment, a magic formation was created by Vincen. Inherent characteristics are emerging. Vincen shouted loudly, "Right now." Hearing the slogan, Merlin rushed to help. He used lightning to create another door. A light source flashed in a flash. From the ruins, a golden light appeared. Seeing that, Vincen stomped his foot hard. Then he quickly rushed forward. A look of determination was revealed on his face. Vincen rushed like a gust of wind towards where the light was coming from. He said, "Light, here is the ground. Just a little more, just a little more." Suddenly Vincen cannot reach the light. He asked in confusion, "No way, because right now using the red magic power, he doesn't have enough strength. I'm going to fall down." Suddenly a hand reached out to take the Vincen, making him surprised. Vincen glanced down and saw Merlin supporting him. Merlin smiled and said, "Young master must find out the truth." Then he used all his remaining internal energy. Push Vincen out of the tomb. Vincen was forced to push him out, he couldn't bear to scream, "No way. Teacher," just like that, Merlin fell down below. Suddenly, there was a figure passing by. Only to see Herka madly rushing down the crypt. She jumped down without any hesitation. Herka uses her rope as a fulcrum. The rope was wrapped tightly around the mountain top next to it. Then she rushed down and called out, "Merlin." The other end of the line was thrown down towards him by Herka. "Catch Merlin as he falls into the abyss." Finished handling, Herka breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Caught it. Now I know, this leopard Herka. It was destined to save you." Vincen now woke up from his coma. He was scared and shouted, "Master, no." Suddenly his face had a look of surprise. It turned out that Merlin was rescued by Herka outside. Seeing that, Vincen sighed and exclaimed, "Luckily, everything is fine." Dullin walked closer and laughed. "The young master is awake," Herka continued to reply, "after causing trouble, sleep well." The thing the young master held in his hand was, Vincen was startled and replied, "Oh yes. The Holy Grail that the Holy King left behind, do you want to check it?" Dullin held the Holy Grail and said excitedly, "Oh my god, I never expected to see it with my own eyes." By accident, Dullin touched the red button on the Holy Grail. Dullin shouted in panic, "The Holy Grail is sucking my divine power." Suddenly, water appeared in the chalice. Dullin asked in confusion, "There is water left?" Vincen thought, could this be the power of the Holy Grail? So he laughed and said, "If I drink that, I will have more power, right?" Herka said disdainfully, "You want to drink it? That jar has been buried for 500 years. Without thinking much, Vincen immediately picked up the holy cup and drank it all in one gulp. He said that a great power was flowing through his body, this divine power. At this time, Vincen felt the difference in his body. At the same time, Julian is gradually recovering. I only saw Julian closing his eyes, his body radiating a great source of energy. Vincen silently prayed, "Julian, wake up and come back here." Julian woke up soon. He asked confusedly, I clearly. "So you found a way to restore me to my original form?" Vincen calmly replied, "Not my original form, I just replenished your divine power." Hearing this, Julian nodded in admiration. "So that's how it is, thanks to this divine power, I can maintain my existence and stay in this state." But, what is this rubble?" Julian looked into the Atlan tomb and couldn't help but be amazed. Vincen explained that this was the Holy King's tomb. The entire monument had collapsed. Hearing this, Julian burst into tears and asked, What the hell have you done?" On the street, people were talking. "Have you heard? The Holy King's tomb collapsed." "What?" Anyway, it was just an abandoned place that no one visited, but the important thing was that the person who destroyed it was the seventh young master of Adenka. Really? On the other side, Sarvana read that article. She pondered over those words. Sarvana said, "Apparently, I heard you were not well." Vincen replied, "Thanks to Julian the priest I have recovered a little." Sarvana held the newspaper tightly in her hand, her eyes sharp as she replied, "So that's how it is. A little recovery can cause this much trouble. In this peaceful temple of thorns." Suddenly there was a loud shout, "We need to slowly grasp the truth. There is no reason for the young master of Vincen to deliberately destroy the Holy King's tomb." Hearing this, the eunuch replied, "Your thinking is too simple, Priest Dullin. Do you think that reason is important to us? The main thing is the fact that the Adenka Lord destroyed the ancient relics of the Thorn A." Dullin tried to explain, "That's true, Senior, but..." Before I could say anything, Nen Li Yusi slammed the table and shouted, "We having the right to demand that Adenka compensate for that loss in a just manner. They have maintained the protection of ancient monuments including that thorny one, for the past 500 years. The damage that young master has caused, even if we ask the Adenka family to donate to restore the relic and maintain other relics, it won't be a problem." The other gods agreed and said, "Yes, taking this opportunity our church's power will be expanded." Hearing these words, Dullin thought bitterly, "Donating, the money goes into your pockets." Suddenly there was an interruption, one could say. "I expressed my great regret at the elders' meeting, about the departure of the young master Vincen. To properly atone for the tarnished reputation of the Holy King, we must demand commensurate responsibility. So what do you think? If we use his left arm as a sacrifice, is that okay?" Versa cannot help but blame, "Do you know how big a problem you have caused? I destroyed a 500-year-old thorn relic. The Thorna Temple and Adenka have established a relationship since after the Great Demon War. The Thorna Temple was destroyed. The political consequences when this establishment collapsed will be beyond our imagination. The temple sent a delegation to protest. They would demand baseless things to maintain this friendly relationship. Vincen shrugged without showing any fear and replied, Mom already knows everything, so I don't need to report such normal things. Versa glared and asked, is there anything else unusual? Just saw Vincen calling out, Realsa. Immediately, she pushed a cart, her face covered with a towel into the room. Madam. Vincen reached out and lifted the covering cloth. On it was placed a shining golden holy cup, which was what I found in the Holy King's tomb. Versa looks hard to understand said, it's just a cup, isn't it? No matter how high its value is, it has nothing to do with this matter. They are definitely only concerned with their own interests. I cannot avoid being reprimanded by the family. How will I take responsibility? Vincen smiled confidently, no need. Versa startled exclaimed, what? Vincen affirmed, they, on the contrary, should thank you. She saw that and thought for a moment then said, okay, let's try it. He began to explain, because the Holy King's tomb had nothing to do with them. The place has been left without any management to be called an important monument. The entrance has only 2 guards, although when entering or exiting, a priest must accompany them, but as long as one knows the priest, anyone can enter. Furthermore, they have stopped investigating the tomb. If they really thought the relic was valuable, they would have dug inside regardless of any threats or sacrifices. It can be said that the tomb of the Holy King is a chicken coop. It is a pity to throw it away, but it is not worth keeping. Is that enough for me to avoid this responsibility, Mother? As soon as he finished speaking, Versa could not contain his anger and said, you really disappoint me, Vincen, you know what kind of person I am. But daring to lie to me, her eyes turned red, mana also flowed out as if out of control. Realsa couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This was the terrifying moment when the Lady Versa discovered a lie. She was so angry that she questioned the value of the grave. Don't even think about justifying it. If you have anything to hide, say it quickly. Julian was scared to tears by her aura, but Vincen remained calm and argued, indeed, nothing could escape his mother's eyes. Mom, look at this. The room then emitted a soft blue light. Realsa and Mrs. Versa were surprised when they saw this. What is this? She even asked doubtfully, could this thing be faked? Realsa shook her head and affirmed, no way, this is a structure that cannot be faked. Madame Versa then calmed down and glanced at Vincen thinking, if using this, then the situation can be reversed? Vincen smiled and asked, are you satisfied now, Mom? A few days later, the group from the Gaia temple arrived at the Adenka mansion. The representative of the delegation, the priest Nen Liyusi, said in an arrogant tone, if Vincen's defamatory behavior were made public, then he would not be able to avoid responsibility. The power of the Holy King, let's see how their family will respond to us for that act of sabotage. Dulin tried to advise, Senior, you are making a mistake. Nen Liyusi laughed, mistake, I'm just doing the right thing. He thought smugly, that's right, even if he had the support of those old men, I could still sit in that high official position. Dulin frowned and did not continue speaking. At this moment, the old man standing next to Versa and Vincen asked, is what you said true, madam? She replied, yes, you have put Vincen in this important position, so this is nothing. If Vincen cannot prove his innocence, we will deal with him directly. The two people fought, each saying a sentence. Versa even emitted a strong mana, causing Julian to feel trembling. The old man raised his head and said, if the lady insists so. A futile battle, let's see what we can do if it comes to that. The temple delegation approached. Madame Versace welcome, the temple delegation Guy A. Since the story is quite long, let me introduce the prepared location. In the large room that had been furnished, on one side were the elders of the Adenka family, on the opposite side were the Versa and Vincen, and the central table was where the shrine was. Nen Liyusi expressed, I am very sorry to have to seek out the Adenka family, a longtime friend of ours, for this unfortunate matter. I will not summarize the matter any further. I invite the elders of Adenka to express their official views. Black secretly smiled, very good, take this good opportunity, I will rely on the Thorn Temple to take the real power of the Elders Association. He stared at the Vincen across from him. As for him, he also responded to him with a provocative smile. Seeing that, he immediately stood up and pointed his finger, accusing, young Master Vincen, you can still laugh now, do you know that this meeting happened because of your carelessness? Vincen also stood up and said, oh, I'm sorry. It's like Mr. Nen Liyusi deliberately eliminated the head of the Adenka family. Everyone in the room was startled, what? As for Du Li En, he couldn't help but laugh happily. Nen Li angrily slammed the table and stood up, shouting, you're an insolent guy, if you can't explain yourself, don't even think about keeping your life. Vincen showed no fear and stepped forward, formally greeting you all. 7th son of Adenka, I am Vincen Adenka. The 9th level student of Blood City. As he spoke, he took out a blue crystal. The stone glowed, revealing the image of the Holy King. It completely replayed the scene when he was in the Divine Tomb, when he obtained the Holy Grail. The Holy King, before his remaining soul completely disappeared, expressed his gratitude. Thanks to you, I was able to keep my promise to my comrade and leave here. Thanks to you, the whole scene is like a movie replay. Nen Li looked at it with his mouth wide open. This is. Vincen smiled triumphantly and suggested, now, let's officially start the meeting. At Hansen's forge, a girl is carrying a basket full of weapons. While walking, a voice rang out, excuse me. Is this place Hansen's blacksmith shop? The girl put down the gas tank and asked, what's wrong? If you came here to ask him to forge a sword, the boy waved his hand, no. I am a journalist. The Blood Lotus sword that Vincen used to defeat Simeon, was it Sir Hansen who forged it? The girl replied, well actually, the reporter thought she was talking and immediately focused on listening to write on the paper. But then she got angry and shouted, don't come here again, every time it's a famous sword, or else I'll write an article about it, seriously, it's driving me crazy. Do you know you are hindering our business, signing the price and stuttering, oh, me, that matter. Then a hammer hit the ground loudly. Master Hansen came out and asked, Mi Li, are you arguing with the customer again? I told you to be careful when talking to customers, are you trying to scare them away? Mi Li immediately suppressed her anger and stammered, Mr. Hansen, no. The reporter saw him and excitedly asked, Hansen, are you Hansen? Could you spare a minute to talk to me? Hansen sighed wearily, oh, a reporter. Because of that damn Vincen, now all kinds of things happen. The reporter was stopped by Mi Li but still stubbornly shouted, Blacksmith Hansen. Please, let me interview you. Mi Li waved away, no interview at all, go home, but it will only take a little time. Hansen looked and thought coldly, at least, thanks to him, I get to hear people call me Master Blacksmith, even if it's just occasionally. But that guy, he has never come back here since then. He took the image crystal along with all the money in the shop. Back in the meeting room, everyone was now talking excitedly, that thing just now, was it really the Holy King? If that was true, then his tomb, did it complete the mission it was created for? Now the Holy King has been released. Meanwhile, Vincen also thought to himself, I never thought that one day I would have to use the mana crystal that the master blacksmith gave me in this way. Nen Li Yusi gritted his teeth. He still did not believe it and used excuses to deny it. All of this was fabricated, fake, those were memories he had created to cover up his crimes. The elders whispered, the images on the mana crystal right in front of them were hard to say were fabricated. I understood, my heart was dark and I clicked my tongue and cursed, all around me were useless people. Vincen expressed, so do you want to try this too? He took out a shining golden holy cup and introduced it, a relic that the Holy King left me, the holy cup. The black-faced man shouted, Holy Grail, the Holy King's Holy Grail. Nen Li Yusi still stubbornly refuted. He wanted to say that the antique he randomly got from somewhere and didn't even know its origin. Was this the Holy Grail? He was clearly smearing the reputation of the Holy Grail. Vincen replied calmly, after considering the recent series of events, Merlin was a royal knight, who risked his life to ensure this was the real thing. At this point, Nen Li was at a loss for words, and could only curse inwardly, that Merlin, one of the 12 swords of Adenka, a man of such stature, would risk his life to guarantee this thing. At this moment, Dullan suddenly came up and said, I will also testify. With the power of the Holy King flowing through my body and with my life at stake, I declare this Holy Grail to be the real thing. Nen Li Yusi gritted his teeth in anger, you, whose side are you on? Versa asked, so do we need anything else to ensure, Black Elder? Anyway, my son has a good heart, so I cannot let him down. At this moment, no one thought that she would suddenly make a challenge. I brought out my right arm to guarantee that what Vincen said was true. The old man was so shocked that he was not happy. Versa provocative, Black Elder, I especially welcome you, offer your left arm as guarantee. He gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, what's going on? If they're that confident then, no, I can't lose. After a while of arguing, he decided to accept the challenge. Okay, I bet my left arm, I think what Vincen said is a lie. Vincen said, from the moment I stepped in here, I put my life on the line to guarantee it. Black startled and exclaimed, what? I only saw him slowly walk to the shrine table, slam his hand on the table and say, "Now the priest should go to bed. You are the only one who has not put anything on the line yet. Please, sir, bet something equivalent to my life and Father Dullen's and my mother's right hand." Nen Li was forced into a difficult position, but he still insisted that there was no way that it was the real Holy Grail, he was just bluffing. He finally agreed to the bet. "Do you think I'll be scared because everyone here is betting all in? Fine, I'll also bet my life." The other priests looked at him with worried eyes. But they followed him. "Me too, me too, me too." Everything went according to Vincen's wishes. He smiled and called Dullen, "Sir, you understand, go ahead, okay." Dullen reached out to touch the Holy Grail. Versa smiled slightly. At that moment, a powerful divine power seemed to surge throughout the room, causing everyone's eyes to widen in shock. Versa smiled slightly, making everyone's eyes widen and mouths open. After a while, the Holy Grail was instantly filled with holy water filled with divine power. Dullen poured water right in front of everyone and declared, "This is the power of the Holy Grail, it absorbed my miracle and created water into." The elders looked on, speechless. Vincen took this opportunity to ask, "What are you going to do now, Priest Nen Li Yusi? Do you agree that the Holy Grail is real?" His face was now contorted in panic. He stuttered for a long time, unable to form words that matter, so the priest beside him bit his lip. The stubborn guy objected, "I don't accept it. What's so great about gathering a little bit of water like that? It must be some kind of trick." Before he could finish speaking, a red beam of light suddenly shot through his neck. Nen Li Yusi was stunned, only to see fresh blood splattered like rain. His pupils contracted, his mouth moved, his eyes were thin. Why? Priest Mike Li collapsed right in front of everyone, and the person who killed him was none other than Madame Versace. Black opened his mouth in horror and exclaimed, "Madame Versa, what the hell are you doing?" As soon as he finished speaking, his left arm was cut off. Black was stunned to see his arm flying away with fresh blood flowing. He screamed in pain. Madame Versa's eyes were cold. She took a towel to wipe away the blood and coldly said, "I, Versa Ha Lam, female head of the Adenka family. Respect my son's true honor, Vincen." As soon as the words were finished, not only the priests of the Gaia religion, but also the Adenka elders were surprised to the point of opening their mouths. Julian blushed and asked, "She just called that son," but Vincen was just thinking, the slash was so fast that no one saw it. "That is the head of the Adenka family, Versa Ha Lam." Black hugged his left shoulder. The whole room was silent, even breathing could be heard. Vincen suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence, "Can I say something?" Versa glanced and asked, "What do you want to say?" He replied calmly without emotion, "I hope that person can live. This is the Holy Grail of the Holy King, and the noble priests of Gaia are here. If we act now we can save them." Versa heard that, then turned around and asked again, "What is your reason?" Vincen explained, "Because I don't want to be a child, I have to borrow my mother's hands. I want to hold on her, with my own hands." She was quiet for a moment. Then immediately smiled and accepted, "Okay." Vincen then turned back to Dullen and urged, "Priest Dullen, hurry up." He nodded. Then he held up the holy cup and said loudly, "Don't just stand there, quickly gather all the priests and concentrate your divine power." The new group of priests reacted, quickly urging each other, "Yes, hurry up." They gathered their power, and together they transmitted it into the Holy Grail, using the light of the thorn. Vincen stood to the side with a smirk. Everything was still going according to his will. Really looking forward to what's coming next, Julian. In the light of the divine power, Nen Li Yusi slowly opened his eyes. He startled and touched his neck. What was going on? Clearly I had been beheaded. Dun Len walked to the table, put the holy cup down and said, "Luckily you're still alive, senior." "Ah no. The god of wealth." He saw him, immediately gritted his teeth and growled, "Dullen." He didn't bother to say much to him, but turned back to the elder and said, "Black elder, come here too, I will reattach your hand before it's too late." Black breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Is that so? I'll bother you." But at this moment, Vincen stepped forward to stop it. "No." He picked up his arm and said with a cold laugh, "I won't let the Black elder reattach my arm." He immediately opened his mouth and exclaimed, "What?" Vincen explains, "Unlike the priests, the elders are honorary knights of the Adenka family. If I restore my arm, it would be like throwing away my honor. Mine down there." Black face angry to the point of blue veins popping out. whole body trembling trying to squeeze out each word. Of course, that arm is the proof of your innocence. Vincen placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head slightly and smiled victoriously. I will definitely engrave this spirit of yours in my mind. He gritted his teeth. It was best that way. Versa stepped forward and said, it seems, everything has been arranged properly. Is that so, my lord? He was startled when his name was called, and stammered, yes, young Master Vincen is completely innocent. The temple will no longer ask for compensation from the Adenka family. So we take our leave. They left in a hurry. However, Nen Li still had not given up on his thoughts, although it was humiliating. But if we ended it here then we wouldn't lose anything. The plan was to extort money from the Adenka family, increase my strength so that next time it wouldn't be too late. At this moment, Vincen blocked their way again. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, wait a moment. I still haven't gotten what I need, my lords. He raised the crystal again. It repeated the words of the Holy King. Thank you for helping me keep my promise to my teammates and leave here. Vincen said frankly, the Holy Grail was placed here according to the arrangement of the Sun Sword Emperor and the Holy King. The Thorn Temple was unable to decipher that arrangement, and left the Holy King's tomb alone. I found the Holy Grail and received thanks from the Holy King. You are called descendants of the Holy King, don't you have something to do? Nen Li Yusi hates not being able to not purse her lips. The other priests also bowed their heads in shame. In the end, he had no choice but to humbly express, the God of Thorns would like to send a sincere thanks to your merit for having fulfilled the Holy King's last wish. May the blessings of the Temple of Thorns be with you and your family. So Li Yusi knelt down and kowtowed to the ground before Vincen. But others quickly followed suit. They kissed the ground reverently. Julian explained, kneeling to the point of kissing the floor, this is the most noble ritual of the Temple of Thorns. Vincen smiled and said, this image is not bad. After completing the ritual, he let them leave and opened the door. Nen Li raised his head and immediately changed his expression. He gritted his teeth and secretly felt hatred. Just wait and see, at some point, this humiliation I will. What he didn't expect was that the door opened, and outside there were dozens of people holding cameras waiting, journalists. These people saw inside and exclaimed, how could this be? The priests were kneeling. It was said that this was a hearing to judge the seventh young master's crime. Just take a picture first. Special news, can anyone explain what happened? The flashing lights kept popping up. Nen Li Yusi was scared and covered her face, screaming, how could this be? No photo, no photo. Den Pale waved his hand and ordered, quickly call the guards and chase these people away. His eyes became cloudy and he swore, I will not forgive Vincen and Versace. The content of the meeting was organized by the Elders' Council and cannot be leaked by any means. Are you trying to break the rules of the Adenka family now, Vincen? He laughed and said, except for the content that is extremely beneficial to the interests and honor of the Adenka family. The latter part also has that sentence, right, Mr. Black? Can't everyone see now that this situation is very beneficial to the Adenka family? The old man was speechless and couldn't refute, damn it. A few days later, the incident between Vincen and Gaia Temple became a hot topic, quickly spreading throughout the continent. The powerful hermits of Gaia, even the first-class priest, bowed to the young master of Adenka, which caused the dignity of the temple to fall dramatically. The temple's plan to gain the upper hand in relations with Adenka had completely gone up in smoke. But at this moment, Dulin exclaimed in surprise, hand over that holy grail, you hand it over to me, are you serious? Vincen said, aren't you the one who received the power of the Holy King? There is no one more suitable than you now. Dulin was confused, but Vincen interrupted, moreover, in the future I will often need to use my divine power, so it would be better to let someone I know keep it. Dulin was still a bit hesitant, if so, then it had to be. But he suddenly became silent, his eyes showing fatigue. He clenched his hands until they trembled as he recounted, as you can see, the temple is slowly rotting. I can live there and use the cup for personal purposes. I will sell the holy water at a high price, use it as a bribe, or... Can you still trust me, sir? Vincen smiled and replied, I believe you. Dulin was surprised, ha, are you serious? He nodded, of course I believe it. That day, the person who gave me the divine stone was none other than Priest Dulin. I believe you will use the Holy Grail for good. Dulin took the holy cup and said, whenever you need help, I will fill this holy cup with holy water. Vincen politely said, you don't need to be like that. Suddenly, the door to the room opened wide. Realsa suddenly appeared and shouted, is the young master there? He stood up in surprise, Realsa, said Julian, now that you mention it, during the meeting, it seemed like someone was calling us. Realsa reminded in panic, you must prepare immediately. Madame Versailles invites the young master to dinner. Julian and Vincen couldn't help but be surprised. What, dinner? The table was filled with delicious dishes. The two sat across from each other. Madame Versailles asked, I heard you will return to Blood City tomorrow. Vincen replied, I am still a Taoist student, so when the mission is over, I must return quickly. Julian worriedly bit his finger and said, Mom and Dad have never had a meal together before. Lady Versa suddenly glanced as if looking at him. Julian was scared, quickly hid behind Vincen and cried out softly. Vincen asked, Are you still scared of your mother? Julian explained, I told you, she always has eyes that recognize the truth. Because I'm afraid of doing wrong, I'm always afraid of her eyes. This is a chronic fear disease, it can't be cured. Vincen comforted, but you don't need to be so tense. We found the relic. Eliminate the two heads of the Elders' Council. The reason she called us here, while talking, suddenly Versa put the steak knife on the table and said, the reason I called you here. It is to give you a gift. I have exposed the evil face of the Adenka Elder, taking control of the relationship between Guy A and the temple. I will give you a gift to acknowledge this achievement. What do you want? Vincen immediately suggested, Mom, give me some time to think. She nodded in agreement, okay. Vincen used this time to think. This was also a punishment for her, for not being able to play the role of the homeowner properly. Thinking then he made a decision. Versa immediately asked, what do you want? He replied, as a student of the Blood City, I would like the opportunity to participate in the upgrade exam. Versa tilted his head in disbelief. The upgrade exam, really? She couldn't help but laugh and exclaim, wow, it seems you underestimate your mother's influence. I am the owner of Adenka, you can give me as much as you want. Is that all I need? Vincen nodded firmly, yes. She asked again, what is the reason? He smiled and explained, because that's what I need. The promotion exam takes place twice a year, with a predetermined number of people. I know it's a fierce exam, right? If I level up with the support of my mother's power, then it would turn into me taking away someone's position. Gaining such an opportunity is not something I want. I want to win by my own strength. Versa silently admitted, that was the right thing. What I mean is, I feel your belief, Vincen, is foolish. But faith can go a long way. There were times when I also pursued something like you, Vincen wondered, but not now. She said, I'm too old to pursue that. I have more responsibilities now. I have to gradually adapt to that. I don't dream like before. Her eyes suddenly fell. The atmosphere was silent for a moment, but just a few seconds later, Versa instructed, if you return to the Blood City, a mission letter will arrive. That mission will become your 8th level promotion exam. I will support your righteousness, Vincen. He sincerely put his hand on his chest, bowed his head slightly and expressed his thanks to his mother. Early the next morning, when the dawn just broke, Vincen had already gone out to the carriage, ready to return to the Blood City. You also Julian standing talking about something. But in the Adenka mansion, on the window is printed the silhouette of a woman. None other than Madame Versace. She looked down silently. A few minutes later he ordered, Realsa, get ready, I will write a mission letter to Vincen. Realsa asked a little worriedly, Madam, may I ask what the mission is? She said a name and affirmed, it was Ma and to me, the boy will come Ma and to me. Realsa couldn't help but be surprised. The lady was referring to the southern coastal city, Ma and to me, the territory ruled by the Vio family. It was a poor place, without any special products. I heard that the people there were living in misery because of exploitation, so the owner ordered him to go there. Madame wants to use young Master Vincen to attack that place, Versa said. I know Vincen is an excellent child, but that mission will be very heavy. It will protect the messenger Thorna sent there. Realsa was startled, Thorna huh? She worriedly expressed, a few days ago, young Master Vincen had humiliated the Gaia temple, and the madam ordered him to protect them. The Vion family are cunning people. If the temple bribes the Vion family to harm the young Master Vincen then. Madame Versa frankly admitted, of course it would be dangerous. They have many ways to disguise the assassination as an accident. Realsa was speechless and exclaimed, Madam. The carriage started rolling towards Blood City. On the carriage, Vincen and Julian were still chatting happily, not knowing what was about to happen next. Yes, Vincen, because you are on the right path, there will be danger. But it has to be like that, then it can be called an exam. Returning to Blood City, The first person Vincen met was the city lord Herka. She smiled warmly and welcomed him. Welcome back, Vincen. You must have worked hard, you have made great achievements, I am very touched. Vincen twitched the corner of his lips and asked, you seem to be in a good mood. Herka explained, I heard you dealt with that scammer, you dealt with a bastard, of course I'm happy. Vincen frowned and guessed, you probably don't like him either. Herka angrily recounted, he asked me to become his concubine with a horrible expression. You imagine according to her story and you can't help but shiver, I understand. Grand Chancellor Vargan then coughed and reminded, ahem, City Lord. Herka then remembered, oh, right, this is not the reason I brought you back. She took out a scroll and gave it to him, saying, this is your next mission, I know you're very tired after the long trip, but this time you only need to go for 3 days. Vincen wondered, where is the location, Lord? Vargan replied, the southernmost city of the continent, Ma-en-tu-mi. Hearing the name, he unconsciously frowned, Ma-en-tu-mi Sao, if that place still kept the same name for 500 years, then surely. Suddenly a scream rang out, Ma-en-tu-mi Sao. Selbira excitedly ran over and asked in a rush, are you going to Ma-en-tu-mi, really, when? Vincen, take me to Ma-en-tu-mi with you. Later, in the cadet break room, Selbira pointed at the picture on the book and said, that's what they did, currently, it's being managed by the Vion family. Ma-en-tu-mi is quite famous because of its borders. Furthermore, although it borders the territory of the Hen Lam clan, the two sides have never had any conflicts, although there are no records of tributes between the two sides, thus there are many theories surrounding this peaceful stone. Vincen frowned thoughtfully, Hen Lam, yes, in his memory, the Hen Lam family had a very close relationship with Ma-en-tu-mi. Hen Lam, my mother's family, Versa Hen Lam. This mission is definitely to serve her purpose. Thinking, Vincen glanced back at Selbira who was still talking nonstop, the remnants of the naval battle 200 years ago. Vincen suddenly asked, you must be very interested in history. Selbira immediately blushed. She quickly gestured and stammered, this. Finally, she shyly played with her hair and admitted, my dream is not to become a martial artist, but a historian. Vincen looked at her with a judgmental look. Selbira angrily questioned, what's with that expression? My dream wasn't that strange. Vincen awkwardly explained, no, I think it was a great dream, it's just, I don't understand why you came to the Blood City with such a dream. Selbira sighed and closed the book, saying, historians don't make much money, and besides, exploration is dangerous, so I need to know more about martial arts. Speaking of this, she suddenly moved closer to the Vincen, seriously expressing, by the way, I can also help you in this mission. This time, I will go with you, and support you. The atmosphere was serious. Suddenly the door opened, Cizan and Ha-Mon rushed in and shouted, Vincen, I heard you just received a mission. Selbira stiffened and was embarrassed, not daring to continue speaking. The other two still didn't know anything, still innocently suggested, if you allow, then I want to go with you, Vincen, I promise to work hard and obey your orders. Vincen smiled and agreed, well, let's all go together. Cizan and Ha-Mon couldn't help but clap their hands happily, while Selbira sat still in embarrassment. Julian teased happily, I think you have enough companions. Vincen glanced at him affirmatively, what are you saying, all of them will be useful. Julian wondered, then why, do you really think those friends will be useful to you? Vincen said, look into those trusting eyes, their readiness will definitely help us a lot. And one more person. Moments later, Raven's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, really? Vincen spread his arms and replied seriously, yes, if you help me in this mission, then I will seriously train with you, I swear to you as a martial artist. The two quickly high-fived each other. Raven exclaimed, good suggestion, my friend. Julian then understood his calculation. If Raven joined then Serkan would automatically be involved. After all, Ma-en-tu-mi was also known to be a dangerous place. Brother, you are getting more and more cunning, Vincen said with a smug smile, it must be because of your influence. Raven was thinking about something then suddenly, oh yeah, come to think of it, Serkan had something to tell him. Then suddenly, a string of white light suddenly flashed by. Vincen when looking closely at the rope then relax your body, stretch like that only. The silk threads are strung all over the place, with Julian as the central character. He couldn't help but frown and ask, what does this mean? Excuse me, Serkan slowly walked over. Cold eyes carry a stream of magic. Vincen was silent for a moment, not drawing his sword again. Why don't you draw your sword? Sir Khan's figure grew windier as he rose. He confidently asserted, because he had not really shown any intention of killing me. Sir Khan was secretly surprised. This matter had no effect on him. Then he spoke up and said, "You are quite interesting, young master." Vincen is looking at the dark space, only seeing white strings as his magic is a bit. "What is this skill?" Sir Khan replied, "This is a type of barrier, it seals everything inside and out." Julian affirmed, "This is the territory of the King Killer, the number of people who survive this can be counted on the fingers." He repeated Julian's words to Sir Khan, "The realm of the Kingslayer, there probably aren't many people who can survive this skill." He smiled and explained, "This is a perfect assassination method, it is also very useful when needing to discuss secrets." Vincen frowned slightly. "Secrets, what do you mean?" Sir Khan rubbed his chin in confusion and said, "Yeah, I don't know where to start either." "That's right, since you brought this up, you just said that there probably aren't many people who can survive this skill, right? To be exact, there was only one person who could completely dodge this skill. That person's name is Merlin Fan." Hearing this name, Vincen was startled. "Master." Sir Khan recounted that he was a young genius, although still quite young, his strength was extremely high, the territory of the King Killer was completely destroyed by him. "I failed miserably. After that, to face Merlin's lightning bolt, I started learning how to use mana, and finally, I could have left a scar on his face too. However, 15 years ago, when I became the Vatican's butler, I completely lost contact with him." At this point, Vincen immediately felt confused. "With my master, 15 years ago?" Julian asked doubtfully. "Wait, then how old is this butler?" Julian asked skeptically, "Wait, how old is this butler then?" Sir Khan's face suddenly changed. He smiled and said, "Isn't it strange? To be exact, I should be around your father's age. As you can see, doesn't my face look too young?" At this moment, Sir Khan's real face appeared. On one of his eyes there was a large scar, and at the same time full of wrinkles of age. He smiled, they became even deeper. Julia opened his mouth in surprise. Could this be a reversal technique? It is rumored that the King Killer used reverse transformation to change his appearance to deceive his opponents. Vincen muttered in disbelief, "Reverse magic." Sir Khan, now in an older appearance than before, smiled and asked, "So you also know about it, so do you know the reason why I performed it in front of you?" Vincen shook his head and replied, "No, I also don't know what message you are trying to convey through this dialogue." Sir Khan shrugged and said, "First of all, I did it because you protected us from the explosion. Second, because I hope that you are worthy of accompanying young Master Revan to fulfill his dream." Vincen frowned, "I don't understand what you mean." He closed his eyes and recalled. At that time, Revan practiced spearmanship despite the cold weather. Sir Khan immediately reminded, "Young Master, you cannot ignore the cold of the Blood City. You can come here today." Revan, eyes twinkled with disappointment, said, "I lost twice in a row. Vincen was the one who saved us all from the explosion. He was also the one who planned to destroy Chimi Ra. Whenever we are faced with a difficult situation, we almost just stand and watch." Sir Khan looked at him worriedly. "Young Master," Raven's hands clenched until they trembled. But when he turned back, his eyes were filled with a sparkle of admiration. "Isn't that wonderful, that I have an opponent stronger than me? Okay, starting now, with Vincen as the goal, we must continuously get stronger." Seiko looked at him, stunned. "I secretly hope, please, keep up the good work, young master. You will reach the top with him." Back to reality, Sir Khan sincerely expressed, "Sir Vincen, you will become stronger, and lead young Master Raven Chen to his goal. But if you lose your cool, I will cut you into a million pieces." Julian gritted his teeth. What the hell is this? But Vincen just smiled faintly and said, "What a scary threat. But what does your reversal technique have to do with our conversation?" Sir Khan rolled up his sleeves and explained, "The reason I developed the reverse technique was to create a physique that could withstand Merlin's lightning strike. In addition to changing my physical appearance, this technique also allows me to change the location of the mana flow at will, and regenerate the bones and muscles in my body. Right now, it looks like you're trying to prevent your body from exploding by using some kind of power, right, Sir Vincen?" He also admitted without hiding, "That's right." He continued, "If your body is destroyed and you die, it will be of no benefit to me. But what if I teach you the reverse technique?" Vincen couldn't help but be surprised. "Really?" Sir Khan smiled and asked, "What do you think, do you want to learn?" he immediately replied, "Of course, there is no reason to refuse." Julian's eyes lit up with expectation. "If we can master the reversal technique, then we can make the holy bone more stable." "That's right, besides using holy power, I need to have another method to protect this body." Serkan asks, "But you must promise me one thing." Vincen was silent for a few seconds. Then he said, "I can't be sure that I can always be Raven's target," helping him rise up. "Seriously speaking, I feel like I don't deserve to be the target that others pursue. However, one day, I will surpass Simeon at all costs. That's the only thing I can promise you." Serkan smiled and replied, "That's enough, I will teach you the reverse technique." With that, he began to channel magic into Vincen's body. And he seriously closed his eyes to accept. After a while, Vincen slowly opened his eyes. 3 days later, in the Chancellor's room, Vargan closed the book. At this moment, opposite him was Vincen, below were other cadets. He rested his chin on his hand and said, "I will skip the report. This contest will be held at the request of the priest Dulin. Accepted by the Lady of the House of Adenka, Versa Hen Liam, it will be considered as an advancement exam. In order to avoid it becoming a nuisance to both sides, I hope you will do your best. All for the good results of the advancement exam." Having said that, Vargan thought to himself, "The city lord will be the one to judge this exam, but in the end, I guess I'll be the one to do it." Thinking about it, he sighed again. "Everything will be reported to everyone in the near future, everyone can disperse now." The cadets raised their hands to their chests and bowed, humbly paying homage to your glory. The carriage sets off. Julian said, "We will use the portal, but it will take a few days to get to Ma and to me." Vincen panicked. "Portal, a few days, in my time it would take years to travel by land." Julian scoffed, "I forgot you are an old man." The 4th day since departure, at the 5th teleportation gate. Gyusun angrily shouted, "Wait, what does this mean? Why is the price so high? Do you know who you're ripping off?" The female maid shrugged and said, "This is the original price. If you don't have the money to pay, then don't use the teleportation gate." Gyusun jumped up in anger. The officer cadet of Blood City was on his way to do a mission. Sari quickly grabbed him and advised him, "Calm down, Gyusun." The female mage widened her eyes in wonder. "Blood City, what is that?" Both of them immediately froze. The series asked in surprise, "You've never heard of the Blood City?" Gyusun took the opportunity to show off. "So how about this? Do you know who is sitting in the carriage? That is the young master of the Adenka family, and that Va-Ti can." The girl covered her mouth and laughed provocatively. "So what, if they are so amazing, then they must be willing to pay a higher price." Gyusun was furious again and scolded, "I know you are deliberately trying to rip me off. Do you want to taste the Gyusun from the Black Town?" At this time, Vincen sitting in the car spoke up to remind, "Enough, Gyusun. If this continues, our honor will be ruined by you. Just a small problem like this is enough to make you lose your temper. You'd better go back to Blood City." Gyusun was told that and was shy and humble, not daring to say anything more. Vincen was deep in thought. Now they didn't even know what Blood City was. The further they went from the central continent of Adenka, the worse the treatment became. Julian appeared and said, "Can't blame anyone, our influence is weakening in remote areas. This trip seems difficult." On the 6th day after departure, the carriage carrying everyone passed through the road between the cliff and the strait. In the car, everyone was still talking excitedly. Selbira suddenly pointed out, "Vincen, look there. That is the barrier of the devil. It was built 200 years ago. Thanks to this barrier, the demon Entumi can protect it from the relentless attacks of pirates." Vincen asked in surprise, "The attacks never stop?" Selbira replied, "Yes, people say, to this day pirates are still a painful problem." Vincen heard and frowned, thinking, "Strange, I feel like there's something strange about this statement. Julian, we must investigate this barrier thoroughly." Hearing that, Julian volunteered to go up. "I understand, just leave it to me. A port city protected by a barrier for 2 years now, Militium. Although protected by a barrier, the safety of the residents is constantly threatened by constant raids from pirates. Along with the famine that has been going on recently, it only adds to the suffering of the residents." The group of young cadets entered the city, crossing a small road, where on both sides were people who were exhausted from hunger. Raven said, "I have heard rumors of a famine happening here, but I never expected it to be so severe beyond imagination." The series asked, "So now, where should we go?" Gyusun said discontentedly, "There isn't even a guide. Are they deliberately looking down on us?" Selbira speculates, perhaps because Adenka's influence on the south was little, or even non-existent. Vincen frowned, no, there was still something strange. The Halon clan is the only clan that has a marriage relationship with the Adenka clan, because this city is located on the border of the Halon territory, so the reputation of the Adenka must have a stronger influence than the other places we have passed through. He spoke up to remind, we need to gather more information, let's go to the church and ask the priests there. At the shrine of the devil Entumi, the third-class priest, Lusa-in, frowned and rubbed his chin, expressing his duty as a guide. I think I heard a little about it. Vincen handed over the mission paper and was about to explain, this is the mission instructions and, before he could finish speaking, Lusa-in raised his hand to stop him, and turned away indifferently saying, actually I don't need to look at them. Vincen frowned, what does it mean? Lusa-in sneered and mocked, why don't you guys go for a walk to kill time and then quickly leave here, wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? I don't need a guard, because this place is very peaceful. Revan couldn't help but scold loudly, hey, it took us days to get here, and now you tell us to leave. But the people of the temple didn't care as the door gradually closed, just as it was only a small gap, their conversation faintly came out, he asked, what is the next plan? Someone answered, we will go to the homeless gathering area tomorrow. The door slammed shut, Revan was furious, he dared to ignore us. Selbira couldn't help but scold, what's wrong with him? Vincen used telepathy to call, Julian, have you been there yet? His arm trembled as he reached up to the wall, he replied, almost there. After struggling for a while, he finally climbed up, Julian panted and said, brother, it seems that my ability will fluctuate strongly or weakly, depending on the distance between you and me. Vincen glanced and asked, how is everything, what is the status of the barrier? Julian was on the high wall looking down, just as we expected. There wasn't a single crack, moreover, no protective magic or maintenance magic was used, all the rumors about pirate attacks were just lies. Vincen couldn't help but think, everything was strange, staged, the attitude of the people and. Just then, a loud explosion came from the opposite side. Some people were startled and panicked, there was an explosion, the pirates are attacking, Revan calm down, Sizen. The people here were also scared and shouted, pirates, again, run quickly. Not only that, but after that there were many explosions scattered throughout the city, people panicked and ran in all directions, another explosion, our house, run, quickly. Vincen gritted his teeth and asked, Julian, is this a pirate attack? Julian immediately affirmed, of course not, it's all fake, seriously. There wasn't even a sail in the distance, let alone a pirate ship. At this moment, the door of the shrine opened again. The Lusa-in guy sneered and asked, hey everyone, do you want to come in and take shelter? When the people saw that, they shouted, it's the priest, we're saved, oh my god. This made Vincen suspicious, he was too relaxed, even in the middle of a big explosion like this. He suddenly remembered what he had just said, I don't need protection, because this place is very peaceful. He said so even though the attacks were still happening regularly. This guy knows all the attacks are fake. Vincen speculated and carefully analyzed, before the door closed, he heard their secret conversation. Vincen smiled slightly, a gathering place for homeless people. At the same time, Merlin was standing on the high wall of the Blood Castle. He looked quietly forward. Suddenly a voice spoke, what are you thinking? Merlin curiously turned his head. Sir, Vargan, the Grand Chancellor smiled and said, it seems you have recovered considerably, Sir Merlin. He jumped down slowly and replied, I won't blame you. I had intended to complete the mission at the tomb of the Sacred King. However, the young Master Vincen changed everything. I never thought about how I would live after completing my mission, so I used to think about what I should do next. Vargan stepped up to his level and said, I also put myself in a difficult position because of my family. It's embarrassing to be comforted by someone who doesn't have any breakthroughs, and is more honest with his own intentions. Merlin's eyes were full of surprise, that child was, Vargan nodded, yes, it was young Master Vincen. If he was the one who changed your fate. So do you think you will find the answer to the next question through him? Merlin silently bowed his head. In his mind, suddenly appeared the image of Vincen's back. The next day in Entumi, at the homeless shelter. Just as Vincen was about to enter, two intertwined spears suddenly appeared and blocked him, stopping him. This is the property of the Vion family, no entry without permission. Vincen smiled and said, we are officer cadets from Blood City, can you let us in? The other person frowned and arrogantly refused, no, if there is no valid reason, then we will not allow any warrior from another clan to enter. He immediately pointed in a direction to announce, he's here. That's my reason, the direction you pointed is the direction the Lusa-in was aggressively walking towards, he angrily shouted, why are you guys? I told you I don't need any protection, Vincen shrugged and explained, we were simply following orders. Lusa-in not only did not pay attention to what he said, he even insulted him, stop talking nonsense and get out of here immediately, you bastard animal. Vincen thought in frustration, he is quite stubborn, I really don't want to fight with him, but... Thinking, he coldly took out the card that Dullin had given him earlier and said, this is the certificate for a second-class priest, I have to check this place, the third-class priest's letter, Lusa-in. With that, he knocked the card from his hand away. He was still arrogant and cursed, are you deaf, I told you to get lost. Vincen's eyes flashed with a sharp light, he secretly affirmed, he dared to insult his superior like that, then it proved that there was something else here. Suddenly, an exclamation caught the attention of the two people. It turned out that the Ravens took advantage of the chaos of the argument to secretly open the warehouse door and shouted, there are so many boxes here. The two guards were startled, when did he come, but we were still blocking the entrance. Raven curiously walked to a wooden box and knocked on it, asking, what's inside? Just as he was about to touch it, an arm grabbed his hand and held it back. A tall fat guy whose whole body was emitting red mana, looked at Raven threateningly, you can't touch him. Let go of your hand. At this moment, familiar white threads suddenly appeared in space. The fat man turned his head in surprise, behind him, Serkan's eyes were full of murderous intent, he used the strings to tie him up and said coldly, you, wanna die? The fat guy was held tightly by Serkan and did not dare to move. Vincen reminded, Butler, if he gets hurt, we'll be in trouble. Hearing what he said, he had no choice but to withdraw his hand. Vincen walked in front of that guy and said, as the protection team of the priests, we only came to confirm whether there were any dangerous obstacles in the place the priests were going to. Then he suddenly looked up at Raven, if there was anything dissatisfied. Then this friend of mine will report the danger in the city to the Blood City. The fat guy broke out in a cold sweat after hearing that. Lusa in gnashing teeth, these guys. But suddenly, a voice rang out, it's okay, the priest Lusa in. The fat man then greeted him warmly, if you say so then I understand, with you guys following, the fish god will feel much more secure. I am Etmon, the warden of this place. Follow me, you can visit as you like. Vincen smiled and replied, thank you for your cooperation, he said, it's nothing. Because this is a peaceful place. This familiar gaze and words, couldn't help but make Vincen feel cold. They then quickly followed the tour guide. Raven curiously asked, what are these boxes, what is inside? Lusa-in replied, all of them are magic stones. Raven's eyes were full of questions, what is magic stone? Etmon explained, they are materials to absorb magic power, the homeless will help us forge magic stones, to make up for the problem of food and accommodation. Lusa-in also added that we priests are also responsible for treating them, because this job is quite difficult so we often get injured. Selbira shouted in disbelief, impossible, those things are only for magicians, how could a homeless person do it? Etmon replied, that is a secret technique passed down from the Vion family, I don't know it either. Sizan and Ha-mon couldn't help but feel a little worried, the secret technique of Ma-en-tu-mi, or the secret technique of the Vion family, the magic stone would be sold for a very high price everywhere. Deeper into the refugee camp, the banging grew louder. And when everyone arrived, in a workshop there were many people crushing emerald magic stones. Etmon introduced, this is the workshop. Thanks for the best treatment we can give them. Then hope one day they can live independently outside. Let's go to the next place. The guy who led the people arrived quickly and left quickly. Before leaving, Vincen looked back at this magic stone workshop with doubtful eyes once. In the late afternoon, Etmon led everyone up to the high wall. This was the final destination. Standing here looking forward, one can clearly see the beautiful sunset. He also introduced, Noan is a famous place of Ma-en-tu-mi. Vincen pointed in one direction and asked, what is that building? Used as a warehouse, Etmon replied hesitantly, ah yes, because storing magic stones is very important. Vincen smirked, why did he put the warehouse so far away? There must be a reason why he didn't want anyone to know. Lusa-in went to the place to announce, manager. No one was injured today so I'll go home, the believers should also go home and rest. That night, after a hard day's travel, everyone was tired and went to bed early. Raven's sleeping form was a bit ugly, He didn't know when he had kicked the blanket around and kicked the citizen lying next to him in the face. He could only endure it and humph. The only one who hasn't slept yet is Vincen. He is currently standing looking at the warehouse where he asked about Etmon this afternoon. Not knowing what he was going to do, Vincen only slightly smiled, then a pale blue mana arose and enveloped his body. Late at night, 3 bright spots like fire suddenly appeared in the forest. On the small dirt road, a line of people was being forced somewhere. Someone asked, "How many people are there in total?" "About 10 people, keep a close watch so that no one runs away." How can they run? How can they escape this mountain in that state? It turned out that the others were all shackled, both hands and feet, and were being led away without being able to escape. "Vio heck," the Vion clan warrior urged, "move quickly, at this rate we will probably have to stay up all night." A blond man came forward and begged, "Please let me go. I am not homeless, it was the gods who brought me here, my child at home is still young." Vio heck did not say anything, immediately kicked the man in the stomach and shouted, "Stay home." He was hit so hard that he coughed up blood. Falling to the ground, the pain made his whole body tremble. Vio heck glanced down at the man as if he was trash and coldly said, "Where is your house? Tell me. I will bring your child here too. How about it? Do you still want to go home or not?" "Why, suddenly I don't miss my child anymore." The man had no way to resist, he could only clench his hands, crying until his whole body was numb. He continued to glare at the pale-faced people and threaten them, while the others also stopped playing around. "Even if you run away, you will still become easy prey for the monsters in this mountain, and who knows, your family and friends will be the next ones chosen to take your place." A guy also in the group stood in a corner muttering, "I want to go home." Just then, from a nearby bush, an arm reached out and grabbed his shirt. Before he could react, the young man was pulled into the bushes in a split second. Ahead, the group of people were still being led away. No one noticed the boy's fallen shoe. After a while, Vio heck also signaled to stop, arrived. "This is where your real work is done." No one dared to enter. Seeing that, he angrily grabbed the blond man and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Do you want to get beaten up if you go in?" They then checked the number again. "How many in total?" The soldier replied, 10 sir." The Vio Beck guy didn't seem to believe it, so he checked it himself. "Let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. When he counted to this number, there was no one behind him. He looked suspiciously towards the dark road but saw nothing. He asked, "What is it? You said there were 10 people, but why are there only 9? The soldier stuttered, "No, it was clearly 10 people." Vio heck angrily shouted, "You idiots, one of them ran away, go find him quickly." Just then, a weak voice rang out, "Please, sorry." The dark road slowly appeared human figures. "I got separated, so I lost my way." Final. Also caught up with everyone. This person's appearance is the young man who just disappeared, but in reality, this is Vincen, the person who used the reverse technique to change his appearance to blend in here. Selbira angrily slammed his hands on the ground and shouted, "It was all a lie." Back 2 hours before Vincen broke into the warehouse, Selbira said loudly, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't believe it was possible to mine magic stones with a pickaxe and shovel. Surely that homeless camp has secrets. Hearing this, the citizen was confused and asked, secretly, Hamon quickly expressed, but the facilities were all very good and there was no problem at all. Vincen said, "No, because we don't see the place called the warehouse on the mountainside. And that guy named Etmon, a butler with sharp and suspicious eyes. The eyes of a serial killer, yes, just like the magician who attacked us. Mom wouldn't have sent me here on a mission without any reason, if that's the case then." Vincen suddenly stood up and loudly declared, "I will clarify that secret, tonight, I will infiltrate that concentration camp." Citizen looked scared and called Vincen. Revan quickly continued, "If he wasn't there they would be suspicious." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen laughed and replied, "So Butler Sirkan, can you transform into someone with a smaller body using reverse transformation?" Then, the Sirkan and the Vincen body went to the front of the church, sitting in a daze, deep in thought. Above, Lusa said, "By the grace of God we become one family." He thought to himself, "You guys are useless here, you're looking in the wrong place, kids." Revan whispered into Vincen's ear and asked, "Are you okay, Sirkan?" "Ah no Vincen." As soon as he finished speaking, he replied, "Ah it's okay Revan." Selbira sat beside him and kept sighing. "Butler," Vincen spoke more like an old man, "it should be said that there was no need to worry, I was still normal. Sir Khan heard these words and called out, "Young Master Vincen. I got played by you again." On the other side, in the dark prison, the ferocious Hector threw the homeless man into the dungeon. He shouted, "Come in," causing the homeless person to fall flat on the ground. He gritted his teeth and sighed, "So annoying, I thought I let one get away." "Sit there, don't try anything." Julian on one side panicked and exclaimed, he didn't expect to be in jail. Vincen said, "If you get used to it then it's normal." Suddenly on the ground, a matrix appeared. From the ground, a spirit emerged with a happy expression. Next, the series image appeared. She quickly asked, "Young Master, are you okay?" Vincen calmly replied, "I have successfully infiltrated here without being detected. First I will collect information here." Suddenly from afar, there was a loud shout, "Is anyone there? I'm not homeless, let me out." Meter Li Tium Mit Ua, street number 3, the house with green tiles, my child is there. Please someone bring food to my child. At the same time, he came and loudly ordered, "Hey, get up quickly." It was time to eat. He took out a pill and gave it to Vincen. Seeing the black ball in his hand, made Vincen hesitate. He squeezed his mouth hard and said, "Hurry up, I tell you to stand up and drink it." Seeing Vincen in danger, Julian panicked and shouted, "You quickly try to avoid drinking it. Do you know what it is that you are drinking it?" Vincen quickly replied, "I don't know, but this is the fastest way to know its ingredients. Just try it first and then think about it." Julian was anxious when he saw Vincen had drunk it. "My big brother, what stupid thing are you doing again?" He finished speaking, loudly ordered, "Quickly give those guys medicine." Something made Julian gasp in surprise. He exclaimed, the reversal technique had blocked his body's absorption of that pill. Vincen confidently said that if he used internal energy to decompose this pill, he would know what this pill was and what its ingredients were. Suddenly Vincen looked surprised and exclaimed, "This is manna is prepared with high concentration." Hearing these words, Julian was shocked and asked, "Man, if we let ordinary people drink it instead of warriors then mana will flow into the heart, and will rupture the person's blood vessels if it reaches the limit. This is a dangerous thing for homeless people who have not practiced martial arts." At this moment, Vincen secretly thought, what are they trying to do here, kidnapping innocent people and forcing them to drink this? Julian explained, "But, if you give this to someone who already has mana in them then." Again, like a tonic, a lucky opportunity accidentally fell on Vincen. A few days later, the prisoners were taken somewhere. Vincen looked around and exclaimed, "This building, I have never seen it before." Soon arrived, shouted loudly, "Arrived." He pointed to the door next door. He said, starting with each person, "Go through that gate." Just like that, they could only follow, trembling as they walked step by step inside. Everyone looked scared at this door. Suddenly, Wei Ohek's face became a bit angry. He looked at the blonde man and shouted, "What's this, are you deaf?" Faced with his fierce attitude, the blonde man reluctantly entered. Standing before the dark night, he cautiously walked forward slowly. Thousands of sharp eyes were staring at him, causing the blonde man to scream in fear, What is going on?" As soon as he finished speaking, a scary face rushed towards him. At this moment, he is having all his energy drained by some force. Standing outside, witnessing this scene, Heck laughed proudly and exclaimed, "Very good, at least one person must have appeared." The blonde man screamed in pain, his voice was muffled as he walked around number 312. This made Vincen and Julian surprised and exclaimed, "Dad will come back." Vincen frowned and stared at the devil. He thought to himself, that is, for sure. It's Davin's evil spirit, the evil spirit contract in that. At this moment, the blonde man had all his yang energy sucked out by the evil spirit. Vincen was scared and wondered how a normal person could make a contract with an evil spirit. That medicine, it was the extreme pressure of mana in the body that caused this. Immediately, the blonde man was chained tightly around the neck. Hands and feet are no exception. Heck stood outside proudly saying, "At least we rescued one, Major General Imut will surely be pleased." Suddenly, the guard behind shouted, "Hey, what are you standing there for, it's your turn." Hearing that, the other guy turned back to look at Vincen and said, "Oh right, let's see if the luck continues." "Come in quickly." He pushed the door open forcefully. Vincen's feet could not resist any longer. As he stepped inside, the fear in him could not be hidden on his face. Suddenly, darkness surrounded Vincen, causing Vincen to exclaim in confusion, "This is..." He thought to himself, so that's it, this is the memory that I fear the most, the evil spirit invades the mind and devours the host. The image of Davin's father appeared coldly and said, a disgusting thing has been born. Davin's mother continued, why don't you die? Seeing the two of them, Vincen exclaimed in surprise, father, mother. Until death, no one accepts me. I'm sorry but I won't let you control me so easily. After saying that, Vincen immediately attacked the evil spirit and Davin's parents. Suddenly, Davin's voice pulled Vincen back to reality. The guard wondered, why isn't he moving? Can he form an evil spirit? Suddenly Vincen's face changed a little. A great source of energy is released. The loud noise startled the Serkan people and they looked in the direction of the explosion. Who attacked? Lusa and Paleface said, that position. Serkan worriedly called out the name, young Master Vincen. Up on the mountain, that building had half collapsed. Heck angrily shouted, this damn guy is so suspicious. Whoever can still stand up, quickly catch him for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen grabbed his sword and rushed towards him. Feeling something was wrong, Vio Heck turned around and asked, what? At this moment, Vincen just happened to strike him down. He quickly raised his sword to block the attack. He frowned and said, it's really you, a homeless person like you dares. Before he could finish speaking, Vincen had already cut his sword in half. Then another stab to his chest. His arm was severed, he screamed in pain. Vincen said coldly, as a human being, and as a martial artist, I cannot forgive your evil actions. Seeing the leader injured, the guys behind rushed to help. They shouted fiercely, what an arrogant bastard. Suddenly, Vincen disappeared from sight. Make them panic and say, disappeared. Suddenly from behind, Vincen raided and took care of all those people. Heck on this side painfully held the wound. He said, damn, the bleeding won't stop. That's natural because the mirror contains brain power. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen stuck his sword in front of him and warned, quickly call the priest here, otherwise you will be crippled forever. Heck angrily shouted, we need help, there are injured people here, we need the priest to come and help. Vincen smiled and said, if the gods come here, then the guards must also appear. Vincen walked closer to the building. He called out silently, Julian. Let's destroy their plot. Julian replied happily, okay. Go inside the building, with many turns. Suddenly there was an explosion, causing the building to collapse. Vincen alone charged into battle to fight them. The crowd exclaimed in horror, there was an intruder, a brat. Vincen appeared proudly before them. Making the other group angry, they rushed forward to slash and kill him. The leader ordered, don't let him escape. Faced with this situation, Vincen used his sword attack ability. To defend against their attacks, his face suddenly became a bit panicked. There was a loud explosion, causing rocks and dirt to fly up. They looked at each other in confusion and asked, was it caused by that intruder? Suddenly from above, there was a loud voice calling, Little King. Only see the mighty power of Vincen rushing forward. He used thunder to deal with those people. Its power is so great that it creates a violent hurricane. Faced with this power, the other people could only stare. Vincen proudly stepped out from the rubble. He thought to himself proudly, it seems like there are no more martial arts guards here, but the amount of mana he used was a bit more than expected. We must quickly investigate this place and find evidence of their crimes. From afar, a loud noise caught Vincen's attention. Someone appeared and passed him. A ghostly figure stood in the distance swinging his sword towards Vincen. The other guy laughed and said, this gentleman seems to be very ambitious. Julian exclaimed in horror, funny mask and clown costume, Vio's 7-star guardian martial artist. Clown Lan So Tun. At this moment, Lan So Tun smiled smugly and said, let me see how the incompetent young master of the Adenka family will show off his dancing talent. Vincen wondered in amazement, the 7-star martial artist Lan So Tun? Julian replied, yes, he is a monster holding the position of one of the 5 strongest martial artists of the Vio family. As soon as he finished speaking, Lan So Tun arrogantly said, that's right, do you realize the difference in strength between us? Hearing these words, Vincen silently thought to himself, he really is different. Though Realsa, and Sir Serkan, also a 7-star martial artist, this guy is nothing compared to them. No, you are actually much weaker than the 7-star martial artist I know, the clown Lan So Tun. These words made Lan So Tun speechless for a moment. He replied angrily, let's see if you can say that again. After your body is punctured by a few holes. After saying that, he immediately struck a palm towards Vincen. A cloud of dust and smoke surrounded. Lan So Tun laughed proudly in victory. He said, the difference in rank is absolute, no matter how talented you are, no one can overcome the difference in martial artist rank. Vincen suddenly appeared next to Lan So Tun and said, looking closer, your mask looks uglier than I thought. Hearing the noise, Lan So Tun startled and turned around, shouting loudly, what? Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise, no, wait. So the name of the person who got beaten up is below. Vincen said, didn't I tell you earlier? You are really weak compared to the 7-star martial artist I know, turns out this is Serkan in Vincen's form. This made Lan So Tun bewildered and secretly exclaimed, there are 2 names, how is that possible? Without saying much, Serkan immediately used the rope to attack him. Lan So Tun cursed angrily, damn it. Only blood splattered everywhere. Lan So Tun fell from above, while Vincen calmly stood to the side observing the situation. Serkan asked loudly, is everything going according to your plan? My appearance, and the presence of the clown as well, were all too convenient to be considered coincidences. Vincen laughed in response, well, ever since you showed your skills at the light camp, I had a hunch these guys were planning something. Besides, suddenly Revan appeared, interrupting the conversation of the two. Vincen continued, I believe Revan, you cannot stand still in the face of justice. As soon as he finished speaking, Revan shouted, where are those dirty bastards? Vincen calmly replied, they aren't here, I'm planning to check the lower floors. Revan asked again, so what are we waiting for, let's go. Serkan looked helpless, sighed and exclaimed, it seemed like he was played another trick. Vincen jumped from the upper floor to the ground and said, why don't we go take a look? See what they're doing, in the shadow of the Mantum. Then, the 3 of them acted together, defeating the guards. Revan said with amusement, it seems there is no one else here. Vincen replied, are you okay, old man? The old man replied in a low voice, thank you. Vincen stepped closer and continued, this must be the real base where they created magic stones, what exactly happened here? The old man replied in a trembling voice, we were kidnapped by the Dark Priest, and we were forced to create magic stones. They used the Black Door to forcefully engrave dark contracts onto people who were gifted with mana perception, although most of us were very weak and died after being devoured by evil spirits, a few lucky ones like us were used to make magic stones. So many people died like that. Hearing these words, Vincen thought to himself, to think that the temple and the martial arts clan that were supposed to protect the weak, were behind all this. Where is justice, in this day and age? Serkan said, what is the process of making magic stone? The old man said that everything goes through that device. It is a black magic-based crafting tool that allows mana stones to absorb mana. Vincen silently looked at the magic stone, thinking deeply. Then he placed his hand on the stone. Suddenly, the stone emitted a huge amount of energy. Julian panicked and shouted, what are you trying to do? Vincen said, I swallowed the mana enhancer and passed through the Black Door just like them, I should also do what they did. Vincen holds the magic stone in his hand. He turned to ask curiously, Julian, can you record information about this place through it? Julian smiled and replied, okay, that's possible, this will be undeniable evidence. Then, Vincen raised his hand high in front of everyone. At the same time, on the ground, the Selbira people came to speak. Lusa entreated Heck's wound while mocking, how disappointing, you say a child made you like this. The Vio Heck gritted his teeth and replied, it was your subordinate's fault. Lusa suddenly seemed to see something. At this time, Vincen was outside, he walked in front of them. Lusa in panic shouted loudly asking, what does this mean, how dare you do this at the headquarters and... Before he could finish his sentence, Vincen slapped him hard across the face. You said, this is to use the lives of innocent people, to fill your pockets, you pathetic thing. From this moment on, this place will be razed to the ground, and you too will be brought to the judgment seat, Gay Rami Eo, Fa Trian. Suddenly a voice interrupted, it sounded a bit troublesome. Serkan quickly raised his hand to cover his nose and exclaimed, the air was filled with, Revan continued, the smell of rotting. A big man appeared and said, my plan has just begun. Seeing him, Vincen exclaimed in surprise, Emon. Suddenly a scary hand came out of his mouth. This made Vincen terrified. That hand directly split the monster's body in two. He said, let me introduce myself again. I am the #1 strategist of nightmares, et mon. At this moment, the Mon walked out with a majestic aura. Vincen did not understand what was going on, so he asked, "Evil ass." He asked silently, "Julian, do you know anything about nightmares?" Julian frowned and said, "This is the first time I've heard of it. It seems to be a secret organization." Hearing these words, Vincen secretly sighed. If such a guy dared to completely reveal himself, then he must have planned to eliminate everyone here. Lusa in panic screamed loudly, "Et mon, no, nightmare, heck, pale-face screaming, save us." At this moment, the E-Mon looked smugly at the crowd. He strongly struck a palm towards them. Make Lusa in scared open mouth exclaim, "Look." Et Mon calmly said, "Thanks for everything, Lusa in, heck." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen rushed forward and shouted, "Et Mon, no, nightmare, what are you guys plotting?" Hearing these words, Et Mon sneered and looked at Vincen. Then he replied, "We are just a group of people with a dream to make the world more magnificent." Having said that, Et Mon controlled the bony arms towards the crowd of Vincen. Witnessing this scene, Vincen exclaimed in panic, "This is, zombies, are they all people in town who died here?" The fierce Et Mon shouted threateningly, "Now, will you become my powerful puppets, the king killer and the 2 heirs of the prestigious family?" At this moment, the zombies were madly rushing to attack their group. Vincen quickly used the sword in his hand to defend against this attack. Revan standing beside kept sighing, "There are too many of them." At the same time, Herka appeared and asked if I could help them. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately rushed down, using the rope to hit each zombie. The power of the Herka was so great that they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "This magic!" Herka appeared before Vincen and said, "I came here because Baron Vargan insisted that I come to see the situation." This was an emergency situation completely unrelated to the mission. These words made Vincen couldn't help but call out to the city lord emotionally. Herka calmly continued, "What now? Your zombie friends are all down there." As soon as he finished speaking, the boy burst out laughing and replied, "How could that be?" Immediately, a giant snake appeared behind him. Suddenly from afar there was a loud scream, "Run away! The tower is collapsing, if you don't want to be crushed, run now." At the same time, from the rubble, Lan So Tun woke up, causing Herka to panic and look after it. He said, "Have you forgotten, the strongest undead is still here. The undead of a 7-star martial artist." Sir Khan exclaimed in surprise, "Is that Mask of the Clown Lan So?" Herka stood aside and quickly reassured everyone, "Don't be afraid, most of the undead will die if the necromancer who summoned it is killed." Having said that, she immediately rushed to tie the monster up. Faced with such a situation, he calmly gave a devilish smile, making Julian wonder, is he smiling? He pointed at the guy's face and said, "He is a jerk." Herka shouted firmly, "Let's get him out of here." Suddenly Vincen tensed up and hurriedly stopped, "No, city lord, he is a lich." Hearing this, Herka glanced at Vincen with a puzzled expression. In her mind, she thought that lich were undead that couldn't die unless their magic core was destroyed. Destroying their bodies was useless, it would only increase their range of movement. They were so lost in thought that they didn't notice that Lan So Tun was silently attacking from behind. Sir Khan quickly used his body to shield the young master. Vincen and Herka were confused and covered their faces with their hands. Lan So Tun's single punch made a big hole in the ground. Smoke and dust surrounded, vision was blocked. Herka asked quickly, "Is everyone okay, is anyone hurt?" Et Mon appeared with a large body from behind. He said, "Another person wants to join my collection. You can thank me later, all of you will be under the command of my nightmare army." As soon as he finished speaking, he strongly struck them with a palm. Sir Khan frowned and said, "A martial artist revived by a necromancer is indeed much stronger than before, as people often say." Herka continued, "He said before that guy was a 7-star, right? A 7-star zombie is too awesome." Hearing this, Sir Khan pondered for a moment. Then he called out loudly, "City Lord." Sir Khan instructed that my main duty is to be the butler for the Vartilkan house, and to protect the young master. If there is any option that will help ensure the safety of young Master Revan, I will prioritize it. With this offer, Herka thought to herself, "Does that mean he'll run away when things get worse, you bastard?" After thinking, she replied, "Okay, I will also entrust Vincen to you. Vincen, you can leave with Revan." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen quickly replied, "No, I will not run away, I will defeat him and leave here with my chest puffed out." These words made Herka surprised. She pointed at Vincen's face and declared, "From now on, you will be the second Baron Vargan." Vincen was confused and asked, "What does that mean?" Herka explains that, like Baron Vargan, you always have cunning plans in mind, which look strange from the outside, so, you already have a plan to defeat him, right? At the same time, the arrogant Etmon said, "Goodbye for too long." Seeing that he had started to act, Vincen immediately rushed to respond. He said, "I got everything I need as a trainee, from now on." With his powerful attitude, the other guys were surprised. Vincen boldly warned him, "Remember, I am the seventh young master of the Adenka family, Vincen, Adenka." Etmon's expression changed slightly, with a hint of surprise evident in his eyes. He used one hand to block Vincen's sword. The arrogant Etmon said, "Stupid, you think you can fight me?" Vincen confidently replied, "Okay, so it's not just me who is not your opponent." Taking advantage of that opportunity, Serkan rushed to help deal with it. Herka on one side also joined this war. The two of them tried to pull the monster back. At this time, the angry Etmon shouted loudly and asked, "What are you doing, daring to drag me away?" Suddenly his eyes had a bit of fear as he stared straight ahead. Only to see Revan holding a spear rushing to attack him. He stabbed him head on and shouted loudly, breaking the spear. In no time, the monster was thrown to the ground by them. Revan laughed happily and asked, "How is it?" Serkan calmly said, "We haven't defeated him yet, young master." Etmon staggered to his feet and said angrily, "You all fight me, two 7-star warriors in the air and the bastard. You think that's enough to trip me up, but you're wrong. Too naive, to defeat me is not enough." Herka said, "I'm not sure if I can beat him, but he said it's okay, so we just need to try." Serkan continued, "What young master Vincen said is definitely well-founded, we will defeat him." Revan laughed and replied, "If Vincen said it's okay, it will be okay." As soon as he finished speaking, Etmon burst out laughing, "I'm afraid your hopes were in vain, the Vincen Adenka you trusted must have been disintegrated on the other side. Vincen is fighting alone with Orchid." He wondered, "Julian, how much do we need?" Julian quickly replied, "We are on schedule, but need more time." At the same time, a huge hand was grabbing the Vincen. Just like that, he was injured by the Orchid. Vincen fell into the abyss. Lan So-tun looked at him fiercely. Looking at his attitude, Vincen thought to himself, even that guy's head has its own intentions. Lan So-tun controls thousands of swords to attack Vincen. Faced with this dire situation, he told himself, "No, just a little more, I need to buy time for Julian." Then, Vincen took the huge sword and slashed at him. A loud explosion rang out, causing the ground to shake. But the Orchid was not damaged at all, making Vincen surprised and secretly exclaim, "Nothing happened, I failed." He sat on the top of the altar, lost in thought. Suddenly he waved his head, causing Vincen to fall over. Vincen cursed angrily, "Damn it, can't keep his balance." At this rate, the Orchid has grown stronger than before. Vincen's face became tense and worried. From afar there was a loud noise. Revan startled and turned her head back, looking eagerly and shouting loudly, "Vincen." He silently comforted himself, "No, I said I would believe in Vincen, I have to focus on fighting." Etmon from afar loudly provoked, "Come here, brat." As soon as he finished speaking, Revan replied, "Take this blow, you piece of trashy zombie." At the same time, on the other side, Lan So-tun was continuously leaking blood. Unexpectedly, he was able to recover normally in no time. Lan So-tun raised her hand to rub her head and exclaimed, "That was close." As the smoke and dust gradually clears away, Vincen appeared with a cool pose. Lan So-tun saw that and immediately mocked and ridiculed him. What a joke. Then he immediately went on the attack. But unexpectedly, before he could do anything, Vincen had already violently cut off his remaining arm. Julian appeared happily and said, "Success, I have restored part of my holy power in your body." Chain sword technique, Julian in the back supporting Vincen. Merlin once said that the red sword is one of the important sword techniques in the Adenka sword style, and is also the sword that I use. Adenka swords are of 7 types, the sword of merit, the heavy sword, the fast sword, the round sword, the violent sword, the sharp sword and the chain sword. The chain sword does not shine or unique like other swords, but the sword's owner can directly transfer his own energy into it. With the ability to use various attributes, this is the swordplay born for you. Remembering these words, Vincen thought to himself, when you gain new power you will become much stronger. Remembering these words, Vincen thought to himself, when you gain new power you will become much stronger. Yes, just like the perfect swordplay that Yan Lan left for me, this is exactly the right piece. Before the current power of Vincen, Lan So Tun exclaimed in surprise, divine power, warrior, impossible. Vincen proudly replied, consider this an honor, you are being reincarnated by the power of the Holy King. My master's swordplay has grown stronger and stronger. But right now, I'm using the holy power inside the chain to fight against evil. Without thinking much, Vincen immediately rushed to attack him, causing Lan So Tun to panic and shout, where do you get your strength from? As soon as he finished speaking, Lan So Tun's head was split in two. A beam of light emanated from the forest in the distance. Lan So Tun was knocked backwards. Revan witnessed this scene, he happily said, the ass-eating form disappeared. Sir Khan frowned and exclaimed, now he was starting to fear young Master Vincen. Herka continued, he is really too strong. Over here, Etmon angrily said, damn it, what the hell just happened, that really is the power of a 7-star warrior. At the same time, Vincen stepped forward and said, your ambition ends here, Etmon. You better shut your mouth and surrender. Hearing these words, everyone frowned and cursed, you damn bastards. When the Adenka were stupid, arrogant, and always complacent, I planned to destroy them all for 20 long years. And now that plan failed miserably at the hands of the very Adenka that we despise. Thinking about what he had been through, Emon angrily shouted, it was unforgivable. His power radiated, overpowering those around him. The whole forest was covered with dark winds. The ground shook violently. The water surface even meters deep is shaking. Vincen exclaimed in panic, the situation, the whole Metli Tium citadel was shaking. Etmon loudly declared, this city is all mine, I will not let my plan fail. I will destroy you and everything. Just finished speaking, suddenly a voice interrupted, stupid enough. The familiar voice made the little boy startled and scared. He said that, just when the plan failed, he resorted to despicable tricks, it seems that the rank of strategist is too much for you, Etmon. The man who held up Etmon's magic core challenged him. At this moment, the monster looked over and asked with a frightened expression, why are you here? Herka exclaimed in panic, what the hell, that guy, when did he appear? Sir Khan frowned and asked, who is that person? On this side, Julian was surprised and pointed forward and shouted, hey, look at that guy's hand. Vincen said in surprise, that is, the core of the magic core of the Lich Rite, is that from the Etmon? Having his weak point caught, the scared Etmon shouted loudly, wait a minute, it's not over yet, please, give me just one more chance. As soon as he finished speaking, the man calmly said, shut your mouth. After saying that, he directly crushed the demon's magic core into small pieces. Witnessing this scene, he trembled and shouted loudly, no. This is a nightmare, please, have mercy. I don't want to die, the moan has now been turned into smoke. Revan breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, his body was being torn into pieces. Herka wondered and asked, hey kid, what do you think is going on? Vincen smiled and replied, it seems like Etmon is just a pawn in their plan. Sir Khan was confused and asked loudly, why are you here? He calmly replied, Butler Sir Khan, it's a pleasure to meet you. Revan was curious and asked, Sir Khan, do you know that person? Sir Khan nodded and replied, yes. He is, the devil or blue. The next head of the clan, the demon, raised his hand to greet him politely, and hello, nephew. Immediately, a group of mysterious people appeared. They surrounded Sir Khan's men. Vincen calmly teased, uncle and nephew just met, do we need so many soldiers? Julian said, these people, are the warriors of the Ram Pig, this is the territory of the Vioga, how could he come so fast? At this moment, in Vincen's mind, someone's voice was replaying, he said that, besides, although it bordered the territory of the Ram Pig, there had never been any conflict, and there were also no records showing that tributes were offered. I'm too old to pursue such things, I have many other responsibilities to take care of, I went there just to find the fastest way to get there. I support your integrity. Hearing these words, Vincen said, so the one behind all this, is the Ram Pig family. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon replied, you realize it now. At this moment, Vincen thought to himself, this is what his mother wanted, to bring the darkness of the family to the world. The great demon said, nephew, if you have thought of it that way, Then you should obviously retreat, right? You have to do that, right? Vincen wondered and asked, obviously what? Here, I witnessed the scene of the father of a 2-year-old child, dragged here without any charges and almost sacrificed, obviously, why, uncle? Before this accusation, the devil thought for a moment. He jumped down in front of Vincen and replied, I don't want to discuss right and wrong here with you. Erase everything that happened today here in your brain, then no one will die. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers quickly raised their swords. Revan was startled and asked loudly, hey, what do you want? Do you like to fight? Vincen replied, I have fulfilled my duty as a disciple following the path of life. So now, I am Vincen Adenka and, suddenly the devil interrupted, wait, what are you plotting? Vincen replied, I didn't come here alone, uncle. As soon as the words were spoken, a source of power rushed from afar. Vincen saw this and asked loudly, is that so, mother? Sarvana with a fierce face stepped closer. The soldiers saw her and looked at each other suspiciously, asking, who is this person, Versa or what, is the giant Versa? The devil gritted his teeth as if he couldn't believe it and stammered, you're here again, because of this devil. Versa's whole body was filled with crimson mana power, his eyes flashed with a cold light as he asked with a smile, so you already know I'll come, Vincen? Vincen immediately explained, I knew for sure that once the devil appeared, Mom would appear to intervene in this situation, gritting her teeth in pain, this brat. He then placed his hand on his chest, turned towards Versa and said, sister, if you think about stopping me, it will be a serious mistake. Versa calmly said, you don't know, magic stones don't just appear out of thin air, and it will always be a new and strange power, many people wish for in the blue. Even this very dark realm is a favor from heaven and earth, you intend to take all this power by killing people with dark magic. The demon smiled and replied, it was just a misunderstanding, that friend of mine is not yours, and those worries are mine. Before she finished speaking, Versa bit her teeth and clicked her tongue, it's been a long time since she's seen you, have you forgotten what your sister's characteristics are? How dare you lie to me, you devil? She was so angry that her mana was released as if it wanted to swallow everything. This overwhelming power made Vincen and Julian wary. Again, those eyes. The eyes seem to see me every time I intend to lie. She is always one step ahead of me. And looked at me with eyes full of contempt. The demon seemed full of hatred, his hand stopped the flow of mana and struck towards Versa, shouting, I hate those eyes. Versa saw him attack but did not lift a foot to dodge. But at this moment, a purple beam of power appeared, hitting the raised arm of the demon belt. In his astonished eyes, was the image of the Khan's family. A slash of light lit up the dark space. And then came the terrifying destruction, a cannon-like attack that left a long stretch of land devastated. The demon stood still, full of fear. He hugged his slashed arm and hurriedly begged, I was wrong, sister, my judgment was no longer accurate in a moment. Sister, in front of him now, there was not only Versa, but also the head of the family, Khan, standing in front of her, holding a sharp sword. He was probably the one who had used the move just now, and also the one who had injured his arm. Vincen looked back in surprise, just one slash, but the dark sky was now clear. This man was a descendant of the Aden clan, and was the father of Vincen Adenka, Khan Adenka. The loin of the Adenka family power. The master of the house asked with a dark face, how should we handle this situation, madam? Looking at the fresh blood on the lost arm of the demon belt dripping to the ground. Versa's eyes showed pain, stupid little brother. Looking at you like this, just makes me hurt. She slowly walked to where he was kneeling and said, I came here to correct your mistake. So, you evil spirit, I must bear all responsibility for the crimes committed here. Then, there were footsteps. As soldiers and people of the Temple of Thorns the great demon looked on in horror, the Black Sword army of Adenka and even the priest of the Holy Temple of Thorns. Before he could react further, 2 people from the Black Sword Adenka tied him up. The demon belt shouted, was this all prearranged, sister? Versa turned away and said, I want the Lamb family to walk on the path of justice. The devil questioned, don't you feel guilty towards your father? Versa stopped, she gritted her teeth and trembled slightly. When she tried to calm down, she turned back and coldly said, our father must shoulder much greater responsibility. The landlord seemed to understand her mood and called softly, Versa. She smiled reassuringly, it's okay, let's go. It's late, but I think it's time I pursue what I've always stood for. The temple and the Black Sword army worked together to deal with the remaining matter, Julian gave the order to capture all the warriors of the halberd. The Thorn Temple and the Versa family were already here. Resistance was useless. The temple here will be closed. Drop all thoughts of running away. Cooperate with De Rami Eo's orders, if you want leniency. Suddenly Julian looked in one direction. He exclaimed, Sir Vincen. The boy smiled back, Ah, Pastor Julian. He quickly ran towards him and grumbled, Oh my God, are you trying too hard again? Vincen replied without hiding his words, Maybe so. Oh, by the way, Lord, what about my level up? Herka was startled and immediately averted her eyes. Ah well, that. You play an important role as the heir of a Denka, right? Your duty is to protect the priests of Gai A. And because there were a few pastors injured, it was a bit difficult. Hearing this explanation, Vincen couldn't help but doubt life, but Dunn said again, Oh, don't worry about that. Then he turned back and waved loudly, Excuse me, Pastor of Mentum, and they jumped when they heard him. Julian's face darkened, but he smiled affectionately and asked with murderous intent, Are you satisfied with your escort? Do you feel he has done his job well? The two pastors began to struggle mentally. If this continued, they would end up in jail with the violin, and it could also be the end of them. After thinking, they hypnotized themselves and replied, We are very satisfied. That is not only the great power of Lord Vincen, it can be compared to an 8-star warrior, no, even more so. Julian received the answer and turned back to say, It seems the priests are very pleased with the young Master Vincen. Herka shrugged, Well, then maybe even a tough knight like Vargan would agree. She raised the badge and announced, Vincen Adenka, you have passed the 8-star warrior test. There would normally be a speech at the promotion, but oh well, it was long and boring, so she skipped it and pinned the badge to his front lapel. Congratulations, 8-star cadet Vincen. Revan also excitedly congratulated. Vincen politely nodded in, Thanks. Everyone was chatting animatedly. The landlord and the owner quietly turned around and left. Let's go. On the other side, the devil is also being escorted. Hurry up, Mr. Devil. He was still gritting his teeth in anger, thinking, the moment he sent Vincen to Ma and Tu Ni, was that her plan? If only Versa were to monitor, we would be careful and could keep everything a secret. If he had known that she personally came, things would have been different, but she sent a messenger. The more he thought about it, the angrier he seemed to get. Suddenly, his hand stopped using magic, directly cutting the rope and screaming, Do you think everything will go according to your plan? He pushed away the 3 soldiers who were escorting him, then shot like an arrow in one direction. Look carefully here, Versa. Seeing me ruin her plan, he rolled his fist forward. But the main target is Vincen, he can't help but be surprised. Then suddenly a stream of red blood splattered right in front of Vincen's face. Rewind a few seconds ago, when the demon belt attacked towards Vincen, only about half a meter away from him. Herka was startled and couldn't react in time. Damn, I was completely caught off guard. Sir Khan is worried, young Master Vincen is in danger. Yes, the landlord is here, so I let my guard down too much. This is my chance to take him down. The mad demon roared, Let's see how your plan ends. Herka and Sir Khan offered, but it was too late. They could only helplessly cry out, Vincen, young Master Vincen. A stream of blood splattered before his astonished eyes. Until a few seconds later, he was still surprised. When the pupil caught a bit of light, Vincen glanced to the side and saw an arm with the familiar outfit of Vare. She didn't know when she appeared beside him, and with one hand she cut off the head of the demon belt. At the last moment of his life, he was desperate, Sister, until the end. Versa coldly said, Stop it. The headless body of the demon fell to the ground, right under everyone's astonished eyes. Herka was like shocked, Oh my God. Sir Khan looked at Versa with a bit of fear, so cruel, he killed his younger brother without hesitation. Vincen couldn't help but think, even he couldn't keep up with the speed of the giant. Was this the power of a giant? Suddenly his eyes flashed with surprise. What made him like that was seeing Versa's trembling hands. Vincen called out, Mom. She turned to look. He held up the crystal and said, This is a magic stone refined from my magic. The evidence is in here. The magic stone has recorded all of their cruel actions. Versa smiled, reached out to take the stone and said, I have solved the problem for you, thank you. I will arrange the evidence and return it. Vincen took her hand, No need. He said, This is my gift to you, Mom, keep it. Versa surprised, Gift for Mom. He explained, It can't make up for Mom's loss today, but he still wants to give it to her. Julian couldn't help but ask in surprise, Are you comforting her, a giant like her? Vincen said, Her hands were shaking. That wasn't the reaction of an emotionless giant. Perhaps in reality, Mother was gentler than she appeared. Versa clutched the stone to her chest. Her face broke into a gentle, heartwarming smile. Thank you. That night, at the mansion of the Vioga family. The broken sword pierced through the soldier's armor. The landlord gently lifted the soldier up. The rest of the people were confused and scared. The commander of the guard team was easily. Kanadenka threw the other person's body down, slowly stepped forward to expose the owner of the house, evidence that he was involved in the drug case. I will only attack those who resist, he said, taking off his red cloak and throwing it aside. The soldiers gritted their teeth. Then they unanimously decided to attack and protect the homeowner. The homeowner's eyes seemed to light up. With just one sword, he cut several soldiers in two. His whole body radiated a powerful pressure, making everyone tremble in fear. But they did not know what was going on and continued to attack. The master of the house had flexible swordsmanship, his graceful slashes were swift and elegant, and in just a few seconds, he had defeated all the soldiers of the guard team here. He continued walking forward. Behind him, the ground was full of corpses and blood stained the floor red. The homeowner opened the door, his eyes coldly looking at the person sitting inside. All evidence was brought to the judgment tower de Remi EO. The owner of the house, Violga, was sentenced to death. But as a human being, I let him end his life. But Violga smiled coldly. He shouted the order, "Kill him for me." Immediately after, a person jumped down from above, holding a sword and preparing to slash down. The landlord barely moved, only his eyes flashed with light. Then the assassin's entire body was split in two, the two halves falling to the floor. Violga trembled, still cursed hard. Damn. Kanadenka stared at him, his whole body radiating super strong mana, and said, I understand your choice. Violga was scared pale. Only then did the owner of the house jump up and slash his sword down. And a desperate scream rang out. Scene change, 2 sugar cubes are dropped into a glass of water. The carriage carrying the Vincen group back set off at night. Versa asked, is this distance enough, Vincen? He replied, yes, thank you mother. Mother and son sat in the same car. Versa stirred her cup of tea and said, sorry son, I think you want to go home with your friends. He said, it's okay. She confided, because this is the right thing to do, Mom. Learned so much, seeing you pursue your beliefs. Thanks to you, I am ready to face what I believe is right. Vincen explained, no Mom, it's all because of your determination. But, I'm fine with it, I'll be rumored to be a traitor in the family territory. Versa covered his mouth and laughed teasingly, oh my god, the kid who blew up the magic stone factory is worried about me. Vincen felt guilty and avoided his eyes, stuttering, oh, that. Julian sitting next to him then panicked and held his head, yeah, we are in danger. Versa couldn't help but smile, oh well. You really look like your mother. The two of them heard the mention of their mother and at the same time looked straight at her. Versa expressed, this is not a big reward, but, Mom has something to tell you. About the mother of the child, Sarvana inhaled, and also. More natural. Vincen asked shyly, God and my mother, are these two things related? She solemnly emphasized that Sarvana was the one chosen by the heavens to obtain it. Julian tilted his head in confusion, chosen, got it. Versa begins to tell, this is a long story. And, it's also a very old story. At that time, the Khan was a typical first-class military cadet, about to perform the rite of passage. Sarvana and Mother accompany Khan to assist in his transfer rites. There is another rite that needs to be performed before the transfer rites in the fort. Then, near the Red Fort, right at the Nile Falls, Mother's group had to defeat the monster that lived there. The huge monster looked like a clam, but when it opened its mouth, it revealed sharp teeth. Sarvana is beautiful and strong, her abilities are not inferior to Khan. The monster opened its mouth, from which tentacles shot out. It was when Sarvana jumped up and wrapped around her limbs. Sarvana cried out, so creepy. When he opened his eyes, the monster's mouth was already close by. She frowned and screamed, disgusting. But a second later, Sarvana smiled calmly, I knew it would be like this. As soon as he finished speaking, a clean slash was launched, directly cutting off the monster's tentacles, and the one who came out was the young Versa. Versa shout, the opportunity has come, Khan. Immediately after, a figure appeared, a sword carrying a powerful mana source was slashed out, directly cutting the monster in half. That finishing blow was delivered by the Adenka master, the Adenka Khan. The monster's body fell, and Sarvana also landed on the ground. She happily cried, "Great, what a great coordination, mission completed." Versa reminded, "Not yet, we have to get the pearl." Khan Adenka went to take the purple pearl from the monster's body. Versa covered his nose in disgust and asked, "Why did you tell us to bring back an ugly, smelly pearl?" Khan replied, "I don't know either. Hunting for waterfall pearls has been a tradition since the time of our ancestors." Sarvana suddenly spoke up, speculating, something was very strange. "His waterfall boy, we destroyed him tirelessly. It wasn't too difficult for a first-class military cadet about to transfer to a new position. Furthermore, this waterfall, why is there a stream of water flowing near the Red Fort? Where is the water source that creates the waterfall? My mother is always cheerful and radiant, always curious and discovering things that others cannot." Versa looked at Sarvana doubtfully. She expressed her opinion, "Maybe, just maybe. Do you think this mission has another purpose?" Khan looked at her questioningly. "What other purpose?" Sarvana hesitantly guessed, "Maybe, like a plan that the ancestor of the land had arranged in advance, for example. Maybe there is something hidden inside the waterfall," she said, pointing forward. The landlord asked doubtfully, "But how can we investigate inside the waterfall, when the water flow is so strong?" Sarvana smiled meaningfully and said, "There is always a way." After a while, the three of them followed the small rocks, approaching the waterfall. Versa sighed and lamented, she really didn't let anyone refuse. Who could stop Sarvana? The person involved winked mischievously and said, "If we hold onto the cliff we can go inside. My intuition is always accurate, there must be something." Versa reminded, "Don't change your words later." As soon as he finished speaking, the rock under Sarvana's feet collapsed. She immediately lost her footing and fell off the cliff. Seeing her in danger, Khan immediately jumped down without hesitation, despite the Versa's attempts to stop him. "Wait, it's too dangerous." Unable to stop the person, she could only helplessly jump down. Horse. All three fell into the water. I don't know how long passed. Sarvana slowly woke up. She looked forward and wondered, is this a cave, behind the waterfall? Sure enough, my intuition was correct. Suddenly someone unexpectedly pinched her ear. Versa angrily grumbled, "What exactly, do you want to get punched?" "We almost died, you have to be more careful." Sarvana held her painfully pinched ear, pouting her lips in regret. "Yes, I'm sorry." Khan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Luckily Sarvana was not injured, being swept away by such a strong current." She also agreed, "Yes, being alive is truly a miracle." But suddenly deep in the cave, a hot breath came out along with a voice that startled the three people. It wasn't a miracle, it was me who saved her. Vincen heard this and was surprised to the point of screaming. There was someone inside. Versa says, "Precisely, that is what we call the holy fruit. Its true identity." Sarvana's eyes widened and she stammered, that is. A dragon standing in front of the three people, a large dragon with a bright red color appeared. Khan and Versa swallowed hard. But Sarvana was not yet free from amazement. The dragon asked, "So which of you is the prophet of truth?" Khan mechanically repeated the question, "The prophet of truth." Versa wondered, was it the prophecy passed down in Adenka? The dragon was surprised, "Oh, you guys don't know anything, but still found this place, you guys are really unlucky." Then he suddenly frowned and declared, "There was no other way. All of you must die," said the dragon, and immediately opened his mouth and breathed a great flame towards them. All three of them quickly jumped back to avoid the incoming fire. If they were hit they would be dead. Versa wondered suspiciously, why was there a dragon in the Red Fortress? No, this was not important now, first had to find a way to survive. After avoiding the dragon's fire breath, the three turned and ran away. Sarvana shouted loudly, "Everyone run quickly." The dragon continued to open its mouth wide. A magical halo appeared in front of its mouth. It said, "You can't run." Sarvana ran forward quickly, realizing the problem. The waterfall, the water was flowing faster. The red dragon slowly walked towards the three people. It looked down with the eyes of a strong person and said, "You have no place to hide anymore. Accept death, human children." Vincen was surprised by what happened. He exclaimed, he didn't expect it to be a dragon, looking at the red dragon before me. Vincen kept exclaiming, "Is there really such a creature existing in this world?" Sarvana looked interested and asked, "Is it that surprising?" Vincen replied, "I once put dragon bones in the blood lotus." Julian angrily shouted, "How does she know about the dragon bone that only Dad and Realsa know?" Vincen thought to himself, hiding the lover of Adenka is strange. Vincen wondered and asked, when she encountered it, how did her mother survive? Sarvana explained that, we also do not know. Suddenly, the red dragon spoke loudly, the only one who knew clearly was Sarvana. Now the person is at the end of his rope. Accept death, child of humanity. Realizing the situation was not good, Versa shouted, Khan, Sarvana, we must fight. At the same time, Sarvana and the Khan were ready for battle. Hearing the command, they immediately rushed towards the red dragon together. Versa from this side to respond, she jumped really high and climbed on its head. She took a strong momentum and aimed at the red dragon's head to attack. On this side, Sarvana supported from behind. With the attack surrounding it, the red dragon frowned and observed. A flash of light lit up the sky. The Khan family head used the divine sword technique to attack it. Before the power of the Adenka family head, the red dragon did not flinch. It gently raised its clawed hand to block a blow. He sighed in a low voice, not bad. At this moment, the head of the family secretly sighed. The strongest sword technique of the Adenka family was broken so simply. The red dragon monster spoke loudly, but human strength is limited. On this side, Versa said with a tense expression, his body was being suppressed. Was it its mighty aura? Sarvana panicked and exclaimed, I can't breathe. Realizing that the two people had a problem, the homeowner raised his voice and called out, Sarvana, Versa. Suddenly, the red dragon monster called out in a deep voice, you. How can you withstand the pressure from my imposing aura? In its mind, it thought, he was very strong, it would be a waste to kill him, the future ahead must be very bright. As soon as he finished speaking, the angry owner shouted loudly, I will not let you kill those two people. At this point, his anger reached its peak. Suddenly, every blood vessel in the homeowner's body burst open. The old man screamed in pain and despair. The red dragon monster said that all the ways humans control mana are imitating dragons. No matter how strong your martial artist is, you can never cause trouble with me. Unfortunately, the red dragon monster approached the Khan's owner. With a smug look on his face, he said, but I will free you. After saying that, he immediately attacked the Khan. A loud bang rang out. Sarvana quickly came to save him. She stood before the red dragon monster and challenged. This made him exclaim in surprise, being injured by my magic and still alive. Ah, I see, this kid. Suddenly he thought of something. The red dragon monster raised his hand and squeezed Sarvana's chin. He said, you must have inhaled it. As soon as he finished speaking, Sarvana asked in surprise, how did you know? He said, I can see. At this moment, Versa saw that Sarvana was in danger. She whispered loudly, Sa-va-na. She saw the red dragon monster saying, because after all, your family was chosen by me. Versa said, that's all I remember. When I woke up we were already out of the cave in the waterfall. Furthermore, Sarvana, at this moment, they turned to look at Sarvana. With a look of astonishment, she was holding the heavenly fruit in her hand. Hearing this, Vincen was surprised and said to himself, oh my god. It really exists, the thing that the orchid left behind in blood must be a heavenly fruit. Versa's sad tone continued, but Sarvana's condition began to worsen. A few years later, she became weak, and lived a difficult life before passing away. Hearing what happened that year, Julian sadly called his mother's name. Versa continued, however, Sarvana never ate the heavenly fruit. But leave it to Khan, but he also cannot trade. Her health to receive it is, by Sarvana the only Khan love. Just like that, many years later, she passed away, leaving the stick to Khan, and Khan finally ate the heavenly fruit according to her last wish. Sarvana has forever remained in Khan's heart. The memory now thinking back is as beautiful as it was in the past. Vincen saw Versa's thoughts. He said to himself, I can feel her complicated emotions through her expression, jealousy, anticipation, regret. Vincen asked, what do you think about my birth mother? Versa calmly replied, mother respected her very much, and was also very jealous. At that time, in the dark night with heavy rain, Sarvana hugged Versa and comforted her, it's okay, Versa. At that time, Versa's mood was extremely panicked. She was moved to tears when she heard the words, I am not a puppet. Just like that, the two hugged each other and comforted each other. Sava wondered and asked, Vincen, can you agree to one more request of yours? Vincen was curious so he asked, what is it? Versa's serious face replied, destroy, Blue Pig Clan. At Blood City, Nile Falls, Vincen and Julian came here to investigate the situation. Vincen asked in confusion, "So, is this the Nile Falls?" Julian replied, "Pretty sure this is it." Here, before he could finish speaking, Vincen pulled out his sword. He used the absolute sword of God slash hard in front of the waterfall. The power of the attack was very strong, directly hitting the cave entrance. Witnessing this scene, Julian panicked and held his head while screaming, "What are you doing? What if the cave entrance is destroyed?" Vincen looked at him with bewildered eyes and asked, "Destroy it? You think it's that easy to destroy?" Julian angrily exclaimed, "It's okay, what is this waterfall?" Vincen calmly replied, "It seems we can't get in this way. The dragon lives inside, must be waiting, the one who sees the truth of the Adenka family. There must be some connection between this waterfall and the Atlan. Vincen's birth mother must have used something else to enter inside, that's why she weakened and died after receiving the heavenly fruit. So the key to open the entrance to the waterfall is definitely still hidden somewhere else. I have to find it, the truth on the other side of the waterfall." "On the other side," Vargan exclaimed in surprise, "the demon pig lamb died recently. The head of the Vio clan was executed by the Ba Riak Khan under the supervision of Geo Rammi." "So much tragedy," Herka replied with a laugh, "who knows what would have happened if I hadn't been there." Vargan angrily asked, "So who was the one who prolonged the quest and thought it would be troublesome?" Herka pretended to reply, "When did I say that? Anyway, it's all over now. What happened to the sisters was really sad." These words made Vargan helplessly sigh and silently reply, "Yes. Sister." Vargan looked at the picture of Nivali and secretly remembered. Over here, Dulin was running away, emaciated. He held the Holy Grail in his hand and ran away in panic like the wind. Suddenly a look of tension and worry appeared. Dulin looked at the wall in front of him in panic and exclaimed, "Oh no, dead end." From behind, a voice came, "Why don't you give up, Dulin?" Seeing the pastor Neo Li Yusi bringing many soldiers to force Dulin to the end, he said, "You should call me senior. It doesn't matter anymore, you should pass the Holy Grail to someone more worthy, and leave this world to receive a lesson from the Holy King." After saying that, Neo Li Yusi mercilessly choked Dulin's neck. He laughed heartily, "Forever." Outside, the sky suddenly darkened, thunder and lightning roared. Lightning struck the soldiers of Neo Leo. This made him scream in horror and ask, "What happened?" Suddenly a sword was pressed against his neck. Merlin appeared coldly and said, "You better give up on taking the Holy Grail, if you don't want to lose your head again." Dulin asked in confusion, "You are?" Merlin declared loudly, "From now on, I will be the guardian of the Holy Grail, as the knight of Pastor Dulin." On the other side, Vincen knocked on a room's door. A voice answered from inside, "What do you need me for?" From inside, the third daughter of the direct descendant, first class, Han Na Adenka Military Academy stepped out. She said, "Isn't this where you did your graduation mission?" Vincen replied, "Yes, I came here to fight. The waterfall will become quiet soon, right, sister?" Han Na sighed and said, "Yes, anyway, I still have some questions about the graduation mission. The number of missions required of first-class cadets is not much, our missions are similar to those of ninth-class cadets." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen replied, "That's why. I would like to invite you to join this mission." Looking at the paper in her hand, Han Na thought to herself, "A mission requested under the name of Mother, I guess it's worth hearing him talk about this." She thought for a moment then replied, "What kind of mission is this time?" Vincen said, "First, I need to reach the territory of the Blue Pig." Han Na sat down on the ground and replied, "The territory of the Blue Pig, after Uncle's death, it won't be easy for me to do that." Vincen quickly replied, "Yes, that's why I need you. I will become your bodyguard, in return, I will get enough points to complete the graduation mission." Han Na coldly replied, "I wouldn't ask for this if I didn't get any benefit, so what do you want?" Vincen replied, "I want a portrait of you." Remember before, when Vincen was attentively reading Julian's diary. Accidentally he saw a picture of Han Na when she was a child. At that time, Han Na's cold face looked very individual. When Vincen was a child, the two of them got along very well. Vincen said, "Isn't the previous one old, why don't you?" Before he could finish his sentence, the sword was already at his neck. Han Na used chaos to threaten Vincen. Her face looked fierce as she stared at Vincen. She asked in a low voice, "Are you kidding me?" Vincen calmly replied, "No, I'm serious, the photo is a precious memory to me." Julian on the side was scared and quickly replied, it's not that precious, what are you talking about? Vincen silently replied, there's no way a picture from so long ago could still keep its original shape, do you think I didn't use preservation magic on it? Han Na coldly replied, I have also changed a lot. Vincen happily asked, do you want to redraw it together? Han Na thought for a moment, then drew her sword and said, change your request. If so, I will consider it. This statement made Julian surprised. A sad look appeared on his face. In a room somewhere, someone is sitting sipping a glass of red wine. Garfonzo asked further, you said, the devil is dead. As soon as he finished speaking, he replied, yes, it is sad, but... Garfonzo asked further, you have perfectly erased the evidence of my presence, right? This statement made him confused and asked, why? Garfonzo coldly replied, didn't you hear my question clearly? The old man trembled and quickly explained, no problem, everything had been arranged to look like the Demon King had done everything himself, its death would hardly affect what the Lee and Pig clan was doing. Garfonzo said, Versa always asks me about what I do, it's not surprising that she has hostility towards me. Okay, we'll see what she can do. And you too, you little Vincen. After all, we still have a secret weapon. Blood of the Dragon Clan, looking into the dark room of Garfonzo. The dragons were hanging in the air, drops of blood continuously dripping down. Garfonzo said with a fierce face, yes Versa, come here with daddy. After saying that, he immediately used one hand to crush the blood cup in his hand. The ghostly face appeared, Garfonzo continued, you too, Vincen, come here with me. At this moment, a fierce battle is taking place. It's a war between Golf and Vincen. The two people carried two different energies with equally matched abilities, neither of them wanted to give in, the battle became more and more fierce. Julian standing at the side couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, how? On this side, Vincen was surprised and secretly exclaimed, how could he understand? The golfer shouted with a smug expression, this time you are dead for sure, Vincen. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen confidently replied, if it's good, try it. At the same time, a familiar figure appeared from above, he rushed into the battle between Vincen and Siegon. A loud explosion rang out, causing the ground to shake violently. Vincen frowned and looked around at the situation, Siegon angrily cursed loudly, this bitch. And he appeared proudly, he said, don't forget me, okay. Siegon angrily shouted, don't interfere, Va Ti Kan. As soon as he finished speaking, Va Ti Kan replied, you are the one interfering in my business, me and Vincen still have a duel. Siegon replied with a fierce expression, then I have to deal with you first. Va Ti Kan laughed and exclaimed, great, I also want to fight you. Vincen heard these words, he panicked and quickly stopped them, wait, that's not important right now, have you forgotten the reason why you're here? This made Julian surprised and exclaimed, how did things turn out like this? Witnessing this scene, Van Kia smiled with pleasure. The homeowner calmly observed the situation. The evil people are laughing heartily at this situation. And Versa was silently saying, hurry up, Vincen, or else our plan will be in vain. This story must be told 2 weeks ago, at the Rimsun Flag Fortress. Herka said, okay, you two can go. This made Han Na surprised and exclaimed, what? Herka sighed and replied, didn't you two hear what I said? I said that you two will go to the territory of the Lee and Pig tomorrow. She quickly replied, my sword is not suitable for protection. Herka said that there are first-class cadets who are more suitable for this. Han Na, I hate getting into trouble the most. You think we'll feel at ease, with the two most talented cadets absent? Han Na tried to explain in a whisper, however. Before he could say anything, Herka objected, I don't want to hear anything more, that's the principal's order, you have no right to object. Hearing these words, she replied in a low voice, I understand. What will be will be. Vincen replied with interest, yes, you are not the type of person who does not pay debts, right? You're about to graduate soon, I just asked for a portrait, remember, this deal is very good, right? At this moment, in Han Na's mind, she secretly thought, is this guy's plan? He calculated ahead of her. After thinking it over, she replied, okay, I will accept giving you a picture. As soon as she finished speaking, Vincen asked with interest, really? I promised, said Han Na and turned to leave. Outside, everything was prepared, Vargan carefully instructed, I hope you won't get into trouble, Vincen replied, honestly, I'm not too confident in this mission. Vargan said, I understand, This will be a dangerous mission, Vincen quickly comforted. Don't worry, the Liam Pig family will not directly harm me. Besides, my sister is also a first-class cadet. I also have a series, a spirit mage. We'll be fine. Ju-sun asked excitedly, what about me, master? Vincen smiled and replied, oh right, there's also Ju-sun. Suddenly, there was a loud call of Vincen. The Selbira crowd rushed over. Vincen, wait a moment. Luckily, we arrived just in time. What are you guys doing here so early in the morning? Selbira shouted command, pay attention. I humbly bow before your glory. Selbira said shyly, come back safely, Vincen. Revan and T can continue. I promise to fight you well if you come back, Vincen, remember. Sisson said emotionally, thank you, Vincen. Hamon said, thanks to you we are stronger. Vincen was stunned by everyone's affection for him and didn't know what to do. Then he chuckled. Vincen placed his hand on his chest and said solemnly, I humbly pay homage to your glory, I will return. Han Na coldly looked out and called, Vincen, it's time to go. Vargan said, Han Na, you should. Before she could say anything, Herka quickly pushed Vargan away and replied, come on, don't you think everything will be okay? You look like a corpse these days. Han Na replied, emotional things only get in the way of us completing our mission. As a master of the Adenka family, this is what I need to do. These words made Vargan ponder. After saying goodbye to each other, they immediately set off. The buses depart one after another. The crowd behind cheered, come back safely, don't get into trouble, Vargan said reluctantly, will they be okay? Herka asked in confusion, what's wrong? Vargan replied with a worried expression, Han Na, looking a little worried. At some point, she will become cold, ignoring her own emotions and focusing only on the mission. She is also called the statue person for that reason. I'm worried that something will happen to them being together for so long, Herka replied, they're still sisters right, I guess they'll talk about the past during the ride. Suddenly from behind, someone raided the Vincen's carriage. Sensing that situation, Vincen turned back to look. Han Na looked fierce and grabbed Vincen tightly. She asked, didn't you kill each of them? This action made Vincen shocked and not knowing what was happening. The picture on the paper has blurred many parts. Then crumpled and thrown straight to the ground. Vincen angrily shouted, what do you think you are doing? Han Na's face was cold as ice and she didn't say anything. Then she fiercely swung her sword forward. Han Na coldly controlled the sword in her hand, creating countless cuts on Vincen's hair, while he could only sit still, not daring to move. Soon his hair was falling down. Julian exclaimed, that's Vincen. At this time, his hair was cut short and styled to one side. Before he could figure out what to do, Han Na reminded him, as a member of the Adenka family, he not only had to focus on martial arts, but also had to take care of his appearance, remember to trim his hair from time to time. Both of their cars were still on their way to the duty station. In the car now, Han Na is sitting attentively drawing. After a while, she also finished the portrait for Vincen. Done. She draws really beautifully, she looks almost exactly like him in real life. Han Na gave the drawing to Vincen and said, here is the portrait, are you satisfied? He took the drawing and replied, yes, thank you. Looking at herself in the painting, Vincen couldn't help but secretly exclaim, so beautiful, although her appearance is rough, but can she draw so beautifully? Julian chuckled in agreement, that's right, her drawing ability is amazing, she's been a genius since she was little. Han Na put away the art kit. I have completed the contract, we are debt-free, Vincen expressed, I am very happy, I will keep it carefully. Then he turned to wonder with Julian, why did she refuse, when she could be so beautiful? Julian explained, she had given up on her dream a long time ago. Give up, don't you know, once you carry the name of such a noble family, sometimes you won't be able to live as yourself. The dream of becoming an artist was too far away for her. Vincen denied, impossible. There's no reason why everyone has to be a samurai in the Adenka clan, when we have countless reasons to pursue our dreams. If she has to give up her dream just because of the word Adenka in my name, I will help her get that dream back. After an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at the territory of the Ha-Lan clan. At this time, the people here were gathering to protest, to overthrow the Ha-Lan Garfonzo. The clan's soldiers were sent out to stop the crowd. Guards, stop the protesters, don't let them enter the dike. The people reacted strongly, we must have our land back, from the hands of the tyrant. But soon after, countless legal bullets were fired at everyone. Immediately after, the crowd of protesters became chaotic again. The group of protesters stood on the roof of a house looking down. He couldn't help but wonder, is this really someone else's territory? Isn't this place very prosperous? Han Na calmly explained, only the rich class is happy here. That's why this city is experiencing conflicts between the classes. The Ha Lam family has lost the trust of the people because of the tyrant's way of ruling. To overthrow him, a force called the People's Resistance Army was established. They are currently protesting and opposing the military forces here. To avoid any unfortunate incidents, wealthy families have all moved to the central city. Julian frowned and exclaimed, I knew there would be a protest here, but I didn't expect it to be this big. Vincen speculated, it seemed like the protest hadn't been going on for long. Yes, the event that sparked the rebellion began with the execution of the resistance leader. Vincen couldn't help but be surprised. Execution, but Han Na didn't want to continue explaining anything more. She urged, we also need to go to So Na. Go quickly if you don't want to get into this trouble. Follow me, I know a shortcut. The four of them entered the entrance of a small alley. Gyu Sun carried 2 bags of things, following heavily, talking as he walked. This way might be more dangerous than going through Ma and To Me. The young master also suddenly cut his hair. It looks strange now, Sari hesitantly said. Yes, but the good news is, Miss Han Na seems to be very familiar with the way here. I wondered if she had ever been here before. Hearing her say that, Han Na suddenly stopped. She lowered her eyes to speak. The thing is. Suddenly, a group of soldiers unexpectedly appeared in front. Someone. Vincen frowned. That armor is the army of the blue. The soldiers saw someone breaking in and immediately rushed in, a group of strangers, and captured them. Vincen tried to avoid and explain, wait, we didn't do anything suspicious. But these people did not listen to him. They continued to rise. They had swords. They were rebels. At this point, Vincen was at his wit's end. Perhaps he couldn't explain to them anymore, so then. He appeared in front of the soldier in a flash. Use body strengthening to put force into your hands. Then punch the soldier hard. The others started to panic. What is this? Vincen's fist even caused the armor of these people to be distorted. He stopped hitting and then kicked. In no time, Vincen had defeated almost all of them. Just at this moment, suddenly a guy jumped down from above. The mouse guy died. This one is different from the others. He used magic to strike down a large fire. Then a big explosion happened right in the alley. Gyu Sun and Sari were worried and wanted to run up, young master, but were immediately stopped by Han Na, who spread her arms. Calm down. Vincen will be fine, and just as she said, Vincen had jumped onto the wall behind the soldier at some point. When he found out, he was extremely surprised. What? Only saw Vincen kick hard on the wall, using all his strength to rush towards the soldier. And as quick as lightning, he slashed the guy. Vincen thought excitedly, my body is so light, the magic stimulant pill I was forced to take when I was captured in the dungeon tower before, and the space reversal technique, are helping my body reach this state. However, at this moment, the big explosion just now had attracted attention. Very quickly, a new group of soldiers appeared again. Here, on this side there were people, the series reminded, behind there was also. But not only that, soldiers from all 4 sides are surrounding and blocking the road. They dare to attack the soldiers of the Ha Lam family. Quickly call for reinforcements, don't let them escape from here. Julian worriedly said, we are surrounded, there are too many of them. Gyu Sun and his wife were both embarrassed. It can't be like this. What should we do? Han Na calmly said, I guess there's no other way. She held up a badge and said loudly, look carefully, the blue family crest is blue. The soldiers saw it and turned to each other with suspicion. The crest of the highest class warrior. So, this person is. Han Na said, I am Han Na Adenka from Rim Sun Fortress. I need to go to Sun Na Dike. Hearing her name, the soldiers couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Han Na Adenka, this person is a direct descendant of Pa Triac. Everyone, stop, she is the benefactor of the Lam family. Vincen looked at her doubtfully and thought, why didn't she use that thing earlier? Otherwise this matter could have been solved easily. It seems she doesn't want to show everyone that family crest. Wondering like that, Vincen went to Han Na and asked, sister, what is that family crest? But on the ground, suddenly rolled over a small bomb. It suddenly glowed, strange characters appeared on its surface, and a stream of black smoke spewed out. The power of the bomb explosion combined with the smoke made it difficult for people to cover their faces. In the chaos, suddenly an arm grabbed Vincen's hand. The man pulled him away and said, this way. Han Na gritted her teeth and observed the situation. then concluded that it was a smoke bomb from the resistance army. A moment later, when the black smoke cleared, Han-na opened her eyes in surprise. In front of her, Vincen's figure had completely disappeared. The blue soldiers ran around searching. Still nothing. We still have no news from the people on Route 7. Han-na waved her hand and ordered, quickly find Vincen, he can't run far yet. The soldiers heard the order and immediately dispersed. Understood, hurry up. Han-na muttered worriedly, hoping they would arrive in time. Sari and Yu-sun ran over to comfort her. Miss, please calm down. Han-na's face was serious as she said, we have to hurry, Vincen might be in danger. The series speculates that it was probably the rebels who captured the young master, but it's hard to believe that he couldn't handle a group of people who had never received proper combat training like them. Han-na explained, they started acting when I said my name. What? They know Vincen has connections with me, so they think Vincen is also an enemy. The series asked in confusion, what are you talking about, why is it like that? Han-na's voice became smaller and smaller. She said, the one who captured and handed over their leader to the Ha-Lam clan, was me. As for Vincen, after being captured, apparently knocked unconscious, he was thrown into the carriage by them. The man pulled down his cloak, revealing the face of a young girl with blue hair. She snorted coldly and sarcastically, you little rat. Then, that person jumped onto the carriage and urged, let's go quickly. There were two people on the carriage, one with red hair and one with blonde hair, both with their faces covered. The blonde quickly urged his horse to run away. The girl asked spitefully, did you get it? The red-haired youth replied, yes, we got the soldiers from the blue soldiers. Luckily there were protesters. This tunnel leads to the territory and the secret place. It's quite dark inside. We should be careful. Well, those guys from the blue family won't be able to find us if we disguise ourselves as merchants after exiting the tunnel. The red-haired guy pointed to where Vincen was lying and asked, but who is this? The girl said, the younger brother of Hannah Adenka. He is the perfect hostage for negotiations. At this time, the blonde man was driving, but he expressed a little uneasiness. Guys, are we doing this? Is it okay? The blue-haired girl patted his shoulder to reassure him. Don't worry, do you want to become Garfonzo's slave after escaping from Ma and Toomey? The other person was still hesitant, but... Red Hair interrupted, how could you kidnap the Adenka family? She laughed happily and recounted, I assassinated him in the smoke, quite easily. The young man took off his mask, revealing a bewildered expression. What? No way, unless he did it on purpose. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared. Vincen didn't know when he woke up, but now he lifted the pillow and hit one side of his face. The girl saw that and panicked, shouted and stopped. But right after that, Vincen immediately turned around, his cold eyes staring at her, then a loud noise rang out. The man driving the cart heard it and shouted, Ha-mo-na, what did you say? It's so noisy, I can't hear clearly. But right after that, Vincen immediately turned around, his cold eyes staring at her, then a loud noise rang out. Vincen ordered, keep driving the carriage, I won't hurt you, as long as you cooperate. I want to meet the leader of the rebels. The man was sweating in fear and stammered, I understand, please put the sword away. I'm only good at driving carriages. When he took off his mask, Vincen was a little suspicious. You are the one I saw at the homeless shelter. The carriage was going through a dark tunnel when suddenly a person appeared in front, standing still as if blocking the way. Vincen pointed and reminded in panic, hey, there's someone ahead. The man couldn't help but be startled. Why is there someone in the tunnel? Carefully, he quickly pulled the horse's halter to brake suddenly. Because of the suddenness, the whole carriage tilted to one side. The horse was also panicked and went crazy, breaking free from the reins. The carriage lost balance, the wheels broke off, and everything else was in pieces. Hamona fell down and cried out in pain, oh, my head. Then she quickly turned back to ask Ban, Kan, Su-ben, are you guys okay? At this moment, the person blocking the road walked in front of her and said, as expected, you have been passing by this way. We're not surprised that the Blue Army didn't notice. After all, this road is a shortcut that only locals use. Ha-mo-na looked at his arm, the armband was blue. Traitor, are you going to sell us out to Garfonzo? The man grinned, reached into his shirt and rummaged for something, saying, what do you mean, you are just a bunch of reactionaries, against the kingdom of heaven and earth. I will show you what a model citizen is. He laughed out loud, in his hand he opened it and held out something that looked like a blood jade. The eyes of a Ha-mo-na are pale, that is a blessing. The man swallowed it whole. Seconds later, his face was covered in red patches. Yes. In a blink of an eye, his entire body grew taller, his shadow even covering the entire Ha-mo-na. His appearance completely transformed, becoming like a monster with 2 large horns. The traitor laughed smugly and exclaimed, "Amazing, with this power, I can capture hundreds, even thousands of rebels. I will capture you and you will receive even more blessings." He finished speaking, raised his hand, and a red light stopped. Hand with sharp nails struck down. But as he was about to get close to the Hamona, a sword was pointed straight at his hand. The one pointing the sword was none other than Vincen. Ha-mo-na was surprised to see him blocking her way. The traitor's face was full of disbelief. "He could block me with just one hand, who are you?" Vincen used the magic formula to transform the sword into the sword form of Ami Lu Ni and said, "You want to know my name, but you have to introduce yourself first," he said, then slashed his sword twice towards the traitor. But he seemed unharmed, and instead laughed sarcastically, "Don't make fun of me, with the power of the blessing, you can't even hurt me." Knowing myself, before I could finish speaking, something fell. A giant rock fell down, instantly crushing his entire body. Vincen smirked and said, "I know very well that mana will not be able to injure your half-human half-dragon body, that is why I aimed at the ceiling of the cellar from the beginning." Looking at what just happened, Vincen couldn't help but think, the power of the dragon man, the final pieces have come together. The way to suppress these powers, the bloodline of the dragon that Tin Lo Van used to attack him, it all leads to the Ha Lam clan. I guess there is still a lot more to discover. While he was deep in thought, suddenly Ha-mo-na unexpectedly held her sword and slashed at him. Vincen seemed to guess her intention and immediately raised his sword to block. Ha-mo-na gritted her teeth and questioned, "What are you? You let us capture you, then saved us. You should be on our side, you nobles, you are all the same, you don't care about us commoners." Just then, a sound of a stick was heard, along with a voice, "Ha-mo-na, stop. You can't beat that guy." Vincen looked in the direction the person was walking and asked, "Who are you?" The man stared at him and introduced himself, Lao Ren He Lam, the leader of the resistance army, who was recently captured and executed. In the outskirts of the Blue House territory, there is a small wooden house with many people standing guard around it. Inside the house, Vincen was sitting opposite the leader of the resistance army, his face pale, looking from the outside looking in. Everyone was skeptical. Was he really Vincen Adenka? Well, he disguised himself so no one could recognize him and then blew away the priests and those bastards of the Vio family. Ha-mo-na gritted his teeth and said, "It looks normal. What was the captain thinking bringing him here? I remind you, do you still doubt it? That person is the hero of Ma and to me." The old man hugged his little daughter and said, "His servant used to take care of my daughter, if it weren't for him." Time turned back. At that time he was still locked in the temple prison, hugging the iron bars and crying and begging, "Ma and to me, Street 12, house number 3, the house with the green roof, my daughter is there. At least give her something to eat." Vincen then turned to Sari and said, "Come to this address. Ma and to me mit Ua, street number 12, back to the present," he advised. "Ha-mo-na, I understand your doubts, but this person came to help us, can also trust and reassure, see, even Mr. Su Bao thinks so." Ha-mo-na hesitated a bit, then concluded, "Not sure yet. No one knows when he will show his true face and stab us in the back." In the wooden house, the atmosphere seemed tense. Vincen stared at that person. Lao Ren asked, "You are the one who saved the people of Ma and to me?" He answered without hiding anything, "It was exactly my parents who had this intention, I was just the one who initiated it for her." Lao Ren laughed, but those who directly experienced it said otherwise. "Among us there are people who come from Ma and to me, and there are also people who have close ties to that place. On their behalf, I would like to express my gratitude to you." Just then, a voice almost shouted, "We must kill him." Lao Ren turned around startled to see an old man leaning on a cane looking at him, the Baron. He pointed fearfully and said, "Not only did he find out where we were hiding, but he even knew your identity, Lao Ren. It's not too late to get rid of him now." Lao Ren coldly looked at him and questioned, "Do you want to kill him, the martial artist who defeated the evil spirits and captured everyone to use them as sacrifices?" "Don't worry, Baron, everything will be fine." Seeing that, he could only go along with it. "All right." Vincen couldn't help but doubt in his heart, they were very wary of outsiders. Did something happen? Thinking about it, he asked, now that he thought about it, wasn't there news that the resistance leader had died? Why was he still alive? Lao Ren directly replied, "It was thanks to black magic." Vincen was startled. "What, black magic?" He extended his hand towards the Baron and introduced him as the Baron who had escaped from a homeless shelter, where he had discovered his talent for black magic while crafting magic stones. The Baron looked at Vincen and asked, "Have you ever heard of the clone technique? I created a fake corpse of Lao Ren. Thanks to it, we switched identities right before the execution." Julian appeared and said, "Like the black magic that Tin Lo Van used." Then the leader of the Lauren stood up and said, "I want to talk to you privately, do you mind?" Vincen shook his head, "It's okay." The Baron slowly left the room. Before leaving, he turned back to look at the house for a moment, his eyes filled with mystery. Lao Ren and Vincen walked on the deserted forest path. He exclaimed, "So it turns out my sister sent you here." Vincen added, "She wants me to overthrow the family, huh?" "I think she wants to punish herself and her family." Lao Ren slightly lowered her head, "So that's it, sister." Vincen suddenly suggested, "Mr. Lao Ren, can I ask you something? Why did you cut your own eyes?" Lao Ren startled, "How did you?" Vincen explained, "Looking at that rough cut, it couldn't have been caused by a skilled martial artist. However, there was no sign of him resisting, so I could only assume he did it himself." Lao Ren gritted her teeth and told the truth, "That was because I couldn't bear to continue witnessing everything with my own eyes. The cities my family controls, the humiliations the people have suffered, I dare not look at them anymore." Vincen wondered, "Isn't there another reason besides that?" Lao Ren couldn't help but be surprised. He smiled inwardly, appraising her. He had a clearer vision than a normal martial artist. "Now I understand why you sent him." The two continued walking. Lao Ren said, "Just now you saw the true nature of the blessing, right? It is a drug that can give immense power, but is also addictive, and the evil clan has used it to divide the people. Those who comply will be granted positions and favors. My family basically treats them as mercenaries." As the drug addicts gradually left, the protesters were gradually suppressed. Lao Ren then held a knife and stood on the high wall shouting loudly, "I can't stand the current state of the territory anymore, so before the rights return to the people's hands, I absolutely will not look at it. I give up my sight, become a symbol to gather the abandoned people." With that said, he immediately took a sharp knife, cut a line across his eye, red blood fell down as if to testify to the oath. Hearing the story, Vincen exclaimed, "His will is admirable." He smiled and expressed his thanks. Suddenly, on this path, on the bare tree branches, there were two evil spirits standing in ambush, shouting, "Lao Ren Hey Lam is still alive, huh?" Both of them hurriedly prepared their fighting stance. The group of people were blessed. Why was the hiding place discovered? Impossible. No one except the resistance army knew the way here. Two evil men jumped down from the tree with the intention of attacking us. If we capture him, we will be promoted to first-class citizens. Vincen immediately rushed to confront them, and shouted loudly to remind them, "Hurry up and hide, Lao Ren." He swung his sword, slashing at the other two, but did not cause any injuries. Vincen frowned. It was indeed impossible to damage them with this move. There was no one around to call for help. How could he? While he was thinking, a monster curled his fist and hit him. "What are you thinking about, little brother?" Vincen was caught off guard and got hit and sent flying backwards. But he quickly regained his balance and turned around to land on the ground. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bastard." Julian quickly reminded, "Brother, over there." At this moment on the other side, the reed was falling on the ground, and another lucky person was approaching him. The reed was in danger. The blessed creature opened its mouth, preparing to spit out flames, and said smugly, "Just keep your face intact." Lao Ren clicked her tongue and cursed, "Damn it." Vincen rushed to him and shouted, "You're cleaning lace." In that moment, he pushed his brother away, and he himself was in the crosshairs. Finally, the fire erupted, burning the whole forest. Lao Ren was pushed away and fell to the ground. He struggled to sit up. What just happened? When he turned back, he couldn't help but be surprised. Vincen had blocked the fireball attack for him. His arm even had a burn mark. Lao Ren was surprised. "Vincen, the two lucky guys were quite surprised to see you block that move just now. You're good at blocking, but can you continue to protect that blind guy? You're not even involved in this case. We'll let you go as long as you hand over the thief." Vincen said bluntly, refusing. He struggled to think. They were not martial artists but almost demons. Using all his strength he could still defeat them. "However, I still have to protect the blind reed at the same time. It will be difficult to fight both of them in this situation." Seeing that he refused, the lucky guy didn't stand still any longer, but immediately rushed forward. "Okay, then let's die with that mop." Vincen raised his sword and prepared to fight back. But suddenly, Countless blue sword slashes danced and slashed continuously towards the two blessed creatures. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were chopped into a pile of different pieces. Then fell down before Vincen's surprised eyes. This technique. Sister, when he looked up, Han-na was standing in front of him. She coldly looked at the person standing behind him. Lao Ren, are you still alive? Lao Ren was startled when she heard this sound, this voice. Is it you, Han-na? Han-na gritted her teeth in anger. And raised his sword and charged straight at the Lao Ren, shouting, I didn't expect you to still be alive and healthy like this. Lao Ren is so beautiful. Just as she stabbed her sword down, Vincen was one step faster. He used the Ami Lu Na sword technique, turning the sword into a shield, blocking in front of Lao Ren. He shouted, Sister, what are you doing? He looked at her attitude and couldn't believe it, a person who rarely showed emotions. What on earth made her so angry? Lao Ren has been quiet for a while now. Suddenly asked, are you still passionate about drawing? Han-na shivered slightly. The sword in his hand fell down. She fell to the ground powerless, calling out in surprise, Sister. Han-na couldn't hold back her tears and said, you can't even see it, why do you need to ask? Lao Ren didn't know what to say other than Dad, I'm sorry. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, Leader. Ha-mo-na and a few others ran over to ask, what was that explosion just now, are you okay? When they looked closely at the body on the ground, they were shocked, how did they get here? And who is that person sitting there, could it be? Ha-mo-na gritted her teeth, her face full of unsightliness as she growled, Ha-na Danka. Lao Ren raised his hand to stop them, calm down everyone, I'm fine, so. But Ha-mo-na then went in front of Han-na. But Han-na's spirit was broken. When she looked up she asked suspiciously, she was, the person from last time. Before she could finish speaking, she was slapped hard by Han-na. She coldly questioned, who did she think she was to dare come here, after she almost killed the leader? She coldly questioned, who did she think she was to dare come here, after she almost killed the leader? At that moment, everywhere was engulfed in flames. Ha-mo-na quickly pushed the door open and announced, damn it, someone has broken into our base, leader, you run first. But at this moment, Han-na's figure suddenly appeared behind her. She only used the hilt of her sword, directly injuring Ha-mo-na. No, after giving up on my dream, I didn't care about anything else either. Han-na stood seriously in a military style and said, Sir Lao Ren, I would like to invite you to come back and give a statement as a witness to the illegal demonstration that took place in the center of Da-so-na City. Ha-mo-na screamed, lying, you want to take him away to kill him, right? Han-na explained, we are only questioning him as a witness, and will release him after he answers a few questions. Ha-mo-na of course did not believe it. She ran to block Lao Ren and declared, who would believe those blatant lies? I will not let you take our leader away. Then another person appeared and said, how could it die? I just want to ask my son a few things. This person is none other than the owner of the Garfonzo family. Lao Ren immediately recognized this voice, Father. Garfonzo asked, isn't this rebellion enough? It's time to stop this nonsense and go home. Lao Ren seriously refused, I can't do that. We will never stop fighting. All the people here are willing to sacrifice everything for the blue territory. Garfonzo glanced at the crowd and sneered, so that's it, I didn't expect you to give up your eyesight to incite people to follow your nonsense beliefs. He suddenly grabbed his son's shoulder and whispered, but if you're so devoted, you are willing to sacrifice your own niece. You were the one who taught him to draw, weren't you? He kept whispering threats into the reeds, you don't know how sad I would be if my grandchild lost his eyesight like you. You know what I mean. A few days later, my uncle's execution was decided, even when, below the execution site, the people gathered in large numbers to protest, stopping the execution of Lao Ren. He was the hero of everyone. No one knew that at this time, the Baron had secretly led the real Lao Ren away. He said, luckily we changed his place in time, the clone technique absolutely cannot be mistaken, I survived thanks to the Baron. Let's go, we'll be in trouble if someone notices. Lao Ren nodded, yes, please show me the way. Just as she was about to leave, a loud scream suddenly rang out, no. Lao Ren immediately recognized this voice, Han-na. Han-na was stopped by the soldiers at that time. She cried and shouted hoarsely, asking why, didn't you say you wouldn't kill him? Why did he stand on the execution platform and get beheaded? But no matter what she said, the sharp blade of the guillotine still fell. The people all around were indignant and cried out in pain. Han-na's whole body trembled, her pupils constricted as if she couldn't believe what she had just seen. She screamed in pain. In the crowd, her scream seemed to reach Lao Ren's ears, but he still had to leave in silence. "I'm sorry." Back to the present, the three of them sat around the fire, wiping the lace after telling everything. They said, "What father said before I was taken away was not entirely wrong. If it weren't for the Baron, I wouldn't have escaped execution, and even now, I'm still just a blind scarecrow, more useless than anyone in the resistance. To cover up the truth about my death, I could not give the news of peace to Han Na." But at this moment, Han Na was sitting face down with her head on the back of a tree. Her eyes were pitch black without a trace of light. She remembered before, when she went to see Garfonzo, he smiled and praised, "You did well, Han Na. Why are you so gloomy? Haven't you completed the mission yet?" That was not the expression of a hero who had just destroyed evil. Han Na trembled all over and was speechless. But. Garfonzo walked up to her and said, "You just need to obey orders and accept compliments. That is true honor and virtue. A warrior doesn't need emotions, right?" He put something in her hand. Her bloody hand opened. There was a blue crest with a star in the middle. He also said, "Han Na, you will become a great martial artist." At this moment, she tightened her grip on that family crest. After telling everything, Lao Ren suddenly asked, "Vincen, do you really want to accept the request from my sister, and overthrow the family?" Julian heard the story and had to clench his fists in indignation. He didn't expect him to dare to take advantage of Han Na like that. He couldn't be forgiven. Vincen remembers Han Na's tears. He replied with a determined attitude, "Yes, I will join your army." Receiving the answer, Lao Ren smiled and asked, "So, can you help me with something? Please come see my father." The next day, Vincen went to stand in front of the mansion. Seeing him, the soldiers immediately ran out to stop him. "Stop right there, this is a blue family mansion, quickly show your papers." Vincen immediately took out his mission paper and said, "I am Vincen Adenka from Blood City, I am on a mission, and I need to see my grandfather." The two soldiers saw that and said, "We will let you in after confirming, please wait a moment." Vincen gritted his teeth and asked, as if emitting murderous intent, "Wait what? You are just a lowly soldier, yet you dare to make the clan leader's guest wait. I know I'm a little late due to personal matters, but my visit was personally approved by the host. Could it be that your power is greater than his?" The soldier was frightened by his aura and stammered, "That." Vincen ignored these two and went inside, saying, "That's enough, I'll go visit him." The two soldiers ran after him in confusion. "Wait, you shouldn't go inside." Vincen still opened the door regardless. Looking forward, he couldn't help but be surprised. In front of him was a row of soldiers lined up neatly. Julian secretly exclaimed, "There are so many soldiers here, and they are fully equipped too." Vincen turned around and asked, "Why are there so many soldiers gathered here?" The guy explained, "It's because the High Debt Festival is going on. The event is named after the High Debt Flower, the symbol of the High Lam clan, a competition of martial artists invited by the clan. However, as revolutionary activities became more widespread, to increase security for the festival, soldiers had to be on guard against anyone. I hope you can understand and sympathize," Vincen immediately said. "It seems like Grandpa is abusing his power to control the soldiers as he pleases." The soldier was sweating profusely. "What?" He frowned and glared at him. "What a bad reason, you should go back and think about it some more. Even so, why were these soldiers sent to the clan chief's mansion, especially at the entrance to the hall, a place used to welcome guests like that? Tell me, why are you guys here?" Finished speaking, Vincen also chuckled to himself. Yes, this could be a test for himself, or a struggle for power. Suddenly, a blow hit the floor, followed by a voice, "We are here, to prevent any unexpected incidents. I ask you to leave." The big man, with a giant hammer, stepped in front of Vincen. "I hope you will voluntarily comply," Vincen sneered. "An accident. You think I, the young master of the Adenka family, the young soldier of the Blood City, will bring trouble to the family head?" The man was immediately intimidated by his pressure and stammered, "No, that's not what I meant." Vincen shouted impatiently, "Who are you protecting and obeying after all? How can you be called a soldier of such a big family, when you can't even answer this question properly? Think about it, sending troops here like this takes too much manpower, and it's not certain it will be effective." Having said that, Vincen continued to move forward, and sternly reminded, "You are fired, I will personally go see my grandfather." But as soon as he walked away, the man raised a large hammer in his hand. Then he slammed it down in front of Vincen and emphasized, "You can't go through there." Vincen just laughed and asked, is that your answer? In that case, I will create an incident that you have always wanted to happen. The man couldn't help but sweat in fear, thinking to himself, this aura wasn't something that could be emitted from an ordinary kid. The rumor that the demon Entumi was defeated by him was true. Just then, a majestic voice rang out, stop. Enough of this chaos, all of you back off, the one giving the order is Garfonzo. Then he lowered his voice and said warmly, it's good to see you again, my grandson, Vincen. Come in with me, welcome to the family. Entering the room, Vincen sat across from Garfonzo. He praised him, you performed quite well, am I overdoing it? Vincen replied, yes, I am a bit uncomfortable. He spread his hands and said, forgive me, I've heard a lot about you, so I wanted to verify, those rumors aren't exaggerating about your strength. Vincen smiled and said, you overestimate me. In his heart he secretly judged, this person is the head of the Hay Lam family, Garfonzo Hay Lam. What a powerful aura, no, this is murderous aura, he is completely worthy of being the head of a martial arts family. Garfonzo's eyes flashed red but he remained friendly on the outside, saying, I've wanted to see you for a long time, Vincen, but inside I'm filled with hatred, you bastard killed my son. Vincen also looked straight at him and pretended to reply, yes, me too, I came here to overthrow you, Grandpa. He asked again, what mission brought you here, secret sir? Garfonzo was slightly surprised, you even hid it from your grandfather. Vincen leisurely drank tea before answering, yes sir, you also know I separate public and private matters clearly. Garfonzo held his forehead and laughed, you make me happy, great answer. At this moment, Vincen suddenly added, however, I can tell you who gave me the task. That's my mom. Your mother? Garfonzo was startled, what, Versa, you intend to win this guy over to your side? He retracted his smile, his face darkened as he asked, I heard you've been doing some pretty impressive things lately, you and Versa fixed my son's mistakes, right? He replied, you were just a little lucky. Garfonzo said in a serious tone, you mean, my son died because you were lucky? Hearing this, Vincen suddenly did not know how to respond. Julian rubbed his chin and thought, this conversation is getting strange. Vincen reassured, don't worry, he won't cause me any trouble. Garfonzo laughed and said, you don't need to be so nervous. Actually I have to thank you, if you didn't do that, I would have had to kill it myself. But I'm a bit late, Vincen explained, yes, on the way I had a conflict with the revolutionaries. Garfonzo pretended to be angry and slammed his hand on the table, those bastards, how dare they lay a hand on my nephew. Vincen quickly raised his hands to express, it's okay, except that I'm a little late, nothing else happened. But he seemed very indignant and gritted his teeth and shouted, you damn bastards. Dogs that dare to bite their owners must be punished. After saying that, he calmed himself down, picked up his cup of tea and asked, there's one thing, I just captured a few of their guerrillas, what do you think we should do with them? Vincen frowned and asked, what did he do to them? He suddenly used his bare hands to break the cup handle and then laughed with satisfaction, saying, I broke their limbs. They will regret it for the rest of their lives, daring to confront me, those filthy rats, should know their place. Is that right, Vincen? Your face was full of anger just now. He couldn't help but stand up, put his hands on the table and looked at him, saying, yes, it's not easy for me to hide from you. Aren't you curious about my mission? That is, I have to participate in the Two-Strike Festival. Garfonzo exclaimed in surprise, what, a two-slap festival, me? He grinned and showed the mission paper as proof, yes, it was a bit embarrassing, but these were trustworthy people, could you help me with something? Back to the night before, Lao Ren seriously told him, my plan will take place at the same time as the Two-Slap Festival. Pay attention, Dad is very alert, he has blocked all roads and dikes. Now, Vincen put down a list saying, so, I need you to help me a little, these people will be participating in the festival. The Lord and Commanders of the Blood City, the cadet representatives, the priest of Guy A. Dullen, and also, my parents. Having said that, he chuckled confidently, thinking that he would definitely agree, this was a delicious bait that Garfonzo would never miss. The night before, Vincen sat looking at the burning fire and said, we don't have much time, we have to contact the people I mentioned. As soon as he finished speaking, the room suddenly became quiet, everyone stared at him. A minute later, the same Gyu-sun series panicked and shouted, what, who else do you want to drag into this, young master, are you crazy? Han Na also spoke up and said, I understand what you intend to do, but will those people do as you say? If things don't go according to plan, it's a difficult situation, too risky. Vincen looked at her teasingly. Are you worried about me? Han-na was startled and denied. No, that's not what I meant. He smiled confidently and reassured. Don't worry, it will be fine. The only problem is, how do we do it? We need to contact so many people, in different places that you don't know. Ha-mo-na winked and pointed at herself, saying, leave it to us. Lao Ren also said, the Revolutionary Army has many secret contacts for these matters, they can send magic letters through these contacts. Vincen expressed satisfaction. Good. Hope you enjoy this gift. On the other hand, at the shrine, the magic letter was delivered. Dullin couldn't help but be terrified after reading it. Such a shocking event happened in the territory of the Halon. Merlin suddenly appeared and asked, what is written in the letter? Priest Dullin, he saw him and immediately suggested, Sir Merlin, would you like to go out for a walk with me? At the Blood City, Vargan used magic to restore the status quo while reassuring, please calm down, City Lord. Are you going to destroy the whole mountain? Herka whipped the mountain with anger and said, even though I am the City Lord, I never knew that a student of our academy would have to go through such things. Vargan frowned and persuaded, City Lord. Herka then sat down on the ground, smiled faintly and asked, are we not trustworthy? That's why no one asks for our help. Who do you think is behind it all? Vargan replied, it must be related to Elder Tin Lo Van. Isn't that how he ended up, abandoned by someone else? Herka asked back with a serious face, do you think the person behind these things is the same? He explained, the number of people who can make the Council of Elders act according to their will is not much. Herka suddenly said a name, the Nightmare Society. The leader is the ancient Tiet Mon. It seems that the younger brother of the Lady Versa is also a member. Vargan's eyes suddenly became hazy, a nightmare. The City Lord gritted his teeth and wondered, Vargan, how much do you think this will affect? He asserted that we cannot be sure of anything yet, but one thing we can be sure of is that. As Vincen said. At the Adenka family mansion, Versa smiled and said, it will burn everything. So our job is just to take advantage of that to create a bigger fire. The landlord did not respond. Versa urged, we should also prepare. At this moment, he spoke again, but it was not that fire. In the end, I will be the one to burn down my own family. He turned around, walked to Versa and held her shoulder and asked, I will ask again one last time. Is this really okay, Versa? Her eyes suddenly flashed with sadness. She looked at the homeowner and thought, such a kind person. Then she hugged him and said, it's okay, Khan, as long as I can atone for my family's sins, in front of Han-na and the people of the territory. As long as I can atone for my sins, before you and Sarvana. Back to the present, in the living room of the owner of the house. Vincen asked in a sarcastic tone, do you have time to spare like that? You should prepare to welcome the distinguished guests. Garfonzo suddenly smirked. He burst out laughing. Vincen frowned, what's so funny? He looked straight into his eyes and asked back, so what, nephew? You think I would be afraid of such things? The Himalayas are territories that thrive on trade. It is the place that connects the lands of the great martial arts clans of Samyeon, T-Kan and Adenka. Even if something happens, and the relationship with Adenka ends, it won't matter. Like Versa did, we just need to connect with other territories. In fact, other families will always want to take the place of Adenka. Simply put, he is too great to fall for these childish tricks. Now then, what will you do, my nephew? Vincen smirked mockingly, is that all? Garfonzo could not help but exclaim, what? You ask, how about this? Somewhere, Sirkan was running around searching, young master, where are you? When he saw the shadow of Revan, he was immediately happy and intended to call out, young master. But when he saw it, he was startled. Revan was now holding the letter, full of energy, happily laughing out loud. At the Samyeon family mansion, the scene is peaceful. Suddenly a loud explosion broke out. The martial artist sat on the ground and stammered, why did you suddenly do that? Young master C.A. gone, he is holding a letter reading. When he read the content, his eyes were full of resentment, he clenched the letter so tightly that it wrinkled, he gritted his teeth and said the name, Vincen. Revan read the letter and quickly gave the order, son, quickly contact my father. But C.A. Gon also tried to stay calm and emphasized, report this to my mother, immediately. On the letter there were only 2 words, come here, along with the signature Vincen. Get ready, Blue Territory. Although the three of them were in three different places, they spoke at the same time without prior agreement. I still dream about it sometimes, that day 500 years ago, in the arena, two people were fighting each other. Davin raised his empowered sword high, preparing to strike a greatsword slash. He shouted loudly and used force to slash down. Kajin was no pushover either, he used the wind to melt the steel, creating soft yet extremely sharp sword strokes. The two swords collided, creating extremely powerful jets of force. People sitting and watching from the stands also had to use their hands to shield themselves, the wind was too strong, run quickly. Soon, another explosion went off, blowing everything up, everyone ran away in a hurry, damn. In the haze of smoke and dust, Kajin gritted his teeth and thought, since when? Suddenly he opened his eyes wide and looked up, at the sword of this one-armed bastard. At this moment, Davin raised his sword high, the light from the sword transformed in a zigzag path through his body, causing Kajin to sigh in his heart, so powerful. Vincen was the only one who recalled this fight scenario, when Davin shouted loudly, "It's over Kajin." He pursed his lips and closed his eyes. A cold sound of slashing flesh rang out, the smell of fresh blood quickly filled the air, people quickly screamed in panic, "Ah, what's going on? Kajin has punished the devil Davin." Vincen walked out of the arena alone. "You understand, the truth is arranged, and..." He looked towards the person lying motionless in the prison, the bad relationship with Samian, never ended. Vincen wondered, this tangled thread. He looked at Arslan's spirit standing nearby, with a thought, do you have any way to untangle this? Vincen recalls, overcome the Samian clan and face the truth, you left with only these words for me, for more than 500 years, what did you expect from me? The dream ended, Hannah's voice and blurry face appeared before his eyes, hey, wake up. Vincen opened his eyes with difficulty. Hannah was still standing beside the bed urging, get up Vincen. Vincen panicked and sat up. Hannah said, I woke you up earlier than usual because it's morning, go get ready quickly. Vincen frowned and replied, yes, he understood clearly in his heart, yes, this was not the time to endure these kinds of dreams. Today was the day before the Hydes Convention took place. The eve of the Hydes Convention, this year marks the 200th anniversary of the Helium family. Larger festivals, taking place all over Helium. Some passers-by whispered to each other and wondered, wait, are those people really them? They kept on nosing around, it was Master Adenka, Khan and Miss Versa, how dare they come here after killing young Master Dimer, shh, they heard it now. Khan and Versa stood opposite the Garfonzo side. He gritted his teeth and glared at Vincen, cursing in his heart, you brat Vincen. Hannah was speechless looking at his smug face and thought, really, he brought his parents here. Versa Helium greets the host. Garfonzo opened his mouth and called, Versa. He suppressed his anger, how dare you come here, if you had any concern for Daimar you wouldn't have appeared here. Versa bowed his head and replied, he died, by these very hands. This made Garfonzo even more angry and shouted loudly, ah. He asked bluntly, what do you want, are you here to take back the Helium family name? Versa coldly replied, is this Helium name so valuable that you want to steal it even if you have to do immoral things? Garfonzo couldn't stand it anymore and pointed at her face, Versa, don't insult Daimar anymore. At this moment, Khan spoke up again, it seemed like he loved his son very much, but now he was putting all the blame on his deceased son. Garfonzo gritted his teeth and thought, these bastards, drive me crazy. Versa stepped forward in front of Vincen, Vincen as you say, I will attend the Hydes Convention and ensure our two families will maintain a close relationship, he replied, yes mother. Versa put his hand on Hannah's shoulder, and Hannah. She whispered, sorry I couldn't protect you. Then Versa suddenly spoke again, but now it's different. She looked warily at Garfonzo, the mother of the child, here to put an end to all this chaos. Julian secretly gives information to Vincen, the rules of Hyde's household are very simple, royal battles with dozens of participants fighting continuously, if you survive to the end, you will win. But there is one difference. At this time, Hannah spoke up again to remind him, Vincen, you have to be careful. She said, the Hydes Convention not only has children of noble families, but also commoners can participate. Vincen smiled and replied, yes, the environment would definitely be very harsh, it would be difficult to survive alone. Just then, another voice spoke up, hello Adenka. Kagan appeared with a polite appearance, I am the young master of the Samian family Kagan Samian, and Revan in the back was excitedly jumping his feet, ah, you must be Vincen's father, hello. Garfonzo was stunned. But Vincen calmly exclaimed, "Oh, they're here." Kagan looked at his new hair and exclaimed, "Wow, that hair almost made me not recognize you." Vincen. Revan also wondered, "That's right, where did you get your hair done?" Vincen reluctantly replied, "My sister cut it for me." Vincen opened again, "Thank you, for replying to my letter." But Kagan looked at him with a devilish expression. "Don't misunderstand, Vincen, I'm not helping you, I just can't miss such a good opportunity to trample on you." Revan also excitedly raised his hand. "This challenge is great." Finally he tried to keep his promise. Vincen. Vincen had no choice but to smile. "Okay," he felt confused in his mind. Would these people be okay? Then he held out his hand and introduced himself. "Now let me introduce you to everyone. They are the friends who will be attending the convention with me." Garfonzo secretly felt something was wrong. Damn, they really came, the future families of the Samian and Vartikan clans. Revan commented innocently, "Hey Vincen, your father is just like you." Kagan couldn't help but remind him in annoyance, "Hey, what are you doing in front of the family head?" Khan spoke up, "You must be young Master Revan of the Ponchanas family, your personality is very similar to his." Revan asked in surprise, "Do you know my father?" Khan replied, "Valkia, Ponchanas and I used to hang out together when we were young, we have known each other for a long time." Revan sounds fun. Great, so everyone will be able to meet again after so long, right Dad? At this moment, another figure appeared from above. The man landed on the ground with such force that the rock and soil under his feet were crushed and broken. Ponchanas smiled and greeted, "Whoa, long time no see." He did not forget to sarcastically say, "You have aged a lot since the last time we met." Vincen was shocked when he saw this person coming, thinking, "Impossible, the head of the Vartikan clan. What, I haven't thought about this yet, why did the head of the clan personally appear?" Khan calmly spoke, "I didn't know you would come here." Ponchanas calmly replied, "Oh that." His eyes became serious, "The reason I came to Helium." Both Vincen and Julian pursed their lips and held their breath waiting for what he was about to say. Who would have thought that Ponchanas would be so excited to hug his son? The event has my son participating, how could I miss it? Revan also laughed out loud, "Ha ha." Julian couldn't help but think, he's just an idiot. Vincen also somewhat sympathized, no wonder Raven's personality is so open-minded. At this moment, someone from a nearby rooftop spoke up to criticize, "What is this? You two are meeting alone, you traitors." The man quickly jumped down and landed neatly. Valkia crossed her arms, standing behind Kagan and greeted everyone, "Long time no see." Hannah gasped in surprise, "Head of the family, head of the Samian clan, Valkia." Ponchanas was excited, "Oh Valkia." The Khan asked again, "What are you doing here?" Valkia affectionately patted Kagan's head, "My son has already lost his honor once." He gritted his teeth and said proudly, "How could I miss the moment Samian regained his reputation?" Ponchanas heard that and was also full of enthusiasm, "Who, you think you can defeat us? You are challenging us." Khan also threatened without mercy, his honor could be trampled a second time. Witnessing this scene, Julian couldn't help but exclaim, "Wah!" He thought, the rulers of the continent were converging in one place. Julian panicked and grabbed Vincen's shoulder and looked around, thinking, "This is a big deal, I can't handle it now." Vincen's eyebrows furrowed, his eyes showing worry. He knew it was like that, but he observed Garfonzo's face was full of fear and secretly concluded, he was the same. Garfonzo trembled, not believing his eyes. Looking at those people emitting terrifying amounts of mana, he was speechless. What was going on? Why were these bastards gathered here? Nothing else mattered now. Garfonzo frowned, his eyes filled with determination. He had to stop them from staying together to avoid getting into trouble. If that happened, this place would turn into a battlefield. A vision of the entire city engulfed in flames, smoke billowing, everything burning down in the blink of an eye ran through his mind. Garfonzo thought to himself, "No, I have to chase them all out." He regained his composure and walked up to the other three, welcome you all." Garfonzo was a little embarrassed and politely held his hand to explain, "But the situation in the territory now cannot properly receive you all. When the matter is resolved, I will solemnly invite you all to come." Ponchanas was arrogant, he gritted his teeth and lifted his lips to look straight at the other person, "In front of my son who is here, and you are tactfully chasing me away." Valkia clicked her tongue in annoyance, she was annoyed, how dare he talk to the Samian family like that? Garfonzo turned pale, feeling that the situation was not good at all. It was over. He looked at the two people standing in front of him like two evil demons and remained silent. There was no way to chase these two people away now. if they were together, this place would turn into a diplomatic minefield. Garfonzo glanced back, a feeling of annoyance and frustration enveloped him. It was all because of Vincen. Seeing Vincen grinning made his emotions reach their peak. That brat really, is he deliberately trying to ruin my reputation? A moment later, in Garfonzo's mansion, he slammed his fist down on the armrest of his chair, cursing, "Fuck." Garfonzo sat on the chair with a dark face, the anger radiating around him could not be restrained. How dare that brat interfere with my plan? He thought back to the image of the crowded city full of people. Garfonzo was resentful. Just because of him this city is packed with tourists, we can't control it. The more he examined it the more he lost control. The Lorong revolutionaries and Versa followers, damn it, now we can't know how many have infiltrated the city. Garfonzo's eyes became sharp, he tried to find a way, he had to think of a way. After a while, Garfonzo spoke, causing the dark room to have some sound. Maybe it was to let the people revolt. The butler heard this and replied that their activities were quite organized. The butler kept a calm expression and continued to answer, after the Lorong family had passed away, I thought they had disbanded, but the movement became stronger. Garfonzo exploded emotionally, what the hell, are you sure we should get rid of the real leader? Why the hell are they resisting? The butler stood solemnly and fearlessly in front of him. It seemed their subordinates had been persuaded by someone. Garfonzo tacitly agreed. It seemed Vincen had a hand in it, but I will use them as tools if they join hands. His face was covered in sweat. Garfonzo closed his eyes and pondered. Now, was that the only choice? Garfonzo was helpless and had to resort to the last resort. He ordered the butler to quickly ask the nightmare for help. The butler jumped up and protested vehemently. No, they were too dangerous. Garfonzo gritted his teeth and endured. The culprit of everything was that brat Vincen, anyway. He tried to contain his anger. I have to deal with him in the Hides Congress. Meanwhile down the street, Vincen stood still and slightly embarrassed. The whole crowd gathered around to see his new hair. Herka's eyes and mouth were wide open, pointing straight at Vincen. Oh, your hair. Selbira saw that and was delighted, praising back and forth. So cool. Vincen was not polite at all. Thank you, Selbira. Vargan couldn't help but wonder, why did he suddenly cut his hair? Hannah stood behind Vincen a bit and answered for him. Yes, I did it. Herka and Vargan thought of the scene of cutting Vincen's hair without prior agreement. Both of them sprayed hair with stiff hairspray. Hannah, cutting Vincen's hair. Selbira took the opportunity to go to Vincen and shyly called out, Vincen, he asked blankly, what's wrong? Selbira poked her hands together, she bowed her head awkwardly, the festival is about to start, if you want, come with me. Before he could finish speaking, Revan shouted from behind and ran to put his arm around Vincen's shoulder. Vincen, there you are, you still haven't eaten, let's go eat together, there are many delicious dishes. Vincen smiled, great, I also want to eat something. Revan took him away and left the others behind. Here are some grilled skewers. Selbira was stunned and her face was blank. Herka took the opportunity to happily tease her. Oh no, Vincen was kidnapped by Revan. Hannah didn't care about them. She curiously asked Vargan, is there only this many people in the Red Fortress? Vargan helped her answer. The senior representatives were all out on missions so they would only arrive tomorrow. He explained further, as expected, the descendants of all three great families would gather here. From now on, the Hides Convention is no longer just a traditional event for Helium. It has become the symbol of the heads of great families. Vargan recalled the initial moment saying, before coming here I also met with the representative of the Gaia Temple. He clearly remembered the image of reporters running around to get information. There were also reporters from other regions coming. Argon listed more, middle class, tourists. The rumor spread, causing more and more people from different walks of life to gather here. Suddenly, behind Vargan a beam of light appeared, the space door opened, a voice came from inside, we also came. Vargan turned his head in surprise, this mana is. Seeing the person walking out, he immediately spoke up, the sixth elder Helios. Helios smiled happily, pleased to see you again Vargan. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, maybe it wasn't the right time but, I still wanted to make that offer to you guys again. Helios softened his tone a bit, he would inherit the vacant elder position of his late sister. Vargan glared at the person standing in front of him. During that time, Revan was still busy eating each skewer of meat. After finishing the skewers, he remembered the people sitting there. Revan asked with concern, why aren't you eating? Vincen and Kagan were speechless. Opposite the three people were three elders. Revan still very comfortably asked with concern, don't you see the food is cold? Vincen still didn't say anything. He thought for a moment. He was pulled away by that Raven guy, invited to a comfortable place. Pontianus folded his arms and laughed happily. How long has it been since we gathered like this? The host hesitated for a while. I don't know, it must have been 10 years. Pontianus brought the beer mug to his lips. He happily suggested, I'm in a good mood, let's play something. The host was about to raise his glass to take a sip when he stopped, although deep down he was also looking forward to it, but let's leave it for later. He looked at the 3 children sitting across from him. Today was their day. Julian, standing beside, saw this conversation was extremely bland. He sighed. Their joke was really bad. Vincen also seemed to agree. A trace of worry rose in his heart. Although this matter also made me happy, but I felt that the friendship between these family heads could not be genuine. Julian was a bit surprised to hear this and quickly replied, I see it differently. Vincen is confusing. Huh? Julian detailed analysis. Ambition is the instinct of warriors. It is the competitive nature. The stronger they are, the more ambitious they are, and now one of the few strong opponents in this world is sitting right next to you. Vincen felt uneasy. He bowed his head and pondered, I have a bad feeling, perhaps, I shouldn't stay here for long. Kagan gritted his teeth to suppress his frustration. I felt like if I ate just a little bit, I would vomit to death. I had to stay calm. He turned to the 3 heads of the family who were sitting. Kagan thought carefully. Every word and action had to be thought through carefully. Suddenly Raven raised his hand and stood up. He smiled so much that the sun was nowhere to be seen. Father, I have a question for the heads of the great families. Pontianus smiled happily. Okay, ask away. Raven's eyes were round. He innocently expressed his opinion. I see all of you here are very strong, so I don't know. Raven paused for a second and then asked directly, if they fought, who would win? Vincen opened his mouth wide. He was petrified, and this stone was about to shatter into hundreds of pieces. Kagan was no exception. He was extremely shocked. Kagan's soul seemed to leave his body. Julian sprayed glue and froze. He was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts like his father. What, trouble is coming? Pontianus raised his hand to rub the back of his neck. He smiled excitedly. Is that so? Valkia slammed her hand on the table and replied excitedly, I want to know too. The homeowner is happy, so. All 3 stood up, looked at each other and declared in unison, why don't we find the answer right now? On this side, Herka was panicking. The master of the 6 towers. No, wait. She asked Helios in disbelief, did he want to make Vargan go to the main tower? Vargan also frowned, his tone discontented. You know how I feel about that tower, I'm sure you understand very well. Helios spoke. Didn't he remember her, his sister? This made Vargan's eyes widen in surprise. He continued, Tower Master Barnelli is an outstanding talent. Helios remembered Varnelli. Now they're in the tower. He stood opposite them. Can become yours, because I admire your skills. You have reached level 5 with practical experience in the harsh life of a mercenary. Helios' eyes suddenly became deep. At this time the tower would follow a new path, the path that a talent like him needed, Vargan. Herka couldn't bear to see Vargan gradually believing his words. She gritted her teeth. No. Herka stepped forward, blocking Vargan's way. She angrily shouted, no, who do you think you are to treat our Vargan like that? Helios remained calm. He asked her back, if she could make his long-time dream come true, the place he had longed for all his life. Herka was stunned. She was speechless by these words. That, behind her, Vargan was approaching. He frowned, looking extremely embarrassed. At the same time, on the other side, all 3 homeowners simultaneously released terrifying power. Vincen, Kagan and Revan all stood in front of their parents. Raven was still confused, not understanding what was going on. Kagan was annoyed when he heard that. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, why did that idiot open his mouth to say that? Vincen was still attentively observing the 3 householders. What is this? What is this feeling? He opened his eyes wide looking at the energy on them. There was something. Khan suddenly smiled. All 3 of them withdrew their strength and laughed out loud, leaving the children speechless. Vincen suddenly exclaimed, Ha! Kagan was also surprised. Mom. Valkia crossed her arms over her chest, her expression arrogant. If we really fought I don't think I would lose, but, Khan continued her, I wouldn't win either. Pontianus smiled. Our strength is to protect the family. Now we all have responsibilities on our shoulders. If we act emotionally it would be irresponsible. Khan glanced at Valkia who was holding her head in self-reproach. I should have destroyed the enemy from the beginning. She suddenly laughed very excitedly. Valkia's face showed a challenge. Khan, one day I will definitely fight you. At that time I will not hold back. Khan was not far behind. He replied with a sharp gaze, Don't worry, like you, I am also looking forward to defeating you. Valkia then retracted her breath. She smiled with satisfaction. How lucky. Valkia thought to herself, yes, one day when our swords collide. She thought about being stabbed by her opponent. We will fall before the opponent's sword. Valkia pondered, her eyes filled with no regret. For a warrior, there was no greater happiness. Ponchonus suddenly turned to ask Revan, but this son? He smiled, his words carried a hint of probing. According to you, who is the weakest? Vincen was surprised, his eyes widened. This question was a test. Kagan sneered, the hilt of the sword has been handed to us. The battle between the future family heads has begun. Revan was not like the other two, he was calm and seriously thinking. Revan ran to Ponchonus, he proudly hugged his father. Of course it goes without saying, father is the strongest. He heard that and patted his shoulder, happily laughing out loud, that's right my son. Ponchonus picked up his son and spun him around. Valkia also turned to ask her son, Gaston, what do you think? He replied without hesitation in a confident tone, Sir Adenka is the weakest. Khan heard that and frowned, he silently glanced over. Kagan explained his judgment, the head of the Barlucan family possessed a spear that could pierce through everything. My mother has Kshake. But as far as I remember, the Adenka clan doesn't have any special abilities. Kagan looked at Khan with half an eye, with a look of disdain, a family that could not create anything extraordinary, of course Adenka was the weakest. Vincen, who was always quiet, suddenly interrupted him, he was wrong, Sir Samian was the weakest. Khan's face was expressionless, he looked at his son, why do you say that? Vincen was worth thinking about, the unpleasant feeling just now, the power that the family head Valkia Samian exuded was the weakest. He analyzed that among the three powers the three family heads had just displayed, family head Samian's was the weakest. Revan was surprised by his words, really, I didn't notice that. Kagan didn't believe what Vincen said, he looked angry, what are you saying Vincen, no matter how hard you try? Valkia suddenly interrupted Kagan, she admitted, yes, they are both level 9 and I am still only level 8. Valkia said as she picked up the knife on the table, but, thanks to. The next second, a blue light emitted from the knife, Valkia's eyes showed a faint energy, the protection of the swordsman Kshake. So more or less we are on par with them, right? Vincen was surprised, this was Kshake's ability, Julian was also amazed, it was what helped her strengthen her strength. Valkia closed her eyes, she waved her hand, the power from earlier disappeared, that's why the three of us kept the balance. Revan asked innocently, so if we reach level 9, we can also reach level 10, Kagan also smiled awkwardly, he tried to defend, yes, for my mother, reaching level 9 is as easy as pie. Khan's face turned gloomy, reaching level 10, humans will die. Kagan was so surprised that he was stunned. Khan explained to the children, when you reach the highest level of level 9 you will understand, the feeling cannot be stronger, that must be the limit of humans, only gods can go higher. He looked at his son, deep in his eyes was pride, his son had answered Vincen correctly, he bowed his head, politely replied, thank you. Valkia glanced at Vincen, her expression filled with apprehension, as a cadet, this brat had almost no mana beyond level 8. She frowned, I thought the boy just had good instincts but. Valkia observed the confidence Vincen exuded, Adenka was raising a monster. Kagan sat next to Vincen, he clenched his fists in dissatisfaction, damn it, it was Vincen again. Suddenly, Revan excitedly raised her hand and said, I have one more question. Kagan saw it and quickly ran over to cover his mouth, everyone was tired from the journey, I'm tired, let's rest. Vincen quickly pushed Revan behind him, he said goodbye to everyone, we'll let you guys chat freely. Vincen urged, let's go. Revan was dragged away by the two, unable to say another word, Valkia and Khan looked at them, speechless. He sighed, Ponchonus sat on one side and laughed loudly, they are closer now, they remind me of when we were young. Khan said in a helpless tone, he was right, his son was just like him. Valkia did not forget to add, he was also like them in their ignorance. Ponchonus was bewildered when he saw them like that, huh? On the other side, in a deserted cave. Inside was a man standing waiting for the girl to come. Versa smiled slightly, so you're alive Laurent. He held a box in his hand, Laurent said hesitantly, I really want to say I'm happy to see you again but, looking at the city like this, I can't say that easily. He opened the box, inside was what looked like a sharp weapon. Versa looked down at that thing, this will be the thing that will help overthrow my father, right, the Eye of Athenia. On the other side, Vargan was hesitating, he said hesitantly, I Seconds later, Vargan firmly refused. His tone was very certain. I refuse. Helios did not expect this result. He wondered, can you tell me the reason? Vargan frowned. The next step of the magic tower. He gritted his teeth, looking annoyed. It was interfering in the friendly meeting. And manipulate them to support a family right. Helios closed his eyes. He did not answer. Vargan looked away, his eyes filled with sadness. What a pity, the magic that I admired in my heart no longer existed. He glanced at Herka, his voice full of sarcasm. Besides, without me, the fortress she commanded would collapse in a day. Herka was angry. She curled her hands into fists, shouting, "What did you say?" Helios looked extremely disappointed. What can I do? It's actually my fault. He continued talking about the purpose of this trip. I came here to meet young Master Vincen and see his sword that can cut through magic. I heard that he is a young soldier from the Blood City. I also really want to meet him. Helios smiled. It was nice to see you again anyway, Vargan. He turned away, his expression reluctant as he wished. Enjoy the festival, Master. The three of them strode away. One of them, following Helios, said, "You're letting him go like that." Helios explained, "If it doesn't want to, then we can't do anything about it. Let's just leave it alone for now." The orange-haired man next to the stove was embarrassed. But what if he also betrays like Varnelli? Helios turned away. If that happened. He turned his head back, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I will reunite him with his sister, in the afterlife. Helios said as he walked away, "It's late, I have to go, to meet the owner of the Helheim house." The next day, the warm sunshine shone down on the brightly decorated town. A blue-haired girl stood in the center. She spoke into the ring on her hand, greeting the guests. "I am Maria, chief reporter of Whispering Wind." The sound from the magic ring echoed in the arena. I was now in Dersona Helheim, where the Hades convention was being held, on an unprecedented scale. Helios was now sitting in the front row. Maria raised her voice, because important guests who would be recorded in history would also attend. Vargan, Herka and Hannah sat tensely in the stands. Damien looked excited. "Wow, there are so many people." Abel wasn't happy. He looked disdainful. "That idiot is really standing on this big stage." Merlin exclaimed, "It was truly magnificent whether it was in that arena or this city." Dulin was not shaken at all. He calmly replied, "The money was all taken from the outskirts of Helheim, just like the time of Mael Tume." Everyone's attention was focused on the three people on stage. Maria's voice raised, and most importantly, the rulers of this continent, the heads of the three great families accompanied by the young masters. She turned back and said, "Right now." Vincen, Kagan and Revan walked out together, accompanied by Maria's introduction. The participants of the convention all entered the arena. Pontianus excitedly observed the stone in his hand. "Whoa, my children, look at this magical crystal." His mindless action left Khan speechless. Up high, where everything could be seen, a doubtful voice rang out, "Why are you here?" Versa walked closer to where Garfonzo stood. She answered naturally, "Because you are also a Helium." Versa sneered, her eyes filled with mockery. "She thought you would feel lonely without anyone to accompany you." Garfonzo turned around, standing opposite Versa. "You intend to monitor me," she said as if she was praising. "Father really understands you." Garfonzo's face darkened. He was skeptical. "You want to stop me? If Helheim's power grows stronger, then it will benefit you. Even that idiot Khan covets this place." Versa's eyes were closed. She frowned. The current situation of Helheim. She looked at the three masters on stage. "It's not what we want anymore." Garfonzo gritted his teeth, his tone mixed with disbelief. "You're pretending to be a saint." He raised his hand. "Even if I'm stained with blood here, your hands are just as dirty." Garfonzo's eyes were shining, filled with ambition. "Everything you've enjoyed so far, don't you know it's all thanks to me?" He reminded Versa. "Even the seat next to Khan was won by you because you eliminated Vincen's mother." This made Versa feel self-reproachful, her expression regretful. She spoke again. Versa did not avoid it. "I know, I do not deny it." Versa raised her head. She looked straight at Garfonzo with a determined gaze. "So for me, this is a way to make amends." Hearing that, he tilted his head slightly. Garfonzo didn't believe what Versa had just said. "Oh, stop talking nonsense." He turned and left, coldly leaving behind a sentence, "Just do whatever you want." Garfonzo grinned happily. He was still determined with his intention. "Even if you stop me, that brat Vincen will still die." Garfonzo stepped up to the center. He held out the crystal. It had been 200 years since Helheim became prosperous. Garfonzo's voice echoed in the arena, now speaking of the revolutionary forces, those who could not accept peace, always disturbing this land. Laurent and Harmona, who were in the stands at that time, were silent when they heard that. Garfonzo excitedly raised the yellow flower in his hand. He declared, "Just like the flower of Hades, I hope Hell-Aim will bloom again through this convention." Having said that, Garfonzo spread his arms wide to receive warm applause from everyone. On stage, Revan is very enthusiastic. "Come on, let's start." Vincen looked at Garfonzo. He gave an unpredictable smile. Vincen's face was dangerous. His eyes were looking forward to a good show. Yes, Hell-Aim would bloom once again, free from his evil thoughts. There was also cruelty in Garfonzo's smile. "Keep smiling, Vincen, because the next time we meet, you will be a corpse." He shouted loudly, looking expectant, "The Mael sword team from Hell-Aim and the young masters from the great families of the continent, who will be the winner?" The countdown begins. 3. Kagan also radiated magic power. 2. Revan smiled confidently. 1. Everyone got into a fighting stance, and with Garfonzo's command, the Hades convention began. A pierced man rushed forward. These kids were only focused on themselves, fighting for the honor of their clan. The other two also held their weapons tightly and ran forward. The Mael sword team would take advantage of that and exploit the internal fighting. Garfonzo's eyes were filled with ambition. "To kill Vincen, this entire arena is mine, before you can react." He looked at a red-haired guy charging towards Vincen. "Then I got rid of you." In the arena, as he rushed in, Revan and Kagan turned to look at him. All three of them took turns killing 3 men with just one slash. Revan laughed happily. "Don't stop me." Kagan replied to him with an arrogant look. "Go ahead, you brat." Versa exclaimed, "The Eye of Athenia." Laurent opened the box and said, "Yes, the previous head of Hell-Aim, Athenia, created this as one of her magical tools." She muttered, "Athenia, Hell-Aim and Dragon King Abelton." Versa thought to herself, "Athenia loves Abelton, a powerful dragon warrior. Athenia has been persistent in pursuing Abelton, but..." She silently commented, "Their love was not complete due to racial differences, a tragic love story." He said, "There are many treasures and magical tools created by Athenia for Abelton, all over Hell-Aim." He held up the object in his hand. It was glittering under the moonlight. He continued, "One of them was the Eye of Athenia. It was created to predict the dangers that could happen to Abelton." With that, he swung his hand and threw the thing aside. That thing hit the wall hard. Then it activated the giant eye magic circle, creating a large hole in the wall. Laurent explains that when this spike is pierced into something, one can see through it and beyond. Then he continued, "Tomorrow, bring this to the arena, Vincen." Versa walked towards Vincen and said, "Vincen, do you know what we will use this for?" Vincen held up Athenia's eye and said, "We will collect evidence of your crimes in front of everyone, specifically, a place like the Molybdenum Magic Crystal Factory." He said excitedly, "Refining a blessing like dragon blood would require a large facility like the one in Molybdenum." Vincen put the eye in his shirt, and he probably wouldn't leave such a facility outside Derzona either. Versa replied, "Yes, he was afraid of what was not within his control." She continued, "The production facility for the blessing item is definitely located in Derzona. As far as we know, the only place in Derzona that can hide such a large area is the Derzona Coliseum, a large coliseum that can hold 1,000 people. At the entrance to the arena, someone explained the rules. When entering the arena, a magical crystal will check your status. He conjured an illustration crystal. If it determined that he was incapable of fighting, he would be eliminated and directly teleported outside the arena by magic. Then he spread his arms wide and said to everyone below, "The purpose of gathering like this is to injure as many opponents as possible and stand firm until the end." Merlin stood below and raised his hand to speak. "Can I ask a question?" "What if we accidentally kill someone in the fight?" he said. Then he glared at Vincen with hatred. Vincen also responded with an unpleasant look. The MC implied, "In that case, death in an honorable duel is inevitable, right?" After that, many pairs of knowing eyes looked towards Vincen. He frowned and thought to himself, "This is where the problem begins." Vincen calculated that in order to reveal the entire arena through Athenia's eyes, he would need to hold and infuse magic power into it for a certain amount of time. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, this meant he would have to sit in the center of the arena, right in the middle of dozens of Garfonzo's men who wanted to kill him. He firmly grasped his blood lotus and bravely looked straight ahead. The only way to avoid this situation was to win, so that he could use the Athenia eye in a safe state, when no one was targeting him. Vincen frowned slightly and thought, but he couldn't possibly face all of Hell-Aim's elites alone. Suddenly Kagan beside him asked, "Hey, Vincen, what are you thinking about so intently? You are provocative, worried. He looked at Kagan and Revan and smirked, thinking to himself, that's why he needs them. Vincen spoke up, Revan, Kagan, I have a request. Vincen's plan, as we know, is to be a proxy war between the homeowners. So I want one of us to win. 3 people take turns destroying opponents, so why don't we focus on taking out Helheim's soldiers first? They won easily and quickly. Soon, there were only a few people left in the arena, according to Vincen's plan, until there were only 3 of us left on the arena floor. There were people in the arena who were panicking and shouting, wait, this isn't what we were talking about. Garfonzo was also surprised, what was going on, why were they helping Vincen? In the arena, Vincen was full of murderous intent and quickly destroyed anyone he met. His opponents were scared and shouted, damn it, attack, anyone you see. He shouted, thunder, continuous light beam. He swung his sword, a huge column of power was released. With just that one move, Vincen defeated many opponents at the same time. Maria was shocked and stuttered in her commentary on the match, what an impressive martial arts power, young Master Vincen of Adenka. She excitedly shouted, just last year he was considered one of the 7 most useless young masters, but now that pathetic appearance could no longer be seen. A guy who doesn't know his limits is flying towards you, things won't go as you think, kid. He jumped up and swung his sword down. Vincen quickly raised his sword to block. That blow was quite strong, making him frown. Using the move continuously for a while now had also exhausted him. He thought with amusement, no matter how these brats were hanging around, the difference in strength was still very clear, let's kill it and get the reward from the family head. But immediately a sword pierced through his body from behind. Vincen was also surprised by this help, his syrup gushed out. Kagan smiled dangerously and said, let's cooperate, Vincen, you must die by my hand, if you die by someone else's hand it will be troublesome, right? Vincen frowned and did not answer. Then he widened his eyes in shock and shouted, Kagan, behind you. A female assassin ambushed him from behind, leaving him no time to react. He gritted his teeth and thought, oh no. Suddenly a weapon went straight through her head, killing her instantly. Kagan still hadn't recovered and stammered, what is it? Vincen spoke up, this technique is. The weapon was thrown back and forth to its owner. As for Revan, he put his hands on his hips and said loudly, Kagan, now is not the time to worry about others. Under his feet were many fallen men. He raised his hands towards the stands and was immediately praised by the people there, great. Kagan gritted his teeth in anger, he couldn't believe that I was saved by that idiot. Vincen also said, we can't be left behind. Garfonzo broke out in a cold sweat and cursed under his breath, damn it, cooperating with the heir of another family like this, what is he planning to do? He frowned, indeed, Vincen was a dangerous person, at any cost, he had to die here. In the arena, Vincen can kill many people with just a few sword strokes. He thought as he fought, we can't let one bad apple spoil the bunch anymore, we have to end it quickly. Suddenly a source of power came from the left. He quickly used his sword to block but was counterattacked and bounced back. Vincen landed, bounced quite far away, the captain growled, you're causing too much trouble, brat. He declared war with murderous intent, I will leave you here and now, Vincen Adenka, for the honor of Helheim. Vincen replied with interest, ah, so it's you, let's see what you can do. Kagan is not inferior to Vincen, he is full of murderous intent, whoever he passes by dies. He said arrogantly, this stage is only for the strong, you chickens get lost on the other side. Revan also raised her weapon and aimed at the targets in the arena. He threw it hard, the spear flying straight down and shouted, take this. The assassins shouted in fear, oh, it's coming. The spear flew straight through many people, many painful cries rang out. A guy tried to sneak attack him from behind, he said, stop messing around you bastard. But Revan smirked with interest. His weapon spun, flying towards its master. Revan tilted her head slightly so that the spear hit the other guy straight in the face, causing him to spit out a mouthful of syrup. The stands erupted in cheers, the young masters had defeated the Helheim soldiers, wow, this is awesome. Revan suddenly frowned, carefully observing and thinking, now only left. Kagan also had the same expression thinking, that guy over there. At this time, Vincen's battle with the captain was still raging. Both Revan and Kagan thought to themselves, the big guy Vincen was facing. The battle was at the speed of light, the ground was damaged in many places, he threw weapons causing dents in the ground, Vincen jumped up to dodge the attack. He frowned and analyzed, 5 stars, no 6 stars, His magic power was as strong as his body. His eyes grew colder, but he was just big and full of vulnerabilities. Vincen firmly held the blood lotus and called out, "Consecutive attacks, the prince wandered the galaxy." He sneered at his opponent. At this moment, Kagan and Revan suddenly came from behind and destroyed his sword. The captain was stunned, staring and gritting his teeth as he looked back. All three people thought, right now. Then the blond man's eyes flashed, his face became serious again. All three young masters stabbed their weapons into him at the same time. But he activated a protective shield that made it impossible for all three weapons to penetrate. Kagan frowned slightly and thought, what's wrong with this guy? He didn't even flinch. Vincen gritted his teeth in shock, this feeling, impossible. He shouted, the blessing of the king of humanity. Then he blinked and caught Vincen's arm, making him unable to pull back. Then he gathered all his strength and threw him away. After finishing Vincen, Doi Tuong turned around and swung his sword at the remaining two people, then shouted, don't interfere with our battle. Revan was knocked back and let out a few soft cries. Revan exclaimed, what the hell, we attacked him like that and he didn't even budge. Kagan also agreed, is this a high-level defense? This guy is crazy tough. Vincen was thrown far away and was still struggling after receiving that ultimate blow. The blonde guy called him, kid. He walked towards Vincen and said, you guys are trying to destroy the honor of Helheim, the honor that everyone had to shed blood to build. Vincen was kneeling down and spitting out his syrup as he replied, the one who made them bleed like him, could definitely easily talk about honor. The captain looked helpless and scratched his head, you are young and don't know anything, a warrior's honor is to faithfully carry out the mission. Then he threatened, even if it meant capturing people and breaking their limbs. Vincen widened his eyes thinking, even if it meant crushing them. He imagined the horrible scenes and that hideous smile. The hatred in Vincen's heart increased greatly. The captain clenched his fists and said, every mission requires some sacrifice, this time you're just in that position. He punched his two hands together creating a source of power, he shouted, become the one to atone for Helheim's honor, Vincen Adenka. Vincen interrupted loudly, don't make fun of me. He thought to himself, since when did the honor of this era become so distorted? The honor of a warrior is not like that at all. Thinking about it, he shouted and rushed forward, a warrior's strength has meaning when it is used to protect people, you use your strength to oppress others and call it honor. The more he spoke the louder he shouted, man like man, I will not let you tarnish the honor of knights any further. He also challenged, if you are good then do it. He raised his giant fist, Vincen fearlessly faced it with blood lotus. A huge explosion occurred in the middle of the arena, Garfonzo standing far away in the stands could see it easily. He wondered what was that, something was strange, why was Vincen so obsessed with winning? Then he glanced at Versa beside him in doubt, furthermore, those people acted as if everything would end if Vincen won, as if everything would collapse. Suddenly he sank down, impossible, dragon blood stored underground. He imagined the chained red demons trying to climb up, thinking, are they going to expose it to the world? Garfonzo sighed, no wonder, that place was deep underground, how could they expose it? But Vincen's sly, calculating smile from earlier appeared. He seemed to realize something. Garfonzo gritted his teeth and thought, no, I can't predict what that guy will do, I can't let my guard down. Then he cursed, damn it. He turned back to the butler and said, butler, let's leave for a while. The butler was a little surprised. But he also respectfully replied, this way. As he walked, Garfonzo suddenly stopped, waiting. He then noticed the woman behind him and wondered, Versa, why is she standing there? He analyzed himself, if I try to destroy the evidence, how will Versa stop me, is that her plan? Garfonzo was a little panicked, if Vincen was just a decoy, and they were trying to find out about the existence of the underground facility through our actions. He frowned, if we move now we will lead Versa there. But if Vincen is really up to something. At this moment, Versa asked, what's the matter? She glanced slyly and asked, don't you have something urgent, father? Garfonzo went crazy and screamed, Versa, you damn woman. Versa's voice rang in his ears, why did you do that? Garfonzo, covered in sweat, mumbled in reply, Versa. Versa was silent, not letting him continue and replied, I can handle this, so you can go. Suddenly her eyes flashed with a deadly light, she questioned in a low voice, are you trying to deceive me right in front of my eyes? Feeling an overwhelming aura around him, Garfonzo realized something was wrong in his heart, damn it, I can't. What are you doing here? Both of you stand facing each other, hundreds of blurry chains wrapped around. With the current situation, Versa still calmly said, "Let's continue watching." Her deep eyes seemed to see through everything. She said, "The result will soon be clear." Ahead, Vincen is still fighting persistently. The captain kicked the air aimlessly, accompanied by a shout to gain momentum and overwhelm Vincen. The punch was about to fall on his head. The captain shouted louder, "Vincen, don't run." A loud bang. It must be said that his strength was extremely terrifying. The last blow cracked part of the stage's tiles, causing smoke and dust to fill the air. Revan and Kagan behind gritted their teeth and cursed under their breath, this is crazy." The smoke and dust gradually cleared after a while, and a green light appeared, signaling something ominous. The captain appeared from the sky and swooped down with a loud curse, "Don't interfere, you bastard." Once again he threw that thunderous punch, turning everything upside down. Kagan barely dodged the attack, his mind filled with unconvinced thoughts. Did he not even deserve to have his strength recognized, or did they ignore him from the start? And only focused on Vincen. On this side, Vincen also dodged the attack. It can be said that his body is extremely agile. Vincen kept gritting his teeth and guessing his opponent's moves. The only way to get past his defenses was to use special sword techniques to penetrate the human king's core. And he knew that, if he could defeat him first, he wouldn't have to worry about anyone else anymore. Vincen just dodged those deadly punches when Julian appeared and said, "We need to increase the distance to use our special ability." Vincen tried to reply subconsciously, "I know, but the opponent is a 6-star warrior. There's no way he will give us free time to use our moves." Julian gasped. Vincen also realized that something was wrong in the sky. He turned around, calling out loudly, "Revan, look up at the sky." Revan looked up in surprise and asked again, "In the sky?" Seeing the clear blue sky, Revan didn't understand anything and just mumbled, "Today is a beautiful day, so what?" A few seconds later, as if he had noticed something interesting, he shouted. The captain at the side lost all patience and was about to punch someone again. He was extremely angry and shouted, "You scoundrel, what are you planning?" The thunderous punch was about to strike down, carrying terrifying force. Before the punch could land on Vincen's head, Kagan quickly blocked it. He growled angrily, Vincen, you keep saying Vincen, you're completely ignoring me." Kagan was sharp, his eyes filled with hatred. He shouted, "I will be the winner of this event and become the hero of the continent. You dare to look down on me." After saying that, Kagan mercilessly gave him a painful blow. Vincen took advantage of the situation and jumped up, preparing to finish off the captain. The captain was also very energetic, angrily chasing after Vincen, shouting, "Where do you think you are running to?" Suddenly a great force pressed down on his shoulder, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Revan climbed onto the captain's shoulder, spear in hand, ready to launch a spear attack. Revan smiled happily and flew away. At the same time, he threw the spear straight up into the sky with a terrifying force. The spear was like a rocket that shot straight towards Vincen's sword. Vincen tried his best to counter this attack. The spear turned back towards the captain. What a beautiful blow. The captain's eyes and mouth were wide open in surprise. What, he's flying in the sky. Vincen is still fluttering in the sky at this time. He started to gain momentum, quite a distance from the field. Brown eyebrows furrowed, gathering all his strength. From a height that could be close to the clouds, it plunged straight down to the field like a bolt of lightning. Garfonzo shouted in surprise from the stands, "Impossible, from up there." All the audience was also looking at him fearfully. Was he planning to use that height to slash down with a move or something? The Khan family head below also couldn't stop praising in his heart. At that height, he could use swordsmanship without any hindrance, and more importantly, he didn't give his opponent a chance to escape. The green light from Vincen quickly shot down. The captain also sensed the danger. He muttered, "Damn it, I have to run away." Vincen was up there, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself, "Isn't that Helium's honor?" Only 2 people in the Helium clan truly know what honor is. Those who have been abandoned cannot bear the evil of this clan. Who are you to talk about honor? The second form of the sword technique, the sword pierced through and rushed down. A sky of rocks, sand, and earth scattered everywhere. This scene really makes people scared for the audience. One arm flies up. The captain screamed loudly enough to know that Vincen had given him a fatal blow. The audience saw this scene and panicked, saying, "Helium's army." Accompanied by the audience's bewildered voices was the MC's announcement over the loudspeaker. The battle was completely defeated. The winners were the young masters. Herka hugged Vargan and shouted happily, "Great, Vincen won." Hannah stood silently beside him. Yes, Vincen had won this battle. Even though he is in a difficult situation, he still knew that he had to find his advantage and aim for victory. When the opponent's human body was strengthened, it would be a big problem. Vincen had planned from the beginning to deal with it. Before Vincen could rejoice for long, something appeared behind him. The flash of light made him turn around in surprise. Vincen reacted quickly to avoid the explosion. He was startled and pushed back. His body was also injured quite a bit. Kagan said proudly, "Finally, it's just us left." Revan also cast the spell. "Let's begin." Both of them turned towards Vincen, challenging, "Defeat Vincen." Vincen was exhausted after the confrontation just now. He thought to himself, "It's time to end the event." Vincen looked at the crowd in front of him. From now on, he frowned with determination. This was just his battle. Versa looked at him with trust. "Yes, Vincen, now everything depends on you." Back to the night before, Versa had reminded, but there was a flaw in that plan. She bowed her head worriedly. "There was no guarantee that I could defeat all of them, right?" Laurent was surprised. "Sister," Vincen said with confidence, "it's okay, I will win, for the honor of Adenka." Back to the present, Versa clenched her trembling hands. "What I regret, what I desire, I put everything into you." She looked at him firmly. "Please, win, Vincen." Above are three people sitting comfortably. The face of the master of Adenka, Khan, was solemn. Garfonzo glared at him. "It's not over yet, what the hell are they doing?" He angrily cursed, "You should just die, Vincen." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen also rushed into battle with Kagan and Revan. Kagan raised his sword high and gritted his teeth, shouting, "I will deal with you first, Vartikan." Multiple sword slashes came straight towards Revan. Revan immediately spun the stick in his hand to repel all the slashes. He provoked, "Is that all you have? Show me something more impressive." Kagan flew to him with a cold gaze. "Fine, I will show you everything I have." Raven's lips curled up, her eyes lighting up. The two sides fought fiercely, swords were continuously slashed. Vincen took the opportunity to rush towards them. This was his chance, he would attack while they were fighting. He poured lightning into his sword and ran towards the other two. Vincen swung his sword hard, sending Kagan and Revan flying away. Kagan gritted his teeth in anger. "That guy." Revan looked amused, he laughed out loud. "Vincen fights so fiercely. He quickly counterattacked and hit Vincen hard at the feet, so I can't lose either." He stared in surprise. Revan kicked hard, Vincen nimbly dodged to the side. A shadow blocked the light shining on the two people. The two men raised their heads in surprise to see Kagan using a crescent-shaped slash. The sword slash caused the earth and rocks to explode. It exploded in a circle, Kagan landed gently in the middle, the other two were sent flying out. Vincen frowned and stood up straight. The flow of blood had been increased. If this continued, Kagan wouldn't be able to last much longer. Kagan was. He looked at Kagan summoning the holy sword, and Kshaik immediately appeared, aiming for a quick victory. Vincen also hurriedly summoned his holy sword. If he didn't use all his strength he would lose. Revan, not wanting to be outdone, also summoned her explosives, looking extremely eager, using all her might to attack. "Okay, let's jump in." Kagan curled his lips, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he charged forward with his spirit sword. Revan curled her lips and broke the attack. Vincen gritted his teeth and used the attack from the lightning sword. All three charged towards each other. A white light flashed. A loud explosion rang out, rocks and dirt flew everywhere. The scene happened before Versa's eyes. She frowned in surprise. Garfonzo beside her smirked. Khan doesn't show much emotion on his face. There was an explosion below. Vincen gasped. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his whole body leaning on the sword, surrounded by only dust and smoke. Vincen looked down at the wound on his hip. He knew it couldn't end safely, the wound was quite deep. As if remembering something, he raised his head. "What about the others, how are they?" Vincen's figure stood among the smoke and fire. He glanced at Kagan and Revan, one of whom had an injured arm. Revan was clutching her staff with a look of disgust, already in a difficult position. Julian hovered and frowned in conjecture. Sure enough, Samian and Vartikan were not easy to deal with. Vincen glanced around. Wait a minute. He looked at the silent atmosphere. Why is it so silent? Vincen frowned. After such a flashy explosion, there was still no cheering. He glanced sharply. Something was wrong. Vincen's strong stance attack, impossible. Revan was stunned. she no longer had the strength to dodge the attack. Kagan gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, is this the end for me? The sword slashed down, separating the two people. Kagan was a bit surprised. What, missed? Raven was also confused. Why? I showed surprise. Raven was terrified. That was. Kagan was stunned. What is this? Vincen growled. It seemed like. Looking at the small space gradually closing in, I was indeed trapped in this arena. The blonde girl wondered. What? The purple-haired girl stood next to her with her arms crossed, just getting to the fun part. The crowd above lost patience and shouted loudly, how long do we have to wait? Are they cheating? Purple hair also shouted down, start over now. In the middle a purple light shines. Versa was stunned. What happened? Garfonzo bared his teeth. Finally, I'm going to see you die. He looked at Vincen with a deadly gaze. Didn't I tell you, next time we meet, you will become a corpse, Vincen? Before the glowing crystal, Garfonzo's face exuded scheming ambition. I have a brief announcement. The magic used in the match has encountered an error. Just like that, he made a decision. The Mage Tower will take some time to maintain. Vargan was surprised to hear Garfonzo speak. The Mage Tower, huh? A terrible power was revealed, Garfonzo announced. For the safety of the spectators, the arena was temporarily sealed with a barrier. Versa was shocked when she saw the power. He announced, please wait a moment. Versa was worried. This is not part of the investigation. This is. She did not hesitate to directly ask, what is going on? Garfonzo replied coldly, that's my insurance. He said smugly, I asked some of Daimar's friends for help. His evil smile and eyes seemed to contain thousands of resentments. Once that barrier disappeared, we would witness the scene of the three of them being destroyed. No, rather, it would be a staged scene of them being dead. After hearing that, Versa was surprised and angry. A rage rose in his heart. Versa rushed to strangle Garfonzo. Father. Amidst the tense atmosphere, she angrily ordered, take those children out, immediately. Despite Versa's threat, Garfonzo still mocked and said, how pitiful Versa, you bet on the child of Sarvana whom you were so jealous of and in the end you failed. Garfonzo scorned, don't you see that I have helped you? Now there are only 7 of your children left in Adenka. When he heard him say that, Versa was shocked. What? The flames of resentment in her heart could not be contained. Versa ran away, ignoring Garfonzo. Damn it, I have to stop this at all costs. Looking at Garfonzo lying on the floor because of Versa's attack, the butler worriedly reported, Sir, Miss Versa is rushing towards the arena. He covered his mouth and muttered, it's too late to go now. The ground shook, red air surged with waves of anger. The Khan family head was annoyed and on guard. What did he do, the greedy old man? Mr. Keenby growled, I'm tired of waiting, I'll go get something to drink. Facing his cold expression, Pontius beside him couldn't help but be surprised. Valkia asked in surprise, why so sudden? Pontius also raised his eyebrows and asked, you want to go drink wine? Khan replied softly, I heard that in Helium, there are many rare wines. His whole body seemed to be covered in purple-black mist, that dirty wine was smuggled in. Pontius and Valkia both looked surprised. They silently signaled to each other. A flash of light appeared from a crimson crack in front of them. Kagan and Vincen walked forward together. Kagan wondered, trap, what do you mean? A fierce electric current tore through space, dazzling light covered the battlefield. Faced with that scene, Kagan and Vincen couldn't hide their shock and anxiety. The crack caused by the supernatural slash was closing. Was it useless to even do so? Vincen frowned and judged, it seemed we were trapped by a mage beyond my understanding. Layers of magic kept sealing the crack one after another. He thought back to the instructor's words, seemingly becoming even more determined in his guess, and despite being heavily injured, the teleportation magic that would take us out of the arena didn't work. Kagan's mouth moved, not believing what was happening. From the beginning, they never had any intention of sparing our lives. Raven was also injured after the battle. He shuddered and thought to himself, if someone who can cast such powerful magic appeared, then we wouldn't be able to confront him in this injured state. Vincen's face was serious. Staying here is too dangerous, we must quickly get out. Thinking, he turned back and called out, everyone, please prioritize getting out of here first. At this moment, Helios suddenly appeared, using his power to suppress Raven and Kagan. Suddenly attacked, Raven felt uncomfortable and cried out. Kagan was also overwhelmed by the energy. He stuttered and shouted, let go. Vincen panicked when he saw them like that and shouted, Kagan, Raven. At this moment, Helios slowly spoke, This is the first time we meet in person, right? He turned around and introduced himself meaningfully. Hello, young Master Vincen, I am Helios, Master of the Magician's Tower. Vincen was furious when he saw Helios, the Master of the Mage Tower. Such a great power was helping Gofonso. Looking at the big crack in front of him, Helios couldn't help but admire him a little. His supernatural slash was truly an interesting sword technique. It was able to create a crack on my barrier. Vincen didn't retreat. He stepped forward to question, why did you help the Gofonso? Helios cast a spell. A surge of power surged out. He threatened, you don't need to know that. The terrible power in the spheres flew towards Vincen. Helios calmly said, because you will die here. Faced with the pressure from his opponent, Vincen gritted his teeth and calculated. He had to dodge the attack first. Receiving a direct attack from the Master of the Magic Tower was extremely dangerous. The sound of wind tearing echoed. The Vincen was hit. A deep wound was created. As if he had suffered a terrible shock, Vincen let out a low growl. Helios raised his hand. The spheres exploded simultaneously. Vincen seemed to be completely unconscious after the explosion, his body slowly falling backwards. Helios's power continued to radiate, a hand approaching Vincen. It fiercely pressed him down, causing the ground to crumble. Helios saw that and immediately stepped forward. He disdainfully said, don't worry, I won't kill you right away. With the sword in his hand, Helios threatened, pretending as if you die under someone else's sword, that is the order I must do. The hand he created slowly tightened Vincen's neck, making him unable to resist. He stubbornly asked in a harsh voice, order, whose order is it, Elder Adenka, or Samian? The sword was stuck near Vincen. Helios mocked, how naive. Slowly approaching the Vincen, he sat down threateningly. That was the person with the higher power. A creepy voice and a sinister smile appeared. Helios continued, because you already have a wound, so I will stab it deeper. Vincen suddenly bared his teeth. Energy erupted. Vincen bit down on the sword in front of him. From there, the powerful Vincen technique was performed. A series of chains appeared wrapped around the sword. Helios did not have time to react. He panicked and shouted, what the hell? The moment the sky was torn apart, Vincen's body gradually blurred by the Lightning Master's consecutive strikes. The earth-shattering explosion rang out. Lightning lit up the sky. That divine force pushed Helios back decisively. Lightning struck and blackened his hand. Helios shouted in hatred, you barbarian, how dare you? Not stopping there, a light appeared above Helios' head. From within the mist, the Viken suddenly cast a supernatural slash magic. A series of screaming spheres rushed down. A decisive slash struck the ground. Helios stubbornly used magic to resist. Damn it. Vincen's other strike directly broke his formation. The slash also cut off Helios' arm in amazement. Vincen attacked with a furious purple energy beam radiating in all directions. Helios was scared purple in the face. His hands summoned magic while cursing, damn it. Too bad for him, he was killed by Vincen's super finishing blow before he could do anything. And the pain doubled, when his blow also took Helios' arm in a flash, while he still had time to load. But what Helios was concerned about was not the arm, but whether the strongest defensive magic had been broken. Vincen laughed bloodthirstily, those who interfered in our war should also pay the price, right? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone joined the battle and calculated the profits on Helios' head. Kagan shouted angrily, enough is enough. Revan is also hot-tempered like ice cream, you useless bastards don't know your place. Helios was so scared that he almost peed his pants when he got cursed and beaten with a combo. His mouth was trembling. What? Vincen is very aggressive and likes to show off. This is my chance, I will show you what real strength is, he said, and then aggressively rushed in to join in the fun. Helios cursed angrily, you bastards. Damn, at the same time he started casting a massive magic spell. His magic was so powerful that it blew everyone around him into pieces. Helios laughed confidently, what are you holding back for? I will turn you all into dust. Vincen was so worried that his mouth was distorted. It's dangerous, I have to stop this magic, but if I use my ultimate sword now, I will also destroy myself. This time Helios was determined to destroy him. He gritted his teeth and attacked, killing Vincen. Vincen saw the magic coming towards him. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, not good. A tear in space suddenly appeared. The tear is getting bigger and bigger. Suddenly, a ray of power shot out from within, directly into the magic circle. Laurent appeared out of nowhere, directly confronting that magic circle, to Vincen's astonishment. He was sweating profusely and anxiously called out, Uncle. Looking at the person in front of him, Vincen was startled. Uncle Laurent. While his uncle was charging forward, Vincen tried to stop him. Don't, it's dangerous, Uncle Laurent. Laurent ignored his nephew and focused all his strength on charging straight forward. With such momentum, the magic before Laurent's eyes was nothing but a mosquito. His hand easily enveloped that power. To everyone's surprise, one of his hands broke everything. Laurent fiercely charged towards Helios. Helios couldn't believe his eyes anymore, speechless, only able to say huh and 100,000 why questions. Behind him, Revan was also scared to the point of falling backwards. Kagan muttered in horror, that magic. But he blocked it with one hand. Now, Laurent, after his eye-catching performance, he just stood there coolly for everyone to admire. Vincen pondered and asked, why is he here? In another world, a war also shows signs of ending, when the positive power freezes everything. Vargan was sweating profusely for the final blow. Finally seeing the green power in front of him, he breathed a sigh of relief and sat down. It was a success, he did it. Herka bent down and asked, are you okay? Vargan's eyes looked forward. He thought to himself, the defensive magic was very advanced, the gap inside must have been created by Vincen. Khan's voice echoed, you've worked hard, Vargan. He and Versa walked in, saying, thank you, thanks to you we were able to save the children. Vargan painfully stood up and apologized, I'm sorry sir, with my strength, I could only buy enough time for one person to get in there. Herka, who was supporting him, also worriedly asked, is only Sir Laurent okay? Now Versa speaks up, it's okay. She bowed her head and whispered, if Laurent were still here, talking about this would make her miss him again. The man with handsome face and determined eyes. On the Vincen side, he was frantically advising, Uncle Laurent, quickly avoid it, this situation is not. Laurent coldly interrupted him with two words, Vincen. Laurent looked at Kagan and Revan, his voice determined, this was a battle between two family heirs. His eyes showed both responsibility and arrogance, I hope you just stand and watch, because I carry the honor of the Helheim house in this war. Laurent's determination made Vincen speechless, he could only call out in confusion, Uncle Laurent. On the opposite side, Hylos was judging Laurent like a mother-in-law judging her daughter-in-law. The scar on his face couldn't possibly be Laurent. Hell, how could he still be alive? But Laurent didn't have any martial arts talent, even before he lost an eye, he was still weaker than the young nobles here. Finally he growled like he had tonsillitis, I don't know what tricks you're playing to break my magic, but you're too confident, Laurent Helheim. Laurent looked at him with half an eye and said in a voice like advising a child, you should give up that magic right now. Immediately, Laurent's diamond palm also pounced towards Helios, his back and mouth trembled, that aura. What kind of power did he release? Hylos said that and was so scared that he could only stand there, accepting his fate, watching Laurent charge forward. Before the final moment of silence, he still tried to open his eyes to confirm and evaluate Laurent. With a super finishing blow, Laurent aimed straight at Hylos' face, pinning him to the floor. His 1,000-pound punch did not stop but was determined to crush him to death in the rubble. His teeth, lips, lungs, and blood were all mixed together. It was Laurent's last move that cracked the infrared shield. Finally it couldn't take it anymore and burst and disappeared. To Garfonzo's surprise, it turned out that the shield had disappeared. He laughed happily, finally I will see that bastard die. Before he finished his sentence, his eyes opened wide as if he had seen a ghost. Seeing Helios being pinned down in front of him by Laurent, Garfonzo trembled with fear, the name. Laurent there. He stuttered in fear, he's not dead yet. The noise inside attracted the people outside, they poked their heads in to see what was going on inside, they thought they were experimenting with a new magic, and wasn't Laurent dead? Laurent was extremely dissatisfied when he heard those people talking, he flexed, my name is Laurent Helheim, leader of the resistance, a member of the Helheim family. He added a shock bonus for the scared Garfonzo, I have something important to show you. He held the black eye-like ball in his hand, then slowly put it in his mouth and bit it. Vincen was also surprised, he's still there. Garfonzo's name immediately trembled, as expected they were about to take him out. Wasting no time, Laurent immediately took action, the heavens and earth shook with a crimson force. After a while of spinning, he came back and was more dangerous with red eyes, bloodthirsty, mouth screaming fire. Everyone was screaming in panic, what is this, monster? Someone turned into a monster. With a huge monster body, Laurent growled and said, I am the incarnation of a dragon. He pointed at his chest and shouted loudly, this power was created from purifying and absorbing the blood of the dragon, this was the secret weapon of the Helheim clan. Suddenly, Garfonzo from the stand suddenly rushed down and stopped. He drew his sword and threatened, "Shut your mouth." A direct slash to Laurent's body. Garfonzo gritted his teeth and took it, then he was shocked to realize that his body was as hard as rock. Despite the sword cutting into his body, Laurent roared fiercely, "Even though I was blind and had never received any formal training in martial arts, I was still able to block the sword of a martial arts master." His voice was filled with determination. All of this was to create an extremely powerful army that possessed the power of dragons, to conquer this entire continent. Garfonzo could not believe his extraordinary strength. Laurent was extremely angry. "Because of my father's ambition, all the surrounding fortresses were drained of resources, and turned into laboratories for dragon carbonization research." Garfonzo broke free from him. He shouted, "Shut up." Garfonzo landed on the ground. He pointed straight at Laurent's face and accused him, "This is a conspiracy, you spewed out those baseless lies all just to smear me." Having said that, a mocking voice interrupted, "Then look for yourself, here's the evidence." In the blink of an eye, a hurricane broke out on the arena floor, causing the ground to crack, and a black shadow suddenly appeared. This power made Garfonzo couldn't help but be shocked. That, could it be, the magical artifact of Athenia? He thought. Then he was startled and shouted, "No!" The dark shadow was none other than Vincen. He pressed the tip of his sword into the ground and roared, "Whether it was true or not, let's see." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant eye with strange patterns appeared right in the middle of the stage. Inside it are a series of red-horned monsters hanging. Female reporter Maria looked at the scene before her eyes, speechless. That is. She couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "It's the dragon race, it's the dragon race, the race we thought was extinct, is actually hanging there." Selbira was also scared out of her wits. "Those dragons. They are still alive." As soon as she finished speaking, a dragon suddenly opened its eyes. The dragon clan was suspended, their blood dripped to the ground. Everyone was in an uproar. They kept them alive to take their blood. It was terrifying. A famous martial arts clan like the Helheim family could do such terrifying things. With all eyes on him, Vincen spoke in a serious tone. This was proof. The Helheim clan had captured the dragon clan, and were doing experiments to turn their blood into weapons. Revan gritted her teeth as he listened to him gradually reveal the truth, and that dragonification was the result of these experiments, and that they had committed many evils to achieve it. As soon as he finished speaking, someone shouted angrily, "Is that true? If this is true, then even the Helheim family cannot avoid punishment." Garfonzo's face turned as green as a banana leaf. He immediately explained, "No, listen to me. Vincen will not let him achieve his goal. He swears on his honor. I, Vincen Adenka, seventh son of Adenka, and my mother, Ver Helheim, will bear witness to this." Seeing that things were about to go wrong, Garfonzo yelled angrily, "Damn it, this is a trap, all of this is a lie." He said, then turned to his old friend Helios, who was lying on the ground, confused. "Damn it, Helios, what's going on? Our contract isn't like this. Wake up and kill these guys quickly." Suddenly, Helios' whole body suddenly flew up. A Helios suddenly appeared. He smiled politely as if nothing had happened. "It's an honor to meet you, head of the Helheim family. I'm Helios, Tower Master of Tower Number 6. This shocked Vincen to the point of being wide-eyed in amazement. "Helios, there were two Helios." Revan stared at him in shock. "What the hell, where did he come from? I can't feel anything." Helios slowly walked out from the rubble. He chatted calmly, "The internal affairs of the demon tower are quite complicated these days. I heard that someone was ordered to help the demons, but I never expected that they would be able to kidnap me." He suddenly sighed. "This is all my fault," Helios said, and snapped his fingers. A fire flared up strongly. Helios bowed his head and admitted his mistake like a gentleman. "At least we should have an apology." Garfonzo's body trembled. He stuttered, "A fake magic tower master, impossible." Kagan silently assessed Helios on the side. "This is the real Helios, so just fighting that fake guy is already making us miserable." On the other side, Vincen also silently thought, "That's right, if it was really the master of the demon tower, then he wouldn't have given me any openings to exploit, and wouldn't have had one of his arms chopped off by the shadow sword technique." But even so, just thinking about this, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Vincen stared at Helios, who was about to leave. Even though he used shadow swordsmanship, the magic that trapped them still didn't disappear, right? Thinking, then he glared at him. "Helios, Tower Number 6, is he also our enemy?" The situation was tense. Suddenly Laurent unexpectedly knelt down on the ground. Everyone immediately exclaimed in worry, "Sir Laurent." He held his head and groaned in pain. "This incarnation has side effects." Laurent clenched his teeth, trying to resist the pain. He explained in a low voice, because the purification process required the spirit of the great demon, when absorbing a large amount of dragon blood. Then will become a victim of the demonic spirit contract. Laurent just finished speaking. Vincen immediately panicked. Demonic spirit contract, huh? Laurent's whole body seemed to be sucked dry by a magical current. He tried to grit his teeth and warn. The more he absorbed, the more he depended on blood, the more that person would lose consciousness, becoming extremely ferocious. With that, Laurent let out a roar filled with pain. Garfonzo took a few steps back. He raised his face and looked at him blankly. Laurent was like a monster with two bloody eyes staring at him. Garfonzo was scared but still calm. Okay, you win, Laurent, but don't expect me to give up so easily. He suddenly took out a strange black stone. Laurent shouted loudly, don't think I forgot the one who created the dragon incarnation. With this thing, someone like you. He had not finished his sentence when his face was twisted to one side. Laurent punched him straight away and he flew dozens of meters away. Garfonzo hit his head on the rock. He fainted on the spot. Laurent growled, baring his scary sharp teeth. Faced with that dangerous situation, everyone in the stands ran away at the same time. That monster was crazy, run quickly. Those Helheim bastards are crazy, they really made that many. Vincen shouted at Laurent with all his might, Mr. Laurent, calm down. Suddenly a man appeared out of nowhere and warned him to back off. He looked blankly at the trio standing in front of him, Valkia, the Khan family head and Pontius. Valkia's eyes were filled with anger. Pontius on the other hand was grinning excitedly. The host's voice rang out from the other side, from now on. He growled silently, we will handle this. Seeing a famous person coming to save them, everyone suddenly shouted with joy, look. They looked at the three people standing under the stage and shouted loudly, they were the heads of the three great families. Were they going to join forces to defeat that monster? On the other hand, Vincen silently wondered, this is your plan, Sir Laurent? He turned his eyes to Laurent, who had been completely devoured by the demon's soul, exposing all of Helheim's crimes, while he himself was dealt with by the other family heads. Suddenly in Vincen's mind appeared an image of Laurent smiling at him. Now, can you just stand and watch how I protect the honor of Helheim? Vincen wondered, forever falling asleep with the crimes of Helheim. Thinking, he silently tore off the cloak on his body. I apologize, Sir Laurent, even though it is for the best. Vincen coolly threw his cloak into the air. He coldly said, Masters, please forgive my rudeness. He said to himself, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Vincen bluntly declared to everyone present, I will be Sir Laurent's opponent. Valkia crossed her arms over her chest. She raised her head and said, Vincen, I understand how much you care about your uncle. She turned her eyes towards the monster. Laurent was growling softly, continued, but since he made a contract with the evil spirit, now he is just a monster that has lost his mind. It is best to end this quickly. Pontius was not as patient as Valkia. He shouted at him, if you hide in the audience area, there will be a big accident. Get out of the way, Vincen. The person who was silently observing the situation was the Khan. He suddenly asked Pontius, what was he thinking? Vincen curled his lips and ignored the advice. He stubbornly said, because it was a contract with an evil spirit, so Sir Laurent still had a chance. He calmly explained, I once saved someone who had made a similar contract with an evil spirit. As soon as the Khan family head heard this, he immediately recognized that person as Malone. Vincen continued to laugh and talk, and, I promised my mother. He seemed to be repeating his mother's advice, I will never abandon my loved ones. Vincen said, then bowed respectfully, please help me keep my promise to mother and father. The landlord frowned and stared at him as if he was thinking. On the other hand, the monster Laurent suddenly attacked from behind Vincen. He didn't expect this. In a short moment Vincen gritted his teeth and wondered, oh my god, has he completely lost his mind? The monster swung its arm and struck him. Vincen just had time to raise an arm to stop it. Before Vincen's astonished eyes, the Khan easily blocked his attack. The head of the family coldly asked Valkia and Pontius for their opinions. 3 rounds, can you give in to my son in 3 rounds? Valkia grimaced and swallowed, he would do this for his child. Pontius also frowned in surprise, thinking back, Vincen was indeed someone who had great influence in the family now, if that was the case then. He quickly realized that Sarvana was indeed that woman's son. Thinking of this, Pontius suddenly smiled with pleasure. If so, should he expect a little more? After thinking, he chuckled and put his hands on his hips, saying, okay, Vincen, try it, but after 3 rounds, there will be no more leniency. Valkia also agreed. She smiled gently. This matter, you owe me, Khan. The owner of the house blocked the monster's attack and nodded in gratitude. I will definitely repay you in the future. He finished speaking and pressed his strength into his palm. The owner turned around and punched the monster Laurent straight in the stomach, sending him flying backwards. Vincen took the opportunity to rush up. The owner of the house behind reminded his son, I will take care of the rest, Vincen. He replied, yes. Vincen quickly rushed towards the monster. He bared his sharp teeth at him. He gritted his teeth and stared at Laurent. Vincen suddenly remembered that he had talked to Hannah, how to deal with that dark dragon. Everyone can do it, right? He recalled the battle that day and told her, since we have defeated the high-level enemies that attacked Sir Laurent earlier in the forest, but how to deal with this black flower dragon? Hannah's face looked like she was seriously sleep-deprived. She replied tiredly, there are two ways. Her voice rang out evenly. One was to overwhelm with physical strength, even though her magic resistance was strong, but in the end it was just a creature's scales. If crushed by rocks or hit by cannonballs, she definitely wouldn't be able to stand up. Vincen thought for a moment and frowned in wonder, but she did it with a sword. Hannah's eyes were filled with coldness. The second method was what I used. She carefully reminded him of a few things. That dragon was actually just a weaker version of the real dragon. The scales couldn't be as thick as the original, there were very small gaps. Hannah leaned against the edge of the wall and frankly taught him, if one had sharp enough eyes and quick enough speed to detect those gaps, one could penetrate the scales and attack the main body. Hearing this, Vincen let out a sigh. It really wasn't easy at all. At that time, Vincen had secretly judged Hannah. Hannah's favor was a mad craftsman named Mycleon, which was possible thanks to the favor that brought precise and agile swordsmanship skills. The monster Laurent's hand glowed with purple power. He quickly rushed to Vincen and gave him a huge slap. He gritted his teeth and counted, 1 round. He fought Laurent while thinking of ways to deal with him. If it was about speed, it could be solved easily. All that was left was the eyes to detect the gaps between the scales. In Julian's eyes is the shape of the monster Laurent. Even though he was beaten up, Vincen still smirked and thought to himself, I still have Julian by my side. Those divine eyes have the ability to accurately remember the magic power in the moment. Thinking then, he quickly jumped into the air to avoid Laurent's attack. Then Vincen gritted his teeth and landed on the ground thinking, second half, the last chance is coming. Suddenly a heart-wrenching pain suddenly struck, making Vincen's body tremble. The slash across his side made him wince in pain. His body had limits. If he used that sword technique now, he wouldn't be safe. Thought about it, Vincen turned to ask his friend Julian, you won't stop me, Julian? Julian angrily roared at him, don't make too much noise, I want to stop you so much that I'm going crazy. But, Vincen suddenly thought, at the same time in the hallway Versa silently walked out. Someone was chasing her from behind. That person was none other than Hannah. She leaned against the wall and breathed heavily. Vincen reminded himself, he didn't want to make Hannah sad anymore. On the other side, Hannah's face was filled with worry and fear. The monster Laurent screamed loudly and charged towards Vincen. He raised his hand to prepare to feed him onions. Julian immediately shouted, found it. He shouted a reminder to Vincen. There were 4 gaps from shoulder to chest. All one had to do was go through them with a sword stroke. Finished speaking, Vincen's eyes widened, saw it. With the sword given to Malone, Vincen immediately roared as he swung his sword as fast as lightning. Vincen reminded himself, there was only one chance. If he failed, Sir Laurent could not be saved. He finished speaking with red eyes and screamed as he rushed towards Laurent. Vincen screamed and madly swung the sword in his hand. The magic was called Sword Strike. The sword slashed straight through the middle of the monster Laurent's body. Fresh blood instantly splattered out, making him groan in pain, but his body quickly recovered. Vincen opened his eyes in surprise. Could it be that I was too lenient? Thinking then, monster Laurent suddenly counterattacked. Revan on one side worriedly shouted, Vincen. Even the owner of the house just silently watched his son. Vincen gritted his teeth and thought, no, if this continues, Sir Laurent will. Suddenly the slash on the monster Laurent's shoulder unexpectedly split in two. The monster's body crumbled to reveal a bewildered Laurent. His eyes were white. Laurent's body suddenly collapsed at Vincen's feet. Everyone present immediately burst into joy. The monster was defeated. Great, young Master Adenka saved us. Vincen stood under thousands of cheers and praises. He breathed heavily, I did it. Suddenly, everything went dark before his eyes and Vincen slowly fell down. The sword stabbed straight into the ground. Vincen tried to resist the fatigue that came over him. He told himself, "No, I'm not allowed to fall yet." He gritted his teeth and panted continuously. This was his chance for the whole world to see him. In Vincen's eyes revealed determination. "Helium, I will overthrow Gafonso's Helaim." Thinking, Vincen raised his voice to denounce Helium. During all this time, he expanded his power thanks to cruel acts. His voice was filled with coldness. The more the hide's flower absorbed the blood and grievances of many people, the more brilliant its petals would become. Vincen frowned and roared angrily, "But, not everyone easily succumbs to evil," he said while glancing at Laurent lying on the ground. "They did not lose their honor, just like me, they were pursuing their own righteousness." Then Vincen suddenly stood up. He spread his arms wide and smiled, saying, "Listen, I send this message to the Helaim people." His voice filled with excitement called out to everyone, "Now, stand up." Maria couldn't believe her eyes. What? She immediately turned to her colleagues and shouted, "What are you guys doing? This is big news, hurry up and post it." The young man in blue hesitated and said, But, isn't this a very serious political issue?" The young man in red agreed with him and then reminded her, "Maria, if we're not careful, we'll be in big trouble." Maria roared angrily like a fire-breathing dragon, "Where is your journalistic spirit? In this situation, you can't write an article." She pointed to the other journalists behind the two young men. "If we don't write now, other media agencies will take our chance." Maria suppressed her anger and shouted, "Our win must be posted first, act now." Then the two young men ran away. Yes. Then, she turned her head to look back at Vincen under the stage. Maria slightly curled her lips and smiled to herself. "I will spread the article about you around the world faster than anyone, just wait." Vincen Adenka, Maria silently called his name. On the other hand, everyone turned their eyes to Vincen. Pontianus was also amazed by his strength. He really did it, defeating the demi-dragon scales in just 3 moves. Thinking, he walked over and patted him on the shoulder as if to praise him. "Very impressive, indeed, my son's opponent." Pontianus suddenly frowned in confusion. Vincen stood there, but he passed out without realizing it. He couldn't help but look at him in surprise, feigning while standing. Pontianus suddenly burst out laughing with delight. "This really reminds me of the old days. We used to be like that too when we used all our strength in battles." Valkia immediately cursed him. He was still laughing. "Quickly get treatment," the homeowner said in a low voice. "Herka." Vargan suddenly appeared and shouted worriedly, "Vincen." Herka angrily ran towards him. Something happened again. Herka helped Vincen and asked Hannah, "Go to the priest Duran, use teleportation. Do you remember where it is?" She immediately replied, "I remember, the location is." Before he could finish his sentence, Vargan quickly created a magic circle under everyone's feet. The homeowner stood silently to one side watching. Pontianus suddenly stepped forward and said to him with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you going to treat me like I'm an idiot? You also find your son cute, huh?" Hearing this, he immediately burst out laughing. "That's right." The Khan turned to look at Pontianus with a sympathetic face. "Now I understand how you feel." Then, Helium fell into chaos. Bursa Helium began to purge all those involved. With Vincenzo's speech, revolutionary soldiers and civilians hiding everywhere in the city poured into the streets and organized protests. All the events that happened in the Hide's meeting were reported in all the newspapers. Gafonso could no longer maintain his power and position. Vincen closed his eyes and screamed madly. Kajin stabbed Davin. He woke up and sat up screaming, "No! Where is this?" He was talking absent-mindedly when Hannah walked in outside. "Are you awake?" She crossed her arms and raised her eyebrows, looking him up and down. "Having another nightmare? You should go talk to the priest." Vincen painfully held his head and pondered, "Nightmare, although it could be a dream, but..." The image of the woman holding a sword and charging towards the man kept lingering in his mind. Thinking then, Vincen tiredly asked Hannah, "How long have you been unconscious?" She immediately replied, "You have been unconscious for about half a day, everyone is very worried." Hearing this, Vincen was startled. He panicked and asked her, "What about Mr. Lauren? Is he okay?" On the other side, Laurent was lying unconscious on the hospital bed. Versa stood under his hospital bed and softly assessed him. There were more scars on his body. Laurent slowly opened his eyes. He muttered with difficulty, "Why, I should have died there." She smiled and said softly, "It seems that Vincen's thinking is very different, and also." On the other side, Julian was startled. "What are you doing?" Vincen looked at Hannah, who was bowing to him in confusion. "Sister," Hannah spoke in gratitude, "it was a dangerous, unnecessary, and ineffective decision, but. She bowed her head deeply, looking extremely grateful. Thank you, Vincen, you saved Uncle Lauren. On the other side, Versa smiled gently and said to Laurent, Henna too. Laurent heard her say that and blamed himself. Once again, he almost hurt that child. Faced with his sad face, Versa gently advised, please do not take your life lightly anymore, because there is still an important role for you. She suddenly used a respectful voice, my lord Helium. In the stone tunnel there is a babbling stream. From the water, a hand suddenly emerged. Garfonzo crawled on the ground, he was angry and coughed, unfilial bunch, making me fall into this situation, just wait and see, this matter will not stop here. Garfonzo held the strange black stone in his hand, he smiled evilly, you guys don't even think about surviving, get out of the Helium family. Garfonzo immediately opened his mouth wide, intending to swallow the black magic pill. Suddenly, a person boldly stepped forward and spoke to stop him, making him turn around in surprise. That's it. The man who stepped forward was the sixth elder, his demeanor shining as he continued, you'd better leave quietly. Garfonzo was stunned and then a little angry, he exclaimed, Helios, you dare to betray me. He continued as he walked forward, Edmund, because of that idiot's talkativeness, we got confused, it would be troublesome if they found clues through you. Done, he immediately cast a powerful magic circle, at the same time crazily smirking and asking, will you stop things from getting complicated? Then Helios' eyes filled with malice declared, for our nightmares. Garfonzo stood before this powerful magic and instantly grinned without wavering. Then he humorously burst out laughing like a madman. Garfonzo said tremblingly again, when strategist Edmund is no longer there, no one can come up with a plan. Then he seemed to have reached a dead end, his eyes lit up, and at the same time he cast a spell and said, this is my answer. Immediately after that, in front of Helios was a giant monster shadow that kept expanding and roaring, have you forgotten, I, Helium, borrowed your hands. Garfonzo, now completely transformed into his giant, terrifying monster form, continued to grind, to create something. He laughed smugly, this is an item created by condensing a larger amount of blood than anything you have created in all this time. Then Garfonzo swung his hand creating a terrifying magic power, preparing to attack while screaming, I have become the sworn enemy of all magicians. Saying that, the giant punch immediately struck straight, causing the ground and rocks to shatter, but Helios managed to dodge it in time. Then he created a bright magic light sphere. Helios sneered, come on, let's see if it can withstand the power of this great mage. A golden magic mark emitted, shooting out with the rolling rays of light that descended. The crazy attacks caused the surrounding ground to crack, amidst the smoke and dust then a red light flickered. Garfonzo was completely fine, he rushed out laughing and attacked fiercely saying, don't you realize that it's useless? Helios calmly landed but also lamented a bit worriedly, oh, this is bad, it really has no effect at all. Garfonzo's fist still had murderous intent, he smiled sarcastically, about to die but still acting so calm. He happily decided, after killing you, I will go to Versa, Khan, and Laurent, I will kill all those who have stood in my way. Then he suddenly screamed madly, and especially the Vincen, I will have to fill my stomach with his blood. Immediately afterwards, an inner shock from a sudden shudder rushed out, leaving Garfonzo stunned. He felt as if a pair of terrifying eyes were staring at his back. Garfonzo turned back in panic thinking, what the hell is going on? Behind, the dark and desolate corridor over there continuously emitted terrifying dark energy, making him wonder what this terrifying energy source was. Helios here is laughing comfortably, aren't you the one who forgot? At this moment, majestic footsteps rumbled closer. Garfonzo's eyes now almost outlined the shape of the approaching creature. Helios continued sarcastically as a dark knight with armor full of hidden weapons approached, saying Helium you, who did you borrow your power from? Garfonzo was now surprised, no way. The knight slowly let the darkness dissipate from his face. In a flash, his young face with cold red eyes was revealed, he let out a long breath. Garfonzo over here couldn't stop gaping in recognition, the great demon, Davin. Seeing the other person not stop but continue to advance made him scream inwardly, why is that evil god here? Garfonzo immediately took shape and backed away, yes, he had to run. But Davin immediately realized the intention, he immediately rushed towards it crazily. At some point, his figure was standing right in front of Garfonzo, holding a sharp sword and swinging it up. Garfonzo startled and gritted his teeth in panic, fast, too fast. His eyes immediately turned downwards, full of intrigue. Garfonzo looked at the rushing water under his feet and saw a way to save himself. Then he did not hesitate and thought to himself, he must take a risk. Immediately the Garfonzo hand successfully hit the water layer. He immediately shouted happily, okay, if it continues like this. However, 30 is not yet tet, a merciless / quickly passed by. His body immediately parted ways in a tragic manner, but the upper half laughed happily and successfully entered the water. Garfonzo's figure instantly disappeared, leaving only shock and a layer of blood. Davin was helpless and just silently watched the flow with murderous intent. Next to the pile of rubble was the black scarf he left behind. Davin immediately went to pick up some things that were hidden under the shirt. Then he stared at the black gems in his hand. Then suddenly smiled strangely, making Helios, who had just approached, a little curious. He smiled incomprehensibly. You also have a day to reveal that expression. Did something good happen? His eyes softened and he calmly replied, nothing special, I just had a nightmare. Saying that, the memory flashed before when two powerful swords slashed at each other. That was when he and Kajin from his previous life had a fierce battle. Every time he saw this scene, he was stunned. Vincen was then full of tension and grimaces, and again, had a nightmare. Looking at the boring match on the repeater he sighed, it was always the same scene. Suddenly the scene darkened as the two people in front stopped fighting and stared at him, causing Vincen to let out an "oh" in surprise. The air seemed to thicken before his astonishment. The two people in the dream immediately distorted and screamed, "You're there, Davin the One." The scene then pans out to an arena where the entire audience writhes in horror, repeating, "So you were there, so you were there, so you were there." Immediately after that, the bright red creatures stretched out hideously and rushed to attack him. The monstrous nightmare left Vincen helpless, unable to move and only uttering meaningless sounds. Then he was swallowed up by them in despair. Crazy red and white lights in the dream with horrible screams and laughter. Immediately after that, Vincen panicked and jumped up, screaming, "No!" In his head, the echo of those words still lingered, "Not much longer." Hannah then came over and said with pity, "Is it another nightmare? Maybe you should go see a priest and ask for blessings." Vincen gritted his teeth nervously at the loud words that came out, "We will see each other again soon." And Davin's smug face appeared, smiling and saying, "Vincen Adenka." Vincen is now diligently restoring his health by constantly swallowing spoons. Julian over here just observed and commented, "Well, just need to rest for a few more days and the body will fully recover." He was extremely restless and thoughtful. These past few days, that dream kept lingering in his mind. Then Vincen asked, "Julian, what if you never had a dream while I was unconscious?" He heard that and tried to explain, "Is it that again? How many times have I told you it's not happening? What did you dream about that you keep asking me that?" Vincen did not reply, just pondered over his words. What was he dreaming about? Then he asked frankly, "Julian, aren't you curious about my past life?" Julian over here put on a troubled face and said, "Well, I kind of guessed it." Hearing that, Vincen immediately jumped up with joy, "Is that true?" Julian then began to list, "Clearly you are a master from Samian. And you know, there is only fate with hero Kajin Samian." Julian continued speaking confidently, and most importantly, he was acquainted with the Arslan ancestors. There are so many signs that even an idiot can recognize them. Suddenly the eyes of the ancestor Arslan in his mind seemed to pierce straight into his head. Julian suddenly looked confused and said, "Ha, who are you anyway?" While he was still strangely lethargic, Vincen asked again. He already knew my name was. The moment Vincen said his name, a shockwave went through Julian, causing all he heard to be, "Already." Julian immediately held his head and screamed in pain from the continuous electric shocks, causing Vincen to call in panic, "Julian." Then he calmly thought, "How strange." Vincen clearly remembered, before, there must have been a similar situation in the family library. He had to accept the fact that, in the end, revealing his real name to Julian was impossible. Then Vincen was stunned and speculated, if this whole thing was an arrangement left by Arslan, then was there any reason why Julian was not allowed to know about his identity? It was only after a while that Vincen called out when he had calmed down, "Julian." He said determinedly as he walked, "I want to know quickly what the meaning of the nightmares I'm having is." Then Vincen looked into the distance, full of contemplation, what happened to me in the past, and what is coming to us in the present. Before him was the reflection of his angry ancestors. What was the truth that Atlan left behind? Vincen smiled a little eagerly and said, "Let's move faster, towards the truth." Julian over here also happily responded, Okay. Then he carefully reminded him, but he couldn't be hasty, if he died then everything would be meaningless. Vincen just happily asked, this time you will also participate, right? From far away outside the window, you can clearly see Vincen's figure. A strange dark shadow with sinister intentions was rushing towards him like a gust of wind. He immediately kicked the glass door open and attacked Vincen from behind. The moment his shoe sole almost touched the young man, Vincen was startled and turned back. And there was a loud bang as he kicked it and it slid to the ground because he was quick enough to avoid it. Vincen was both vigilant and speculative, attacking head-on. Could it be that all of Garfonzo's troops were still here? Another person comfortably stepped into the said window. Avoiding Damien's attack was quite good. That person was none other than Abel. He continued, it seems like the strength at that exchange was real, huh? The man below laughed happily. Oh, I'm getting angry now. Abel's eyes were cold and his voice was commanding. Follow me, you idiot, I have something to say. The sky was turning red in the afternoon but Vincen still had to drag himself out as Abel said. Julian asked, following closely behind, he must have known about this since the coming-of-age ceremony, right? These are the remaining descendants of this era. Julian then introduced the list, the fourth descendant of Bayo Adenka. To the white-haired boy, and the fifth descendant of the Mian Adenka. After walking for a while, Vincen spoke boldly, there is no one else here, what do you want to talk to me about? As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword was pointed at his neck. Abel had been approaching for a while, his voice full of murderous intent. What happened? His face looked angry. Are you kidding me, you idiot? Vincen was calm on the surface but secretly felt troubled. His body had not yet fully recovered and could not easily resist. Suddenly another sword came from somewhere and slashed strongly at Abel's sword. The other man immediately easily knocked the sword away to his surprise. Abel gritted his teeth in shock as he realized, this is Hannah. Vincen was momentarily knocked back and looked around in amazement. Her face slightly wrinkled as she said firmly, my mission is to protect the level 8 Vincen students. Hannah immediately raised her sword threateningly, if you hinder the mission, I will not show mercy even if we are related by blood, Abel. His hands were still shaking from the shock just now, so he lowered his head and asked, Hannah knows too, right? What does his action mean? Abel angrily pointed at him and said loudly, I, Vincen Adenka, will also join the battle to compete for the position of family head, he said it himself. Vincen frowned in annoyance, I didn't even think of that, neither the one-armed Davan nor the foolish Vincen needed to bear this responsibility. The terrible responsibility among these many ambitious people is the power struggle between descendants. Finally he confidently spoke, my purpose is only one. Vincen said seriously, defeat Samian, complete Adenka's mission, and touch the truth left by the Adenka ancestors, that's all. Abel gritted his teeth in frustration, he meant I won in the friendly exchange, right? He still cursed on the surface, arrogant brat. Damien was excited and walked over, putting his arm around the leopard's shoulder, laughing and talking, how interesting, the more opponents I have, the more I like it. Then he smiled sarcastically and asked, but Vincen, have you never felt that there is something strange about this mission? He was momentarily stunned. Strange, Hannah also wondered, what do you mean, Damien? He laughed disdainfully and said, 500 years have passed, such a long time. Has the Adenka clan ever defeated Samian? Vincen seriously secretly acknowledged his words, yes, if the difference in power between the two families was really that great, then Samian would have completely conquered Adenka with his own strength. He continued confidently, after the friendly exchange, you didn't experience anything special, right? So the newcomer said that his goal was the state of truth. Vincen replied, that's right. Damien's eyes widened in delight as he spoke again, the most recent victor, second sister Dea also felt the same way, so she made a hypothesis, and this hypothesis was indeed wrong. He remembered when she said before, the blood of Adenka can defeat the blood of Samian, but maybe this hypothesis is not all. He was curious then, then what is it? Dea's eyes were tense as she said, a much more complicated condition was needed, a variable that had never happened in over 500 years, yes, it could be, the Adenka family head defeating the Samian family head for example. Julian was stunned when he heard this hypothesis, what, while Vincen was silently thinking. Damien laughed again and asked, how is it, then you can still complete the mission? But he still replied frankly, it doesn't matter, no matter what obstacles there are, we still have to move towards the truth, even if it's Samian. Vincen smiled with murderous eyes, or you, the one standing before me now. Suddenly a furious figure spoke from behind, surprising everyone, we couldn't ignore that statement. While Julian called out to his mother in surprise, she angrily asked in a strained voice, "Who dares to push my child away and covet that position of head of the family, Vincen?" Meanwhile, the two boys were stunned and troubled by the uninvited guest. She was none other than Versa. She asked with a murderous aura, "What did you just say? You dare to push my children and call yourself the head of the family?" Abel and Damien over here were also tense at her appearance. Hannah immediately stood up and shouted, "Mom, wait a minute, listen to me." However, Versa did not even bother to put her daughter in her eyes. She still angrily said, "Hannah, get out of the way." She was immediately seized with a shiver and speechless. After Hannah helplessly avoided, she continued talking to Vincen, "I just treated you a little better and you dare to act arrogant. Haven't your eyes been opened by the reputation here?" Versa shouted furiously, "An arrogant and unworthy person like you is not worthy to be my son." At that moment, Julian and he were both startled. That look. Versa glanced over and angrily ordered, "Follow me, Mom." He immediately obediently replied, "Yes, Mom." But Hannah immediately grabbed his hand and pulled him back. She said scaredly, "You can't go, Mom is angry, I don't know what she will do to you." However, Vincen, who was very comfortable, just turned around and smiled, "It's okay, it will be fine, don't worry." Looking at her brother's appearance, she couldn't help but be stunned. He just confidently walked after Ver said, "Let's go, Mom." A moment later, she slammed the door shut as the two entered the room. Her dark face and gloomy atmosphere made Julian panic. What to do? Immediately Versa waved his hand towards him with eyes shining madly and called, "Vincen." But a confidence was still etched on his face, while Julian was in a hurry, "Big brother, what should we do?" But then the other hand gently stroked Vincen's cheek. Versa now looked completely different from just now, gently asking, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Vincen happily replied, "I'm fine at my mother's acting house," while Julian was still confused, "What's going on?" Vincen honestly admits that even he doesn't recognize this personality of his mother. Versa over here smiled with satisfaction, "Very quick-eyed, even my lie was discovered by you." Julian immediately asked, "So the words just now?" He comfortably turned around and replied, "Were all lies." Suddenly, Vincen remembered something, "That's right." He mentioned it and said, "The name of the item that can reveal the truth is the Eye of Athenia." Then Vincen boldly guessed, "So, the new owner of Helium's Athenia family is also back like his mother." She smiled and replied, "Although not sure, but I think so too." He asked, "Why?" Versa recounted with a regretful tone, "Because that girl, in the end, could not marry the Dragon King Abelton." Vincen heard this name and wondered, Dragon King Abelton. Julian behind immediately explained, Athenia fell in love with a hero who was a half-dragon. Everything, including Athenia's eyes, were for him. He continued, despite being a powerful warrior backed by the ability to control water and possessing the power of a dragon, in the end, due to racial differences, he was unable to marry Athenia. Versa looked down thoughtfully and continued, actually what separated those two people was not racial differences. Versa said painfully again, it was the family's coercive support when I made the decision. And we must look into the eyes of the patriarch, then we hope to be able to distinguish between truth and falsehood. She closed her eyes tiredly, even the sincerity of the person she loved, that, was like a curse. Finished looking up at Vincen and said frankly, I want to ask you. This she had been curious about before, why was he so obsessed with that mission and truth? By any means, he was even willing to cut off his 6 brothers. Vincen closed his eyes and replied, I don't know. Suddenly he smirked and asked, a person who lost to Samian and died, is called being possessed by a demon, right? Versa heard this and widened her eyes in surprise. Then she giggled and said, sure enough, you are an elusive child. He continued, I don't think it's 6 people. Vincen firmly guessed, Sister Hannah seemed not interested in competing for the position of head of the house. In that situation, they still did not show hatred towards their children. Versa sadly agreed, yes, Hannah couldn't have meant it. She continued, the elders and clans were late in the competition for the next family head position. You learn to rush to find a successor to that position, to represent their interests. And the goal of all that, is Hannah. She said sadly, Hannah was a good child, a child who knew how precious and valuable what was given to her was. Vincen fully realized, she wanted to take responsibility, right, even if she had to suppress her own emotions. Then he suddenly asked, how would you feel if? He confidently looked straight into her eyes and said, if I prove that I am a better candidate for the position of head of the family than my sister, then I can remove the burden that she is currently bearing. Versa asked in surprise, do you want to free Hannah, are you telling the truth? He suddenly remembered the words from before, not everyone has a reason to pursue the warrior's dream. There is no reason to look down on other dreams. If that child can throw away the name Adenka, then I will help. Vincen smiled smugly. Mom wanted to verify, to see if my determination was real or fake. Versa was momentarily speechless in surprise. Then she helplessly laughed, you don't really want to do that, right? Finally she smiled eagerly and asked, so do you have any way to free Hannah? The scene changes now as a suitcase of luggage is dropped heavily on the floor. Herka over here groaned, it's so great here. Then she remembered that cold fortress and shivered, but I have to return to the fortress with a pile of work. Then she angrily shouted in the middle of the crowd, not wanting to go anywhere. Suddenly a voice appeared behind, do you want me to help you stay in Helheim a little longer? Herka happily turned back, how? But in front of her eyes, the person who just spoke was none other than Vincen. Herka looked at that confident face and was surprised, Vincen. Then she suddenly grinned a strange laugh. Herka here excitedly pointed at him and Hannah said loudly, from now on, I have a new mission for you. The three classmates were now standing in front of a magnificent structure. Herka happily ordered, in this place, the Francis Art Museum, search for the treasure of the Dragon King of Belton. Hannah looked down at her younger brother tiredly and said, oh, this is the way again, Vincen. He didn't bother to answer, just smiled slyly. Herka's eyes sparkled with prestige as she explained, when the mission is over, go see the fortress commander to report, I will specially wait at Helium to listen to your report. Immediately the gate opened, she shouted, started searching. Herka, eyes glued to the paper in her hand, read aloud, artist Francis has hidden, seek the grace of the Dragon King. Hekar's face was full of confusion as he asked him, Vargan II, is that true? Vincen shrugged and said, they heard that the treasure of Francis Elam is hidden there, where the light reaches there will be the grace of the Dragon King, that's what they say. Hekar was a little skeptical, she said, who really believes this? It must be just a hoax. If it really was, then Hela Imga would have swallowed it long ago. He heard that and smiled back at her, so Henna would follow to protect her. Hekar was shocked and shouted, why is it Henna? Vincen explained, maybe the Hela Imga remnants are targeting me, I'm scared. Hearing that, she covered her mouth and sarcastically said, you, the one who dragged the three great families into Hades meeting to make a big deal out of it, isn't you? Vincen closed one eye and said, oh, that reminds me, the report of the level 1 representative must be received directly by the city lord. Until you complete the mission you can stay in Hela Imga, right? Herka's face turned blank for a moment. A voice rang out, you've come all this way, also to improve your knowledge and vision, shouldn't you also show good intentions? Vargan's face darkened at this moment. Hekar looked at his face, worriedly begging, can you let me leave after a few days? Vargan's face darkened, he growled, Lord. She trembled in anger and cursed under her breath, damn it, this reason definitely couldn't fool him, this second Vargan bastard. Suddenly he approached Hekar and said with a smile, finally you did the right thing as the city lord, she asked in confusion, Vargan turned back and said, let's take this opportunity to go on an art tour, we should also consider including it in the official program, she thought to herself, agreed. Hekar's face was filled with satisfaction as he secretly smiled, thank you, Vargan II. At this time Vincen followed Hannah. She didn't turn around to ask him where he thought the treasure would be, Vincen replied, he didn't know. He shrugged and asked, isn't this quest very strange? If the treasure really exists, then Hela Imga would have already occupied it. Hannah glanced at him coldly. She replied coldly, the mission is to find the treasure and protect you, I'm just prioritizing completing the mission, that's all. Julian appeared and said, Duke Laron was safe and Garponzo had also retreated, it seemed nothing had changed. Hannah opened the door in front of her. Vincen's voice rang out, but, he looked at the deserted museum before him and asked, the most famous large art museum in the country was abandoned like this. Hannah beside him said, we must quickly ask Duke Laron to intervene. Vincen looked at the painting on the wall and asked, is this painting by Francis Elam? The owner of this name and museum was the greatest artist of the time. It can be said that the masterpieces he left behind have contributed to generating tourism revenue for Hela Imga is not too much. He smiled and continued, a very talented artist, even an outsider like me could feel something. Hannah behind raised her voice, that work is not by Francis, right? Vincen was startled for a moment. He turned to look at her, Thinking to himself, talking nonsense without knowing, very easy to reveal flaws. Hannah walked away saying, "This is Francis's masterpiece." She stopped in front of a painting of a woman saying, "Portrait of Mother." Hannah explains, "This is a portrait Francis painted of his mother when she was in her 20s. The delicate and realistic style of painting is characteristic of this painting." She spoke coldly. Francis mainly painted portraits of people around him. The paintings were so realistic that it surprised everyone. "So, some people think that Francis has the blood of a dragon." Vincen heard that and suddenly shouted, "What?" Hannah continued, "The dragon man had both excellent eyesight and excellent dexterity, thanks to which he had an innate talent for art. Not only that, the entire museum was built according to Francis's design. It is said that no one has been able to analyze this design yet. So the treasure that Francis left here is probably what is rumored to be the Dragon King's grace." Vincen asked at this moment, "You know this very well?" His question startled Hannah. He chuckled and continued, "I didn't even know Francis's name until yesterday. If you ask 100 knights, maybe 100 of them wouldn't know." Her face suddenly darkened. He looked at the portrait and judged, "But Francis' work was not as expected. The portrait I received from my sister when I was 9 years old seemed much better. If she continued to draw, perhaps she would be able to draw like this." As soon as she finished speaking, her face suddenly turned angry. Hannah asked angrily, "What do you mean?" Vincen crossed his arms and looked at her. "Aren't you holding a sword but looking away? What can you protect by waving a sword and looking away?" Hannah coldly drew out her sword. He continued speaking, "The result of swinging the sword around carelessly and entrusting his judgment to others. Almost killed Duke Laron. Make people miserable hella Manga. Used by Garponzo, the dragon army almost swallowed the entire continent." Vincen looked at her clenched hands trembling, and continued, "She couldn't achieve her dream and couldn't swing her sword properly. Davin's figure suddenly appeared in his mind, just a stubborn child. What can he do now?" Anger reaching its peak, Hannah gritted her teeth. She let out an angry scream, swinging the sword in her hand at him. A sound echoed in the gallery. The sword's target missed him. Hannah tried to control herself. Her face was dark. Vincen sighed and thought to himself, maybe he could have put in a little more effort. Her voice rang out asking, "After all, what is your purpose in mocking me?" Hannah shouted angrily, "Just like you said, I'm confused. So what do you want?" Vincen calmly smiled and said, after the emotional outburst, "Did she feel a little more relieved?" Hannah heard that and asked, "What?" He continued, "All knights do not need to become the strongest knight because that is impossible." Vincen's face flashed with determination, "Let me do it. I will carry out Adenka's mission. I am ready to overcome and my father. That's what I want." "So," he faced her and asked, "What do you want?" Hannah repeated, bewildered, "What I want." She did not say it out loud, "I." Suddenly he felt a strange feeling under his feet. Vincen frowned and thought to himself, "The shadow." The magic formation appeared under the feet of the two people at this moment. Julian suddenly said, "A formation?" Vincen laughed and thought, "Where the light shines, there will be the Dragon King's grace, so it's true." He resolutely drew out his sword. If he poured mana into it then. Hannah panicked and wanted to step forward to stop him. "Wait, what are you going to do?" Vincen stabbed his sword down into the formation. Immediately a beam of light appeared around the two of them. Suddenly the ground where the formation was formed turned into a hole. Hannah looked at it, stunned. He was no exception. Vincen and her body both fell into that hole. He screamed in panic. He thought in panic, "I'm falling." Vincen uses his moves, his steps are like ice. Then he landed heavily. Suddenly a wave of pain came. Vincen thought with difficulty, "I used too much energy in the meeting, it will definitely take a long time." As if remembering something, he panicked and turned back. "Wait, Hannah, where are you?" Hannah landed easily on the ground. He thought to himself, "Still alive." She calmly said, "What's so surprising? I'm a level 1 military representative, of course the levels are different." Julian heard that and laughed teasingly at him. "How embarrassing." Hannah turned around and sneered, "Boldly wanting to replace me in the role of a warrior, still lacking in ability, kid." Suddenly Julian and Vincen were stunned. The two guards thought at the same time, "Just now, we also saw." Hannah just smiled. She raised her voice and asked, "Vincent, do you know where this is?" He replied, "I also don't know if the Dragon King's grace that Francis left behind really exists." Hannah said in confusion, "Indeed, the architectural style was Francis's. What did he leave this in the basement of the museum for?" He thought with difficulty, that matter, if it was said that it was Aslan's arrangement, would it be a bit too much? At this moment Julian raised his chin in thought. The possibility was very low. Vincen turned his head and called, "Urian." Julian continued, because the dates between the two of them didn't match. The era of Francis was 200 years ago, he lived in the same time as Atenya and Abelthan. There is a 300-year gap between you and Aslan's time 500 years ago. He rested his chin on his hand and silently calculated, 500 years ago, the Helheim clan was not a big clan, it took 200 years for Helheim to develop to its current state. If Helheim was like it is now about 200 years ago, there would be no reason to be in this remote place when there is a Denka. Vincen wondered in confusion, if so, then this place, in the end, was built for whose reason? Suddenly Hannah pulled him out of his thoughts. "Vincent." She pointed to one side and signaled, "Look over there. This is a painting by Francis." He said, "The one on the left is a demi-dragon, could that be the Dragon King Abelthan? If so, this one must be Atenya Helheim." Hannah exclaimed in surprise, "If that was true, then this painting must have been very valuable even at that time. Why was it in this place?" He looked at the picture and wondered, could it be that they were the ones who built this place? Vincen touched the painting and thought, if so, what did they leave here? Suddenly he pushed the picture. The bricks began to shake violently. Vincen's face showed panic. He backed away screaming, the ground was shaking. The ground showed large cracks. "Something strange like a sphere is rising, something is coming. It gives off a strange light." Immediately the rocks and soil were sucked in. Vincen was stunned and shouted, "That is. It forms a complete body." Julian besides said eagerly, "Guardian, it is also an extremely powerful thing." Guardian raised his fist high. Immediately after that it hit the ground hard. Vincen covered his face to block the dust, his face became angry. He looked towards Hannah who was preparing to fight it and shouted, "Sister." She raised her sword, turned her head and said coldly, "Step back Vincent, this item is beyond your ability." Hannah walked towards the Guardian, "So." Her steps quickened. Hannah's face was full of murderous intent as she rushed forward. She swung her sword and said, "Leave it to me." Guardian quickly took precautions. It also swung its arms ready to attack her. Her eyes were blazing, she shouted angrily, "It's useless." A blow carrying great force flew towards. Guardian looked at her silhouette in his eyes. It suddenly shook violently. Hannah closed her eyes. With just one sword stroke, Guardian's head fell down. His head fell hard to the ground. Vincen looked at this scene and sighed in his heart. The speed was not ordinary, all the attacks were aimed precisely at the Guardian's weak points. This is it. The power of the cadet representative level 1, Hannah stood in front of the sphere, coldly said, "The Guardian will stop working if the nuclear is destroyed." What did Francis leave here? I really want to know. Suddenly an attack came. She swung her sword and said, her last breath. Suddenly its attack changed direction, she was momentarily stunned. Her eyebrows furrowed, thinking to herself, this attack is not aimed at me. The attack came, Hannah shouted in warning, "Danger." She rushed to stop it, Vincent. The force carrying great destruction aimed straight at him. Vincent gritted his teeth and thought to himself, wanting to use me to mess with Hannah's mind, how cruel. Hannah immediately rushed towards him. She screamed, Vincent avoided. He frowned. Raising the sword in his hand, he thought angrily, but, I will not easily give in to your will. Hannah gritted her teeth, the strength of this Guardian, was not something Vincent could withstand. Her feet pressed against the ground, using the friction to adjust the speed of her retreat, faster and faster. She appeared in front of Vincent like a shadow, shielding him with her body. Hannah was full of murderous intent, swinging her sword to unleash her ultimate move while reciting the move's name in her head, Adenka's fifth violent sword move, blocking the bullets. She swung her sword down with force, splitting the bullet in half, shooting it to both sides. The bullet also exploded but did not injure Hannah. She sighed in relief, her face showing fatigue, thankfully. Suddenly a big hand appeared, ready to grab her from behind, but it was not too late. Hannah turned her head in panic and looked back, damn it, it turned out. The hand suddenly clenched, was that a feint to make me reveal my weakness? A blinding light flashed before her eyes. Vincent bravely rushed out and used his sword to block her hand, much to her horror. Hannah was surprised, her eyes widened and she stammered, Vincent. Vincent gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination. He resolutely swung his sword down, pushing his hand back. Immediately he shouted to Hannah, "Now, sister, destroy its core right now." Hannah understood and quickly rushed towards Guardian with her sword clenched in her hand. She jumped into the air. She pointed the blade parallel to the ground, wanting to pierce the sword straight through its body. She called out the move's name, Mad Sculptor Myclean. Hannah aimed straight at Guardian's glowing eye. She and her martial soul Myclean stepped forward and stabbed the sword straight forward. Hannah named a dish, perfect. Myclean laughed loudly and excitedly raised the hammer. Just as her blade touched Guardian, Myclean hammered down on the carving chisel. Thousands of roses flew out from that hole, the ground also sank and broke apart. Vincen in the back weakly leaned on his sword to stand up but still happily said, "Sculptor, indeed, the power is worthy of a god." After finishing off Guardian, Hannah calmly stood and put her sword back in its sheath. The fragments from Guardian's body flashed and fell freely. Julian appeared and flew beside Vincen. The two of them watched as the rocks fell to the ground, creating a cloud of smoke. Julian thought to himself, "Guardian has stopped." Vincen replied, "Yes, it can no longer receive its mana." But Hannah's voice rang out, making the two turn their attention to her. She asked, "How?" She calmly walked in front of Vincen, looked at him coldly and raised her question. He reacted to the Guardian's sudden attack. He explained that, "I also missed its attack." He held his stomach, his mouth was bleeding but he still smiled slyly and said, "But I believe that you will protect me." Vincen told her, "So from the beginning, I did not pay attention to that ray of light." He explained the action, "So I could read its movements." Vincen recalled the moment he sacrificed himself to save her, and put all his strength into a single defense. He thought to himself, "You protect me," then he concluded with a sentence, "And I protect you." Hannah was now exhausted. She thought, the ability to reason and the strength to do it, I can't imagine what it must have gone through, in places I can't see anymore. She recalled the words Vincen had affirmed to her, she would complete Adenka's mission. To do that, she was willing to surpass both father and Samian. This is exactly what I wanted. Then Hannah suddenly bowed her head and said, "Perhaps, it really could be done," and Vincen heard that and had a puzzled expression because he didn't know what she was talking about. Suddenly a beam of light from the sky shone down right where they were standing. It carried enormous power. Vincen looked up in surprise and shouted, "That!" A stream of energy shone down from the sky, punching a hole in the ceiling and penetrating inside. It creates a barrier around the museum. Everyone in the city saw this and was shocked, shouting, "Look, light, light, what's going on? Isn't that the direction of the Francis Art Museum?" Merlin happened to be standing nearby. After witnessing that giant beam of light he became excited. He said in a trembling voice, "Are they planning to destroy that whole place, Vargan?" In the museum, Vincen insisted that the core had definitely been destroyed. "No, something was wrong." Hannah hesitated. "This." The beam of light suddenly gathered into a portal. Hannah looked at it curiously and said, "The teleportation gate, is this what the Guardian was trying to protect?" Vincen was eager to explore it, so he invited her, "Come on, let's check what Francis left behind." With that, the three of them entered the teleportation gate together. Vincen boldly entered first, opening the way for Julian and Hannah to follow. As soon as he passed through the gate, the blinding light made Vincen frown, eyes half closed. He suddenly realized something. This is. The three of them looked down at a familiar symbol below their feet. He thought to himself, the sky, and right above the art museum. Vincen said in confusion, "The image of the museum is like the image of a guardian angel." Just as he said that, he suddenly fell down as if he lost gravity. He exclaimed, "Ha!" They fell back to the museum through the teleportation gate. Hannah, with her agile body, successfully landed, while Vincen didn't have time to react and fell flat on the ground. Hannah called out to him, "Vincen." But he didn't reply. Instead he glanced at Julian and asked him through his thoughts, "Julian, do you remember the mark of the guardian angel just now?" He was pleased with the answer, "Yes, of course I remember." Julian recalled the symbol from earlier and described it, the image of a trident and rolling waves. Only one patron possessed this trait. He happily said that this was the guardian waterstaff that the Dragon King of Belton had possessed. Guardian waterstaff. Vincen replied with his thoughts, "If this guardian angel could be used then." He suddenly smiled smugly, "Maybe we will be able to reach there." He thought of a distant mountain area, where there was a massive red-roofed castle, where the dragon was. From that citadel there is a direct view of a large waterfall. At that place where the waterfall flows rapidly. In the waterfall cave itself. There was a fierce dragon residing long ago. It opened its eyes wide, revealing the deadly gaze of death, lurking in the Nile Falls. At this time, Hannah stood with her arms crossed, watching Vincen sitting in meditation and practicing his energy. She looked at him with suspicious eyes. She was a bit skeptical about him. Even though he was a guardian, I still found it hard to believe, being able to use this source of mana and even being protected. On the side, Julian was monitoring Vincen's condition and racking his brain. Water's magic power was the type of magic power that was closest to humans. On the contrary, it would be beneficial to the current state of the body. Vincen thought to himself, it's almost done. The magical light was just like in Urian's memory. The trident and the waves of the guardian angel gradually became clear. It appeared underground and emitted a blinding light. Hannah spoke up, okay. Vincen's entire body emitted a green, clear, water-like aura, the blessing of Porcelain. He turned to Hannah with the intention of showing off to her. He happily asked, do you think I'm good, Hannah? As for Hannah, she was already very concerned about this brat. She helplessly asked him, is my compliment that important? Vincen glanced at the shy Julian and boldly expressed, I am easily moved by compliments. If I am recognized by her, I will definitely be very happy. Hannah heard that but didn't pay much attention. She had to acknowledge his efforts and encourage him that having legendary power was of course a good thing, so he should continue to train that power and try to achieve what he wanted. Hearing that, Julian shyly scratched his head, smiled happily and said, thank you, and Vincen was happy to have helped him. He suddenly made a request to Hannah, please keep the power I have a secret, after all, it is a power that everyone desires. She asked doubtfully, you trust me? He immediately thought that sharing secrets would make them friends, right? She lowered her head, sighed, and reminded him that people with that mindset could easily get stabbed in the back. Vincen firmly affirmed that she would not do that. He confidently said, my dream must come true, your dream will definitely come true too. Hannah remembered the time when she trained with him until her body was exhausted. He told her that not everyone needs to become a strong warrior, that it was impossible. He looked straight ahead and said loudly, but I will do it. Then he suddenly asked her, what do you want? That question, until now Hannah still could not answer accurately. She pondered for a moment, her eyes shining with sadness. Then she drew her sword and challenged Vincen, if you want to push me out of the succession fight, with your current power, you can't do anything, Vincent. She quickly went on the defensive and issued a challenge, prove it, the Dragon King power you have. Vincen also did not hesitate and excitedly drew out his sword, his rude mouth provoking Hannah, I'm ready, I'm also very curious. He pointed his sword forward and shouted, the blessing of the Tide God. The tide symbol appeared before him. But the symbol suddenly disappeared to his surprise. Both he and Hannah were shocked, not understanding why the guardian angel would not allow him to use his power. Vincen stared at the sword, his mind filled with doubts, unable to use his protective power. He collapsed to the ground, holding his head, his face dark. He thought to himself, I must feel the magic of water filling my body, but I can't do anything about it. Only then did Julian understand this phenomenon. That's right, this time, the guardian angel also did not appear. Normally they would come out directly. Vincen looked at the teleportation gate with annoyance. Why, this must be what the Dragon King left behind, otherwise, is there something that I haven't found yet? Hannah suddenly called him, Vincen. She recalled, when he pressed on Ableton's portrait, then, the guardian was summoned. Then she touched the Athenia painting and surmised that, then, the portrait of Athenia was also, hiding something. Just then, the portrait suddenly sank and made a strange noise. Vincen screamed in horror, could it be another guardian? Hannah immediately reassured him, don't worry, this time he won't be fooled. Mysterious purple lightning bolts connect the surrounding rocks. And it creates another portal. Vincen quickly regained his composure, looking at the new gate and speculating, but, it seemed the destination of the teleportation gate had changed. Hannah asked curiously, are you leaving now? He eagerly entered the gate and replied, there might be a clue to complete my missing amulet, there is no reason to hesitate. And so the two of them passed through that mysterious gate. Vincen used a glowing magic stone to act as a lamp to light up the darkness. Hannah walked and complained, not knowing how long he had been walking. It was dark and deep. He looked around and deduced that this place was quite strange, maybe a space created by magic. He frowned and thought, the cold darkness, could it be? Suddenly a mysterious shadow appeared in front of the two people. Hannah raised her sword and said to Vincen, you see, he replied, yes, there is something inside that darkness. A shadow approached her footsteps. An exterminator jumped right behind Hannah and intended to sneak attack her. But it failed when she attacked in the blink of an eye. Hannah angrily mocked him while throwing her swords in succession. Do you think I'll be ambushed like that? With just a sword strike and rage, she cut it into many pieces, the pieces of its body falling to the ground. From those body parts, many more zombies emerged, wriggling like maggots. The more they appeared, the more aggressive they became. They opened their disgusting mouths and made strange noises. Hannah was surprised, revived. My attack didn't work. She continued to charge forward to fight the exterminators, while Vincen stayed behind, holding the light stone and supporting her. A killer was cut in half. Then another one was slashed by her with fatal blows, but the more she slashed, the more they multiplied. Just like that, they were surrounded on all sides by the exterminators. Hannah said, "We are surrounded." Julian was scared. He wondered, What are these ugly people? Vincen silently affirmed, "Certainly, I have the feeling I have cut them." He called out to Hannah, "Sister." He calmly made a request to her, "What happens after this fire goes out? Can you keep it a secret from me again?" Hannah turned back to look at him, eyes wide. Then she said, "Hey boy." At this moment, Vincen stood before the fierce group of exterminators that were charging towards him. He held the glowing stone out in front of him. His eyes exuded demonic aura, his pupils turning even darker in color. He became hysterical and ordered, "O warriors, complete your mission, lead the master of the prophecy according to the Dragon King's arrangement." Vincen held the long sword in his hand and looked at the black air forming in front of him and said, "Hurry up and do it. I order you to lead the way for me, you exterminators." Hearing this, Hannah immediately showed a look of horror, sweat running down her cheeks. "Vincen, why are you?" Looking at the person in front of her, she thought, the red gold charm of Samian. Meanwhile, Vincen was still smiling, his hand on his chest. "I am the one who sees the truth clearly." Hannah looked over the entire scene and assessed, a successful gamble. They were indeed protecting Aslan's arrangements. Suddenly, someone's voice unexpectedly rang out, "Those who see the truth, please." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen asked with blood still on his mouth, "You are the leader?" Immediately, the girl's figure surrounded by purple air immediately replied, "I am the exterminator by Loam, I am the one who sees the truth." At this moment, Hannah frowned slightly, her hand holding the sword tightly. "Do you know what you are doing?" And Vincen was extremely serious. "I came here according to the arrangement of the Dragon King Abelthan. Please give me what he left behind." Hearing this, Loam quickly knelt before him. "I am ready to hand it over to you, you who see the truth." She bowed her head, eyes half closed. This was the arrangement of the Dragon King. After saying that, she opened her palm, causing a purple-black aura to fly out. Seeing this, Vincen slightly frowned, sweat running down his temples. "This is..." Loam held the floating circle in his hand and slowly continued, "The grace of the Dragon King. The Dragon King has said that this is the final key to the heavenly fruit." Meanwhile, Vincen's expression remained unchanged. "This ring," and Julian next to him also spoke, "Don't you see anything strange?" However, Hannah slightly bowed her head, her eyes were low. This ring was not intact. As soon as he finished speaking, Julian closed his eyes and replied, "Yes, this ring was left behind by the Dragon King." Thinking of the man with 2 long horns on his head, she added, "To use as evidence for his descendants, who will come here one day." The voice kept ringing, "Then he split the ring in 2 and gave it to us to keep." Hearing this, Vincen lowered his eyes and asked, "Where is the rest?" But Boilam hesitated and gritted his teeth. That thing was in the hands of a qualified person. Suddenly, the tone unexpectedly became sharp, not the fake intruder impersonating the descendant of the Dragon King. This made Vincen extremely panic. "What?" Hannah also quickly glanced to one side. Then she tried to brace herself to block Boilam's attack. At this time, Hannah was still struggling, her face sweating in approval. "That's good." The opponent used the ultimate technique of world sound, making her eyes widen in panic. After a while, Hannah raised her sword forward and coldly announced, "Your secret has been revealed." But Boilam was very calm. "You guys were wrong." She showed an angry expression and shouted, "Those unqualified people are defiling the oath, kill them." Immediately, countless monsters opened their big mouths and charged forward. However, Hannah, a cold and cruel person, only needed a few slashes to destroy them. However, she still couldn't help but feel impatient, turned her head back and frowned, gritting her teeth. "Too many people, if this continued." Looking at Vincen, Hannah continued, "I won't be able to protect Vincent," and the other person's face was scrunched up. "Damn it." Countless slashes appeared one after another. Someone's voice assessed the situation. Just kill them and it'll be done. Vincen, who was holding the sword in his left hand, was suddenly startled by something. William seemed to have gained the upper hand ironically, unexpectedly. At this time, Hannah on the other side could not help but shout loudly, "No!" Seeing Vincen facing imminent death, she called out, "Vincent!" However, the other person slightly smiled. The scene before his eyes made by Loam slightly panic, his face wide open. Then she flew quickly in front of Vincen. The two faced each other with opposite attitudes. On the other side, Hannah glanced, stood still, stopped, then. Meanwhile, Vincen was full of defiance. "Why are you hesitating? Aren't I the intruder who must be killed?" He ordered the girl in front of him, "Carry out your mission, take me down, quickly." Finally, Vincen's eyes flashed with a pink light. "You can't kill me, I have met a destroyer like you before. Thinking back to my past self, I almost died from that power." In a life and death situation, the one who kills can unleash absolute power to protect the prophecy. Back to reality, Vincen was still pondering. "In other words, you also have the power to kill me at any time, but you didn't do it, even though there was clear evidence, the ring. But, you go straight to the main point, there is another reason why you can't kill us. Could it be that I said it wrong?" As soon as he finished speaking, William closed his eyes and replied, "I agree, you're right." She looked at the man in front of her and spoke, "Although not as clearly as I feel the power of the Dragon King in you." And in Vincen's mind, a thought immediately arose, the protection of Fursadine, the protection that the Dragon King had used was within him. He lowered his eyes to look at the ground. The exterminators could sense this power, so they didn't dare to kill me carelessly, because I might be related to the Dragon King. I had to take advantage of this. At this time, Vincen slowly admitted, "I am the descendant of the Dragon King." Julian beside was extremely surprised. "What, since when?" Meanwhile, he looked at his palm and continued, "However, I did not know about the split ring or your existence. After all, it has been 200 years since the Dragon King passed away, the legacy was broken and fell into oblivion." The next sentence made William extremely surprised. No one could find this place without perfect conditions. Maybe from now on it would be the same, but, she couldn't believe it couldn't be. Vincen continued to speak in a confident tone, "So I will go out and find the other half of the ring." Hearing this, William shouted with suspicion, "No, I can't trust you, what if you don't come back?" She did not hesitate to tell her suffering, "We swore to the Dragon King with our lives, if we let those who are not qualified survive, then we will die." Teeth clenched, sweat beaded on cheeks, "Must keep the rules of the oath, you must die here." Suddenly, Hannah unexpectedly rushed out with a sword. "Vincent, don't worry." But Vincen spoke up to stop her, "Wait a minute, sister." He spread his arms out to the side and added, "What if we do it this way?" The sword tip stabbed hard into the ground. Vincen put both hands on the sword hilt. "Make a contract with me." Immediately, William immediately asked back, "You know the power of the contract?" But Vincen was still extremely confident in himself, coldly making a promise, "If I don't find the ring, then I will give my life to you." After hearing that, both Hannah and Julian behind could only stare. Vincent. As for Vincen, he showed a resolute and loud expression, "Then the choice is yours, stay here, keep the oath that can never be fulfilled." He deliberately gave the other party a choice, either to bet their lives on a chance for 200 years. Vincen stands between two forces, "We cannot win against you anyway, if you want to kill us." Face suddenly wrinkled, mouth wide open, "Then let me do it myself." Immediately, the sword was inserted into the neck, blood immediately flowed out. This scene hit William's eyes. She quickly stopped him, "Wait, don't be impatient." Meanwhile, Hannah behind was lost in thought. He was not shaken by these unknown people, on the contrary, he was taking advantage of the situation to pressure the opponent. Clearly his life was in their hands. Vincen's face was fearless, but the initiative was in Vincen's hands. But William also kept thinking, if he killed them, he might not have the chance to keep his oath. Her whole body was shaking continuously. If so, then. After a while, William had no choice but to speak. "I understand, I agree to the contract." Hearing this, Vincen smiled gently, making the right decision. At this point, William continued, "Then. However, two people, a man and a woman, stood facing each other at the closest distance. Then William raised his hand forward and asked, "Take your shadow as guarantee." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen quickly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and replied, "I swear by my shadow." The scene was deathly silent, surrounded by countless streams of aura. Vincen was extremely panicked and glanced in one direction, my shadow. He looked at the girl in front of him, mouth wide open in thought, being sucked into the biome. Then, the short-haired girl kept her commanding posture, you leave here. Biome reminded once again, this contract is based on the lives of both parties, it absolutely cannot be broken. Hearing this, Vincen's face wrinkled, sweat running down his cheeks. And Bolium gently curled his lips, to make sure of that. Eyebrows furrowed, I will take your shadow. Thinking of the phenomenon of the moon eating the sun, she continued, the deadline is the 7th waning moon. Biome in the form of Vincen added, complete the contract before then and get your shadow back. Outside, Julian just widened his eyes, unable to believe it. Hannah's face was full of seriousness as she called, Vincen. Meanwhile, Biome flew up high to confront Vincen, making him wide-eyed and mouth wide open. He had changed. She carefully explained the rules. 7 days of the waning moon was the maximum time a person who lost his shadow could exist in the world, if during that time he could not get his shadow back. The future image of Vincen petrified standing in the middle of the magic circle, your body will shatter. Hearing this, he at the present moment fearlessly curled his lips, no need to worry, that will never happen. As soon as he finished speaking, Biome did not say more, then I will wait for you here, the one who sees the truth. Scene changes to a crevice in the rock that is made into a staircase. Vincen raised his head slightly, closed his eyes, and returned. The eyebrow slightly relaxed, feeling so strange. Then he suddenly held the sword and looked down at the ground, there was no shadow under his feet. Meanwhile, Julian seemed to feel extremely stressed, holding his head in panic, waiting for only 7 months, must find the treasure without any clues. Seeing that, Vincen had a bored face and didn't want to say anything, thinking, anyway, our original target is the legendary item called the Heavenly Fruit. Eyes filled with determination, on the contrary I was very happy, wasn't the path to take gradually becoming clearer. Vincen slowly looked back, the main problem was her. A blue flame was lit in the depths of that girl's eyes, Hannah saw it all. Vincen raised her hand, her face filled with fear, what's wrong with her, but the other party immediately turned away, the mission of seeking the Dragon King's grace, a dark path. This made him very confused, sister, aren't you going to ask me anything? However, Hannah did not turn back and said coldly, I have something to ask you. Sad eyes, dark circles under eyes, you asked to keep it a secret, I'm keeping my promise. Julian was a bit stiff after hearing that, having to hear such words from Hannah, while Vincen just gently replied, thank you. Suddenly, someone's voice screamed loudly, what was going on? It made him sweat in surprise, this voice belonged to the city lord. Immediately, from the other end a small figure peeked out, hey, Vargan. Herka was extremely stressed and shouted, why, every time he saw an old building, he wanted to destroy it. The rope was lowered with a slight movement, let's talk slowly. After a while, Herka finally jumped down and stood in front of everyone, speaking up and starting the first question. She moved closer to Vincen and whispered in his ear, this mission isn't over yet, but he quickly closed his eyes to reassure him, don't worry, it's just begun. Hearing this, Herka put her hands on her waist proudly, very good my students, can I hear both of your reports? She turned her eyes to the girl who spoke, whoever reports first, Hannah, but the other party did not hesitate to refuse, no. But, Hannah's eyes widened and she gently suggested, let Vincen do it, he knew what he was doing. As soon as the words were finished, Herka was slightly stunned, her face was sweating, if Hannah said so. She covered her mouth and laughed, Vargan you have seduced Hannah, however, Vincen showed a look of confusion, what kind of seduction? He stood under the hole where the sunlight was shining and said coldly, anyway, we should probably close this place, it would be dangerous for visitors to fall into the hole. At this moment, Herka immediately smiled, leave those trivial matters to me, after reporting, go see Versa, I should say your mother. Eyes closed, eyes open, cheerful tone, surely both have many things to say. Scene changes to a magnificent high-rise building. A sudden voice rang out as Vincen entered, for the hero who broke the Helheim. However, he bowed, placed his hand on his left chest, curled his lips, and paid his respects to the head of the Helheim family. The blue-haired man in the hat immediately looked scared, don't pretend like that, I'm just the temporary head of the family now. At this time, Versa standing beside quickly reminded, you should get used to it Laron, now you are the most powerful person in Helheim, however, that person is still extremely moderate, no, I am just a blind man, power belongs to the people. Laurent revealed an eye and continued, we will divide the territory and authority, so that they can compete with each other, then power can be transferred to as many people as possible. Eyes slightly closed, right hand placed on chest, even if someone like father appeared, human kindness would stop him. Immediately, Versa also bowed slightly and explained, it would be a difficult and slow path. But Vincen, who was still silent, suddenly spoke, at the same time, that was also. Face full of intrigue, the road can go the farthest. On the other side, Versa glanced at him slightly. She praised the man in front of her, on the carriage returning from Maeltum, I asked you to destroy my clan, and you did very well. Holding up a scroll, Versa tilted his head and smiled, I will reward you for that. Vincen looked at the thing in the other person's hand and said softly, this is. After a moment of thought, he answered bluntly, magic scroll. Hearing this, Versa slowly explained, to be more precise, it was the scroll that returned to the homeland of the demi-dragons, and Laurent beside him also bowed his head, it was something that the surviving demi-dragons left behind, they wanted to express their gratitude to you. At this time, Vincen was a bit stunned, he said to me, aren't there two people? On the other side, Laurent sat solemnly above, Vincen Adenka, I appoint you as my representative, to visit those demi-dragons. Eyes full of sharpness, when talking to them, your words will become my words. In the middle of the desolate forest, your will become my will. He spoke in another transformed form, still not here, Vincen Adenka. As I looked at the scroll before me, a thought suddenly crossed my mind, the homeland of dragons. Vincen lay on the bed, one leg bent, keeping his hand in the same position. If that place was where the Dragon King used to be, then it would definitely still be there. Eyes extremely focused, eyebrows furrowed, the grace of the Dragon King. Clues about the remaining piece. At this moment, Julian suddenly appeared floating in the air. This scroll changed the destination of the teleportation gate, probably used for the teleportation gate in the basement of the art museum. Vincen also slowly called out, Julian, are you going to use this scroll? As soon as he finished speaking, the other party raised his hands to show that he didn't know. I can't do anything about such complicated matters. If I knew how to do it, I would have gone to the magic tower. After hearing this, Vincen rubbed his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. After hearing Julian's next words, but we have a talented magician, Vincen quickly asked again, magic. Then he seemed to remember something, his eyes wide open, oh right, that kid. In another development, the series crossed their arms and gritted their teeth angrily saying, no, no. These words made the two boys in front of them freeze. Julian's eyes widened, why, that Vincen in front is so fierce, didn't you learn magic from Count Bargain? He stood near the door and began to judge, could it be, you don't know how to use this scroll? Hearing this, Seri closed his eyes and turned away to deny, no, that's not a problem, Master Bargain taught me very well. But Vincen seemed to not understand at all, so why? Immediately, the other person pointed at a part of his body, that neck. Seri's posture didn't change at all, his tone was cold as ice, again, you fought somewhere right, at the conference, you also tried your best to save him Laurent. Hearing this, Vincen hurriedly covered his neck in confusion, no, it's just a small scratch. While he was adding that it would be fine as long as he got close to the priest, Seri poked his finger into his waist. From the place that was hit, countless lightning bolts shot out, causing Vincen to grit his teeth in pain. After a while, the series did not even bother to look at the other party and angrily spoke, look, he had just recovered his magic power a little, in the end it was the same as before. The black of his eyes appeared to have a burning flame, with that body you want to set out for the mysterious land, I absolutely will not allow that. Seri chased Vincen out of the room, a voice came from behind the door, please recover your body, or find another mage. Julian looked bored, he was fired, Vincen standing next to him could only roll his eyes, was he that angry? The blonde man with glasses raised his hand to his mouth and pondered, currently, other than the series, I can't find any trustworthy mage. After listening, Vincen added with sweat, moreover, because of the exertion, my body hasn't fully recovered, I have to postpone the trip. Suddenly, someone's voice unexpectedly rang out, here. It turned out that the guy with long orange hair raised his hand happily, Vincent, where have you been, causing Vincen to immediately call out, Revan. He put one hand on his hip and calmly said, I searched for a long time before I found you, I thought you left without saying goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen stood with his feet shoulder width apart and replied, didn't everyone in the city already return? Revan suddenly looked excited, actually. He recalled Ponchinius's expression, "A month, no, at least a week back home, I've never lost contact with someone for so long," and pointed to the sky and continued to smile wryly, "That's it, I'll stay in Baratikan for a while." Raven raised her hands, pretending to be innocent. Kagan couldn't wait, so she left. After hearing that, Vincen widened her eyes slightly. "Kagan, huh?" Immediately, the familiar voice rang out again. The person left a message. The horse-drawn carriages followed each other on the paved road. Valkia's mouth twitched slightly. "If it goes like this, Helheim and Ardenka will become chaotic. Surely there won't be a chance to compete for a while, right?" Hearing this, Kagan immediately replied, "Yes, I want you to pass the message to him. Blue eyes, clenched teeth, the day we meet again, one of us will surely die." Meanwhile, Vincen just frowned. "Fine, if that's what you want, Kagan." Suddenly, someone's fist unexpectedly hit him lightly. Then, "Vincen, you told me not to forget, right?" Raven pointed his index finger forward. "Because of the matter of capturing that old man, I held back, but, next time, I will definitely settle the score with you." He kept his posture as a reminder, "Our competition is not over yet." But Vincen did not back down. "Okay, I promise next time there will be a competition without anyone interfering." So, the incident in Helheim is over. The next opening is. The girl's figure is reflected in the water. The girl still stood still, without any movement. 1 week later. There was a hand grabbing the collar. One of them excitedly announced, "Let's go, there's no reason to delay." Vincen bowed his head slightly. Destination, Land of the Dragon Clan, Dragon Forest. Then he turned his head back and started the scroll. After Vincen sternly called out, "Sari," she quickly grabbed the object in her hand. "Yes, sir." That person's face suddenly became tense. "But you can't overdo it in the Dragon Forest, you understand." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincen immediately agreed, "I will try." Meanwhile, Hannah on the other side was sweating slightly, thinking, "That servant, is he really the disciple of the Deputy City Lord Bargain?" However, everyone stood facing the giant blue light. Sari held the book up in front of him and sighed. Finally, the power he had trained for so long could help the young master. Eyes focused on the magic circle, "I will definitely do it wonderfully." Then, countless pink lightning bolts struck out in all directions. Seeing this, Vincen broke out in a cold sweat. This was. Looking at the scene of rocks flying around, he guessed that the door leading to the Dragon Forest. At this moment, Herka grinned and said, "Have a safe trip and don't come back too soon." On the other side, Wilson is full of cunning. "Thanks to the Dragon Clan, I will definitely receive great treatment too." Hannah seriously reminded, "Let's continue the mission, Vincen." Hearing this, Vincen didn't hesitate anymore. "Let's go." Suddenly, someone called, "Young master." It turns out that the series with the panicked expression, "This teleportation gate, is unstable." She was scared and turned back to announce that everyone could not go. Immediately, Hannah did not believe in herself. What did she say? Vincen was extremely worried. How many people could go through? As soon as the words were finished, the series quickly replied, "According to my calculations." After hearing the other party's answer, there were only 2 people. Vincen immediately frowned. Only 2 people. Wilson immediately volunteered, "This is your mission, let me go instead." Hannah did not step back and touched her chest. "I will go, from the beginning my mission was to protect you." Meanwhile, the series of sweats urged him to make a decision quickly, otherwise the gate will close. But Herka suddenly reached out and demanded, "Vincent, take that little mage away, immediately." These words shocked Hannah to the core. "City Lord, what do you mean?" The other party immediately replied firmly, "Of course, in this case, there must be a mage accompanying her to control the gate." Herka put on a very serious face. "I repeat." Everyone was attracted by that tone. The expedition members were Vincent and the little magician. It was those 2 people. Hearing this, Hannah seemed to want to say something, but suddenly, someone interrupted, "Don't worry." Vincen revealed a cold and determined expression. "We will definitely return safely, and gain the Dragon King's favor. The mouth is extremely quick and knows how to grasp the situation, because our mission is not over yet, it absolutely will not end in failure." Hearing this, Hannah could only keep silent. After a while, she spoke sadly, "Go Vincent, I believe you will return." But Vincen did not say anything more at this time, his eyes were pensive. He frowned and ordered, "Let's go." The other person did not hesitate, "Yes, sir." The red lightning bolt grew stronger, sweeping the 2 away. In another space, the lightning still did not stop. a powerful stream of blows down. Two people, a man and a woman, appeared again, extremely panicked and continuously screaming. Seeing that, Vincen on the other side looked over and asked, "Sare, are you okay?" After listening, Sare quickly replied, "I'm fine." Then she opened her eyes wide and stammered, "Over there." Her voice echoed throughout the space. The forest was so quiet. Was there someone hiding? But Vincen suddenly raised his hand in protest, "No way," making the series a bit confused. "What?" His eyes were solemn. There was no need to be on guard. Vincen stood in the middle of the space and spoke, "My name is Vincen Adenka. I came here because of the invitation of the demi-dragons." As soon as he finished speaking, a white light appeared behind a tree. Then, a black figure suddenly appeared. "Those are the people with buffalo horns on their heads." A leading man spoke, "You are indeed Vincen Adenka." Hearing this, Vincen immediately confirmed, "That's right." So the crowd quickly became noisy, hearing that the young master had the starting blood sword. It was rude to say it, but could the young master give it to us? Sari couldn't help but sarcastically say, not knowing if this was an invitation or an interrogation. However, Vincen was extremely generous and understanding. Having just been tortured by the Helheim, it was only natural that he would be this vigilant. Song, he took out the blood lotus and spoke, "This sword is the sword that heralds the beginning of my father, Khan Adenka, also the sword forged by the famous General Hansen, the sword that heralds the beginning of Vincen Adenka." Slowly drawing his sword from its sheath, Vincen continued, "Furthermore, 2 rows of eyebrows tightly knitted, cold mouth, also the sword containing the Dragon King's Dantian." Seeing that, the opponent immediately shouted a few times. He looked back and nodded. However, everyone with long horns on their heads immediately raised their voices, welcoming the benefactor to visit the dragon forest, quickly blowing the horn to welcome. Immediately, a man quickly blew deep into the giant buffalo horn. Meanwhile, the series breathed a sigh of relief and smiled gently. It seemed that there was no need to be vigilant anymore, and Vincen also added, "Please accept the welcome of those demi-dragons." Suddenly, something hit his head. Sari panicked and hurriedly called out, "Young master." The red-haired girl with one horn looked back and asked, "Who?" The guy standing nearby also questioned, "Who dared to throw stones at the benefactor?" From afar, a small figure appeared, making her a bit curious, "Who are those children?" The figures of a man and a woman became clearer and clearer, Miguel, Olivia. Meanwhile, Vincen was still holding his aching head and thinking, "That child lost his left arm." Miguel angrily repeated his previous actions, "Get out of the dragon forest." But this time, Vincen was able to easily catch the sharp rock. After hearing the other party's words, turning back to Helheim, the Gofanso's dog, he was a bit pensive. How did that child become like this? On the opposite side, a powerful attack hit Miguel in the head. The man in the green shirt reminded angrily, "Miguel, what are you doing?" Those people, after hearing that, he hesitated a bit, "They." Miguel painfully admitted, "It was humanity that killed my parents." Olivia standing at the side immediately cried loudly, "Don't bully him." The series quickly hugged her and said loudly, "Wait, the children are losing their composure," making the man speechless, "I." While he was extremely confused, "I." Then the thumb was bitten by the child lying on the ground. This action made the person scream in pain. He could only kneel in one place and watch the little boy run away, Miguel, while the other side worriedly ran forward, Olivia. The hand with dark skin tightly grasped the white wrist. Miguel pulled Olivia and urged, "Run quickly." Meanwhile, Vincen was still extremely surprised. Those 2 children, at this moment, the series standing in front showed a look of panic, "Young master, blood." However, a pleading voice rang out, asking for forgiveness for those children. Immediately, Vincen turned his head and asked, "Who?" The man in black immediately called, "Mom." Looking at the woman who had just arrived, he continued, "Mother is here," but the other person didn't pay any attention, just focused on explaining, "Those children had suffered a lot of damage from humans. It's the one with the blonde hair. I apologize to you on behalf of the children, young Master Vincent." As soon as he saw Namer, Vincen couldn't help but panic. That face, for sure. He recalled a painting he had seen before. It was a portrait of his mother drawn by Francis in his 20s. His painting style was delicate and realistic. Vincen began to compare every detail, the portrait of his mother. Exactly like the woman in Francis's painting. At this time, she very calmly asked, "Young master, do you know me?" However, he did not hesitate to reply, "Yes, what a coincidence." Vincen bowed her head slightly and said in a low voice, there was an artist who painted a picture called A Portrait of Her Mother. The face in the picture looked exactly like hers. Eyes without movement, about. But Namer then gently continued, 200 years ago, I still haven't introduced. Her eyes suddenly lit up with green light. I am the ancestor of the dragon forest, Namer Elam. A guard shouted to attract attention, look, the carriage is coming. He continued to announce, the carriage carrying mother was coming. Then he ordered, open the gate quickly. He stood watching the carriage enter, unable to hide his honor. His mother had returned with the savior. Vincen was blinded by the halo. The soldiers were all loyal, serious, and honorable. They all swore in unison, respectfully and humbly. Julian floated in the car and looked outside in amazement. There were so many dragon people here. In his mind, he kept exclaiming, this is awesome. Vincen replied so as not to be branded as arrogant, yeah, that's right. You're actually doubting life. The number of animals is one thing, but the problem is another. He looked at the soldiers outside, all of them carrying weapons. He kept his eyes glued to the sharpness in each pair of eyes and deduced, their minds were as sharp as their weapons. Vincen was still pensive, and the way they looked at him was completely unfriendly. These things reminded Vincen of the past. The same thing happened to that kid Miguel. They showed open hostility even though he was a guest. He turned his attention to Namer, reminding himself to stay awake. He had a feeling this trip wasn't going well. He still stared at her warily. This invitation was not simply a thank you, there was a hidden agenda. The car suddenly stopped, making Vincen jump in surprise. He stammered, trying to act calm, and turned to ask Sari and Julian, what's wrong, what's going on? Julian looked outside with his mouth wide open. Hey, Sari also opened her mouth wide and pointed towards the outside of the car, look over there. Vincen was a little panicked, what the hell did he see? He gasped and turned his eyes outside. He saw the giant fruit and exclaimed, is that really a tree? Sari couldn't believe her eyes and said, but it was so big. Julian's mouth was wide open, I've never seen a tree that big before. Namer did not hesitate to clear up the confusion and at the same time leak some information. It is called the Millennium Tree. Since ancient times it has provided us with strength and shelter. She pointed to the tree and introduced, that is my castle. She smiled industrially and followed the model text, welcoming everyone, welcome to Long Lam. The rock fell into the lake, causing the water to splash. Miguel was angry at the innocent rocks and lakes, allowing humans to enter Long Lam. Everyone was crazy. He stood at the base of the tree and witnessed everything. In addition, even the clan leader personally came out to welcome them. Olivia spoke up to defend them, they don't look like bad people. The girl cited the story of being protected by Sari, that girl had protected her before. Miguel still insisted, I told you not to let them fool you, Olivia. He picked up another stone with hatred in his heart, our family. He mercilessly continued to throw them into the water. How did they die? Miguel recalls the tragic past of a man chained by the neck trying to escape from the sea of fire. Not just one person but many people are trapped in this hellish place. Run away, it's a trap. They tried to scream curses, you bastards from the Hellium family. They couldn't accept that they were betrayed. The peace treaty was just a lie. A Hellium soldier finished them off while mocking. Of course you guys thought we would make peace with you scum. I didn't expect you guys to come here empty-handed. How stupid. Captain Hellium gave the order without any emotion. Capture all those whose blood is worthy for me to take. Sir Gaffonso is waiting, hurry up. Miguel and Olivia ran towards the unfortunate man, calling out to his relatives and resentfully saying, Dad, you bastard, let my dad go. Miguel tried his best to take the hammer as big as him away from his father, took this thing out. Olivia knelt down on the ground in a panic. Dad, wake up quickly. The captain's rough hand lifted him up. He warned, you are too weak for us to take blood, stop interfering and leave. The innocent boy cried out, no, I won't go anywhere until you give me back my dad, I will continue to hinder you. A bastard like him would never spare an innocent child, so I will make sure you never get to hold on to anything again. He didn't just say anything but directly pressed the boy's hand, causing him to cry a river of pain. Olivia witnessed the scene just now and covered her mouth in fear, unable to say a word. Back to the dreamy place Long Lam. Namer still tells the history of his clan. To avoid conflict with humanity we chose to live separately here in Long Lam. A group of people from the Dragon Clan chose to stay in Hellium. They constantly fought for peace. She skillfully expressed her wishes in particular and that of the whole family in general during the sumptuous reception party. One day we will also blend in with humanity. We dream of a day when we can freely travel in this world. Vincen seemed to want to ask something, then those people, before he could finish his sentence, Namer seemed to understand and replied, yes. She continued to add, Gafonso captured them and took their blood. She choked up as she recounted that most of them returned alive, but their bodies were injured from enduring torture for so long. Miguel, despite being seriously injured, still tried to be a strong shoulder for his sister because at this moment his father was no longer there. Namer mentioned the more heartbreaking story of the wounded, some of whom did not return alive. Vincen did not hide his thoughts. Those soldiers were all armed to the teeth, and they showed clear hostility towards me. He asked frankly, is it possible that Long Lam is preparing for war with Helium? She was silent for a moment. Then Namer explained his plan in detail, that in order to rescue the people that Gafonso had captured earlier, we planned to invade Dershona. Hearing this, Vincen speculated that if the Dragon Clan soldiers poured into the center of that city, Helium would receive total destruction. Sari, who was sitting next to him, also seemed a bit panicked. It's war. However, he still realized the flaw in that risky plan. However, Helium was a commercial center with many families having their interests tied up there. He seriously pointed out the loophole. In order to protect Helium, important figures from various families would be forced to intervene if that happened. Namer sadly continued, yes, the Dragon Clan will face the end of destruction. She stood solemnly and recounted Vincen's achievements, because he caused the fall of Gafonso's Helium that we were able to stop the self-destructive war. Speaking of this, she bowed her head to show her respect, thanking him for protecting the future of the Dragon Clan. We are truly grateful. The villa door was opened wide. Someone disagreed. There was no such thing. Kalbeck entered leading a large crowd of soldiers and declared loudly that the invasion of Dershona must go ahead as planned. You bravely fought back. We cannot leave a shameful history page for the next generation, so we will not become cowards who surrender to humanity. Kalbeck is determined. For the sake of honor we must fight Mother. Vincen frowned thoughtfully. This premonition, could it be it? He sat between the mother and daughter of the Dragon Clan, predicting that there would be an internal conflict within the Dragon Clan, and then wars would break out. Namer's face darkened. She shouted, Kalbeck, you led an army to the private house, are you still sane? Kalbeck immediately protested her words, are you still sane, Mother? It is unreasonable to cancel the war plan like this. We have suffered so much sacrifice and oppression, he continued, but humanity has not suffered any loss at all. Vincen and Sari stood there watching everyone looking at them worriedly. Kalbeck stood before Namer and said loudly, we must leave them a lesson of failure at least once. We must show that dragons can also bite the necks of humans. His face showed anger. We will punish all those who have been greedy and tried to take advantage of our power, Helaim, the elders of the great clans, and... Suddenly he went crazy and shouted loudly, our most hated enemy, even the Six Towers. Vincen was surprised and thought to himself, the Six Tower platform. The image of Helios appeared in his mind, and sure enough, even the tower is involved in this. Namer walked closer to Kalbeck. As she walked she said, after getting revenge, then what? Kalbeck said in a resolute tone, even if by some miracle we could defeat all the enemies, there would be a lot of bloodshed. What do you hope to gain from that revenge? Namer was like a big chocolate rage, giving himself to the rage and putting the whole race in danger. I will never accept that. Kalbeck gripped the sword handle tightly and prepared to draw the sword, if the person could not continue. He raised his sword and said majestically, step aside until this matter is resolved, Mother. Needless to say, Namer was so angry that she gritted her teeth. How dare you? A magic circle appeared above her head. Namer was furious and raised his sword in front of his own mother, rebellious son. Kalbeck ignored his mother's scolding and rushed straight forward. He gripped his sword tightly as the wind blew and he quickly rushed forward. Namer did not stand still and take the blows. She also raised her fist to take the life of her opponent and rushed at her rebellious son. Suddenly Sari pointed to one side and shouted, wait. Before he could do anything, Kalbeck's sword was stopped. It was Vincen who took out his sword in time to stop Kalbeck. The two swords of the two people touched each other, creating a stream of power that radiated around. Kalbeck saw that and glared at him. Namer also opened his eyes wide to look at Vincen. Vincen suddenly smiled mysteriously, so disappointed. He said seriously, with just these common swords, the Dragon Clan also intends to start a war. Namer was surprised to see Vincen blocking his sword strike and cursed. She shouted, Prince Vincen. At this moment Kalbeck furrowed his brows and looked at Vincen, thinking to himself, Vincen Adenka, the one who chased Gaponso away. When he realized it, Kalbeck immediately knelt down on the ground. He slowly stood up and said, "Prince, your courage in freeing our captured kin is admirable, but this is the Dragon Clan's business, if humans interfere again." Kalbeck told him that this sword would be stained with blood. Namer panicked and told Vincen, "Prince, to get out of the way, Kalbeck is the strongest swordsman in the Dragon Clan, you cannot fight him." Vincen said sternly, "Namer, why did you call me here?" Namer hesitantly replied, "Well, to express my gratitude." Vincen turned to look at her face and said, "If it was just to express gratitude then one could send a gift, but she went so far as to create a scroll to invite me." He continued speaking, knowing that some people would not welcome me. Vincen suddenly frowned, "Why, called me here?" Namer closed his eyes unable to utter an answer, "I." Vincen's face showed a serious expression as he looked at her, feeling Miss Namer's actions. He continued, as if asking to stop the fight. Hearing that, Namer bowed his head and said nothing more. She started to speak the truth that, no, asking such a thing from someone who helped us, was too much. Suddenly Vincen said something that made her glare at him, "Just ask me for help." He held out his hand in front of her, wanting to help, and said, "If she did, I would resolve the conflict between humans and the dragon race, destroy the 6 towers that colluded with Helaim, violated ethics and standards, and fulfill my duty as a warrior of Adenka." Vincen put his hand on his chest and said firmly, "It is my honor." Namer thought to himself, "Vincen Adenka." She continued with the thought, if he really was the one she hoped for, even if there was only a small chance that he could stop the war, she would have seen him as a ray of light in the dark night. Feeling safe and confident in Vincen, Namer shouted, "Please help us, Prince Vincen, so that the dragon race does not follow the path of self-destruction." Vincen finished speaking and glanced at Kalbeck. Looking straight at him, he said, "I would be pleased." Kalbeck told him, "I don't believe you, Prince." He looked at him with disdain. Whether he really had the will to achieve these things, or the strength to do so, I did not know. Suddenly Vincen raised his sword to gather power. Then he slashed quickly through the air. Seeing this scene, Kalbeck opened his eyes wide and looked at him in admiration. Looking at the rays of power created by the Vincen sword in Kalbeck's hand, his soldiers all froze in place. The soldier beside him said, but how can a human being?" Looking down at his hand that was covered in a stream of power, Kalbeck thought to himself, his dragon blood was forcibly revealed. Namer pondered to one side. There was no doubt that the child. She continued to think, that child had inherited Abelthan's evolution. Kalbeck stuttered, "Where did he get this power from?" Vincen slowly put the sword back into its sheath. "Is this enough to satisfy you, Kalbeck?" He said that, but it is not complete yet. Suddenly Kalbeck became full of evil spirit. The current uncle could not handle the 6 towers. Vincen told him, "Don't even think about stopping me." Vincen grinned, "So what if I complete this blessing and surpass you?" He frowned and asked him bluntly, would he use honor as an excuse again, to promote a self-destructive war? Vincen pressed his face close and said, "At that time, even you won't be able to stop me, let alone the 6 towers." He held up one finger, 1 month. Vincen set himself a challenge, "Within 1 month, I will perfect this power and challenge you." He gave a smile that couldn't be more sinister and continued to say, "Continue to push the war or trust me and follow the path of peace again, let's use that match to decide." Kalbeck heard that and could only glance at him. The waterfall flows down sequentially. A week later, Long Lamb, Ableton Falls, Vincen sitting in the middle of the waterfall to meditate. Julian said in confusion, "Could he really perfect the blessing with this primitive method? Could it really perfect the blessing?" He calmly replied, "This was where Dragon King Ableton had trained, didn't Patriarch Nimir say so?" Feeling and accepting the energy of water magic within his body, this was the perfect place to receive the blessing of the water element. Julian clicked his tongue and said, "The ancients." He also had quite a hard time practicing like this. Vincen spoke with a hint of determination. The night Kalbeck had taken the initiative to accept the challenge, 3 weeks until the duel. He closed his eyes and calmed down, thoughts still flowing through his head. To prevent the dragon people from destroying themselves, I need to become stronger and show them a trustworthy image. Suddenly a stone flew from the top towards Vincen. He didn't open his eyes, using his hand to block it directly. The other person opened his mouth wide. "What?" Miguel was stunned and said, "What? How could you block that move with your eyes closed?" Vincen lifted the rock in his hand and praised, "Your shoulders are strong, you will be a talented swordsman in the future." He clicked his tongue with difficulty and said, "Olivia, run," but there was no one behind him. Olivia nearby was given a basket of food by Sari, happily saying, "Here, try it." Miguel panicked and shouted, "Olivia." She invited, "You can also come eat with us. I got the recipe from the Dragon Man, so you will like it." Olivia's eyes lit up, innocently saying, "Brother, this is really delicious." He rushed forward worriedly and said, "Don't eat it so carelessly, in case it's poisonous." At this moment Vincen appeared behind. "You speak up, I know your situation, Miguel. It must be hard, especially after what happened to your parents." Miguel fell silent for a moment. He walked closer to him and said, "I know it's not enough to atone for my sins as a human, but I will fight so that children like you won't have to suffer anymore." Vincen raised his hand and calmly said, "For now, can you trust me just this once, Miguel?" Miguel's eyes widened. His hand loosened slightly. A sudden stream of memories ran through. A man's voice said with difficulty, "Miguel, run, Miguel." His eyes changed. Miguel shook Vincen's hand away. He called out in shock, "Miguel." His face darkened. He said tremblingly, "Father, he trusted humans and was captured and killed." Miguel shouted firmly, "I will never trust someone like you. Captain Kalbeck will chase you out of the dragon forest." Then he ran away. Vincen called after him, "Wait, you." Julian looked at this scene and said, "He's gone." Sari looked at his face and thought, "Young master." Seemingly concerned for that Miguel, his eyes as well as Davin's were filled with pity. Vincen said, "It seems it will take a while for him to open up." The soldiers on guard stood nodding in front of the door. One impatient person asked, "Why do we have to guard the exhibition room?" The person next to him replied, "Who knows, how would I know? We keep watch because we have orders." Inside the gallery, there seems to be something strange about the debris. Suddenly a strange black light approached the two soldiers. The two of them immediately became alert, saying, What is that, where did it come from?" It proceeded to burrow into the heads of the two of them. One of them screamed in pain, "My consciousness." Two soldiers fell to the ground. Before them was a strange black shadow. "Look at the gate ahead." Miguel angrily stepped up. He stomped on it in frustration. "Tsk, it was all because of this thing. If only this kind of gate didn't exist." Tears flowed from Miguel's eyes. This would never have happened. Immediately he stomped on it, screaming, "Broken, I call someone broken. Break it." Suddenly a flash of light. Miguel immediately noticed it. He looked at it with a bit of confusion. Suddenly it flashed strangely. Miguel covered his face and said in confusion, "What happened all of a sudden?" He struggled to open his eyes to look at that thing. A terrifying entity said, "Oh, nice to meet you, kid." The strange man came up to say hello. "You see, I'm new here." He said, "Can you show me the way to the Vikanasenda?" Miguel looked at him warily. At this time Vincen was sitting in meditation in the middle of the stream. He thought to himself, "Now I finally understand why my blessing is not complete." The power to control water energy has two parts. The power to free yourself, and the power to understand the rules of this water system. It's like trying to draw water from a dry river. It's going to be very difficult. Then I will receive that water into my own body. Water energy as well as the power of water in the long lamb. The water drops gradually settled in the air. In the middle of the water, he seemed to have grasped some of his power. Vincen opened his eyes and thought to himself, "With this, I was one step closer to perfecting this water element control," when suddenly in his eyes he saw the figure of a person flying towards him. Miguel held the sword in his hand and charged towards him. His eyes were full of anger. Vincen looked on, stunned. "Miguel." Miguel raised his sword high and rushed towards him. Just now that was, yes, I also felt the strong force slashing down, causing the pieces of rock to fly up. The powerful force slashed down, sending pieces of rock flying. Vincen made a difficult hum. He jumped onto a nearby cliff to avoid the attack. Julian appeared and said, "That is," he put his sword down and replied, "Yes, I felt it too." Vincen looked at Miguel's silhouette behind the waterfall. It was. He gritted his teeth in anger. At the same time, a strange aura emanated from his body, a contract with an evil spirit. Miguel shouted angrily, "Humans, get out of the forest." Julian looked at him in surprise. Why did Davin's evil spirit appear in Long Lamb? Vincen was momentarily silent. He frowned and thought to himself, how annoying. That evil cult, why does it have my name on it? Suddenly Miguel stopped in an inexplicable way. Vincen rushed forward, brandishing his sword and asking, "I must make everything clear." He was stunned by his actions. Vincen raised his sword high and thought to himself, supernatural sword attacks have no effect on dragons, using the back of the sword to defeat them is the best option, at the same time saying, it will hurt a bit, Miguel. His eyes flashed with panic and confusion. Immediately a stream of power rushed forward. Both he and Miguel were stunned for a moment. A powerful force struck straight between the two of them. Vincen skillfully landed on the nearby cliff. Suddenly a voice rang out attracting him, wondering if he could do it. Vincen angrily questioned, who is it? The guy asked, how did he know how to suppress the dragon clan like that? The Baron prepared his strength in hand and said with a smile, if you take him down too soon, my plan will not go as planned. At this moment Vincen recognized him, the man, the Baron of the rebel army. Julian behind him also quickly recognized, as the one who created the fake corpse of Sir Laurent with dark magic. He sneered and said, we only met briefly, but you still remember me. His eyes narrowed, but is it okay for someone to stand there like that while fighting? As soon as he finished speaking, Miguel rushed over from behind. He quickly dodged his attack. Miguel shouted angrily, yes, the one like Gafonzo. Not giving up, he continued to charge forward, after all, the person who tried to take away my family. His strike was blocked by Vincen's sword. He yelled to calm Miguel down, wake up, Miguel. The Baron raised his hand and spoke, don't forget you still have to deal with me. Then he threw a move at him, hellish agony. He was now stuck between the two of them, thinking with difficulty, he had to avoid that move. Vincen tilted his head to look, calculating silently, but if he avoided? You see Miguel's horn is broken, then he will die. Vincen's eyebrows furrowed. A loud explosion rang out. The Baron said, bewildered, oh, how strange. He looked at Vincen who was still standing firm after being hit and thought to himself, when hit by the suffering spell, all the moisture in his body should have dried up, did he get the blessing of the water attribute? Vincen looked at him angrily and asked, Baron, is it you? As the creator of the dark blessing, the male immediately became uneasy. He continued, the dragon clan's power has a very strong resistance to magic, converting it into dark magic is not an easy thing. But, if it's dark magic used by a dark mage, then it's different. Black magic is an evil energy used by sacrificing one's own life force, it can damage and corrode the scales of the dragon race. Miguel seemed to have become sober, looking at him blankly. As if he understood something, Vincen continued to recount, the goblin attacked us. The fake corpse of Elder Tillavan. Even in the magic stone mines of Maeltum, amidst all the dark magic and nightmares, traces of a dark mage were always evident. He shouted with certainty, it was the man, the Baron, the black magician of the nightmare sect. The Baron did not deny it, he sneered and said, you know too much. Then his face became distorted, I cannot let people continue living. Miguel asked, bewildered, why? Memory slowly emerged, the Baron said, the goal of the Vicenacenda. Is it to take the place of the dead Gafonzo? Miguel asked half-believingly, really? He continued to persuade, of course, and that guy was Gafonzo's nephew. When he needed power, he would definitely capture the dragon race again and imprison them. Before that happens, do you want to drive humanity out of the dragon forest?
Miguel was gradually convinced by him, dreamily saying, I will.
At this moment, he looked at Vincen's back in front of him, the conflict in his heart grew even greater, but why was a person like him protecting him? That magician said he was like a Gafonzo. Maybe, that person is different or something. Suddenly a voice continued to level that thought, don't waver in your mind. That thing constantly injected into his head the consciousness of fighting, all humans are evil, if he believed them, he would be betrayed just like his father. Having to protect Olivia, Miguel was immediately hypnotized, he jumped up and screamed loudly. Miguel approached Vincen threateningly, he was momentarily stunned and thought to himself, what is this? His magic power suddenly became more violent. The Baron shouted, when it's time for you to die, I won't even need to do anything. He ordered, go, boy, destroy the Vicenacenda. Immediately he rushed towards Vincen. Suddenly many tree branches suddenly flew towards him and caught him. He said in surprise, what? Immediately the Baron was slashed. Kalbeck slashed at him from behind. Vincen said in surprise, brother Kalbeck, he said, did you think the dragon forest would let intruders in so easily? Around appeared an army to support, Kalbeck despised, how vain, humanity. The Baron could not believe his eyes at this moment, he trembled and muttered, this. Then his anger reached its peak, he cast a spell and shouted loudly, useless lizards. Anger clouding his mind, the Baron failed to notice a sword coming towards him. And as a result, he was fatally stabbed in the middle of the back. The speed was so fast that the Baron didn't have time to react. The Baron then only had these last words left: "If you think this is the end for you, don't." But before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the ground and ended his life, and it was Kalbeck who answered the rest of the sentence. "Baron, no, you are done for." Namer was very happy to see this scene. She immediately praised Kalbeck. "Well done, Sir Kalbeck, your swordsmanship is always excellent." But suddenly Vincen shouted, interrupting the two people's fun, "It's not over yet." He reminded Kalbeck in panic, "It's not over yet, Mr. Kalbeck, that person. He had the skill to create fake corpses." Kalbeck was startled and broke out in a cold sweat when he heard that, and at this moment, the Baron was preparing to sneak attack him from behind. Kalbeck turned his head to look, but it was too late. Damn it. The Baron took the opportunity to use the Purple Skull spell to counterattack and wreak havoc. The collision between the two sides created a huge explosion. Vincen was very worried about Kalbeck but couldn't do anything else. He could only call out in vain, "Mr. Kalbeck." Sure enough, after that explosion, Kalbeck was like a lifeless corpse. And just a few seconds later, he couldn't resist and collapsed. The Baron at this time didn't forget to tease Kalbeck. "Oh my god." He kept sarcastically saying, "Didn't I say you can't be violated, you damn lizard?" The group of Green Berets saw their master had fallen and immediately rushed to the rescue, protected the captain, and expelled the intruder. The Baron was not embarrassed at all. He smiled happily. "Ah, it's time," he boldly declared. "These are the gifts I have prepared. Let's party hard, Sir Davin." Vincen and Namer heard that and also turned to look at Miguel with a stunned expression. Miguel began to grind his teeth and growl mysteriously. And in a moment, a series of dark spheres came out from Miguel's mouth. Their target was the group of Green Beret soldiers. As for the soldiers, they were very confused when they saw those black balls surrounding them. Were those Davin's ghosts? Why did they all appear at the same time like that? Run quickly. An unlucky soldier was possessed by the black sphere. No, those ghosts are coming. Seeing the guy suddenly stop, two other soldiers approached and asked, "Hey, are you okay?" The possessed guy coldly replied, "You asked me if I was okay." Suddenly he turned around with a strange expression and a voice filled with hatred. "My family has become like this, how can I be okay?" He then madly attacked his teammates. "Resist the revenge of humanity, you cowards, expel humanity, return my family here." At this moment, he had already aimed to attack an innocent soldier. He also intended to stop taking revenge. The other guy could only hopelessly beg, "Don't do that." At this moment, a spirit wrapped around the possessed man and rescued the innocent soldier. The possessed soldier could no longer move. His body could not move. It turned out that Namer had taken control of them. Seeing this, the soldiers kept begging her, the Virgin Mary, to let them go. "Our anger is justified." Namer was very sad when she heard that. She tried to explain to the soldiers, "Please wake up and don't fall under the control of those ghosts." Miguel suddenly stuttered as if he wanted to say something. "Oh, Livy." Eventually his body gradually withered away. And he also fainted. Vincen saw that and was very panicked. "Miguel." Namer quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, he's still alive." Vincen turned his head back with eyes filled with hatred. "Do you think this is funny, Baron?" But the Baron did not feel remorse. He even laughed at Vincen. "So funny, watching you guys fight each other is so fun." His words were like a knife stabbing into Vincen's heart, just stirring up the anger deep inside. "And you all rushed into a fight." Not stopping there, the Baron was very excited when talking about Helheim. Helheim was no different. They did not realize that they were just puppets of my nightmare, and happily fought each other. He finally aimed straight at Vincen. "Vincen Adenka, if you hadn't interfered we could have kept Sir Davin happy for longer." Vincen heard that and just coldly asked back, "Is serving that Davin guy the purpose of this nightmare?" The Baron immediately replied without hesitation, "Yes, we went this far to bring him back, that is our wish." Vincen continued coldly, "I see, so that's what you call a nightmare." Then, Vincen's expression changed to a very fierce one. He declared loudly, "Then I will wake you up from that stupid dream." The Baron was not afraid at all and even challenged Vincen, "You can try it." With that, he slammed his hand on the ground and unleashed his attack, destroying a large area. The magic quickly surrounded the Millennium Tree's roots. And the Millennium Tree is also showing signs of dying. Seeing this scene, Namer was very panicked. She thought to herself, the binding rope made from the roots of the Millennium Tree had withered. The child possessed by the ghost was freed. Just as she said, the Green Beret soldiers turned into ferocious red demons. Baron took advantage of the situation and continuously attacked Vincen. Dragon Clan, don't you have any self-respect? How can you let Gafonso's nephew walk freely in your heart, while those demons have surrounded Vincen and are preparing to kill him? Namor saw that and was very worried. She shouted, "It's too dangerous." Mr. Vincen did not react at all, he just bowed his head down. Suddenly Vincen's eyes lit up. Then, a giant water column appeared behind Vincen. The Baron was no longer arrogant, he started to worry, this overwhelming hydraulic force, what is it? The surprise did not stop there. The areas that the Baron had destroyed after being watered had sprouted green grass. The Baron looked down and could not believe his eyes. The destroyed area was reviving. How could that be? At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and look towards Vincen. Those water sources also awakened the Green Beret soldiers. They were also very suspicious. Is that possible, after 200 years? Seeing how things had turned around, Namor was moved. My child, Abelthon, finally has someone to inherit your power. Vincen now seemed to be a different person under the protection of Poseidon. Poseidon with his giant body stands majestically in the middle of space. Then he entered Vincen's body. Namor stopped crying and felt very happy. Poseidon's blessing was the power to lead the Dragon Clan. By releasing the collected water energy, it can forcibly awaken the power and soul of the dragon race. Vincen's eyes were also dyed the color of the ocean. He and Poseidon raised their swords high into the sky as if to assert their power. This was Forsadin's first technique. At the same time, some of the green helmet soldiers were released from their souls, and their horns also turned green. Namor felt even more excited. She happily told them, "Dragon Clan, please welcome him with a red dragon." The group of soldiers heard and shouted in unison, "Our new Dragon King has appeared, let's protect him with all our strength." The Baron was getting more and more confused. He couldn't believe it. Had Sir Davin's control been completely broken? Vincen was now very confident with the Baron. It was time to wake up from the dream. By Loam. The Baron thought in amazement, what is this? Sir Davin's control is absolute, breaking his contract is impossible. He angrily shouted at Vincen, what the hell was he doing? Suddenly a voice rang out, "O Dragon Clan." He said, "I promise Lady Nimir, those who oppress the dragon race must pay for their crimes, and resolve the problem between the races peacefully." Vincen asked them, "Will you trust me and lend me your strength?" They immediately agreed, raised the spears in their hands and said loudly, "Let's follow the descendants of the Dragon King, let's together repel the invaders." Vincen laughed loudly and replied, "I will lead everyone to charge." Immediately they rushed to the Baron and shouted, "All in." He showed a flash of panic, used his strength, and disappeared. He raised the sword in his hand and said, "That black magic is useless." Blessing properties of Poseidon. Sweep. His power and the Baron's power clashed. He shouted angrily, throwing himself into ruin. The Baron looked at his silhouette faintly visible under the dust and said, "What a stupid death, Vikanasenda." Suddenly Vincen rushed in front of him. He stabbed the sword in his hand towards the Baron. Then dozens of spears were also thrust towards him. The Baron was quickly seriously wounded. The shadow on the Baron's body immediately escaped. He refused to give up, circulating the magic in his hand and saying fiercely, "You must have forgotten that I can use the resurrection spell. This time, I will definitely." Vincen was not afraid, he sneered, this time he couldn't let the net slip again. Suddenly from behind him a man came flying, Mr. Kalbeck. Kalbeck charged forward with murderous intent, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. The Baron grimaced with difficulty. Immediately he slashed his sword at him. The Baron's arm was cut off by Kalbeck. He shouted, "This is your end, invader." He gritted his teeth, thinking in shock, he never expected to be defeated by these insects. Suddenly, strange shadows appeared in front of Kalbeck, making him stunned. The spirits surrounded him and the Baron. One voice said, "Davin's spirits were released." He said in surprise, "Sir Davin, you saved me, thank you very much." The spirits approached him, looking at him with strange eyes. The Baron panicked in disbelief, it couldn't be. He shouted, "Don't be so lenient, I will bring this scum back to you, Sir Davin." The souls entered the Baron's mouth. Kalbeck looked at this scene and said in surprise, "Your own believer." Vincen shouted angrily, "Who forced them to make a contract?" Dozens of souls entered his mouth one by one. The Baron shouted loudly, "Duh, Ven. His body is changing, please don't leave me." The Baron's eyes were filled with terror, but he still tried to say, I can still fight, my loyalty. He quickly transformed completely into a monster. Julian said in horror, how could a human have so many soul contracts? The boy beside him thought to himself, he really has become a monster. At this time the Baron covered his face and said sadly, oh Sir Davin, you really abandoned me. His expression quickly changed to anger. The Baron shouted, why? Vincen covered his face from his attack. He said, the smoke. The smoke quickly spread to nearby trees. The trees, faced with the Baron's onslaught, immediately withered. He frowned, thinking with difficulty, the trees were withered. The power of the Black Soul contract had strengthened the black magic. Vincen shouted loudly, everyone run quickly. Don't let the smoke touch you, it will suck us dry, run. Miguel and the soldiers heard that and quickly ran away from the smoke. As he ran, he worriedly thought, I don't know what's going on anymore. Ever since that old man talked to me, my memories have been all messed up. Suddenly, Miguel stopped while running and looked towards Olivia, who was unconscious nearby. There was a flash of panic in his eyes. She lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Miguel shouted for her, Olivia. He immediately ran to her, wake up, Olivia. The smoke was now approaching Vincen. The soldier next to him worriedly said, it's spreading, at this rate it will swallow us up. Namer used her technique. She frowned and shouted, everyone, back off. He said in surprise, impossible. Vincen communicated with Julian subconsciously, Julian, I will sever the Black Soul contract with my enchanted slash. Julian quickly denied, no, it is impossible. The Black Souls kept multiplying by eating Miguel's life force, increasing at least dozens of times. If he couldn't cut them all off, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Vincen gritted his teeth and thought, even if he used all his strength it still wouldn't be enough. He said, is there really no way? Suddenly a voice rang out, no, there is a way. Kalbeck jumped down before everyone's eyes. He spoke up, as the successor of Abelton's power, you might be able to use it. The core of Poseidon's blessing. The ultimate secret technique passed down to the greatest warriors of the dragon race, the ultimate technique of Abelton. Kalbeck shouted loudly, affirming that it was the only way to defeat that monster. At this moment, Miguel held Olivia in his arms, panicking and shouting, come on, Olivia, why didn't you run out here from the screen at home? She said in a whisper, only. Olivia's eyes moved slightly. She looked at the basket of food scattered on the ground and said, I want you to eat the sandwich that Sarah gave us. Miguel turned back to her and said, talk later, we have to run now. Suddenly the smoke behind suddenly attacked. He was stunned, damn it, behind him. Immediately before their eyes appeared a shield blocking the incoming attack. Someone from afar said, found them. Sari worriedly asked them, Miguel, Olivia, are you two okay? At this moment, the smoke quickly enveloped Vincen and the others. He urgently realized that shouting a warning, above, the pus was spreading. A figure holding a sword rushed forward and slashed them to pieces. Namer in the back used his magic to block them. The pieces of bodies fell from the smoke to the ground. Kalbeck's figure jumped down. Vincen raised his voice to thank Knight Kalbeck. He looked at the corroded sword in his hand, thinking worriedly, just slashing with the sword had corroded the sword in his arm. My sword is useless like this. Suddenly Kalbeck suddenly knelt down before him and begged him to inherit the sword of Abelton, Prince Vincen. Vincen was momentarily stunned and called out, Knight Kalbeck. Namer was equally surprised, kneeling before a human. He clenched his teeth and held the sword in his hand until it trembled as he said, Mother can't stop an intruder, let alone use war. Please forgive me for shamelessly relying on an outsider like you, but this is our only choice right now. Kalbeck thought with difficulty, we must hand over the secret arts of the race to the hands of the people we once hated. He must have had doubts too. He looked at him expectantly, can I trust you, Prince? Can we entrust the future of the dragon race to the prince? Hearing Kalbeck's suggestion he silently thought, aye. Quick footsteps ran on the ground. At this moment Miguel and Sari were trying to run away from the crowd. She shouted, run, Miguel, can't let them catch her. As he ran, he asked her in confusion, why did she help us? I showed hostility, threw stones and tormented her. Sari smiled back, because that was what the prince wanted. She remembered what he had said before, the prince had said before. Power exists to protect others. And it was an honor. Miguel repeated incomprehensibly, the power to protect. Dark memories of the past gradually appear. Miguel, run quickly, Miguel. Must live and protect Olivia. Suddenly a strange light flashed in the sky, making Miguel stunned. He looked at them and asked, "That's it," Sari said happily, "this mana stream is the prince." Miguel looked at the light in the sky, a flash of admiration in his heart. "I too can become someone like you." Vincen Adenka. At this moment Vincen was floating in the air facing the Baron. Kalbeck below said to Namer, "You only inherited the principle. Since the time of Abelton, no one has reproduced this technique," she replied. Then, "Now, everything depends on the martial arts of Prince Vincen." Vincen stroked the sword in his hand. His eyes lit up, remembering Kalbeck's words from before. The blessing of Porcedan held two powers. One is the sword that the prince described earlier, the sword that can release energy, the navy. On the other hand, this second sword. As the sword could absorb energy, he raised the sword in his hand, streams of power quickly surrounding it. Amidst the sky, a dazzling light quickly attracted the Baron. A soldier said in amazement, "The power that Prince Vincen shared." Namer and Kalbeck below suddenly looked up. Miguel continued, returning. Vincen was deep in thought. A slash was infused with energy to the extreme in the sword. It is said that it can sink the world into a black sea. At this moment, he raised his sword and stood facing him. The Baron stepped forward and called, "Vincen Adenka." Then rushed forward while shouting loudly, "If not for the person." Vincen fearlessly raised the sword in his hand and thought, the name of this ultimate technique. His face coldly said, "Black Sea." Vincen did not do so by slashing a sword down on him. The Baron's face was split in two. The powerful force instantly cut off his head under his sword. The Baron's body was no exception, split into two halves. A drop of water fell on a withered branch. It started to rain. At this time Olivia slowly opened her eyes. Before her eyes appeared the figures of Sari and Miguel. She happily said, "He's awake." His eyes were filled with tears. "Thank goodness." Miguel shouted happily, his corroded face recovered. Olivia said in a daze, "Brother, why are you crying?" He quickly hugged her and cried. Olivia, she still didn't understand what was going on, said, "Brother, I can't breathe." Namer held out his hand to catch the falling raindrops and said, "This power is helping to restore Youngrim." She didn't turn her head, asked Kalbeck behind, "Knight Kalbeck, do you still hate humanity?" He was silent for a moment. Kalbeck closed his eyes and said, "Yes, I will never forgive those who trampled on my people. I remember. Can I trust you?" Kalbeck knelt before Vincen. "I have seen many people suffer because of conflict with those cruel people." He stepped forward and took the sword, saying, "I just wish I could make those people disappear, and if I could do something to make it up to them." Davin in his form also said at the same time, "I am always ready, so Knight Kalbeck, please entrust the Dragon King's sword to me, I promise." Back in the present, Kalbeck looks up to the sky in response to her. However, now he wants to believe. Vincen cut the monster. "I will wipe out the evil forces from Youngrim." His face revealed an expression of extreme joy. He continued, "That young man." After witnessing Vincen's somewhat improved movements and skillful slashes, Kalbeck finally felt satisfied and spoke up, "Okay, I have nothing more to teach you." He declared loudly that the Dragon King's sword had been passed down perfectly to Prince Vincen. At that moment, needless to say, Vincen felt so relieved. He felt like a burden had been lifted off his shoulders, breathing heavily and proudly thinking to himself that finally, the power of the Dragon King was completely his. But Vincen had not yet had time to rejoice when Kalbeck continued, "However, you must remember one thing." Vincen lowered his sword and asked curiously, "What?" Kalbeck glanced back, using his sword outside the waters of the Dragon Forest. He frankly emphasized that he could not expect to have the same strength as before. Hearing that, Vincen's sweaty face immediately showed an expression of worry that was hard to hide. "What do you mean?" Sighing, Kalbeck replied, "This place, the Dragon Forest, is filled with pure mana and energy. It is thanks to the power of the Millennium Tree. Even if he uses external energy, it is not even a fraction of the power of the Dragon Forest." For some reason, when he heard Kalbeck sincerely telling him that while he was in the Dragon Forest, he should absorb as much power as possible, it would help somewhat when he went out, Vincen's anxiety in his heart suddenly turned into an indescribable excitement. "Then let's start right away." But contrary to his enthusiasm, Kalbeck smiled and announced, "That's it for today, Prince," then pointed to one direction, and Vincen followed his gaze. It turned out that Miguel was timidly hiding behind a nearby tree trunk. Just as Kalbeck said, it seemed that the guest had arrived. Instead of being surprised or annoyed at being disturbed, Vincen invited him to practice with him, and today he would practice with us too. Hearing that, Miguel's eyes lit up. Yes. And so just a few minutes later, following Vincen's every instruction, faster and faster, Miguel swung his sword while concentrating on listening so he could do it correctly. Seeing this scene, Julian couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh secretly. He used to be so stubborn, why is he so obedient now? As for Vincen, it is not an exaggeration to say that he looks like a teacher, because of his keen observations and knowledgeable and correct comments. When he lost an arm, it would be easy to lose balance after a large movement. He always had to think ahead about the next movement. Even Kalbeck, who understood his abilities well, was surprised. Prince, you once trained someone with only one arm. Didn't think you would accidentally reveal something strange. Vincen was startled and felt guilty. Ah, yes, that's right. Although he didn't mind showing himself, but with the thought that, I'm just passing on my own method, but it seemed too obvious, he quickly added a sentence, I know such a person. I thought that saying that would reassure me that no one would suspect me, but unexpectedly Miguel suddenly stopped swinging his sword and turned to start a conversation. But Vincen, I've been wondering for a long time, making Vincen even more confused and stammering, what do you mean? Seeing him point down at his feet and continue, why doesn't Vincen have a shadow? Vincen was startled and lowered his head to look at the ground. Sweat instantly poured out like rain from his eyes. How should he answer this matter? Time passed without knowing how much time. Vincen went with Kalbeck to Namer's place and asked her what happened. After listening to both of them, Namer was about to take a sip of fragrant tea but had to stop and asked in surprise, a Belton's blessing. Kalbeck nodded, yes, Prince Vincen found it in an underground gate in Dersona, I heard, a pair of separated rings. In order to save Namer from having to ask further, Vincen took the initiative to state his wish, actually, I came to Long Lam to find it, if you know anything, please let me know. Closing his eyes and exhaling, Namer muttered a meaningful sentence, is this also fate? Actually, before coming here, Vincen actually didn't expect much from the other party's decision, but perhaps today was a lucky day, because Namer didn't hesitate at all and immediately stood up to look for something. When she found a box, she immediately opened the lid. Holding something in his palm, Namer turned to Vincen and said, he left only this one memento. Then she opened her hand, revealing the still shiny ring before his eyes. Vincen, if you are looking for this then take it. With just a glance, both Vincen and Kalbeck immediately realized the specialness of the ring, the blessing of the Dragon King, located in such a place. After a few seconds of looking down at the ring on her finger, Vincen looked up at Namer in disbelief. She hesitantly asked, are you sure I can accept it? This must be a keepsake from the Dragon King's son. Such an important item, yet Namer simply appeared comfortable and smiled in response, so it would be more meaningful to give it to him. If I kept it, it would just roll around in the drawer. It could be seen that she had a certain amount of trust in Vincen. Knowing this clearly, Vincen also sincerely promised her that he would use it in a way that would not defile the name of the Dragon King. Hidden in the torrential water pouring down from the waterfall, Vincen just let the water soak him from head to toe and thought to himself, okay, thanks to the contract with the Dark Assassin, the worry of death has disappeared. His eyes were filled with determination. The 7-month deadline that by Loam set, there were still 6 months left. Drops of water dripped down from his chin. Carrying the strong determination that was constantly surging within my heart, during that period of time, I had to absorb all the strength I could from the dragon forest. The moment when the drops of water fall together in a plop, blending into the vast ocean. That was also the time when Vincen officially entered the arduous process of self-cultivation. 6 months later, Vincen had completed the absorption of power extremely smoothly, and appeared before everyone with an energetic appearance and extremely confident aura. In addition, standing next to him at this time was also Sari. The Namer family consisted of her, Kalbeck, Miguel and Olivia, plus a few subordinates who were already waiting outside. As soon as Namer saw the two of them, he smiled brightly, I was worried that we hadn't treated you well enough. Vincen glanced over each familiar face, then placed a hand on his left chest in gratitude. Here, I have inherited the legacy of the Dragon King. He also sincerely expressed his feelings to each of them, starting with Miguel, along with his loyal friends. Next is Kalbeck, I also have a great teacher, wanting more would be greedy. Hearing that, Kalbeck smiled and replied, now, we have a future brought by you. Vincen smiled and nodded at him, then said goodbye, well, I'm going now. Seeing him and Sari start walking together towards the space gate, everyone couldn't hide their emotions as they shouted in unison, goodbye, Prince Vincen, please come back. Once both of them had passed through the gate, the teleportation was officially activated. It didn't take long for the two of them to reach their destination. Now Sari can breathe a sigh of relief, I have returned safely. seeing her like this, Vincen also understands the pressure she has endured. She has gone through a lot, first go back and rest. As he was about to leave, a familiar figure suddenly caught his eye. Hannah was sitting there eating noisily, looking at him with wide eyes. Next to her was a pile of firewood that was still burning brightly. Vincen's face froze. Sister, why are you here? At the same time, on Herka's side, a similar situation was also encountered. Why are you here? Not surprised by her attitude, Carmen shrugged and smiled in response. No need to look so upset. Not only that, he leaned back in his chair and waved his hand, saying, it's just a visit from a former cadet. Herka was speechless. She was of course no stranger to the person before her eyes, the eldest son of the direct lineage, the strongest candidate for the position of next family head. This man with long purple hair and a face with strong features, is none other than Carmen Adenka. Carmen crossed her legs and smiled warningly. Oh dear, even if I was a cadet, if you treat me like this, you'll get into trouble. His eyes narrowed. She wasn't going to greet the future master of Adenka, Commander. As a natural reflex, Herka startled and put one hand on her chest, standing straight in the correct greeting posture when meeting a superior, respectful and honored. She still can't relax. Carmen, what are you doing here? Carmen didn't answer but just waved her hand in the air and conjured something as she asked, my sister is going to be knighted, right? Holding a bouquet of flowers created from her power, Carmen happily continued, I want to give it a bouquet of flowers. The only problem is that those flowers are all withered flowers, combined with Carmen's extremely sinister and scary expression. It's a really scary combination. Hannah, where is that girl? Looking back and forth, confirming that the girl in front of him was indeed Hannah, Vincen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Sister, why are you here? Hannah was just as surprised as he was. Vincen, you're back, but Vincen didn't answer, because he was immersed in his own countless questions. Impossible, you were here guarding the gate, for the entire 7 months I was in Long Lam. To explain Hannah's willingness to camp in this cold, desolate place, Julian knew clearly, Hannah had a duty to protect us, and she blindly followed that duty. Vincen also understood that, it was just that in his heart right now, more than gratitude was self-reproach, he should have at least sent a letter, she didn't need to go through all this trouble. But Hannah wasn't angry, she even found it funny. You say trouble, are you criticizing my duty, Vincen? That somewhat unusual expression obviously made Vincen and Julian's faces freeze. Vincen carefully stepped down from the cliff and looked doubtful as he commented, you've changed a bit. Hannah nodded in acknowledgement. The past 7 months here weren't meaningless to her. She bowed her head slightly and smiled sadly. She had thought a lot. Looking at this young man whom she had not seen for a long time, Hannah slowly recounted everything that had happened. Not long after she left, the soldiers guarding this place were attacked. We couldn't open the gate to the dragon forest from our side, so I decided to protect this place. I felt uneasy and angry, emotions I had never experienced before. But when she was attracted by the sparkling light from the ring on Vincen's middle finger, her heart felt much lighter. But now, she continued gently, and I felt relieved that our mission had not failed. Just those 5 words, and for your safety, I silently kept them in my heart. Hannah said so. Vincen decided not to be gloomy anymore. He put all his sadness and anger aside and happily said, then, let's go complete the mission. Hannah smiled and agreed, okay. To give Sari some private time to gather with her friend, Sari, she is alive. Vincen and Hannah left first. On the deep path, Hannah laughed and said, you've grown up a lot since the last time we met, Vincen. Hearing that, Vincen was a bit surprised and asked, so what? Because he himself didn't believe it, he raised his hand to measure himself roughly. You've grown taller in the past 7 months. Knowing that he misunderstood his meaning, Hannah was a bit embarrassed. No, it's not that. But she wouldn't reveal her feelings and evaluations to him. Your aura is impressive. Based on mental state theory, you're around the 3-star light range, but there's something different about your presence. She thought to herself, you must have worked tirelessly in Long Lin, then smiled and praised Vincen. Among all the 3-star light warriors, you are the strongest. Vincen couldn't help but feel embarrassed, but even so, he was still very humble and said, weren't there other noble heirs among the 3-star lights, Kagan and Revan, who also possessed outstanding talents? Hannah did not deny those evidences, but as a way to give Vincen more will and strength, she nodded and firmly affirmed, I know, and I can say this for sure, you are stronger than them, and you will continue to be so. Even though Julian knew these words weren't directly meant for him, it still made him so happy that he hugged his red face and screamed silently, while Vincen just happily said, thank you for your compliment. Perhaps because time was pressing, the two of them didn't say anything more to each other and focused on continuing on. Suddenly, at that moment, a third person suddenly appeared right in front of the two of them. And it was a dark shadow in the form of Vincen. For some reason it was trembling and pointing towards him. Truly, the heir of the Dragon King had appeared. The anger in his heart suddenly surged, causing Vincen to be unable to contain himself and shout loudly, "Before the seventh moon sets, the person who swore before the shadow will return. The shadow killer must obey his oath." As soon as he finished speaking, a purple fireball suddenly appeared in the sky. The black dark aura from the shadow's body also began to spread out to the surroundings. They gathered into a large mass and quickly rushed straight towards Vincen's place with Hannah's scream, "Vincen!" Unlike her panicked attitude, Vincen remained strangely calm. He stood still, other than a glare, he had no other reaction. But it was more than enough to block an enemy attack. His shadow saw that and spoke up, the one who kept the oath of the Dragon King and himself. Behind its shoulder-length white hair was its mysterious smile, in reward. Looking at Vincen's ring, it continued, "The legacy of the Dragon King." Hearing him say the words, "I will return the ball to you," Vincen's expression suddenly turned into one of surprise mixed with doubt. Only when Julian's very excited voice rang in his ears, "Good, I've secured the next arrangement," did he realize one thing: this was the true blessing of the Dragon King. Discovering the shadow about to fly away, "With this, I was finally free." Vincen immediately called him back in a fluster, "Wait, what is this ring? Why did a Belton leave this ring behind?" The shadow answered honestly, "We don't know the details, but one thing is for sure, it will lead you to heaven." It smiled and continued, and that the power of the first head of the Helium family was contained within it. Looking down at the ring, Vincen pursed his lips and thought to himself, "This ring too, is this a magical artifact of Athenia?" Seeing his miserable appearance, the shadow couldn't hide its delight as it curved its eyes and smiled, "Well then, I hope you will reach the truth." Then quickly disappeared from this place, leaving Vincen with thoughts still aching in his heart. Everything that needed to be done in Helium was completed. Now he could smile in relief. It was time to return to the Blood City. A week later, at the Blood City, two carriages, one in front and one behind, sped along the snowy road, heading straight towards the majestic and spacious castle. Getting off the car without seeing anyone, Vincen immediately showed his displeasure. "No one came to greet us, we should arrive on schedule." Suddenly at that moment, there was a young man sitting on the high wall and calling out loudly, "Long time no see, my brothers." Considering the greeting finished, he gracefully jumped down in front of Vincen and Hannah, his feet landing firmly on the ground. After clearly seeing who the other party was, Vincen's face was filled with fear. That person was. At the same time, he heard Julian's trembling voice, "Carmen, Carmen," which made him very worried, "Julian." Julian gritted his teeth and said each word, "The eldest in the direct lineage, is Carmen." He also mentioned how dangerous Carmen was to Vincen, the most cruel and evil of the siblings, worse than Malon, there was no comparison. Hearing him say that, Vincen suddenly realized the coincidence, the eldest son, he really looks a lot like him. The image of a powerful and brave man gradually appeared in his mind. Among the 8 children, he looked the most like Kanadenka, not paying attention to Vincen's scrutinizing gaze. Carmen smirked and said, calling her brother that person. His next sentence, as expected of a concubine's son, Vincen, successfully hit Julian's sore spot. "What are you saying?" Although she was angry on Vincen's behalf, the best way to deal with Carmen was to stay calm, so Hannah asked Carmen, "Brother, why did you come to Blood City?" Carmen arrogantly lifted her skirt and walked closer to her step by step. "You've been gone for too long, so." Under her seemingly wary and judgmental gaze, he held out the wilted bouquet of flowers. Then he grinned and said, "Congratulations, I came to congratulate you on your promotion, Hannah." Not only that, Carmen also used the bouquet of flowers as a comparison. "Continue to devote yourself to martial arts, like this flower." Even a fool would know that he was trying to tease Hannah. There was no good intention here. Curling his hands into fists, Vincen silently used his voice transmission skill to send a message to Julian. "Julian, what is this rude guy trying to do?" Julian replied angrily, "He is threatening him." As if afraid that Vincen wouldn't understand, Julian explained in more detail. Currently, the power of Adenka was balanced between the eldest son and the second son faction. He also pointed out that, in terms of strength, the second sister is the strongest, but in terms of politics, the school elder brother has the most power. Then he asserted that the only thing that could upset the balance was Hannah's side. Sighing, Julian continued, "If she gave up pursuing the dream, there would be a huge variable." He wanted her supporters to stay in the neutral gray area. Although Hannah couldn't hear these words, she understood them better than anyone else. For example, right now, she frankly told Carmen, "Brother, I'm not interested in fighting for power." Losing a rival would make anyone feel relieved, but unfortunately Carmen was not an ordinary person. He even wanted to pressure Hannah by asking about the issues that touched her the most. "Don't you care what happens to the blind man in Helium?" And sure enough, this one sentence of his made Hannah stand still. Satisfied with her reaction, Carmen continued with a grin. He had the support of 2 of the 4 great elders. Influencing the power structure in Helium was nothing to him. Being so self-satisfied, he continued to ask with a contemptuous attitude, "How long do you think that weak-hearted person can endure my interference?" Seeing her lovely little sister start to tense up to the point of trembling, especially when she picked up the sparkling stone placed on top of the wilted bouquet of flowers, Carmen almost burst out laughing. "If you don't like it, then just let it wilt in the vase." Then he continued to speak smugly, until he had taken over the whole Adenka. In that moment when Hannah's mind was on the verge of collapse, Vincen promptly intervened between the 2 of them. "No," he placed his hand on the wilted bouquet of flowers. Then, not giving Carmen a chance to act, he used his own magic power to transmit it inside, and the blue light also spread strongly in all directions. Thanks to this power, the withered flowers were instantly revived, turning into beautiful and fragrant blue roses. Carmen sprayed the glue stiffly and couldn't believe her eyes. It was impossible. How could a withered flower bloom again? Vincen coldly declared, "I will not let someone like you take over Adenka, Sir Carmen Adenka." Wilson and Sari were shocked at the sight before them. She exclaimed, "That's..." The 2 of them hid behind the carriage and observed the scene ahead. Carmen and the eldest son were talking to each other. "I heard what Abel said, you are also participating in the competition to find the successor." Wilson heard that and angrily said to Sari, "Why is Sir Carmen, the eldest son, here?" She quickly turned to stop him. "Shush, be quiet, Wilson." Put a finger on Vincen's forehead and said, "Knowing one's place is also a kind of intelligence." Carmen threatened him, but he just kept quiet. A lowly descendant with no qualities dared to step in here. Right after that he quickly shook Carmen's hand away. Didn't he also lack the qualities to become the heir of Adenka? Carmen was stunned by Vincen's words. "Huh?" Vincen quickly recounted the events that he knew. "According to what I heard, Dea was the only person in the 500-year history of Adenka to win the friendly match. That means, he was the one defeated by the Simon family's direct lineage, right? So that means, you are the loser under the direct line of the Simon family." He sneered and said to him, "Her awakening at that time must have been a disaster for him. Now I don't even dare to imagine." Vincen's words successfully made Carmen angry. How often people compared him to Dea. Instantly, Vincen could no longer smile. He was quickly knocked back. Carmen stood calmly watching Vincen being sent flying towards the rocks behind. He spoke up. It wasn't his fault. The Simon house had been undefeated for over 500 years, but why? Why now? Carmen yelled angrily, "That weirdo Dea is not normal, don't compare me to her." The series panicked and shouted, "Sir, what are you doing?" Just as she was about to walk towards Carmen, Hannah stepped forward to stop her. "Don't interfere, it's dangerous," Sari immediately replied, "but he..." Hannah said to her seriously, "When my brother is angry to that extent, no one can stop him." Vincen sat on the ground in pain. He thought to himself, so this is the power of the Adenka clan leader. Suddenly Vincen's eyes changed. Carmen immediately came forward with an angry face and shouted, "I will kill you." Then he quickly threw the divine sword dance towards him. Carmen's powerful blow hit the rocks, causing them to instantly shatter into many pieces. After the hit, Carmen laughed out loud. He said happily, "You're just good at talking, that's all your strength is." At the same time, a sword slashed past his face. Vincen's voice rang out, "Of course not." He jumped into the air and quickly rushed towards Carmen. Vincen thought to himself, the training at Yongram not only strengthened the Forsydine's blessing but also the properties of other blessings. He rushed towards Carmen, making him not expect this action. Carmen thought in panic, "This is the Galactic Wanderer, it's even faster than I heard." Just blocking Vincen's slashes, Carmen thought to herself, "My eyes can't keep up with it." Vincen quickly discovered that Carmen had begun to falter, revealing an opening. He quickly thought, he lost his balance, now is his chance. Vincen used all his strength, using the small tidal wave combo, in the sword technique Emelin. He tried his best to attack Carmen, but unexpectedly he blocked Vincen's attack. He was stunned by Carmen's block. He immediately grabbed Vincen by the collar. Carmen raised his sword high. He shouted to Vincen, "Stop yourself, you are really stupid." He worriedly thought, he caught me, he deliberately created an opening for me to attack to trap me. Right now at the tower. Carmen said while chasing Vincen. What's wrong, Vincen? He kept swinging his sword at him. Go on, keep blabbering. Vincen had a hard time blocking his punches. Carmen threw a palm strike and knocked Vincen down. His whole body was covered with wounds. Vincen looked up and thought, he is so strong. Looking up, Carmen was flying towards Vincen. He just silently said to himself, strength, judgment. He was far beyond him in every aspect. Even though they were both in the main house, was the gap really that big? Carmen excitedly said to Vincen, I'm done for. Vincen's eyes immediately changed. He screamed in his head, damn it. Then Carmen launched the final blow towards Vincen but was quickly blocked by a magic shield. He exclaimed angrily, damn it. Vincen was equally surprised. He thought to himself, magic. At this moment, Vargan came to the two and said, let's stop here, Sir Carmen. You speak up, we can compete with each other until here. Vincen suddenly turned around, Deputy City Lord. Carmen angrily shouted, a Vice City Lord dares to stop me, do you want to die, Vargan? Vargan calmly replied to him, it's because I'm the Vice City Lord that I intervened. He continued, suddenly barging into the fortress to cause trouble. Even if you are the first prince, what you are doing is clearly beyond your authority. Vargan slowly walked towards the two. Fortunately no one was in the buildings he had destroyed. If he would get down here, I would not report this to the main house. He tactfully warned Carmen to keep quiet. It's best not to make up any excuse to talk to your father. Vargan shields Vincen from Carmen's angry departure. I don't know how many years it takes, but I will return with the qualities necessary to become the heir of Adenka, and on the day I reappear. His cold eyes aimed straight at him. I will send you back to that hateful mother of yours, Vincen. He was silent before Carmen's threats. Vincen pondered, neither Julian nor I have ever seen her face, but from what I heard, Sarvana Hisley, she doesn't deserve such insults. Julian in his body started to rise and scream, you should remember this, you will pay, for insulting my mother, Carmen. As soon as he finished speaking, Carmen disappeared immediately. Vincen secretly clenched his fists and thought, at that time I was too arrogant. He began to feel regretful towards himself, sleeping in the power he had, forgetting where he was. Looking back at the journey with the stronger people, he silently told himself, he still hasn't reached the starting point to challenge them. I must get God's blessing as soon as possible, I will start my journey from there. A circle of blue light covered Vincen. Chevin said as he healed him, the treatment is complete, thanks to your characteristics you didn't receive any serious injuries. Vincen replied to her, thank you. As soon as Chevin left, Vargan spoke to him, what a dangerous provocation, Carmen's power is much stronger than yours. He continued, it will be a bit uncomfortable but please stay in the city for now to practice. Vincen replied in panic, wait, I need to go to Nile Falls now. Vargan angrily scolded him, participating in an illegal match will also be punished, be lucky that you only have to receive that much. Vincen replied sullenly, yes. He looked at him and suddenly smiled. Looking at the abundant magical flow around Vincen's body, Vargan said, it seems that going to Yongrim has paid off, the density and quality of your mana is completely different from before. Vincen suddenly became serious, I need to report the matter at Yongrim urgently. You said to Vargan, making him stiff, especially I have something to discuss with the Vice Lord. He replied, Miha. At the castle, Vargan's voice resounds, the nightmare's goal is to revive the great demon Davin. Vincen replied to him, yes, a man named Baram said so, Nightmare is a cult that worships the great devil. He continued, and Simon, Adenka, Helame, it was unimaginable how influential they were. Behind the two of them, Chevin was still healing Sari. Vargan spoke, what about the matter you wanted to tell me in private? Vincen hesitated, that was. Over here, Chevin thought in panic, what is this? Why doesn't my healing skill work on this person? Vincen said to Vargan, and also Dragon Warrior Kalbeck said straight his enemy is magic, if magic also joins hands with nightmares. Barnelli's sudden death must have had something to do with them. After hearing that, he angrily slammed his hand on the railing. Vincen was startled, the Deputy City Lord. Vargan was shaking with anger, he said, wait, I need to go somewhere. Just then Herka opened the door and came in, Vargan, I have something to say. He ran out quickly, not forgetting to tell her, later, I'll take a leave. She was startled and replied, wait. Herka looked at Vargan's back as he ran away in a panic and said, on leave, when will you be back? She told herself, it's her job to avoid responsibility. Vincen went to ask her, "What's the matter, Lord?" Herka turned her head and replied, Henna reached for Nile Falls. He was surprised by that sentence and replied, she is taking the promotion exam. On the other hand, Hannah said to Herka, "I have earned enough points from the quest in Helheim." Herka replied surprisingly, "But why all of a sudden?" She seriously explained, "I don't want to be overshadowed by others anymore. I want to become stronger to protect the people around me." After listening to the story, Vincen smiled and thought to himself, "You have grown up, Hannah." Suddenly Herka pointed at him and said, "Now I have a request for you." She gave Vincen an order which made him visibly happy. Would he like to assist Hannah in her mission? Vincen quickly replied, "Me. This made the series suddenly speak up, but the young master was only a semi-apprentice. Chevin also said, weren't only second-class people and above allowed to assist in the promotion mission. Herka calmly said to everyone, "Oh my god, that other stern guy Bargon just left, right?" She winked and smiled, "If we replace it with someone else's name then who knows?" This makes Vincen even more excited and expectant. He quickly ran out, thanking the Lord. Behind him was Sari. She ran after him and said, "Young master, let's go together." Chevin asked Herka a little worriedly, "Is it okay to let him go like this?" She replied, "As long as the priest here keeps quiet." Herka thought to herself, Vincen survived the Holy King's tomb. Perhaps Vincen was the one who saw the truth in the legend of Adenka. And the legacy that the founder of Arslan left in the city was also for Vincen. Herka silently said to herself, "Ancestors, am I doing the right thing?" On this side, a huge monster was opening its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. But just then, the monster was cut in half with Hannah's sharp sword. She calmly walked past the monster, thinking to herself, the mission is over. Hannah looked into the distance thinking, at that time Vincen was trying to see something behind the waterfall, and Vincen was also obsessed with Adenka's mission. Could something be going on? Suddenly a voice rang out making her turn her head. It was really her. Vincen and Sari go to Hannah. Sari tells her, "I have defeated all the clams at the waterfall." Hannah quickly replies, "Vincen and Sari, why are you here?" Vincen turned back and said to Sari, "The city lord asked us to come and support you. Sari is an excellent spirit mage so she will be extremely useful." He smiled after saying that, but the mission was over. "I'm sure singing a little won't get you scolded," she replied to him. "Okay, how do I plan to get through that fierce waterfall?" Vincen excitedly told Hannah, "Please move aside." She wondered what he was going to do so she asked, "Vincen?" Sari stood next to her and said, "I guess Miss Hannah hasn't seen it yet. The new power that the young master has received." Vincen raised his sword up, pouring magic into it. He poured magic into the sword and shouted loudly, "The power to control water." Julian appeared pointing forward, "Look." Looking at the water on the other side being pushed aside to reveal the cave entrance, there is indeed a cave hidden behind the waterfall. Vincen thought to himself, "There, the blessing of God." Sari saw that and immediately affirmed to him, "I will go too. I have to make sure the young master doesn't do anything rash." Hannah saw that and also said, "I will go too." He was speechless in front of the two of them. "Sari, even you." Hannah smiled and said to him, "You supported my dream so I want to support your dream too, Vincen." Vincen smiled back, "Then I really appreciate your help." You say to Julian, "Let's go Julian," he replies, "Okay, I've been waiting for this day for a long time." They quickly moved inside the cave. "I will collect the blessing of God left by the founder of Arslan." At the northern port of Adenka territory, voices rang out, "Are you ready to depart?" "Not yet, hurry up, you want to hear Sir Carmen scold you." Carmen stood with his troops and said, "So father, we will now depart to conquer the Hichok archipelago." The landlord looked at him and nodded slightly. He spoke, "The sea is still a place that warriors don't know much about. Don't rush, be patient and persistent." Carmen replied to him, "Yes, we have been planning this for a whole year." He continued, "First we will destroy the pirates who are occupying the islands. And make the sea belong to Adenka. If we control the sea, Adenka will conquer Samian and gain even more influence." Carmen knelt before the Khan, "I will lead this conquest to victory, and prove that." He confidently patted his chest and told him, "I am the most suitable person to succeed father as the head of the Adenka family." After he finished speaking, the subordinates around him started shouting loudly, "Sir Carmen, you are amazing, as expected of the next generation family head." Carmen thought to herself, with this achievement and the pressure from the elders, they would have no choice but to accept. No matter how strong you are, you cannot withstand the pressure from the outside, father. No one can compare and look down on me. No, I won't let them do that. Suddenly the landlord asked Carmen, surprising him, "Why do you want to become the landlord, Carmen?" He looked up and replied, "What?" His face was expressionless, waiting for Carmen's answer. Then he turned away and walked away. "I hope to hear your answer when you return." Carmen replied awkwardly, "Wait, father, what do you mean?" He was confused. "What's wrong? Why did Dad suddenly interrupt?" At the same time Jarson standing behind spoke up, "Sir Carmen, it's ready." Carmen angrily shouted, "You slowpoke, you're just finishing now, you should have finished before my father came." He shouted, "Set sail, we will succeed in this campaign." His subordinates replied, "Yes." On this side, Vargon is lying tiredly among the pile of books. "It really is a dead end, huh?" He thought pensively, "I thought my sister would leave some clues at home, but there was nothing but books. My sister is an upright person. If Vincen was right about the evil nightmares infiltrating the magic tower, then she would have fought against them. If that's the case, then surely, she must have left a code behind them." Vargon put her hand in her pocket, now the only thing she left for herself. He put a piece of paper up and said, "This is it, what did you leave me?" Looking at the paper, he just thought, maybe she couldn't leave anything behind. Suddenly Vargon's eyes changed. He looked at the paper and exclaimed, "This is..." On the other hand, the voices of people inside the cave rang out, "I never imagined there would be such a large place hidden here. Is there really a dragon here?" "That's right, according to my mother's words it's real." Hannah told Vincen, "According to legend, the blessing crystal will choose its owner. How do you intend to get it?" Vincen calmly replied, "Yes, it will choose me." Suddenly a strange voice rang out, making everyone panic. "What makes you so confident?" Sari said to everyone. "A voice," Vincen replied. "Where did it come from?" Annellen spoke up, "Where are you looking?" "Here, here." Everyone looked up and shouted, "Who are you?" Annellen replied, "Who?" She gently flew to Vincen and said to him, "Who do you think I am, do you know?" He panicked and thought, when did he get behind him? Everyone split up and stood in 3 directions. Annellen sneered, "Not a bad move." Julian said to him, "Dude, the magic just now wasn't human language." He thought to himself, "So that means," Vincen spoke, "you are the dragon that protects the prophecy." Annellen replied to Vincen, "At least you are not completely vague." He patted his chest and shouted, "I am Vincen Adenka, the descendant of Arslan, the child who saw the truth from the prophecy. I should receive the blessed crystal." Annellen was indifferent to Vincen's words. "Really, I have been guarding this place for that brat Arslan for 500 years. Vincen excitedly said to her, "Then give me the blessing crystal." Annellen replied, "But you misunderstood one thing, the one who entered here is not of Arslan bloodline." She spoke up, making the series shocked. She was the bloodline of the Hisley family. The series replied to her, "Hisley, huh?" Vincen thought to himself, if it's Hisley then it's Vincen's mother's family and the family of the series. Annellen goes to strangle Hannah, in other words. She said to her, "You have no right to be here." Vincen saw that and immediately ran over and shouted, "Sister." Annellen held Hannah tight and said, "Those who are not from the Hisley family must die, that is the agreement between me and Arslan. My name is Annellen." She revealed her true form as a dragon, poured all her magic into it. "You must die here." When Annellen was about to finish off Hannah, Sari and Vincen quickly ran to save her. Vincen put Hannah down and worriedly said, "Are you okay?" Hannah replied with difficulty, "I'm sorry, I ended up getting in your way." Annellen asked them, "Who are you?" She said, "A common human dares to confront the dragon race." Annellen warned Sari and Vincen, "I warn you, if you get in my way I will kill you both, get out of the way." Vincen stood up and replied, "I can't do it, that's my sister." Annellen angrily rushed forward, "Then you must die." She shot magic at him. But the magic ball that was shot towards Vincen was easily blocked by him. Annellen thought excitedly, "Just as I thought, I was not wrong." With just one slash of Vincen, Annellen's fireball was split in 2. Sari said in panic. He suddenly burst out laughing. Hannah replied with difficulty, "What's the matter?" Julian stood beside him trembling, "Is this dragon crazy?" Annellen laughed happily, "So that swordsman, the prophet that Arslan trusted, his words were true." Julian flew to Vincen confused, "Prophet, Arslan has a prophet friend." Vincen replied, "No, this is the first time I heard about this." He asked her, "Who is the prophet, do you remember his name?" Annellen rubbed his chin and looked into the distance. It had been a long time. She shouted, "Oh right. I'm sure." Annellen remembered the last time Arslan told her, the prophet's name was. Her words made Vincen and Julian freeze. It was Julian. Julian confusedly pointed at himself. What did you say, me? The letter clearly states that this is a story heard from Annalyn, a dragon spell that resides deep in the Nile Falls. The writer silently continues writing at night, starting 500 years ago. Suddenly, over the peaceful Samian territory, a giant shadow descended. The identity of that dark shadow is, writing up to here, the other person's eyes suddenly widened. He suddenly remembered the scene at that time. The black shadow suddenly rushed over, the strong force broke the ground. Under the cold mask, a murderous aura continuously spread from the eyes. That's the great devil Davan. All living beings that came into contact with that demon became his slaves, and Samian was pushed to the brink of destruction. Hundreds of soldiers panicked and fled from the tragedy. They kept shouting to signal, "Run, the devil has appeared." But there were 4 heroes who stood up to fight him. On the high platform, one hero was ready to stand before the giant monster. First, a flash of light at the top of the tower caught the great demon's attention. The holy sword of sunlight, Arslan Fakir, does not fear danger and raises his sword of justice high. The dancing divine sword move was launched. In a second it had pierced through the monster's body. Arslan jumped down from above, his sharp sword easily cutting off one of the great demon's horns. As he landed, the horn fell heavily, causing a huge shock. Asaln gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. He failed. Inside the horn of the great demon was actually a hollow cavity, from which several black shadows were slowly reaching out. They grew larger and larger, seemingly having their own consciousness. The black shadows simultaneously rushed towards Arslan as if wanting revenge. He stared in shock. Damn it. Arslan shouted with some indignation. He alone could not fight this evil demon. At this moment, a brave person jumped down from the sky and blocked in front of him. The invisible shield he created could easily block the attacks of those dark shadows. This person is Arslan's close friend, King Raingo. But that sturdy shield under the sight of the great devil Davan was no different than a grasshopper kicking a car. He growled mockingly, "Slan." With that, Davan aggressively tore down a nearby tower to use as a weapon. He angrily waved his hand, his mouth continuously hissing the other person's name, Arslan. With that, Davan launched the tower straight forward. Arslan saw this and couldn't help but scream in panic. The tower collapsed. Raingo was also in a panic. Quickly get out of the way. At this moment, someone suddenly reached out to help. The tower was covered in purple magic. Just like that, floating in the air, Raingo breathed a sigh of relief. The tower had stopped. Arslan continued to command. What were everyone waiting for? Arslan resolutely raised his eyes, his pleading expression clear on his face. The head of the Hisley family, Bisachel Hisley. The white-haired girl leisurely replied, "If you stop here, how can you defeat that diaper demon?" He below shouted her name again, Bisachel. Raingo also excitedly shouted, "She came." Not disappointing the other two's expectations, Bisachel continued to cast the magic circle. She excitedly shouted, "Let's go, Arslan." The egg-shaped wall pieces are covered in purple magic. Bisachel used her power to make them float in the air, creating a straight path to the great demon. She told the other two, "I've cleared the path." Raingo also put all his strength. He offered his holy grail. I transferred all my strength to him through the holy grail. The power from the holy grail was transferred to Arslan, who was holding the sword. The other person confidently said, "This is your only chance, don't miss it." He also gritted his teeth and showed determination. "Okay, Raingo." Having said that, Arslan flew into the air, each step quickly advancing on the prepared Bisachel road. He was getting closer and closer to that great devil. His dark murderous aura radiated in all directions. Davan quickly slashed a line through the air. In just a moment, Arslan easily dodged that strike, but the force of that blow shattered the entire stone road. Arslan rolled his eyes and thought, moving to a fulcrum, he fell. At the same time, a pair of crimson wings appeared, and the last person. Annalyn came to the rescue in an instant. Arslan was still stunned when he sat on the dragon's back. He stammered, "You are the legendary Xuan Long." Mischievous Annalyn turned his head back, bared his teeth and asked him, "The situation seems to be bad, Arslan." "Still," he insisted, "we cannot give up." Annalyn agreed, "Yes, even though I see no way to win, right now, all I can do is believe in the prophet you mentioned. The man named Julian who prophesied that we would win." Arslan's expression became even more serious as he said this. He suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. "That's right." Arslan and Annalyn marched forward with determination. "Of course, we will win," Annalyn added aggressively. "That's right. As he approached Davin, Arslan took the opportunity to jump high into the air. He swung his sword from above with determination. The sword energy also covered the entire sky. Arslan growled, "We will end this." He swung his sword to finish him off. Power seemed to overflow from his eye sockets. Arslan hissed through gritted teeth, "Great demon Davin." And just like that, we were able to defeat that Davin. Vincen, the original Davin who was resurrected, heard this story and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Anelin in human form beside him was still showing off with his nose up, surprised. "Right, that legendary dragon is me." Vincen stuttered, finally finding his voice, "I have heard of Arslan and Holy King Raingo before. But I have never heard of any Bisachel or Anelin legends." Anelin heard this and immediately widened his eyes and screamed, "What, impossible." It was so panicked that it had to awkwardly wave its hands to explain, "What do you mean you've never heard of the Black Flame Dragon of Destruction and Anelin's Destruction?" Vincen beside him was puzzled and secretly thought of that ridiculous nickname, Destruction and Destruction. Julian beside him was also speechless, "Black Flame Dragon, even though you're clearly red." After a while of accepting that fact, Vincen seriously asked again, "So, in short, the person who defeated Davin, and the person who gave that prophecy was named Julian?" Anelin looked disdainful but still replied in a long voice, "Yes, I honestly don't care much, but others are looking forward to it." At this point, Julian couldn't help but suspiciously lean over to Vincen and ask in a low voice, "Is that old dragon lady awake?" Seeing that he didn't respond, Julian asked again eagerly, "Ha, you?" Vincen looked at the person opposite and silently replied in his heart, "That dragon doesn't seem to be lying. I've heard the name Bisachel since 500 years ago, and her descriptions are so vivid that they can't be made up." Vincen was a bit shocked to learn that the great devil was actually Davin, but he suddenly thought about his miserable appearance in his previous life, when he was locked up in prison, and couldn't help but wonder, didn't Davin die alone underground in Samian? Suddenly, he noticed a detail, wait, dead. Vincen panicked and remembered every moment of his previous life, when he was stabbed by Arslan, and even when he silently died in prison. Even as Arslan stood proudly before his corpse, Vincen wondered how he could die again. A sudden light flashed in his mind. Vincen's face was covered in cold sweat, he painfully held his head. What was happening? His memory of the moment of death was so faint. His eyes suddenly became firm. Vincen secretly made up his mind, "But first, we need to know more about the past from this dragon." At this moment, Anelin suddenly tugged on his shirt, "Okay, that's enough asking." After saying that, it brazenly threw Vincen away. Its voice carrying a hint of glee rang out again, "You should move aside a bit." The whole series and Hannah saw this scene and couldn't help but widen their eyes, panicking and shouting, "Vincen, young master." Anelin approached the two girls with a strange attitude. He growled in a strange voice, "It's been a long time since he talked to anyone, I'm so excited." Looking at the red hand spread out in front of her, Hannah couldn't help but feel a little more wary. Anelin gathered firepower in his hand, a cruel smile stretched from ear to ear. He sinisterly said, I've decided I need to kill you." In the next second, everything around exploded. Anelin suddenly widened his eyes. It turned out that Vincen had appeared in front of the two girls, blocking all the firepower. Anelin stuttered, unable to form words, it secretly felt in its heart, "I feel the bloodline of the Hisley family from you." The current Vincen's aura naturally coincided with someone from the past. Anelin secretly wondered, "Are you a descendant of that child from back then?" Without letting him wonder for long, Vincen answered frankly, "She is my older sister." Hearing this, Anelin immediately smiled slyly, "Very good, I like that." He walked over and lifted Vincen's chin, wanting to bet his life on a small game. He provocatively asked back, "Bet?" Anelin's gaze covered everyone in the cave. It spoke evenly, "If you win, I will give you my heavenly fruit, and will let you leave here alive. You can even kill me, I will definitely be able to sell all that fortune, you know." Speaking of this, he suddenly clenched his fist and growled, "But if you lose?" Anelin showed a ferocious face, "All of you must die here."